Traversing the Dragon Palace of the Eastern Sea, the ninth prince awakens to rise in the world of journey to the west and the primordial chaos, inheriting innate spiritual treasures that are invincible. With the existence of innate spiritual roots, all attributes can be extracted and enhanced. A myriad of attributes converge into one, achieving the most formidable divine abilities. Above the nine heavens, a colossal dragon roars, in the three realms and six paths. Amidst the boundless chaos, the holy dragon reigns supreme. And I am particularly fortunate. Chapter 0001. The beginning with a dragon egg, the golden finger appears. In a state of hazy confusion, Liu Mo found himself uncertain of his current condition, questioning whether he was in an ICU special care unit or a VIP suite in the depths of hell. Not long ago, Liu Mo had become engrossed in a brand new online game, Unparalleled Journey to the West. This was an extraordinarily impressive mythological game, sweeping across the globe with a staggering 500 million registered players. As an exceptional programmer, Liu Mo could no longer tolerate the arrogance of those who paid to win, and thus spent 7 days and nights crafting an extravagant golden finger for himself, the silent aria. Its name was melodious, and its functions were formidable. 1. Invincibility through health lock, a must-have for cheats. 2. Extraction and enhancement, extracting attributes and strengthening them. 3. Lucky roulette, enhancing lucky attributes, a lottery system. Upon completing these 3 features, Liu Mo eagerly connected to the game, and within just half a month, he was defeating pay-to-win players and dominating various dungeons with impunity. Another month passed, and Liu Mo ascended to the pinnacle of the Eastern Sea server, challenging the supreme boss, the unparalleled Holy Dragon. After a fierce battle, he emerged victorious. At that moment, an exhilarating game announcement echoed across the internet. Congratulations to player guy Mo Wong for successfully slaying the unparalleled Holy Dragon. At that moment, Liu Mo felt a singular sensation. The thrill of cheating was exhilarating, and the enjoyment was boundless. However, tragedy struck at that very moment. The Holy Dragon King, which should have been defeated and had dropped the Holy Dragon Pearl, inexplicably lived on. The dragon's maw opened wide, swallowing Liu Mo whole, and then Liu Mo met with an untimely demise. Not only had his game character perished, but so too had he in the real world. Damn it, did I just die from playing a game? This is absurd. Could it be that the server detected he was using cheats and decided to eliminate him? But now was not the time for such thoughts. At least he had regained consciousness and needed to ascertain his current state. If he were indeed in an ICU, that would be dire, as the costs were exorbitant. Living would be worse than dying. If he were in a VIP suite in hell, he would need to prepare for reincarnation. At that moment, a surge of memories suddenly exploded in his mind, akin to 10 terabytes of data being forcefully transmitted to a measly 4GB computer. It felt like an overwhelming revelation. Liu Mo wasn't certain how long it took, but he finally emerged from this data explosion. He comprehended his current situation. He had traversed his present identity, the ninth son of the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea. Status: Dragon Egg, unhatched. The inherited memories were rather complex, but could be broadly categorized. Aside from his identity, there was also practical information, such as 1. The general worldview of this realm, a mythological world where deities soar through the skies, with the heavenly court suppressing the 3 realms, the underworld managing the netherworld, and the Western Buddhist sect, alongside the 3 teachings of the Xianmen.2. The history of the Dragon Clan, which can only be inherited by those of pure blood. During the Primordial era, the Dragon Clan flourished and dominated the heavens. Subsequently, the calamity of the dragon and phoenix ensued, leading to the fall of the ancestral dragon and the clan's decline, ultimately being confined to the 4 seas. This also included fragments of the dark years when the Dragon Clan was hunted. The current foundational cultivation method of the Dragon Clan, true dragon divine art. Starting with an egg, I actually became a dragon. Liu Mo's thoughts were peculiar. After being devoured by the unparalleled holy dragon he had defeated, he had unexpectedly transformed into a true dragon. Could this be karmic retribution? Reflecting on this, he began to analyze calmly. From the memories, it appears this world is related to the primordial chaos indicating a substantial level of danger. The primordial chaos, the pinnacle of myth. It is said that a sage can extinguish worlds with a mere glance, effortlessly reshaping the elements of earth, wind, water, and fire. During the Battle of Fengshan, the sage Tongtian nearly accomplished such a feat. Had it not been for the arrival of Hongjun Daozu, the outcome would have been dire. Wait, according to my memories, the Fengshan War indeed transpired. So does this mean I haven't crossed into the journey to the west? Have I? Following the Fengshan War, the journey to the west commenced, making this a highly probable deduction. After all, according to my understanding of the mythological worldview, the next great calamity following the Fengshan catastrophe was indeed the journey to the west. I have no golden finger. I feel a bit anxious. Luomo could not help but think. Just then, the silent aria begins to activate. Loading. Load successful. Luomo. What is this sound? Haha. This is the sound of cheating. No, this is the sound of ascending to the pinnacle of life. The silent aria, the impressive cheat he developed, had truly traversed with him. As Luomo reveled in excitement, a faint glimmer of light forced its way through the dark chaos. The egg cracked. Aomo is finally about to be born into the world. Dragon King, Dragon King. The ninth prince has been born. The loud voice of the dragon matriarch echoed throughout half of the dragon palace, causing a stir. Upon hearing this, the Eastern Sea Dragon King hastily set aside his wine cup and rushed toward the dragon nurturing hall. The Eastern Sea Dragon King finally welcomed the birth of his ninth prince. Yet, the safe arrival of his ninth son was no easy feat. To speak of the Eastern Sea Dragon King's tribulations, despite his current wealth and nominal control over the aquatic clans, his life was far from satisfactory. Without delving into other matters, his struggle to bear sons was particularly bleak. While Luomo was indeed the ninth son, the reality was that not many of his brothers remained alive. The fates of several of his elder brothers were grim. The third prince met his demise before the Fengshan War, having been flayed by Neza, with his soul scattered. Subsequent to that, the fourth and fifth princes were simpletons, sadly deemed as the less intelligent ones. The sixth and seventh princes were once promising dragon talents, but tragically perished during military campaigns due to the chaos wrought by deep-sea monsters. The eighth prince was a tragedy of its own, having died during a difficult birth. Thus, currently in the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace, aside from the newly born ninth prince, only the first and second princes remained intact. However, their circumstances were not much better. The first prince now served as an official in the Heavenly Court, a commander within the River Army. In essence, he was a hostage. The first prince of the Four Seas was serving in the Heavenly Court. The Dragon Clan had a notorious history during the ancient Primordial era. The Dragon Clan, led by the ancestral dragon, was incredibly powerful, nearly unifying the Primordial realm. Though the Dragon Clan had since fallen into a state of utter decline, the Heavenly Court remained wary of them. As for the second prince, he was currently stationed in the deep sea, guarding against the chaos of monstrous beasts. Do not be misled into thinking that all was peaceful. Threats lurked beneath the depths of the ocean. Chapter 0002. Fortuitous Extraction. Bloodline of the Ancients. The old Dragon King hurriedly rushed into the dragon nurturing palace, where he beheld a small dragon of obsidian hue, dazedly surveying its surroundings. Cautiously, the old Dragon King approached the obsidian dragon and, with a broad grin, proclaimed, "An obsidian true dragon? Huh, my precious son is truly magnificent. Henceforth, your name shall be Aomo Luomo." Taken aback, thought, what nonsense. This lazy old dragon simply named me Aomo because of my color? Why not call me Aoink instead? In his irritation, he swung his tail, striking the old Dragon King's large face with a resounding slap. Smack. The tail landed squarely on the old Dragon King's broad visage, catching him entirely off guard. Had it been anyone else daring to strike him, Ao Guang would have been furious. However, with his own newly hatched son, the situation was altogether different. Instead of anger, the old Dragon King burst into laughter, his face beaming with joy. "Ha! My dear ninth son is quite strong. That tail swipe actually stung a bit. Excellent. Excellent. Health is a sign of a robust offspring." Regardless of Luomo's internal grievances, a new chapter began as Luomo ceased to exist, and Aomo was born. At that moment, Aomo suddenly felt a quiver in his heart. A melodious voice resonated within his consciousness. Lucky strike triggered. Extraction successful. Attribute acquired. Hidden bloodline of the ancients. Super lucky enhancement. Bloodline concentration increased hundredfold. Aomo was momentarily bewildered, overwhelmed with joy. The bloodline of the ancients. The ancients, the pinnacle of existence in the Primordial era, had once been regarded as a formidable rival to the Tao by Hongjun. Although they ultimately perished, their might was undeniable. The ancients had once illuminated an entire epoch. Now, to possess such a bloodline within himself was a tremendous boon. It was unexpected that his seemingly inept father harbored the bloodline of the ancients, a fact he likely remained oblivious to. Indeed, after the fall of the ancients, the era of dragon supremacy came to a close. Thankfully, due to the ancients' final arrangements, the dragon lineage was preserved and continues to dominate the seas even now. In contrast, the once mighty Phoenix and Qilin have nearly vanished from existence, underscoring the ancients' unparalleled prowess. However, following their demise, the bloodline of dragons grew progressively weaker, dissipating to near extinction in contemporary times. Few dragons have reached the golden immortal realm in recent history, a rather pitiful reality. Nonetheless, the bloodline of the ancients has persisted, albeit diluted through generations, so faint that even the Dragon King of the East himself could not discern it. Moreover, the existence of the bloodline is one thing, but its activation is another. Consider Xīyóu, a dragon king whose cultivation barely qualifies as a true immortal. In the current celestial realm, the cultivation levels are classified as human immortal, earth immortal, heaven immortal, true immortal, golden immortal, Tai golden immortal, Deluo golden immortal, quasi-saint, and saint. Thus, the true immortal realm is hardly impressive. Leaders of top-tier sects on Earth often boast of true immortal status, which explains the diminished standing of the Dragon Palace. Those with a modicum of power can easily summon the Dragon King to command the winds and rains. Regardless, Aomo resolved to develop diligently and embrace his identity as a second-generation dragon, content with his situation. Little did the old Dragon King know that his son had become the most extraordinary prodigy within the dragon lineage. Indeed, Aomo now possessed not only the blood of the ancients, but at an unprecedented tenfold concentration. While he might still fall short compared to the dragons of the ancient primordial era, this bloodline empowered Aomo to easily break through to the golden immortal realm. Moreover, the benefits of the ancients' bloodline extend beyond this. It can be continuously enhanced through external means. While he may not become invincible or reach sainthood, living comfortably as a second-generation dragon seems entirely attainable. As Aomo envisioned a bright future, a sudden surge of energy erupted from within him. The old Dragon King was astonished, his mouth agape. Is my ninth son about to transform into his true form? For the true dragon clan, transformation is not particularly difficult compared to other demon races. Typically, a young dragon must remain in dragon form for a decade to a century before achieving transformation, depending on their innate talent. Yet now, his son was attempting transformation mere moments after hatching. Heavens! My son's talent is extraordinary, a true prodigy. The old Dragon King was utterly astounded. It had taken him 13 years to achieve transformation, a feat recognized as genius by the previous Dragon King. While his ninth son was poised to set a new record, moments later, the obsidian-hued dragon vanished, replaced by an adorable child of 3 or 4 years, radiating cuteness. Aoguang, elated, reached out for a hug, but Aomo deftly evaded him, disdainfully declaring, "I do not wish for your embrace." Instead, Aomo leaped into the arms of a beautiful mollusk maiden within the nurturing palace. Ah, what a warm and soft embrace, accompanied by a hint of delicate fragrance. Truly delightful. Aoguang felt wounded. Viewing his son, who preferred the mollusk maiden's embrace over his own, left him feeling utterly dejected. At that moment, a panicked voice echoed from outside. "Dragon King, trouble is afoot." It was a Xīyóu general. The old Dragon King's expression darkened instantly as he bellowed, "What is the matter? Why the haste? Do you not see I am bonding with my ninth prince?" The old king was still reeling from his son's rejection, seeking an outlet for his frustration. The Xīyóu general quickly composed himself and replied, "Your Majesty, there is a monk outside who claims to be a disciple of the Buddha from the West, named Master Huiling, and he approaches the palace." Upon hearing this, the Dragon King's body trembled, and he gasped, "Ah, it is the disciple of the Lamp of Enlightenment. This is dire." Aomo observed his father, noting his pallor and trembling form, revealing a level of fear that was palpable. A wave of disdain and anger surged within Aomo. This old Dragon King, the foremost among the 4 Seas Dragon Kings, is quaking in fear before a mere disciple of the Lamp of Enlightenment. Though Aomo understood that his father truly feared the Buddha and not merely a disciple, he could not help but look down upon Ao Guang's weakness. Perhaps it was the sudden awakening of the bloodline of the ancients, magnified 100-fold through lucky enhancement, which instilled in Aomo an instinctive desire to uphold the dignity of the dragon lineage. A dragon king must possess pride, should not bow to the heavens, and must not fear the saints. Chapter 0003. The Sea Calming Pearl. Utterly shameless in the crystalline dragon palace, a monk clad in golden robes stood barefoot. Though he claimed to be a Buddha, he was little more than a boy boasting of his own grandeur. Unbeknownst to him, a glimmer of greed lurked in his eyes as he surveyed the opulent palace. The Dragon King hurriedly led his entourage to greet the so-called Master Huiling. As the East Sea Dragon King, Ao Guang unexpectedly bowed to a young acolyte, saying, "I, King Ao Guang, pay my respects to the Buddha. I wonder what guidance the Buddha seeks from afar." The venerable Huiling looked at the Dragon King and first intoned a Buddhist chant, Amitabha. Then, with an air of arrogance, he spoke, "Dragon King, today the Buddha has sent me to request a treasure from you." Ao Guang was taken aback, a flicker of unease crossing his mind. Nevertheless, he cautiously inquired, "Venerable Buddha, my East Sea Dragon Palace possesses only mundane gold and silver. What treasures could possibly hold significance for the Buddha?" Huiling chuckled derisively and replied, "Old Dragon King, it is an honor for you that my master seeks treasures from you. Do not be ungrateful. My master has reached great mastery in the Tao, and has deduced that there are still 12 sea calming pearls hidden within your treasure vault. Wise as you are, you should present these remaining 12 pearls." The mention of the sea calming pearls startled Aomo, who was lurking in the shadows. His previous conjectures from his past life were, indeed, accurate. There were indeed 36 of these pearls. The sea calming pearls were renowned treasures from the Battle of Fengshan, originally owned by Zhao Gongming, and later falling into the hands of the shameless Ran Ding. However, according to Aomo's past life speculations, the sea calming pearls should total 36, not merely 24. When united, these 36 pearls possessed unparalleled might, rivaling even innate treasures. The remaining 12 pearls in the Dragon Palace were undoubtedly of immense importance. On the other hand, after Ao Guang attempted to defer, the venerable Huiling showed no signs of acquiescence and eventually rebuked the Dragon King angrily. "Ao Guang, do not overstep your bounds. You claim the sea calming pearls are not in the Dragon Palace? Since you dare to lie to the Buddha, you should not blame me." It was utterly humiliating for a dignified Dragon King to be scolded by a mere acolyte of the Buddhist sect. With a flick of his hand, the acolyte produced a plump white pearl that shimmered with a gentle luster. He chuckled arrogantly, declaring, "Ao Guang, this is one of the sea calming pearls bestowed by my master. It can locate the other 12 pearls hidden within your Dragon Palace. Stand aside." The pearl radiated brilliance and flew toward the inner hall, while the acolyte hastily followed. This audacious young acolyte dared to stride into the inner sanctum of the Dragon Palace without a hint of trepidation. The Dragon King could only watch, feeling a deep sense of resentment flickering in his eyes, while the other dragon guards dared not move an inch. After all, if the Dragon King himself did not dare to intervene, what could they possibly do? As the acolyte approached the inner sanctum, a sudden youthful voice rang out, "Halt!" A porcelain doll with a pink jade bracelet stood defiantly before him, glaring fiercely. This was, of course, Aomo. He summoned his courage, pointing a tiny finger at the acolyte and shouted, "How dare you, a mere acolyte, intrude upon the Dragon Palace?" The venerable Huiling regarded Aomo with disdain, sneering, "A mere little insect, you dare to impede the Buddha? You are courting death." With a flash, the pearl in his hand surged toward Aomo. Such arrogance. This acolyte dared to kill within the Dragon Palace, targeting a prince no less. Huiling acted with such swiftness that Ao Guang did not even have time to react. The blinding light surged toward Aomo, the fearsome power of the sea calming pearl causing the entire Dragon Palace to tremble. Not only was Aomo too young to withstand such force, but even Ao Guang would likely be powerless against it. At that moment, Ao Guang felt overwhelming regret. Why had he not stopped this acolyte earlier? Why had he tolerated these provocations, allowing them to advance relentlessly? As he watched his son on the brink of peril, an unexpected change occurred. A brilliant red light suddenly erupted from Aomo's body, and a dragon roar erupted from his throat, sending shockwaves that halted the approach of the sea calming pearl. At that moment, Aomo felt his blood boiling. It was the blood of the ancestral dragon igniting within him. In his mind, he received a message, detected life-threatening danger, Lucky trigger. Ancestral blood boiling. Lucky trigger. Dragon blood invokes the power of the sea calming pearl, erasing its prior ownership. The sea calming pearl recognizes its true master. The once menacing sea calming pearl was now grasped easily in Xīyóu's hand, as though it were a mere toy. But that was not all. Lucky trigger. The sea calming pearls resonate with each other. The 12 additional sea calming pearls acknowledge their master. Deep within the depths of the Dragon Palace's treasury, 12 beams of light burst forth, swiftly arriving beside Xīyóu. At this moment, under the radiance of the 13 pearls, the young Xīyóu appeared godlike, exuding an air of nobility and dominance. This was the ancestral dragon blood boiling, invoking the sea calming pearls. As the pearls resonated with Xīyóu, he transformed from a mere young dragon into a being of formidable power. The once arrogant Hui Ling was now utterly dumbfounded, taking a considerable time to regain his composure. With wild excitement, he exclaimed, Xīyóu, this is the sea calming pearl. Quickly, surrender the sea calming pearl to the Buddha, and I shall forgive you for your insolence. However, Xīyóu's expression was complex. He gazed intently at his son, disregarding the acolyte's words entirely. Slowly, Xīyóu opened his eyes. A smile that seemed out of place on his youthful face appeared. Just now, you sought to kill me? Hui Ling snarled. Humph, what of it? You're nothing but a beast. He shifted his tone, arrogantly declaring, however, if you hand over the pearls to me, the Buddha shall forgive your transgressions. Without further ado, Xīyóu pointed his finger, and a pearl shot forth, hurtling directly toward the young monk. With a resounding crash, the acolyte was struck, his form reduced to a mangled mess. Hui Ling, die. Xīyóu looked at Xīyóu, his heart swelling with excitement. He recalled the prophecy passed down through the dragon clan. The pearls emerge, the trapped dragon ascends to the heavens. This ancient saying had nearly been forgotten over the ages. But now, as Xīyóu stood surrounded by divine light, it sparked a memory in Xīyóu. His heart surged with fervor. Just then, a brilliant light ignited within Hui Ling's body, and a voice emanated. Well done, well done. What a bloodline of a powerful ancient heavenly dragon. A future bodhisattva of the eightfold dragon in Buddhism. Upon hearing this voice, Xīyóu trembled, incredulity washing over him as he exclaimed, Buddha ran dang. Chapter 0004. Forcibly taking a disciple, the Holy Mother of the Buddha's light coalesced, ultimately transforming into a middle-aged man with a bald head. This man sat upon a lotus throne, emanating an overwhelming aura, as if he could submerge the entire dragon palace beneath the ocean's depths. This man was indeed the Buddha Randang. Amitabha, this humble monk pays his respects to the Dragon King, despite his disciple being slain by Xīyóu's sea calming pearl. Leaving him bloodied, the monk wore a cheerful smile, exuding an air of kindness. He said, I wish to congratulate the Dragon King. At this moment, Xīyóu had regained his composure from the earlier shock and cautiously asked, May I inquire, Buddha, what is the source of your joy? Buddha Randang looked at Xīyóu and remarked, Dragon King, is this your young son? Xīyóu had no choice but to reply, the Buddha sees clearly. The lamp of enlightenment spoke earnestly. Dragon King, this child is tainted by sinful blood, having forcefully taken my treasures and even killed my disciple. He is indeed a scourge upon the Dragon Palace. However, he shares a connection with me. So should I not congratulate you, Dragon King, for having him as a disciple? Upon hearing this, Xīyóu's delicate face fell immediately. This insufferable monk intends to forcibly take him as a disciple. Yet, Xīyóu was not blind. He understood that being taken in by this monk would lead to no favorable outcome. He was certain that his treasured sea calming pearl would be seized by this rogue. As for himself, he could not trust that he would fare well under this monk's tutelage. Xīyóu, not foolish, quickly interjected, Buddha, my child lacks the virtue and ability to become your disciple. Furthermore, I fear this rebellious child may disobey and provoke your anger, which would be most unfortunate. Before the Dragon King could finish his thought, the lamp of enlightenment interjected gravely. Amitabha, Dragon King, you must consider carefully. This child is born for wickedness. If he does not embrace the Buddhist path, there is but one road left for him. The moment those words were spoken, Xīyóu felt a chilling dread. Though the monk's statement remained unfinished, Xīyóu understood all too clearly the nature of that path, a dead end. Alas, even if Xīyóu were to suffer under the monk's guidance, it would be better than facing death. Xīyóu's heart grew cold, and he felt utterly powerless in the face of the current circumstances. The Dragon Clan had fallen too far. At that moment, Xīyóu shouted, Pa, you shameless monk, I shall not become your disciple. Xīyóu was truly enraged. He had known from reading novels that the lamp of enlightenment was exceedingly shameless, but experiencing it firsthand revealed just how thick-skinned the old man was. To forcibly take him away while pretending to congratulate the Dragon King, was he implying that the Dragon King should pay a fee for taking him as a disciple? There was no thief so brazen. Xīyóu could no longer contain his fury. If need be, he would traverse realms once more. He pointed a tiny finger at the lamp of enlightenment and continued his tirade. How dare you call yourself a Buddha? You have no shame. You are nothing but a despicable spawn, and it is no wonder you have no hope of righteousness in this lifetime. In his anger, he unleashed every foul word he could muster. The once jovial expression of the lamp of enlightenment darkened instantly, replaced by a sinister grin. Your rebellious nature requires proper guidance. Thus we shall go to the great snow mountain. As he spoke, an insatiable greed sparkled in his eyes. The sea-calming pearl, the monk would finally accumulate 36 of them. Just as Xīyóu had surmised, taking on disciples was merely secondary. The sea-calming pearl was the true objective. Once he had refined all 36 pearls, achieving unity with the heavens, perhaps even the path of righteousness would hold a glimmer of hope. This shameless monk would scarcely care for the ethics of overpowering the weak. With a swift motion, he extended his hand, sending a beam of golden light toward Xīyóu. Although Xīyóu had already bonded with 13 sea-calming pearls due to external fortuitous influences, he possessed no magical power. While it was simple to crush someone like Huiling, facing the lamp of enlightenment meant that even a mere fragment of his soul would offer no chance of resistance. As despair closed in, Xīyóu refused to back down, continuing to hurl insults. His reasoning was simple. Even if he perished, he would not lose by uttering one more curse. Just as the golden light was about to envelop Xīyóu, a gentle voice suddenly resonated. Friend lamp of enlightenment. This child shares a bond with my master and should not become your disciple. It was a woman's voice, gentle yet imbued with a formidable presence that could rival that of the lamp of enlightenment. At that instant, two terrifying auras clashed, compressing the golden light. The previously jovial expression of the lamp of enlightenment shifted dramatically, and he gasped, Mother Wudong. As he spoke, a simple-clad Taoist nun appeared before Xīyóu. Standing at nearly 2 meters tall, she was undoubtedly tall among mortal women, radiating an air of nobility and superiority. Around her, countless auspicious clouds swirled, enhancing her extraordinary beauty. Xīyóu gazed in awe at this woman, and the name Mother Wudong echoed in his mind. Mother Wudong, also known as Lishan Lamo, one of the 8 true disciples of the Lord of the Heavenly Teaching. In truth, she was also the senior sister of the Daobao Taoist. Having relinquished the title of the foremost disciple of the Heavenly Teaching due to her aversion to conflict, passing it to the Daobao Taoist, who is now the Buddha of the present age. My word, another formidable figure has arrived. Regardless, Xīyóu's mood was considerably brightened, at least from the current situation. It seemed this Mother Wudong was in his favor. In summary, he would rather serve this holy mother as a servant than become a disciple of that old dog. Upon witnessing the arrival of Mother Wudong, the lamp of enlightenment grasped the gravity of the situation. Nevertheless, he still asked, Amitabha, dear friend Wudong, why do you hinder my disciple taking? Before Wudong could respond, Xīyóu pointed at him and shouted, You old dog, are you deaf or feigning madness? Did you not hear the Holy Mother say, I have already taken a master? The Holy Mother had just declared, This child shares a bond with my master. Was not her master the Lord of the Heavenly Teaching? Was it possible that he, Xīyóu, had a connection with the Lord of the Heavenly Teaching? The lamp of enlightenment had certainly heard this, yet he was unwilling to accept it. After years of diligent practice, he had finally unraveled the secrets of the 24 sea-calming pearls and deduced the existence of the remaining 12 pearls. He had sent his disciple to the Dragon Palace to ensure success, even embedding a fragment of his spirit within his disciple's soul. Indeed, as he had predicted, the sea-calming pearls were within the Dragon Palace, and he had even encountered a dragon prince with a rich ancestral dragon bloodline. All of this should have been his. Yet unexpectedly, Mother Wudong had intervened. The lamp of enlightenment took a deep breath and finally said, Dear friend Wudong, since this child shares a bond with the Lord Tong Dian, I would not dare obstruct your wishes, however, regarding the sea-calming pearls. Xīyóu interrupted once more. Damn it, old dog, those are mine, and none of your concern. Seeing Mother Wudong shielding him, Xīyóu felt emboldened, unleashing another curse. Mother Wudong gently placed her hand on Xīyóu's little head, then calmly addressed the lamp of enlightenment. If you wish to acquire the sea-calming pearls, you need only defeat me. I shall await your true self here. Her tranquil words nearly rendered the lamp of enlightenment speechless. With a sigh, he said nothing further, dispersing the golden light and departing from the dragon palace. In this encounter, he had lost both his disciple and the sea-calming pearl he had previously refined. Chapter 0005, Ascending to the Purple Clouds. Meeting the sage, did that old dog truly back down? Witnessing the lamp of enlightenment's retreat, Xīyóu was taken aback. He had anticipated that this shameless old dog would attempt to seize the sea-calming pearls by force. After all, despite his unscrupulous nature, the fact that 12 golden immortals regarded him as their master spoke volumes of his capabilities. The sea-calming pearls would undoubtedly hold immense importance to him. Yet, unexpectedly, he had backed down so decisively. It appeared that Mother Wudong's strength was beyond his expectations, to the extent that the lamp of enlightenment dared not act. Xīyóu's thoughts raced. And at that moment, Dragon King Aoguan hurried over. He performed a deep bow to Mother Wudong, respectfully stating, "Aoguan, I am deeply grateful for the Holy Mother's life-saving grace." In my dragon palace, Mother Wudong interrupted Aoguan, saying, "Dragon King, no need for such formalities. I am merely fulfilling my master's command. This child shares a connection with my master, and I wish to take him to the Purple Clouds Palace to meet my master. Do you consent?" Aoguan hesitated, his heart filled with uncertainty. The old fellow is excessively timid and indecisive, entirely lacking the demeanor of a dragon king. Aomo has already exclaimed, "Of course I am willing." Wudang glanced at the porcelain-like Aomo and replied with a smile, "Good child. I shall take you to the Xīyóu Palace." Subsequently, Wudang, the Holy Mother, took Aomo and vanished without a trace. Aoguang looked at the empty palace, feeling a gnawing anxiety. Alas, I wonder whether this is a blessing or a curse. Although the Tongdian saint is formidable, he ultimately suffered defeat in the War of the Gods. The once mighty Jie sect has now completely disbanded. In his view, his childish connection with the Jie sect may not bode well for the Dragon Palace. However, the Holy Mother Wudang would not care for his thoughts, nor would Aomo. One might ponder why the Tongdian saint resides within the Xīyóu Palace. This matter harkens back to the War of the Gods. At the war's conclusion, the Jie sect faced defeat. The Tongdian Patriarch initially intended to use the Six Souls banner for a final comeback, but alas, a traitor named Chang Erdingwang intervened. He delivered the Six Souls banner to several of the Supreme Saints, thwarting the Tongdian Patriarch's plans. This Patriarch is indeed ruthless upon his plan's failure. He contemplated overturning everything and annihilating the world. Ultimately, Hongjun, the Tao ancestor, intervened, compelling the three pure ones to consume the fallen Saint Pill and confining the Tongtian Patriarch to the Xīyóu Palace. Furthermore, the Tao ancestor decreed that the saints were not permitted to re-enter the three realms. A millennium has passed since the War of the Gods. This timeline, of course, diverges from the history of Aomo's original world, yet this is only natural. If everything were identical to the original world, how could there still be celestial beings capable of transcending the heavens and earth? Such a notion is inconceivable. Hence, Aomo has never troubled himself with discrepancies in historical timelines. While Aomo was lost in thought, the Holy Mother Wudang gently spoke. Aomo, when you meet the Master, do not be nervous. Simply act according to your true self, understood? Yes, the Holy Mother's magical prowess is exceedingly profound, far beyond what Aomo can perceive. However, considering the novels from his previous life, it is likely that her cultivation has already reached the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal, or perhaps even higher. The Xīyóu Palace lies beyond the 33 heavens. Without the realm of a great Luo Golden Immortal, even stepping out of the 33 heavens would be exceedingly difficult. Yet, the Holy Mother Wudang strolls with an air of unhurried grace. Moreover, her ability to repel the burning lamp further attests to her formidable cultivation, which likely surpasses legend. She is a hidden powerhouse. At last, they arrived at the Xīyóu Palace. Upon stepping foot in this place, Aomo's spirit was rocked by an overwhelming sensation. To his eyes, golden lotuses surged forth, and the heavens showered down. Sound seemed poised to pierce into his very soul. Unbeknownst to Aomo, the Xīyóu Palace is the site where the Tao ancestor imparts teachings. Even though the palace may now be closed, the Tao resonance within its walls remains unfathomable. To this celestial immortal, compared to those who once received teachings here, he scarcely qualifies as an apprentice. The lingering Tao resonance is sufficient to cleanse his spirit. However, for Aomo, this is not necessarily a fortunate occurrence. This resonance, not derived from his own comprehension, could lead to a loss of self. While it may result in a temporary enhancement of his cultivation, it would render his future pursuits of the Tao hopeless. At that moment, a mechanical voice resonated within Aomo's mind. Strong Tao resonance detected, extraction initiated, extraction successful, comprehension talent enhanced. This voice immediately jolted Aomo back to clarity, significantly elevating his comprehension talent. Meanwhile, the Holy Mother Wu Dang remained oblivious, secretly reveling in the prowess of her external aid. Yet, she remained cautiously restrained in her emotions. Just then, a gentle voice of a middle-aged man emerged. Wu Dang, allow the child to enter. Before them, a shimmering portal of purple energy appeared, reminiscent of the spatial gateways seen in the film Doctor Strange. The Holy Mother escorted Aomo through the door while she waited outside. This was not the dark room Aomo had feared. Rather, it was a beautiful world filled with the sounds of birds and fragrant flowers, complete with mountains, lakes, and thatched cottages, perfectly embodying the realm of a reclusive sage. By the lakeside sat a middle-aged man in black, his hair tinged with gray, engaged in fishing. Aomo surmised that this man must be the Tontian Patriarch. Curiously, while rain fell gently around the lake, not a single drop touched the Tontian Patriarch. Aomo gazed at this venerable sage, holding his breath in reverence, anxious that the ongoing enhancement might draw the sage's attention. Thus, he even forgot to greet him. After a considerable time, the Tontian saint spoke calmly. In my earlier years, before attaining enlightenment, I received a modicum of favor from the ancestral dragon. Thus, I have a connection with the Dragon Palace. The Tontian saint's words sparked a realization in Aomo. In the Primordial era, the dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans were nearly equal in power, yet now, why does the Dragon clan thrive above all others, commanding the seas? Could it be due to the ancestral dragon's slight benevolence? However, Aomo also recalled that he had yet to pay his respects to the saint. I am Aomo of the East Sea Dragon Palace, paying my respects to the saint. The little Aomo spoke with a clear and respectful tone. The Tontian Patriarch did not turn his head, but merely remarked, "Indeed, the awakening of the ancestral dragon's bloodline is evident, and you exceed Ao Guang 100-fold. Yet it remains too tenuous." Aomo remained silent, though astonishment filled his heart. The saint is truly remarkable. His bloodline had been inherited from Ao Guang and enhanced 100-fold, yet the Patriarch discerned it at a glance. Your disposition is commendable, the saint continued. Without any visible movement, two spheres of light suddenly materialized before Aomo. The Tontian saint leisurely stated, "Little dragon, on your left is a 9 revolutions purple gold pill, and on your right is the 9 heavens sacred immortal scripture. Which do you choose?" The 9 revolutions purple gold pill is the most precious elixir in the 3 realms. For mortals, it grants immediate ascendance, while for immortals, it allows instant breakthroughs of current realms, establishing a solid foundation. The 9 heavens sacred immortal scripture is a Taoist scripture bestowed by the saint. If one successfully cultivates it, achieving quasi-saint status is undoubtedly within reach. Aomo was uncertain why the Tontian Patriarch asked him to choose, yet he already had his answer. Chapter 0006, True Disciple, the Ancestral Dragon's Reverse Scale. Aomo regarded the Tontian Patriarch earnestly. "Master, I currently have 2 hands, so I wish to take one of each." Upon hearing this, the Tontian Patriarch's expression remained unchanged. He looked at Aomo, though his tone grew slightly firmer. "Are you certain?" The Tontian Patriarch appeared somewhat displeased. Yet Aomo remained resolute. He nodded earnestly. "Yes, I am certain. Only a child makes choices. I want them both." The Tontian Patriarch burst into hearty laughter. "Ha ha ha. This little dragon is indeed amusing. To utter such words brings me great joy." With his laughter, the space transformed into a scene of clear skies, flames dancing in the heavens, embodying a grand spectacle. Good, good, good. Your disposition is truly fitting of my Jie sect lineage. The foundation of Jie sect lies in seizing the vitality of heaven and earth, and to accomplish this, one must strive for it. Whether Aomo chose the scripture or the elixir, it would signify a lack of ambition, merely adhering to convention. Such a disciple would not be favored by the Tontian Patriarch. Even if the master had once received a modicum of grace from the ancestor dragon during his early sojourn through the primordial realms, he merely offered Aomo a trifling benefit before sending him off to the mortal realm. Nevertheless, Aomo's choice aligned perfectly with the master's temperament. The master stifled his laughter, and with a gentle wave of his hand, The elixir and scriptures simultaneously dissipated into thin air. Tong Tian, with a grave countenance, gazed intently at Aomo and inquired, "Little dragon, do you wish to become a true disciple of mine?" "Willing." These two words resonated with undeniable gravity, embodying an earnestness that echoed through the air. In truth, for Aomo, this was the most melodious proclamation in the current world. To become a disciple of was akin to clutching onto a powerful ally. Despite the master seeming to have lost his former grandeur and the disciples of being scattered and severely diminished, one must not forget that over half of the 365 deities in the heavenly court hail from his lineage. For instance, late apartment's heavenly master Wenzhong, who governs thunderous might, roams the three realms. Similarly, the star goddess, who commands the celestial bodies, holds a status that rivals even the four sovereigns of the heavenly court. Furthermore, there are the likes of the wealth god Zhao Gongming and the plague god among his disciples. Should Aomo become a disciple of, these connections could serve as invaluable resources. At present, Aomo was clearly at odds with Randing, and it was only under the protection of the of that he could hope for tranquility. Without hesitation, Aomo prostrated himself, exclaiming, "Disciple Aomo pays respects to master." The master, observing Aomo's resolute decision without a moment's doubt, expressed his satisfaction and declared, "From this day forth, you shall be my 9th true disciple." As the master uttered these words, golden auspicious light enveloped Aomo simultaneously. He felt an inexplicable connection to Tontian. He pondered, could this be the so-called fate of fortune? In the midst of Aomo's contemplation, the golden aura transformed into an ethereal dragon silhouette, soaring into the void. Tongtian smiled and proclaimed, "From henceforth, you are the 9th true disciple of Tongtian. My sect has few rigid regulations. Even if you choose to leave in the future, it is permissible." Upon hearing the master's words, Aomo was astonished. This master possesses such a broad-mindedness, even indifferent to betrayal. No wonder the likes of Chang'er and Ding Guang can still thrive to this day. At this moment, the spoke, "Moer. Since you bear the bloodline of the ancestor dragon, you must also shoulder the responsibilities that come with it." Aomo recalled the innate fury he felt upon witnessing his father, the Dragon King of the East Sea, being oppressed. He quickly pleaded, "I beseech Master for mercy." The Master replied, "As my disciple, there shall be rewards for you." With a wave of his hand, a scroll of incantations materialized. Yet it was not the original 9 Heavens Sacred Immortal Sutra, but rather a Supreme Clarity Immortal Sutra. This technique, while foundational, was crucial for establishing one's roots. The tome shimmered gently before embedding itself directly into Aomo's consciousness. The Master continued, "There is another gift, left behind by the ancestor dragon long ago. However, this is not a book, but rather a scale." In truth, the master and the ancestor dragon shared a bond of half-familiarity. Sensing his impending demise, the ancestor had entrusted a reverse scale to the master, with the stipulation that if a suitable disciple from the dragon clan emerged, it should be given to them. Aomo accepted the scale, his heart overwhelmed with profound astonishment. In that instant, an unfathomable and terrifying presence manifested in his mind. Its form appeared as though it were the singular essence of the universe. Its spirit seemed capable of reversing life and death. In that moment, Aomo's consciousness was completely shaken. A monumental will erupted, coalescing into 8 words: "Obtain my reverse scale, and the imprisoned dragon shall ascend." Ultimately, these 8 words faded, and the method of the ancestor dragon's legacy emerged. This technique was known as the Sacred Dragon Sutra. Should one cultivate this art, it would defy the heavens, transcend time and space, shatter the universe, and ultimately become a dragon saint, rivaling and even surpassing the heavenly laws. Aomo clutched the dragon scale, fully immersed in a singularly unique state of spirit. The master stood nearby, contemplatively regarding him. "My teacher has vanished from the realms, with no news for millennia. Now, as calamities arise, I wonder if my disciple can rise amidst the tribulations and help the imprisoned dragon ascend." Few are aware that since the last War of the Gods, when Hongjun Daozu appeared and brought him into the Purple Cloud Palace, he has stepped into chaos and disappeared without a trace. To this day, there has been no sign of him. However, as the heavenly principles continue to unfold, it can be inferred that Hongjun Daozu remains unharmed. Aomo was utterly captivated by the awe-inspiring shock brought forth by the Sacred Dragon Sutra. This technique was indeed born from the ancestor dragon's failed defiance against destiny. even surpassing the original cultivation he had undertaken. This art encompasses methods for fortifying the physical body, refining the spirit, and various transformative techniques of the Dragon Clan. The Sacred Dragon Sutra encompasses all phenomena, even offering means to transcend time and space. Just as Aomo was enraptured by the Sacred Dragon Sutra, a familiar electronic voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ancient dragon scale detected, extraction initiated, extraction failed, extraction failed, extraction successful, acquired ancient dragon scale for defense. Almost instantaneously, Aomo transformed into the form of a black jade dragon, shedding his former juvenile scales, which were now replaced by resplendent new ones. The master, witnessing this transformation, displayed a look of astonishment and remarked, "In but a fleeting moment, he has undergone a metamorphosis. This child may truly be the catalyst for the Dragon Clan's revival." Of course, whether the Dragon Clan could truly be revived was of little concern to the master. At his level, his focus lay solely on the Great Tao. Each disciple has their own fate and path, thus even if Duobao entered the Buddhist sect, he would remain indifferent. Nevertheless, Aomos' exceptional talent brought him joy. For an outstanding disciple is a source of pride for a teacher. Chapter 0007. A true immortal, all stars boundless in the purple cloud palace. Time seemed to cease. As if countless years had passed, yet it felt like merely an instant. At last, Aomo opened his eyes. In that moment, he distinctly sensed a transformation within himself. His first reaction was, "I have grown." From head to toe, he had indeed expanded. Prior to closing his eyes, he was but a miniature dragon. Now, he had transformed into a colossal dragon exceeding 20 meters in length. Such length, in the realm of the Amazon, would equate to that of a dominant anaconda. Yet he was a dragon. Aomo swayed his body, and a strikingly handsome young man clad in a black jade robe materialized. This was none other than Aomo. At this moment, the master nodded with great satisfaction, smiling as he remarked, "Excellent, excellent. To achieve such a transformation in a mere 10 days, with your cultivation leaping to true immortal status, is indeed remarkable." 10 days. It turned out that the process of the dragon scale's metamorphosis had only lasted 10 days. While Aomo had felt as if a millennium had elapsed, he sincerely expressed, "Thank you for your immense grace, master." Aomo understood that in this world, the realms above immortals are classified as mortal immortal, earth immortal, heavenly immortal, true immortal, golden immortal, Tai golden immortal, Deluo golden immortal, quasi-saint, and saint. Although the true immortal realm may seem relatively lowly, it represents a legendary strength akin to that of a supreme elder within the most prestigious sects in the mortal realm. According to Aomo's knowledge, Sun Wukong, during his rampage in the heavenly palace, had only just entered the golden immortal realm. The golden immortal could contend with 100,000 heavenly soldiers. And how long has it been since Aomo's birth? The realm of true immortality is indeed remarkable. Should the celestial beings of the heavenly court become aware of it, they would likely wish to perish and be reborn anew. The master of the celestial teachings shook his head and spoke with an air of indifference. "Moer, this is your destiny, as well as that of the ancestral dragon. It bears little significance to me. I must continue to operate the heavenly principles. You may follow your senior sister and devote yourself to earnest cultivation during this time." As Aomo was about to express further thoughts, he suddenly realized that the picturesque landscape before him had vanished, replaced by the resplendent exterior of the purple cloud palace, adorned with countless golden lotuses. At this moment, the Holy Mother Wudong was gazing at Aomo with a warm smile. "Junior Brother 9, congratulations." The address of Junior Brother 9 was a mark of recognition from the Holy Mother Wudong, having just traversed into this world. Although the Dragon King of the East was his father, Aomo felt little sense of security or recognition from this ineffectual elder dragon. However, the Holy Mother Wudong and the Master of the Celestial Teachings provided him with a feeling of familial closeness, akin to that of a father and sister. Aomo promptly said, "I pay my respects to sister." The Holy Mother Wudong gracefully accepted his greeting and continued, "Moer, I have a parting gift for you." As she spoke, 3 genuine talismans materialized in her hand. These talismans, crafted with care by your sister, are not to be used lightly unless in dire circumstances. Aomo eagerly accepted the 3 talismans, having previously surmised that the Holy Mother Wudong was likely a peak sage. Surely, her carefully forged talismans would be of exceptional quality. In that instant, a notification resonated in his mind. Successfully extracted the power of the celestial thunder can be enhanced. Successfully extracted the power of the eternal fire can be enhanced. Successfully extracted the power of the soul sealing can be enhanced. 3 talismans, 3 powers. Now, having extracted these 3 forces, it meant that they could become integral parts of his very being. From this day forth, Aomo would embody a formidable true dragon, intertwined with the powers of thunder, fire, and sealing. Thank you for your generous gift, sister. The Holy Mother Wudong was unaware that the moment Aomo came into contact with the talismans, he had already extracted their powers, which could be continuously enhanced in the future. She continued, "Our celestial teaching has many disciples, but during the War of the Gods, they ascended the divine list and became true deities of the heavenly court. Most are quite occupied. Yet your sister Jean Ling is diligently cultivating within the Palace of Infinite Stars. I shall take you to meet her." Aomo was aware of the 8 true disciples of the celestial sage. There was the Taoist Duobao, who was said to be the Buddha of the West, Jean Ling. Now the Lady of the Kan Palace in the heavenly court, and of course, the Holy Mother Wudong herself right before his eyes. Then there was the Holy Mother Gui Ling, who had suffered greatly during the War of the Gods, attacked by the blood mosquito Taoist, draining her of life and eventually leading to her soul's reincarnation. Following her were the wealth god Zhao Gongming and the 3 celestial maidens known as the Sansient Sisters, who preside over reincarnation. Naturally, Aomo was eager to meet his sister as instructed. "I shall follow your guidance, sister." The Holy Mother Wudong waved her sleeve, summoning a billowing cloud to envelop Aomo, and they departed from the purple cloud palace. In the depths of the heavenly court, among the countless stars, stood an immensely grand palace. This palace existed amidst the refracted starlight, with each hall possessing incredible power. Aomo gazed at the almost miraculous palace before him, murmuring, "This must be the Palace of Infinite Stars." Compared to the opulent palaces of his previous life, this mythic age seemed far superior, rendering the former utterly insignificant. The Holy Mother Wudong chuckled softly, "Emoer, do not be too astonished when you meet your sister." Aomo thought to himself, "Sister Jean Ling, renowned for her might in the War of the Gods, surely warrants respect, but why should I be surprised? Has she perhaps ascended to sainthood?" He followed the Holy Mother Wudong into the Palace of Infinite Stars. Then, Aomo was struck with awe. An extraordinarily beautiful woman appeared before him, bathed in starlight. Her figure tall and graceful, undoubtedly exceeding 2 meters in height. Yet, her exquisite contours exuded an enticing beauty rather than awkwardness, for she was semi-transparent. Not merely unclad, but entirely ethereal, allowing light to pass through. The Holy Mother Jean Ling appeared as a manifestation of starlight. This sister was truly extraordinary. No wonder the Holy Mother Wudong had advised him to prepare himself mentally. "Wudong, it has been quite some time since you visited me." The starlight-formed woman opened her eyes, illuminating the once dim star palace with radiant light. The Holy Mother Wudong smiled gently and said, "I have brought Junior Brother 9 to meet you." The gaze of the Holy Mother Jean Ling fell instantly upon Aomo. "Ah, a member of the Dragon Clan. Such rich dragon blood. Junior Brother 9. You are indeed a promising talent." She was not taken aback by his sudden appearance, for when Aomo became a disciple of the Master of the Celestial Teachings, his name had been inscribed through secret means, allowing all true disciples to sense his presence. Under her intense gaze, Aomo felt as if he were becoming one with the void. Her scrutiny was overwhelmingly fiery. "Junior Brother 9, please step forward." With no words from the Holy Mother Wudong, Aomo summoned his courage and approached the Holy Mother Jean Ling. As he walked, he felt as though each step was taken upon a terrifyingly hot flame. To avoid becoming a roasted dragon, he had to channel his own magical energy to shield himself from the intense heat, the source of which was the starlight. This truly was a starlight avenue. Undoubtedly, this sister was testing Aomo. A stubborn individual by nature, he refused to back down. He believed that his perseverance would yield rewards, and then triggered luck. Extracted the power of the stars, successfully integrated into the flesh and blood. Under the auspices of fortune, Aomo successfully extracted the power of the stars from the trial and integrated it into his very being. Next, it was Aomo's time to shine. Initially, he could only defend against the invasion of starlight, but as he progressed through Starlight Avenue, he began to consume the starlight. This transformation occurred in less than 10 minutes. Astonishment, shock. Even the seasoned true disciples, The Holy Mother Xīyóu and the Holy Mother Wudong were deeply amazed by this sudden change. The Holy Mother Wudong marveled inwardly. No wonder the master accepted this disciple. Xīyóu's innate talent is truly remarkable. The Holy Mother Xīyóu's eyes widened in disbelief. This starlight had been refined through special means, capable of incinerating even a golden immortal. Yet here was a little dragon, confidently striding toward her, seemingly unfazed. Well, he has begun to consume the power of the stars. Let me see how far you can go. With that, she became intrigued, and with a thought, boundless starlight surged toward Xīyóu. He momentarily faltered, feeling overwhelmed. However, detected intense starlight energy can enhance the body, beginning enhancement. Then, beneath Xīyóu's skin, every capillary opened wide, and countless star powers were devoured by him. After approximately half an hour had passed, the proud figure trembled and transformed into the true form of a dragon. The obsidian-hued dragon, measuring over 30 meters in length, was now enveloped in starlight. Its scales appeared to be engaged in a process akin to photosynthesis beneath the celestial glow. At this moment, Xīyóu had become the true star dragon. Just as Xīyóu reveled in this enhancement and elevation, a lively voice emerged. Indeed, junior brother, you are impressive. I find myself quite fond of you now, senior sister. Xīyóu. Senior sister, is this unexpected flirtation for real? Moreover, your voice was ethereal just a moment ago, reminiscent of a goddess of war. How did it become so sweet and alluring so quickly? This is rather troubling. Xīyóu had reverted to his human form, standing before the almost intangible figure of his senior sister. In terms of proportion, her figure was truly exquisite. However, Xīyóu had yet to reach the stage where he would have any physiological reactions to a radiant being. Furthermore, after becoming a celestial being, would his physiological responses remain unchanged? This posed a question, considering Xīyóu was still but a baby dragon. Unfortunately, junior brother, you are still too young. Xīyóu mused internally. This is quite the double entendre. It appears senior sister Xīyóu is quite the experienced one. The Holy Mother Xīyóu continued to smile playfully, saying, that is well, you may grow slowly, while I shall reconstruct my starry form. In due time, we shall become Tao companions and practice together. In the distance, the Holy Mother Wudong shook her head, witnessing Xīyóu's attempt to break free from the control of the divine list. Yet, it seemed her mind had yet to be remade, which was truly unfortunate. For Xīyóu, merely traversing this path had yielded great rewards. He had now transformed into the Star Dragon, meaning he could absorb stellar energy for cultivation wherever the celestial bodies cast their light. Of course, if he ventured into the mortal realm, the power of the stars would be significantly diluted. However, if he remained within the palace of infinite stars, it would be akin to having an accelerator for his cultivation. At that moment, the Holy Mother Xīyóu sighed and remarked, alas, both Gongming and the three Xiaos are currently occupied. Apart from me, there is hardly anyone else worthy of your visit. Wudong, will you take him down to the mortal realm? The Holy Mother Wudong replied, indeed. I had intended to escort junior brother on a journey through the mortal world for training, but it seems this is not the right time. She pointed her finger, and a vision materialized. In the depths of the Dragon Palace, a massive and hideous sea monster was roaring and attacking, facing none other than the old Dragon King, Xīyóu. Junior brother, I have just received news. There is chaos beneath the Dragon Palace caused by sea monsters. Do you wish to return and take a look? Without hesitation, Xīyóu replied, sisters, the Dragon Palace is ultimately my home. I must go. Please, senior sister, escort me to the mortal realm. With his current cultivation, he could already traverse the heavenly palace, but he was unfamiliar with the route. Furthermore, his speed was still inadequate. If he descended alone, the old Dragon King might very well meet his demise. The Holy Mother Wudong nodded and smiled, saying, of course, I shall personally escort you to the mortal realm. However, junior brother, my identity is special, and I cannot interfere with matters concerning the Dragon Palace. Xīyóu immediately assured her, rest assured, senior sister, I, Xīyóu, shall personally protect the Dragon Palace. With those words, the dragon blood within him surged even more fervently. The Four Seas Dragon Palace was not merely a grand spectacle in the depths of the ocean. It bore the crucial responsibility of safeguarding the seas. This was a command from the heavenly court and a fetter placed upon the Dragon Palace by the way of heaven. In truth, the deep sea has always been extraordinarily perilous, even during the era of the primordial beasts when the ancestor dragon walked the earth. None dared to claim absolute dominion over the depths. In the unfathomable abyss, terrifying ancient beasts lay dormant. 2 years prior to this moment, turbulence had erupted in the depths of the sea, with powerful forces relentlessly assaulting the defenses of the Dragon Palace. The second prince, Xīyóu, battled fiercely but ultimately went missing. Upon learning this news, the old Dragon King felt compelled to take action, yet it appeared that even he faced dire circumstances. Chapter 0009. The mastermind behind the scenes. Xīyóu's divine might, the Dragon King of the East, revealed his true form, transforming into a golden dragon stretching 300 feet in length. The dragon surged forth, creating tumultuous waves. In the depths of the sea, a fearsome beast opened its eyes, an abominable creature with 8 pairs of eyes and thousands of tentacles, resembling a monstrous octopus. As the East Sea Dragon King launched his assault, the 8-eyed monster let out a ferocious roar, its tentacles swirling into a menacing cage. In an instant, terrifying whirlpools erupted beneath the sea. This was a battle between the Dragon King and the sea monster. At this moment, Xīyóu finally returned to the East Sea in the company of the Holy Mother Wukong. Observing the scene before him, Xīyóu pondered. This old man is truly fighting with all his might. This revelation somewhat shattered his preconceived notion of the Dragon King as being cowardly and revealed a glimpse of the Dragon King's valor. However, given the current situation, it was evident that the Dragon King was not a match for the deep-sea giant monster. The 8-eyed monstrosity was exceedingly fierce. Countless tentacles ensnared the Dragon King's true form, and these appendages were equipped with numerous suckers and barbs, delivering continuous blows to the old Dragon King. In a matter of moments, many of the Dragon King's scales had already been stripped away. Moreover, while the 8-eyed creature entangled the East Sea Dragon King, another terrifying sea demon, resembling a shark and nearly as large as the Dragon King himself, emerged from the depths. It seemed that this world was indeed vastly different from the journey to the west that Xīyóu was familiar with. In the journey to the west, he knew, the Dragon King lived a life of ease and luxury. There were hardly any troubles of this magnitude. The Holy Mother Wukong stood nearby, smiling as she asked, "Junior brother, do you truly not need my assistance?" Xīyóu shook his head and replied earnestly, "Thank you, senior sister. While these monsters are formidable, I am confident I can handle them. However, senior sister, why has the Dragon Palace, which has suppressed the deep sea for countless years, suddenly experienced a surge of sea monster activity? Is that not peculiar?" The Holy Mother Wukong felt gratified that Xīyóu had pondered this point. He was indeed quite astute. She smiled and responded, "The deep-sea giants, having remained dormant for years, would not awaken without cause. It is likely that someone has instigated this turmoil." Xīyóu nodded. Realizing the implication, the unrest among the sea monsters was evidently orchestrated by someone. And who could that be, if not the old fiend, the Buddha of Lanterns? "Sister, I shall go. I can manage this matter myself." The East Sea Dragon King's eyes were filled with bloodshot fury, his scales stripped and his body pierced. "Get away from me, you fools!" The Dragon King unleashed a roar from the depths of his soul, summoning all his strength to break free from the grasp of the monstrous beasts and escape the fate of death. However, it was to no avail. These 2 deep-sea behemoths were far too powerful. In terms of cultivation, they were at the true immortal level, albeit slightly beneath the Dragon King. Yet these creatures, dwelling in the depths, possessed formidable physiques. They could easily devour a golden immortal. The Dragon King found himself ensnared by the 8-eyed creature's tentacles while facing the impending assault of the giant shark demon, and his situation was dire. The 100,000 Dragon Palace water soldiers looked on helplessly at this scene, fear trembling. If the Dragon King were to perish, would the Dragon Palace be doomed? The Tortoise Prime Minister had transformed into a massive giant tortoise, desperate to assist the Dragon King, yet he lacked even the qualification to approach. The clash between dragons and deep-sea monsters exerted an overwhelming pressure. Just as despair enveloped them, a surge of obsidian-hued brilliance erupted. A resounding dragon roar reverberated, releasing an overwhelming dragon might that cleared the oppressive waters, creating a vacuum. The Prime Minister of the Tortoise saw clearly, as did the 100,000 water soldiers, that it was a dragon, a true dragon of obsidian hue. The obsidian dragon surged fiercely into the heart of the battle between the Dragon King and the giant sea demon, its claws radiating a brilliant starlight. The myriad hues of the starlight shimmered in the depths of the pitch-black sea, divine and unparalleled. With a thunderous crash, the obsidian dragon collided with the colossal deep-sea shark demon, its body, as massive as an island, torn asunder. The great shark was rent by Xīyóu's strike. It could scarcely fathom the impenetrable strength of Xīyóu's dragon scales, nor the terrifying power of his physical form. Xīyóu had extracted the attributes of the ancestral dragon scales. Even after countless ages, though the scales had grown frail, a single blow annihilated the giant shark sea demon, and Xīyóu immediately transformed into his human form. "Humph, you vile beast, dare you act insolently before me?" Surrounding Xīyóu, shimmering orbs of light appeared. The sea-stabilizing pearls. The sea-stabilizing pearls, sealing the myriad heavens. The fearsome eight-eyed sea demon attempted to struggle. But what could it do against the might of the sea-stabilizing pearls? Its massive body, greater than that of the Dragon King Xīyóu, was swallowed by the mysterious divine light in an instant. The two deep-sea giants, who had nearly slain Xīyóu, were effortlessly vanquished by Xīyóu in a brief moment. Xīyóu's divine might rendered the 100,000 Dragon Palace water soldiers speechless. At that moment, Xīyóu revealed his true form, trembling, uncertain whether it was from pain or astonishment. "You are the ninth? You are MOR." Chapter 0010. Restoring Order, the new king ascends. Indeed, there could be no mistake. This extraordinarily handsome young man, exuding a potent dragon aura, was undoubtedly his son, Xīyóu. What surprised the Dragon King was how, in just 20 years, his son had become so formidable. 20 years is but a fleeting moment for the dragon race, for their lifespans stretch infinitely, a century merely a year. Now, as he found himself in mortal peril, his son appeared like a divine being. In other words, his child, who had yet to reach the age of 1, already possessed such divine might, having completely surpassed him, utterly astonished, utterly elated. So much so that the old Dragon King's body trembled even more. He longed to embrace this child, whom he had not seen for over 20 years, to express his gratitude for the timely arrival that saved him. In any case, the old Dragon King was overwhelmed with emotions. Xīyóu, however, did not indulge in a sentimental reunion with Xīyóu. He gazed upon the old Dragon King's battered body with a coldness that rendered Xīyóu a stranger. With a sigh, Xīyóu declared, "Father, you have grown old." Xīyóu's body froze in place, motionless. Xīyóu transformed back into his draconic form, becoming a majestic obsidian dragon several dozen feet long. Though he was not particularly large for a dragon, given his youth, his prior display of power, tearing apart the deep-sea giant shark and swiftly subduing the eight-eyed sea demon, had already left an indelible impression. He glided through the depths, instantly becoming the focal point for the 100,000 water soldiers of the Dragon Palace. "I am Xīyóu, the ninth son of the Dragon King. Today, I shall lead you to eradicate these rebellious sea demons. I shall take the lead. Will you follow?" Xīyóu's voice resonated through the ocean depths. Initially, countless shrimp soldiers and crab generals exchanged uncertain glances, hesitant to speak. Just then, the Prime Minister of the Tortoise suddenly emerged from his shell, shouting, "I pledge my life to follow His Highness the Ninth Prince, to slay the sea demons and protect the Dragon Palace." With the Prime Minister leading the charge, General Yasha also roared, "My Yasha troops vow to follow His Highness the Ninth Prince, to slay the sea demons and protect the Dragon Palace." "We of the Shrimp Dragon Army pledge to follow His Highness the Ninth Prince, to slay the sea demons and protect the Dragon Palace." "We of the Orca Army pledge to follow His Highness the Ninth Prince, to slay the sea demons and protect the Dragon Palace." In that moment, the East Sea Dragon Army surged with fervor. Xīyóu gazed upon this familiar yet unfamiliar army, his body shaking even more. A question arose in his heart: have I truly grown old? Having held the title of East Sea Dragon King for several millennia, the passage of time had indeed been too comfortable. Xīyóu paid no heed to Xīyóu's thoughts. He extended his dragon claws and summoned the sea-stabilizing pearls to illuminate the depths. Rays of divine light dispelled the shadows, and a bloody slaughter commenced. The sea-stabilizing pearls anchored the deep-sea realm, as Xīyóu, the obsidian dragon, led the charge against the giant sea demons. The once rampant sea demons, in a state of panic, began to retreat in disarray. This battle raged for nearly half a year, staining the sea with a dark crimson hue. Ultimately, the Dragon Palace water soldiers emerged victorious. The sea demons that had attempted to breach the Dragon Palace were annihilated under Xīyóu's command, leaving not a single one alive. Long live the Ninth Prince! Long live the Ninth Prince! The Battle of the East Sea came to a temporary close. Yet, it was far from over. For even the East Sea Dragon King was unaware of the formidable deep-sea demons lurking beneath the mysterious seal of the East Sea, or the terrifying beasts yet to be encountered. The Dragon Palace returned triumphant, morale soaring. However, Dragon King Xīyóu felt a sense of melancholy. This battle had made him realize that he had grown old. Within the Dragon Palace, Xīyóu stood drenched in blood, yet his aura grew even more powerful. Meanwhile, a pale-faced young man, Xīyóu, the second son of the East Sea Dragon King, had been trapped during the deep-sea defense, prompting Xīyóu to intervene personally, nearly resulting in disaster. Taking a deep breath, Xīyóu finally spoke. "Emperor, your father wishes to pass the Dragon King position to you. Do you accept?" Upon hearing this, Xīyóu's eyes widened in disbelief. His father, Xīyóu, had been the East Sea Dragon King for millennia, and throughout that long period, he had never once considered abdication. Now, to propose such a thing, especially to his younger brother, Xīyóu, who had barely seen 20 years, was astonishing. In that moment, the East Sea Dragon Palace fell into a stunned silence. The Prime Minister of the Tortoise, General Orca, General Yasha, and the other high-ranking officials of the East Sea Dragon Palace were all taken aback by the Dragon King's decision. At this moment, Xīyóu turned towards the Dragon King's throne and took his seat. "Good." Xīyóu's response was succinct, a single word sufficing for the occasion. Observing Xīyóu seated upon the throne, Xīyóu seemed to glimpse the visage of their ancient ancestors. "Very well," Xīyóu solemnly stated. "I shall notify the other 3 Sea Dragon Kings and submit it to the Heavenly Court." However, at that moment, Xīyóu raised his hand and calmly declared, "No need." Chapter 0011. The Will of the Dragon King, the Stone Monkey emerges. "No need." Xīyóu's voice was indifferent yet resolute. Even Xīyóu instinctively fell silent, awaiting Xīyóu's next words. Xīyóu continued, "Father, and all present, I am already a disciple of the true sage, inheriting the Dragon King's position from my father. Why must we submit to the Heavenly Court?" As he spoke, an aura of righteousness emanated from him, the upper clear immortal art in motion, with starlight illuminating the space. In that instant, Xīyóu's presence was beyond description. Unfortunately, the Holy Mother had departed while Xīyóu was battling the deep-sea demons. Had she been present, she would surely have been even more pleased with him. For Xīyóu was not only intelligent, with a high aptitude for cultivation, but he also possessed remarkable leadership qualities. In his past life, while navigating the game-peerless journey to the west, Xīyóu had established a sect known as Against the Heavens. He possesses the ability to dominate the entire server, undoubtedly due to his invincible cheat, but the influence of this sect should not be underestimated, which in turn reflects the commendable leadership qualities of Xīyóu. By publicly revealing his identity as a disciple of the Holy Sage, he aims to instill confidence among the generals of the Dragon Palace. His assured demeanor serves to bolster their pride. Yet Xīyóu harbors another intention, to stabilize and develop without reckless actions. After all, the Dragon Palace has enjoyed tranquility for countless years. Why has there suddenly been a change in the Dragon King? What thoughts might the Jade Emperor harbor? Thus, it is imperative that this matter remains concealed from the Heavenly Court, and preferably from the other 3 seas as well. Xīyóu, observing his son, expressed his concerns. However, Emperor, this matter cannot be hidden from His Majesty. The Heavenly Court monitors the 3 realms and possesses its unique methods. Such a transition of the Dragon King cannot remain concealed. Xīyóu replied, "No worries, there is no need for concealment. We shall let things unfold naturally." At that moment, Xīyóu turned his body, using his powers to shed the Dragon King's robe, and then knelt before Xīyóu, exclaiming, "I pay my respects to His Majesty." The Dragon King. The suddenness of this transformation was indeed startling. Including Xīyóu and the Minister of Tortoises, everyone was left in a daze. Subsequently, the Minister of Tortoises took the lead and kneeled as well, declaring, "This old minister pays his respects to His Majesty, the Dragon King." The ministers within the Dragon Palace, including General Tiger Whale and General Xīyóu, promptly knelt to pay homage to the new Dragon King. As everyone bowed, Xīyóu accepted their reverence with composure. "We are all family. Rise," he instructed. As the crowd stood, they awaited Xīyóu's words. He did not disappoint them, stating, "Father, elder brother, and all esteemed ones, I have confirmed that the recent upheaval caused by the deep-sea giant demon breaking the seal was orchestrated by someone in the shadows. It was that individual who caused the seal's loosening, leading to the grievous losses suffered by the East Sea. This grievance must be avenged. Although Ao Guang remained silent, his expression clearly shifted. Evidently, the old Dragon King was not foolish and had surmised the identity of the mastermind that Ao Mo alluded to, the Buddha of the Western Paradise, the Burning Lamp Buddha. However, he dared not voice it, choosing instead to maintain his silence. Ao Mo continued, "Though our dragon clan is affluent across the 4 seas, we are in fact jailers, guardians of the endless prison beneath the sea for the heavenly Tao. If, one day, those powerful ancient ferocious beasts truly break their curses, our dragon clan would be the first to face extinction." Contemplating the recent escape of the deep-sea giant demon, both the Dragon King and his soldiers trembled. Had it not been for Ao Mo's timely arrival, the Dragon Palace would have suffered catastrophic casualties. Even Ao Guang and Ao Yi would have faced death. Furthermore, our Dragon Clan's current situation is precarious. Anyone with celestial credentials can come to the Dragon Palace to reap benefits. During the Battle of the Gods, when our third brother Ao Bing was slain, did the Heavenly Court provide us justice? Hence, the Dragon Palace must grow stronger. Ao Guang wholeheartedly agreed, stating, "Your Majesty, from this day forth, the entire East Sea Dragon Palace shall be under your command." He acknowledged that Ao Mo was now the true Dragon King. Ao Mo surveyed the assembly and said, "Ao Yi, you have long safeguarded the deep-sea seal and are most familiar with that area. Organize personnel immediately to clear the battlefield. All corpses of the deep-sea monsters must be collected." Ao Yi bowed, clasping his hands, and responded, "Ao Yi obeys." Admittedly, it felt somewhat strange for Ao Yi to take orders from a young dragon barely in his 20s. Yet, just moments ago, this young dragon had exhibited unparalleled strength and majestic dragon might, earning Ao Yi's respect. "Father, you continue to oversee the Dragon Palace and stabilize the troops' morale." Ao Guang obeys. "General Tiger Whale, you are to consolidate the Dragon Palace's combat forces. In the past, the soldiers of the Dragon Palace have been too lax. Henceforth, we must enhance our training and cultivation." This minister obeys. Commands were issued to General Shrimp Dragon and General Yuxia, as Ao Mo relayed orders that encompassed every aspect of the Dragon Palace, including the main battle forces, patrols, and guards. Just as Ao Mo had finished issuing his commands, the sea suddenly roared with discontent. Above the surface, countless flashes of lightning illuminated the sky, and the stars hung upside down. Ao Mo activated the heavenly dragon's eye, his gaze piercing the heavens. He furrowed his brow and remarked, "The winds and clouds are changing. The stone monkey has emerged." Chapter 0012, Ascending Flower Fruit Mountain. Extracting attributes the heavenly dragon's eye is one of the secret techniques inherited from the ancestor dragon. Should Ao Mo master it to its fullest extent, he would possess the ability to see through the void of the 3 realms, nearly rivaling the eye of the Tao. Of course, Ao Mo is still far from achieving that realm. However, his current capabilities allow him to discern the source of this disturbance, which suffices. In his vision, atop a mountain imbued with celestial energy, a massive stone was voraciously absorbing spiritual essence, the extraordinary phenomenon of heaven and earth caused by this very stone. Ao Mo pondered, "I never expected to witness the emergence of Sun Wukong. The birth of Sun Wukong signifies the prologue of the journey to the west will commence. If this world were akin to the ordinary journey to the west, the East Sea Dragon Palace would have suffered minimal losses aside from the plundering of the sea-stabilizing divine needle. However, this world possesses saints and the ancestor dragon, indicating a lineage connected to the primordial chaos. Ao Mo is uncertain how this journey to the west will unfold, yet strengthening their power is undeniably essential. Father, and all esteemed ones, I shall venture forth to investigate. You may proceed with your tasks. As you command." Ao Mo departed from the East Sea and soared into the sky. However, at this moment, he did not head towards Flower Fruit Mountain, but instead observed from a distance. Flower Fruit Mountain is a place of turmoil. The emergence of the Monkey King will attract the attention of the Heavenly Court, and I cannot approach just yet. Ao Mo distinctly remembered that after Sun Wukong's birth, the Jade Emperor would immediately dispatch the 1,000-mile eye and the wind-listening ear to assess the situation at Flower Fruit Mountain. Although this world may not entirely mirror the narratives in novels, caution is always prudent. With a resounding boom, the stone monkey was born. In that instant, it was truly as described in the text. As the wind arose, it transformed into a stone monkey, possessing features and limbs, learning to crawl and walk, and paying homage in all directions. Its eyes emitted 2 beams of golden light, piercing the heavens. After a while, the winds calmed, and tranquility returned to the world. The Monkey King, born with innate spirit, dashed across Flower Fruit Mountain, and within days he found his kin, frolicking and playing together. On one such day, while Sun Wukong was engaged in play, a handsome man clad in a dark jade robe approached the mountain. This was none other than Xīyóu. As Flower Fruit Mountain was inhabited by beasts, even the more cultivated demons had yet to attain full transformation. Thus, Xīyóu's appearance immediately captured the attention of many monkeys. As the leader of this group of monkeys, Sun Wukong leaped and climbed over, inquiring, "Who are you? I have been in Flower Fruit Mountain for many days and have not seen you before." To be addressed by a monkey in human language was indeed a peculiar experience for Xīyóu, though it was only a fleeting moment. Xīyóu replied, "I passed by and decided to take a look. Monkey, you are unique, with remarkable talent. In the future, you shall cultivate and attain the Tao." Upon hearing the words cultivate and attain the Tao, Sun Wukong sprang up in excitement. He scratched his cheeks, his eyes gleaming with longing as he asked, "Are you serious? Are you not deceiving me?" Xīyóu shook his head and said, "I would never deceive you." Clearly enchanted by the prospect of cultivation and attaining the Tao, Sun Wukong asked, "Would you be willing to teach me?" Xīyóu responded, "Extend your hand. Let me assess your innate qualities." Without hesitation, Sun Wukong extended his hand. Xīyóu then placed his hand upon the monkey's paw. Extraction failed, extraction failed, extraction successful. Obtained attribute, transformation, knowledge of celestial timing, awareness of geographical advantages, ability to shift stars and change constellations. Upon hearing the prompt sound, Xīyóu finally revealed a satisfied smile. He had come to Waguashan in search of Sun Wukong, eager to test whether he could acquire the attributes of the Lingming Stone Monkey, one of the 4 great spiritual monkeys. At last, he had succeeded. This attribute was of great significance. As soon as he obtained it, he found his connection to the heavens and stars deepened considerably. Furthermore, the secret method of transformation of the dragon clan was assimilated into him in an instant, far surpassing his previous understanding. Releasing the monkey's hand, Xīyóu said with a smile, "You may begin your cultivation." Hearing Xīyóu's affirmation, Sun Wukong was filled with immense joy and hurriedly exclaimed, "Please, immortal, teach me. I humbly request your guidance." Xīyóu shook his head and replied, "Your destiny does not lie with me. However, one day, should you enter the Eastern Sea, I shall present you with a gift." Unbeknownst to Sun Wukong, this gift was the Rui Jingu Bang, the magical staff, crafted in the 8 trigrams furnace by Lao Jun. It was merely a postnatal spiritual treasure, but the attribute of Sun Wukong as the Lingming Stone Monkey was truly unique in the universe, the most precious of all. In this exchange, Xīyóu had undoubtedly gained. Afterward, Xīyóu spent some time locating the Xīyóu Mako and the Tongbi Yuanhua within Waguashan, subsequently extracting their attributes. The Tongbi Yuanhua possess the innate abilities to harness the sun and moon, shrink mountains, discern auspiciousness and misfortune, and manipulate the cosmos. The Xīyóu Mako's gifts included enlightenment of yin and yang, understanding human affairs, adeptness in entering and exiting, and evading death to prolong life. However, compared to Sun Wukong's attributes, the powers extracted from these two were exceedingly feeble and insipid. Had it not been for Xīyóu's stroke of luck, he might not have been able to extract them at all. After Xīyóu departed, Sun Wukong soon set out to seek the path of enlightenment at sea. But that is a tale for another time. Having acquired the attributes of the 3 great spiritual monkeys, Xīyóu returned to the Dragon Palace and immediately commenced the first step, the Dragon Army Training Program. Chapter 0013, Forging the Dragon Army. Lighting the lamp of strategy, the most formidable military force of the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace was the Whale Dragon Army, consisting of 30,000 whale warriors, with the whale general himself being of the true immortal realm. In ancient times, the whale was also a dominant force of the ocean, and its ancestors had once clashed with the primordial dragon. Although they were ultimately defeated, they lost with honor. Whales possess boundless strength and terrifying destructive power, making them a match for even ordinary dragons. Within the legacy of the primordial dragon, there exists a secret technique known as the heaven-shaking technique, which can awaken the ancient bloodline of the whale. Once cultivated successfully, an ordinary whale could amplify its power tenfold or even 100-fold when forming unique battle formations. Their combat prowess is limitless. Next in line was the patrol army, the Xīyóus. The individual combat strength of the sea-patrolling Xīyóus is not particularly remarkable, but like the whale clan, they have been subordinates of the dragon clan since ancient times. The legacy of the primordial dragon also contains a secret method for the Xīyóus known as the Xīyóu King method. Lastly, there are the shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Within the Dragon Palace, the number of shrimp soldiers and crab generals is the greatest. If the Dragon Palace were to summon all of them, their numbers could reach a staggering 100,000, constituting a formidable force. According to Xīyóu's vision, he aimed to cultivate these shrimp soldiers and crab generals into beings capable of contending with 100,000 heavenly soldiers. The plan to forge the strongest dragon army was in full swing. In Xīyóu's expectations, every general of the Dragon Palace and above should attain the Golden Immortal level, with aspirations to eventually break through to the Tai Golden Immortal. In the countless years past, this task would have been nearly impossible to accomplish. Yet, Xīyóu's presence has rendered this plan feasible, as the secret arts passed down from the primordial dragon are extraordinary. Moreover, Xīyóu is now a true disciple of a saint, possessing sufficient identity and background. While Xīyóu was busy building his army, far away in the Great Snow Mountain, the Buddha of Lanterns wore an expression of displeasure. You mean to say that a black jade dragon has appeared, saving Xīyóu and the dragon clan at a crucial moment? A young novice monk kneeling before the Buddha replied respectfully, "Indeed, it is as you say." The Buddha of Lanterns furrowed his brow and said, "It has only been a short time, and that little beast has already reached the true immortal realm." The last time he encountered Xīyóu, the Buddha had felt a desire to take him as a disciple. This was not a mere whim or an excuse. He recognized the rich bloodline of the primordial dragon within Xīyóu. If he were to take Xīyóu as a disciple, it would certainly result in a powerful ally. And perhaps he could arrange for Xīyóu to participate in the upcoming journey to the west, sharing in the fortunes. Unfortunately, he was thwarted midway by the presence of the Mother of No Worry, leaving the Buddha empty-handed. It seems that this little beast is quite likely to become a disciple of the. It must have been that Mother of No Worry who snatched my disciple away. Without a figure as formidable as the Mother of No Worry to guide him carefully, how could a newly hatched dragon reach the true immortal realm in just over 20 years? The novice monk at the side remarked, "Master, Huiling's death was tragic. We cannot let it go unavenged." This young novice was the younger brother of the monk Huiling, and with his brother now deceased, he was unwilling to let the matter rest. The Buddha of Lanterns immediately admonished him, "Huineng, you are also my disciple. How can you not let go of greed, anger, and ignorance? If you continue to harbor such thoughts, do not blame this monk for expelling you from the Buddhist order." The young monk Huining immediately knelt down, not daring to speak further. After a moment of silence, the Buddha finally said, "Now that the stone monkey has emerged, the journey to the west that the Buddha has planned is about to commence. Sun Wukong, as one of the key figures in the quest for the scriptures, requires a weapon. Huineng, go to the far west and seek out King Garuda. Have him make his way to the Eastern Sea to capture Xīyóu while that monkey causes chaos in the Eastern Sea." Upon hearing this, Huineng's previously sorrowful face was filled with joy as he exclaimed, "As you command, O Buddha." Although Huineng had only recently joined the Buddhist order, he was aware of many matters. The Garuda is a protective deity of the Buddhist faith and one of the 8 divisions of the Buddhist followers. King Garuda is a being of golden immortal level, possessing extraordinary strength. Moreover, the Garuda is a mortal enemy of the dragon clan, having hunted true dragons for sustenance during the ancient decline of the dragon clan. The Garuda is indeed a sworn nemesis of the dragons. If King Garuda were to intervene personally, how could the little beast in the Eastern Sea possibly survive? Thus, Huineng hastily departed the Great Snow Mountain in search of King Garuda. Meanwhile, in the Eastern Sea, Xīyóu, who had just imparted the Xīyóu King method to the Xīyóu general, suddenly furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding rising inexplicably within him. "It seems someone is plotting against me." Xīyóu extracted the innate abilities of the Xīyóu Mako, enlightenment of yin and yang, understanding human affairs, adeptness in entering and exiting, and evading death to prolong life. Although the Xīyóu Mako's bloodline may have been diluted, leading to the extraction of weak attributes, Xīyóu could still enhance them. Xīyóu expended all his enhancement points to elevate this ability to its current maximum level, evading death and prolonging life. Attracting good fortune and avoiding calamity had already become his instincts. With such intuition, he had no doubt it was correct. However, this premonition was not particularly strong at the moment. It appears that whatever is coming is not imminent. Nevertheless, I must strive for a breakthrough. Being a true immortal is far too weak. If Mo Chin's calculations are accurate, Sun Wukong will achieve the golden immortal level upon returning from Lingtai Mountain. As a disciple of a saint, I cannot afford to fall behind. Currently, there are several methods to rapidly break through the true immortal level to attain the golden immortal status. 1. The Star Palace of the Golden Spirit Holy Mother. Now that he has extracted the Starlight attribute, if he can enter the Star Palace for cultivation, gathering the power of Starlight will enable swift advancement. However, this option was quickly dismissed by Aomo, as the Star Palace is located within the Heavenly Court. No matter how formidable the Golden Spirit Holy Mother is, she has stated herself that before the star body is forged, one cannot transition from the virtual to the real and cannot escape the constraints of the divine list. Therefore, heading to the Star Palace is not a favorable choice. 2. Beneath the Deep Sea Seal. The ancestor dragon, having risen from the depths of the ocean, emerged from the abyss. In the days before it attained enlightenment, the ancestor dragon battled countless ferocious beasts in the deep sea, ultimately breaking free and bringing an end to the calamity wrought by these monsters. It is precisely because of this triumphant struggle that the ancestor dragon garnered the fortune of an entire era. Since Aomo has acquired the reverse scale of the ancestor dragon and seeks to ascend, he must emulate the ancestor dragon and confront the ferocious beasts of the deep sea. Chapter 0014. The Ancient Candle Dragon and the Abyssal Sea Monster. Having made his resolution, Aomo immediately sprang into action. He summoned his father, Ao Guang, to preside over the Dragon Palace while he himself ventured forth to confront the seal. His decision to delay the announcement of his ascension to Dragon King was rooted in his foresight of the current precarious situation. Although the Dragon clan appeared to be at ease, it was, in fact, beset by numerous crises. Thus, news of the Dragon King's departure from the palace could not be allowed to circulate. Within the crystalline confines of the Dragon Palace, Ao Guang gravely addressed Aomo. My son, the beasts suppressed beneath this seal are unfathomably terrifying. According to the ancestral teachings passed down through generations of Dragon Kings, some of these entities are remnants of the primordial calamity. You must exercise utmost caution. Survivors of the beastly calamity? Such creatures would undoubtedly be ancient relics. The world operates under the law of perpetual escalation. Should such a being truly exist, only a sage would possess the power to subdue it. Fear not. I am well aware, Aomo reassured him. Beneath the waves, the deep sea is far from serene. It is a realm rife with cold and darkness. Here, the pressure is immense, rendering even the true dragons, masters of water, ill-equipped to navigate. As one descends deeper into the abyss, the pressure only intensifies. This is the reason why, despite the passage of time, these abyssal sea monsters continue to survive. Even the elite forces of the celestial realm would find themselves incapacitated in these depths, where a single misstep could spell annihilation. In such an environment, Aomo was unable to maintain his dragon form and could only manifest as the Ink Jade True Dragon, swimming through the depths. After drifting for 10 days, a faint glimmer of light finally pierced the darkness. It was an enormous seal. Through the eyes of Aomo, attuned to the essence of dragons, he discerned that the seal's diameter reached an astounding 100,000 kilometers. Due to the vastness of this seal, the warriors of the Dragon Palace were tasked with constant vigilance to prevent any breaches. The seal itself bore a blood-red pattern resembling a colossal dragon, exuding an aura of chilling dominance. Aomo descended, bowing respectfully. Ancient Candle Dragon, I am Aomo, the newly appointed Dragon King of the East Sea. I wish to venture into the abyss. I humbly ask for your leniency. Aomo recognized that the blood-red pattern was, in fact, the manifestation of the Candle Dragon, the younger brother of the ancestor dragon from the primordial era. The Dragon Clan's dominion over the seas was secured by the Candle Dragon's self-sacrifice, a price paid to reinforce this deep-sea seal, ensuring its eternal confinement. Upon hearing Aomo's declaration, the blood-red pattern quivered, and a massive dragon head coalesced from the bloodlight. It bore the weight of age and wisdom. You are the new Dragon King? Indeed, your bloodline is far more potent than Ao Guang's. This is a blessing for our palace. Are you aware of the dangers that lie beneath the abyss? Aomo replied, I am aware. Then why do you wish to go? Is it not better to remain in the Dragon Palace and enjoy peace? It is not. A true dragon soars beyond the 33 heavens and plunges into the depths of the sea, able to be great or small, free to pursue its desires. Yet the dragons of today live like curs. The Candle Dragon's blood-red whiskers swayed gently as it spoke. Living like a dog is not without merit. At least one survives. However, if you wish to go, then go. Hearing the candle dragon's words filled Aomo with a sense of desolation. What calamities had this ancient being endured to utter such a statement? A blood-red portal opened, and without hesitation, Aomo plunged into it. As he vanished beneath the waves, the blood-red dragon had murmured, "He carries the aura of my elder brother." Could it be that the era of transformation he foretold has finally arrived? Upon entering the abyss beneath the seal, Aomo recalled a saying, "When you gaze into the abyss gazes back." The vastness of this chasm was overwhelming. Even with his utmost effort to wield the dragon's eye, he could see no end. This was an entirely new world, albeit a shattered one. Aomo had no time to explore this realm in detail, for as soon as he entered, countless probing gazes converged upon him. These were not mere thoughts, but the primal instincts of the monsters lurking within. True to their reputation, the creatures of the abyss were indeed terrifying. A colossal sea monster, stretching 800 meters in length and resembling a centipede, emerged first, exuding a chilling aura as it barreled towards Aomo. Even its physical form is at the true immortal level. It appears we shall begin our battle. Aomo had come seeking conflict, and he would fight to the bitter end. Chapter 0015. Breaking through to Golden Immortal, the Wheel of Fortune. The battle raged on, relentless. Aomo lost track of how long he had fought in this abyss. Even with the formidable defensive capabilities granted by the scales of the ancestor dragon, his body was now covered in wounds. The deep-sea giants in this area had all been vanquished, their blood boiling and magical energy surging. In that instant, the immense magical energy within Aomo surged forth, the holy dragon technique coursing through him, shattering all constraints. Upon entering the golden immortal realm, golden lotus blossoms erupted beneath his feet, and his form began to undergo a profound transformation. The shattered dragon's scales began to regrow, glimmering with renewed brilliance. Flesh and blood emerged to heal his broken body. Promotion to Golden Immortal. Please select Enhancement. A silent melody resonated in Aomo's mind, presenting him with options. 1. Enhance the bloodline of the ancestor dragon, amplifying its power tenfold. 2. Strengthen the power of the stars, augmenting it tenfold. 3. Attributes of the red crown monkey. 4. Attributes of the Lingming stone monkey. Aomo did not hesitate long before making his choice. Enhance the attributes of the red crown monkey, knowledgeable of the yin and yang. Adept in human affairs, skilled in traversing realms, evading death, and extending life. While the bloodline of the ancestor dragon was formidable, Aomo believed he need not rely solely on it to define his path. The power of the stars held little relevance in this environment, and the talents of the Lingming stone monkey and the Tongbi monkey were of no use to him at this moment. After a brief moment, attribute enhancement complete, possessing heightened intuition, knowledgeable of the yin and yang, adept in human affairs, skilled in traversing realms, evading death, and extending life. The deep-sea giants in this vicinity had all been eradicated. It seemed time to delve deeper into the abyss for further battles. Yet, at that moment, the silent melody within his mind stirred once more. Promotion to Golden Immortal grants one opportunity to spin the Wheel of Fortune. Will you spin now? Aomo had nearly forgotten about the Wheel of Fortune. Indeed, while such advantages may arrive late, they never truly miss their mark. So why wait? Let us begin. In his mind, a large paper wheel materialized. Why did I ever design such a silly dynamic graphic? Even traversing realms, I brought this along. Finally, the wheel came to a halt. Congratulations, you have drawn the innate spiritual treasure, the Xīyóu water control flag. Aomo. He was once again overwhelmed by sudden joy. The Xīyóu water control flag, one of the 5 colored flags of the 5 directions. Amok clearly remembered the 5 colored flags that shone brilliantly during the Battle of Function. Among them were the Wujixing Huang flag, the Lidi Yingguang flag, and the Susi Yunjie flag. Unexpectedly, he had drawn the 5th flag, one that had never appeared before. Indeed, luck was the true path to success. With this flag, he could delve deeper to seek out the formidable sea monsters of the Golden Immortal level, even those of the Tai Golden Immortal tier. Amok channeled his magical energy, and the Xīyóu water control flag seamlessly integrated with his scales. However, just as he was about to take action, an unusual sensation surged within him. His innate ability, escape death and extend life, seek fortune and avoid misfortune, flared up. Realizing that the depths below were beyond his current reach, he decided to retreat without a moment's hesitation. Showing no sign of reluctance, Not long after Amok's departure, a massive shadow drifted into view, a fearsome beast adept at concealing itself, rivaling the strength of an ordinary Xīyóu golden immortal. It had left? This dragon cub had left so abruptly. Could it be that it sensed my presence? Alas, if it had ventured deeper, I could have easily hunted it down, even before that old candle dragon could intervene. Ordinary beasts, even at the golden immortal level, possess little wisdom, driven solely by the instinct to kill. However, if they are powerful enough, they can also exhibit extraordinary intelligence. Clearly, this was one such beast. In fact, during the latter stages of the battle against Xīyóu, many abyssal giants had been driven here to lure the dragon. Yet just as he thought his plan was coming to fruition, Xīyóu abruptly halted. This left him feeling utterly frustrated. He must have been discovered by that old candle dragon. Little did he know, it was Amok's divine intuition at play. Upon returning to the Dragon Palace, Amok encountered Sun Wukong, who had just returned from the 3-star Slant Moon Cave, riding on a cloud. After years of seeking immortality at sea, the monkey longed for his companions back at Flower Fruit Mountain. Upon Amok's return to the Dragon Palace, he immediately summoned Aoguang, Aoi, General Hujing, Prime Minister Gui, and General Yasha, the core members of the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. Greetings, Your Majesty. The moment they saw Amok, they felt a more intense aura of authority emanating from him, filling them with joy. Clearly, they had already guessed the changes in Amok. Without waiting for their inquiries, Amok stated directly, "Father and esteemed guests, I have reaped tremendous benefits from this journey and have now ascended to the golden immortal level." Upon hearing this, Aoguang was overcome with emotion, tears streaming down his face. Aoi, Amok's second brother, felt a mix of admiration and longing. This is wonderful news. Our Dragon Palace finally has a golden immortal. Our Dragon Clan finally has a golden immortal. It should be noted that for countless ages, within the lineage of the Dragon Clan, true immortals had been regarded as the pinnacle of existence. Their bloodline seemed shackled by mysterious restraints, rendering all efforts at cultivation fruitless. Why were the Four Seas Dragon Kings so disheartened and despondent? It was because of the hopelessness of their cultivation. Faced with the inability to break these shackles, they could only remain as true immortals for their entire lives, leaving little to enjoy in the days ahead. Yet now, Amok had shattered those chains. The new king of the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace had successfully broken through to the golden immortal realm. This was a beacon of hope. Amok urged everyone to calm down. "Father, esteemed guests, please settle down. Now that I have reached the golden immortal level, I will ensure that everyone continues to advance. In the future, our Dragon Palace will not only have golden immortal masters, but also Tai golden immortals and Xīyóu golden immortals." Everyone knelt once more, sincerely declaring, "We vow to fight to the death for Your Majesty." General Yasha, what has transpired in the Eastern Sea recently? Also, before I left, I instructed you to monitor Flower Fruit Mountain. What is the status now? The armored General Yasha immediately knelt and replied, "Your Majesty, during your absence, all was well in the Eastern Sea. However, recently, several strange birds have been spotted in the eastern skies." Strange birds? Amok furrowed his brow, instinctively sensing that the danger he had felt earlier might be connected to these birds. "Do you have any images? Show them to me." At this moment, Aoguang sighed and said, "Your Majesty need not look. Those strange birds are Garuda." Amok's brow furrowed further. "Father, are these the Garuda that once viewed our Dragon Clan as food in ancient times?" "Indeed." Amok smirked coldly. "It seems this is the underhanded scheme of that shameless fellow, Randall. It is not hard to deduce his plan. He likely intends to take advantage of the chaos when Sun Wukong storms the Dragon Palace to seize the sea-calming pearl, or even attempt to kill me." The Dragon King voiced his concerns. "Amok, should you not contact the Holy Mother of No Desire and ask for her assistance?" Amok dismissed the notion. "No need for that. Such trivial matters do not require my sister's intervention. I can handle it myself." "You need not worry, Father." "What about Flower Fruit Mountain?" General Yasha continued, "Your Majesty, just a few days after your return, Flower Fruit Mountain suddenly became lively, with a tremendous roar shaking the 72 caverns, likely heralding the return of the monkey you mentioned." Upon hearing this news, Amok smiled softly. "Very well, General Yasha. Increase the patrol of experts across the Four Seas. I suspect we shall soon have guests arriving at our Dragon Palace. This will be a test of your decades of cultivation. Do not disgrace our Dragon Palace." General Yasha solemnly replied, "I shall obey your command and ensure I do not bring shame upon Your Majesty." Meanwhile, atop Flower Fruit Mountain, Sun Wukong displayed his might by defeating the Chaos Demon King, subduing the 72 demon caves, and gaining great renown. Yet he found himself troubled by the lack of a suitable weapon. At that moment, an elder monkey stepped forward and suggested, "Why not visit the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace? The old Dragon King is wealthy and surely has weapons worthy of your stature." Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong burst into laughter. "Excellent, excellent. I, your old son, shall make my way to the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace to procure a fitting weapon." As soon as Sun Wukong plunged into the sea, Xīyóu was already aware of it. Moreover, he had also spotted the terrible Garuda lurking above the borders of the Eastern Sea. Xīyóu understood well that this Garuda intended to strike, while Sun Wukong created chaos within the Dragon Palace. But would I allow such a plot to unfold? Sun Wukong invoked a water-evading spell and entered the Eastern Sea. Having mastered great magical prowess, he navigated the waters with ease. Soon after, he beheld a resplendent crystal dragon palace. His gaze shifted, and he revealed a delighted expression, thinking, "Is this the crystal dragon palace? Truly magnificent. How comfortable it would be if my flower fruit mountain had such a palace." However, considering the dragon palace's wealth, he expected to acquire some treasures today, chuckling to himself. As he prepared to enter the dragon palace, two steel forks suddenly emerged from the waves, aimed straight for his eyes. "Cough! Who dares to offend me?" He swiftly twisted his body to evade the forks and beheld two towering figures, each more than twice his size, covered in green scales. Suddenly, Sun Wukong felt a jolt of surprise in his heart, pondering, "With my formidable powers, how was I unable to sense their presence until now? Were it not for their feeble abilities, making a commotion as they attempted to harm me, I might have remained oblivious even until this moment." As Sun Wukong contemplated these matters, the two Xīyóu generals abruptly shouted, "Bold creature, who are you, monkey, and why have you intruded upon the Dragon Palace?" Sun Wukong chuckled and replied, "Gentlemen, I, Sun Wukong, am a neighbor of the Dragon Palace. I have come today to borrow some weapons from the Dragon King. Though I say borrow, it is, in truth, a transaction with no intention of return." The two Xīyóu then instructed him, "Please wait here. Someone will inform the Dragon Palace." Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong's displeasure grew. Now that he had attained the divine arts, he felt a sense of pride. To him, it was a grave offense for the Dragon King not to personally welcome him, and to make him wait was intolerable. Thus, with a fierce shout, he declared, "I, Sun Wukong, have achieved immortality. How dare you two insignificant Xīyóus obstruct my path? You court death." With this, he boldly charged at the two Xīyóus. Born of a reckless nature, he thought little of the two guardians of the sea, considering their lives as inconsequential. However, as he made his move, dozens of steel prongs suddenly emerged from the azure waves, aimed directly at him. Sun Wukong was taken aback. Although he had anticipated the presence of other Xīyóus lurking in the water, he had not expected them to number so many, nor to have encircled him. How peculiar that he could not detect them. Little did he know, this was a unique ability bestowed by Xīyóu's teachings of the Xīyóu underworld king technique, the power of invisibility while submerged. In ancient times, Xīyóus were death deities hidden within the water, enigmatic and elusive. Wherever there was water, they could seamlessly merge with it, indistinguishable from their surroundings. However, with the decline of the ancient Dragon Palace, such abilities had become lost to time, until Xīyóu's recent teachings had allowed them to reclaim their ancient heritage. Yet, this was merely one aspect of the wisdom imparted by the new Dragon King. Besides the art of invisibility, there existed a powerful battle formation. In an instant, hundreds of Xīyóus materialized, launching their assault against Sun Wukong. This was dire. There was no evading it. His expression shifted as he realized that his first battle had turned so passive, and as the steel prongs hurtled toward him, he felt cornered. After all, this was not solid ground, and even with his water-evading techniques, he was no adept in aquatic combat. Faced with no option to evade, he resolved to unleash his magical prowess. "Fools, you seek your own demise." A tremendous surge of power erupted from him, creating a vortex in the sea that repelled the hundreds of steel prongs. With a wicked grin, Sun Wukong exclaimed, "Huh? How dare you beasts obstruct the path of your grandmaster's son? This is courting death." However, at that moment, a shadow darted forth, swiftly aiming for his forehead. Oh no! Had it been a mere Xīyóu, Sun Wukong would have dismissed it without a second thought. Yet, this assailant was evidently no ordinary foe. His instincts warned him that this was the strike of an expert of at least the true immortal level. "I, Sun Wukong, possess an indestructible body," he roared. Channeling his formidable power, which formed a whirlpool in the ocean, deflecting the shadowy assault. Chapter 0018. The Strength of the Killer Whale, the Monkey's Scheme of. Who are you to launch such a cowardly ambush? Sun Wukong grumbled, clutching his slightly pained chest as he pointed an accusatory finger at the Xīyóu general. The Xīyóu general did not respond to his inquiry. Instead, he coldly declared, trespassing the Dragon Palace warrants death. This time, Sun Wukong was genuinely incensed. He was the king of Flowerfruit Mountain. Which of the 72 cave kings did not fear him? Yet here he was, barred from entering the Dragon Palace without even laying eyes on the Dragon King. Very well, you have truly angered me. As he prepared to unleash his full fury, a colossal shadow loomed before him. It was a humanoid creature towering 10 meters high. I am the killer whale general of the East Sea Dragon Palace. Who are you, daring to intrude upon our domain? The killer whale general was indeed a true immortal, while his realm was comparable to that of the Xīyóu general. Their methods were vastly different. One was cunning and elusive, while the other was unabashedly powerful, thus granting the killer whale general an air of authority. Standing before him, Sun Wukong felt a twinge of trepidation, not out of fear, but rather contemplation. He recalled the words of the 72 cave kings, who claimed that though the East Sea Dragon King had a grand reputation, his abilities were rather mediocre. Yet here he was, encountering formidable figures before even entering the Dragon Palace. Could it be that those rascals had deceived him? The thought was indeed plausible. Those 72 cave kings might conspire to eliminate him, the revered Monkey King of Flowerfruit Mountain. Infuriated, he resolved to settle the score with them upon his return. Sun Wukong, clever by nature, chuckled and said, "Huh? A misunderstanding. All a misunderstanding. I am the beautiful Monkey King of Water Curtain Cave in Flowerfruit Mountain, a neighbor of the old Dragon King. I have come to pay a visit to the Dragon King, but in my haste, I forgot to bring a gift." Though he spoke thus, his heart harbored thoughts of vengeance. Humph, let me first meet the Dragon King. If he truly possesses no remarkable powers as those cave dwellers claimed, he shall not fault me for being impolite. The killer whale general regarded Sun Wukong, standing there in a state of bemusement, and said, "The Dragon King is currently occupied. Please wait, Monkey King." Little did Sun Wukong anticipate that this wait would extend to 3 days. Growing increasingly restless, he was not a creature of the water, and the water evading technique required energy. Despite having obtained the formidable teachings of Bodhi Patriarch, such consumption was unsustainable. Thus, Sun Wukong's mind whirred with a sudden idea. He muttered to himself, "Transform." Instantly, he morphed into a fish, blending into a passing school of fish, and then swam toward the East Sea Dragon Palace. After his departure, the shadow of the Xīyóu general once again materialized beneath the waves. Humph, the majesty is truly perceptive, anticipating that the monkey would resort to such tactics. In truth, for the past few days, the Xīyóu general had been covertly monitoring Sun Wukong. Had he wished to impede Wukong's progress, he could have acted at that moment. However, he refrained, for this was a direct order from the Dragon King himself. As Sun Wukong mingled among the fish, he soon discerned the direction of the Crystal Dragon Palace and swam onward. Yet, at that very moment, the fish became startled and scattered in all directions. Before long, only the solitary, ugly fish of Sun Wukong's transformation remained. Confounded, he wondered what had spooked the school of foolish fish. It was not long before he discovered the source of the disturbance. A gigantic sea monster had set its sights on him. The beast seemed to regard Sun Wukong as a meal and charged toward him with alarming speed. Sun Wukong was utterly bewildered. What madness had overtaken this creature? Yet, this sea monster possessed the terrifying strength to slay true immortals, leaving him completely dazed. He initially intended to infiltrate the Dragon Palace, yet did not wish to expose himself at that moment, so he could only pursue the direction of the school of fish. This monkey is quite amusing. Unbeknownst to Sun Wukong, his every action was being observed by the current Dragon King. The appearance of these fish was no mere coincidence. It was all part of Xīyóu's design. At this moment, the school of fish was swimming directly towards the location of Garuda. As for the sea monster, it was a relatively obedient creature that Xīyóu had captured during his training in the abyss. Originally, Xīyóu had intended to use it as a steed for the Xīyóu general, but now it found its purpose. "Brother, it is your time to perform." The former second prince, Xīyóu, spoke solemnly. "Your Majesty, rest assured, I will lead Garuda down." Xīyóu nodded, saying, "Be cautious. If anything seems amiss, return directly to the Dragon Palace without hesitation. Your Majesty, do not worry, I have it under control. Besides, I am not here to duel with Garuda or the monkey. I am merely meandering around, playing the part of a bystander. After saying this, Xīyóu boldly swam towards the direction of the fish. Chapter 0019, Astute Schemes. Monkey strikes the bird. In recent days, Garuda had been seated high above the East Sea, meditating as befits a figure of the Buddhist order. So a few days of contemplation posed no challenge for him. However, he had grown somewhat impatient. How peculiar! Sun Wukong had clearly entered the sea. Yet days had passed without a stir. Sun Wukong's master is Patriarch Bodhi, who is the three corpses incarnation of a Buddhist saint. Given this connection, how could the Buddhist realm remain unaware of Sun Wukong's temperament? Logically, this monkey should have stirred the dragon palace into chaos by now. Yet, it had been 3 to 5 days. Just then, Garuda's gaze sharpened as he sensed the presence of a true dragon. His eyes glinted with a fierce light as he tracked that elusive trace. It was a true dragon, although not the one mentioned by the Buddha of Lamp. Its bloodline was still remarkably potent. In that case, it would suffice to devour it. Garuda was fond of dragon meat. In fact, during the early days of the Primordial era, the Garuda clan was almost entirely kept as livestock by the dragon race. Each year, they would assault the dragon clan to provide young members for consumption, thus fostering deep resentment towards the dragons. Consequently, after the decline of the dragon race, the Garuda clan relentlessly hunted them down, proclaiming to the outside world that they had always fed on dragons. Indeed, there was a blue dragon in the East Sea, seemingly chasing something. However, Garuda paid it no heed. He immediately manifested his true form and descended from the sky. His objective was simple: to swallow. He aimed to devour both the school of fish and Xīyóu, the blue-brown true dragon, in one go. The blue dragon appeared startled by the sudden emergence of the creature and fled into the sea. But Garuda would not let this opportunity slip away. He flapped his wings, accelerating his descent, while a dreadful suction force began to draw in everything around him. The school of fish was quickly consumed. However, tragedy struck at that moment. A furious roar echoed. "Who dares to devour me, the old sun? You seek death." Sun Wukong revealed his true form and charged directly at Garuda. Frustration welled within him. In an effort to avoid revealing his identity, he had been swimming amidst the fish, only to be confronted by an absurd bird intent on consuming him. Garuda, utterly bewildered, could not comprehend the situation. What was happening? How had a monkey materialized from a mere school of fish? Before he could contemplate further, Sun Wukong's fist was already upon him. Bang, bang, bang. With each blow, Sun Wukong held nothing back, leaving Garuda dazed and reeling. "Wait, there must be some misunderstanding," Garuda exclaimed, revealing his essence and distancing himself from Sun Wukong. Yet, in that brief moment of respite, clarity dawned on him. The only monkey that could appear in the East Sea was none other than Sun Wukong. But why on earth was Sun Wukong mingling with fish instead of demanding weapons from the Dragon King? He could not fathom it. Had Sun Wukong's mind been muddled by the water? As Sun Wukong prepared to strike again, Garuda was unwilling to engage. After all, he understood that Sun Wukong would inevitably become an ally in the future, so he sought to avoid confrontation. Unfortunately, Sun Wukong was known for his temper. Having endured much grievance in the Dragon Palace, he was not about to let this unfounded attack go unpunished. Thus, he relentlessly pursued Garuda, raining blows upon him. Both combatants moved with astonishing speed, quickly leaving the bounds of the East Sea. Ultimately, Sun Wukong relented. It was not that he could not keep pace, but rather that he suddenly recalled his original purpose, to retrieve weapons from the Dragon Palace. Cough, cough, cough. Consider yourself fortunate, feathered beast. If I had a proper weapon, I would have struck you down. This was not an exaggeration. Had he possessed the golden cudgel at that moment, his combat prowess would have doubled, ensuring Garuda's defeat without question. With Sun Wukong's departure, Garuda reverted to his true form and exhaled a long breath. This monkey is utterly deranged. Is it truly wise to entrust him with the monumental task of the journey to the west? Yet, he was relieved to have escaped the encounter. How unfortunate! Had he known better, he would not have agreed to the deal with the Buddha of Lamp. Now, he had neither seen Aomo nor avoided a beating. In truth, it was not that Garuda could not contend with Sun Wukong. Rather, he chose not to retaliate, fully aware of Sun Wukong's future mission. Should he injure Sun Wukong during their skirmish, how would the grand plan of the Buddhist realm unfold? Just as Garuda lamented his misfortune, a chilling voice suddenly interrupted. Indeed, it was the Buddha of Lamp who sent you here. Humph, I knew that old dog was a petty, spiteful wretch. Who is it? Chapter 0020. Aomo emerges. Slaying Garuda was taken aback, having sensed no presence prior to this arrival. This was undoubtedly a master. Moreover, the enmity towards the Buddha of Lamp was evident from the few words spoken. But wait, how could the aura of a true dragon be so potent? Oh, it must be Aomo. Garuda's mind cleared, recognizing that the figure before him was indeed Aomo. As the saying goes, when you tread the iron shoes, you find the treasure without effort. Garuda burst into boisterous laughter. Ha! So it is you, little beast. I never expected you to come all this way to deliver yourself to your doom. At that moment, Garuda was not concerned about why Aomo appeared here. His singular focus was to kill him, for he had been promised a position as a Buddha by the Buddha of Lamp, a truly substantial reward. Currently, he was merely a guardian. How could he compare to a Buddha? In ordinary circumstances, Garuda might have resigned himself to a lifetime of unfulfilled aspirations, but now, if he could eliminate Aomo, enlightenment awaited him. How delightful! Aomo gazed at the increasingly delusional Garuda with a chilling smile. Perfect. For I too wish to slay you. As his words fell, a curtain of water appeared around him, instantly sealing both the Garuda king and himself within. Now, there was no escape. This was a barrier formed from the Xīyóu water control flag, capable not only of defense, but also of ensnaring foes while cutting off celestial insights. Within this barrier, Aomo could act with impunity. The Garuda king, oblivious to the impending doom, mocked Aomo instead. You little dragon are truly foolish. Haven't you turned yourself into a fish in a barrel? Never mind. I shall kill you first. A Buddhist sword materialized in his hand, striking directly at Aomo. Come at me. Aomo grasped with one hand, summoning countless droplets that coalesced into a long sword. Water condensation sword. This was a manifestation of Aomo's golden immortal realm, effortlessly conjuring a water sword that was certainly comparable in quality to the Garuda king's Buddhist sword. Thus, a fierce battle ensued. At the outset, the Garuda king dominated the fight, being an experienced golden immortal with formidable Buddhist powers, leaving Aomo seemingly at a disadvantage. Initially, the Garuda king reveled in his superiority, but soon he sensed something amiss as Aomo grew increasingly composed, his magical energy intensifying. You were deliberately feigning weakness. If the Garuda king had not realized this by now, he would have been utterly foolish. Ah, you finally noticed. I wanted to test just how formidable the Buddhist powers are, and it seems they are indeed impressive. As Aomo spoke, his water sword slashed downward with ferocity. Clang! The Garuda king's Buddhist sword shattered. In truth, Aomo was well aware of the might of Buddhist techniques, such as the Xīyóu golden body, often extolled in countless tales. His remarks were merely aimed at undermining his adversary's morale. Regardless of the efficacy of this tactic, he would act decisively. The water sword severed the Garuda king's sword precisely because Aomo was an anomaly beyond conventional reasoning. His ancestral dragon bloodline was extraordinarily potent, further amplified by countless battles in the abyss, rendering him immensely powerful. Thus, cleaving the Garuda king's sword was hardly a challenge. Seeing this, the Garuda king was truly enraged. His form shimmered, transforming into his true form, a massive bird stretching 300 zhang in length. Just as he was about to unleash his wrath, Aomo suddenly raised his hand, smiling, and declared, 1,000 mountains devoid of bird flight. The Garuda king was perplexed. What is the meaning of this sudden declaration? Are you merely trying to flaunt your literary flair? While the Garuda king pondered, a colossal mountain descended from the heavens, crashing down upon him with great force. This was the divine ability of the Monkey King, to seize the sun and moon, compress 1,000 mountains, discern fortune and misfortune, and manipulate the universe. Although the essence extracted from the Monkey King was feeble, Aomo's overwhelming power and inherent anomaly rendered the task of moving a mountain trivial. The Garuda king finally understood Aomo's previous statement. With 1,000 mountains crashing down, how could any bird hope to escape? Trapped beneath the sudden mountain, the Garuda king found himself immobile. Of course, this was primarily due to Aomo's magical prowess, which rendered the mountain extraordinarily solid. Otherwise, the Garuda king would have easily overturned any ordinary mountain. Now, it is time for you to perish. The water sword surged toward the Garuda king. No. You cannot kill me. I am a protector of the Buddhist domain. I am Chapter 0021, beneath the accumulated Thunder Mountain. The jade-faced fox Aomo was ruthless in his actions, This strike not only severed the Garuda King's physical form, but obliterated his soul, leaving no chance for escape. He either refrained from action or struck with thunderous force. In his previous life, this was how he operated, allowing him to dominate and establish the Reverse Sky faction, becoming the foremost figure in the realm. With the demise of this feathered foe, it was likely that the bald monk, Randeng, would not remain at ease. The Garuda King was one of the 8 protectors of Buddhism, holding a significant position. With his death under Randeng's orders, the monk would undoubtedly feel some disquiet. However, this was merely the beginning. The conflict between Aomo and Randeng was far from over. Due to the sea calming pearl, they were destined enemies. As the saying goes, "Those who obstruct my path shall die." Randeng sought to seize the 13 sea calming pearls in Aomo's possession, while Aomo equally coveted the pearls in Randeng's grasp. Only when all 36 sea calming pearls were gathered could the true great Xīyóu heaven be manifested. During the Battle of Fengshan, Zhao Gongming fell victim to Liu Ye's 7-arrow book. Yet, had Zhao possessed all 36 sea calming pearls, not even the 7-arrow book or the 6-soul banner of the Tongtian sect master could have harmed him. This starkly illustrates the vast disparity between incomplete and complete treasures. Azure Dragonfire, ignite. Aomo pointed, unleashing a dragon-shaped flame. The Garuda King, ever the formidable protector of Buddhism, resisted even Aomo's Azure Dragonfire, which took considerable time to incinerate his remains completely. Having pursued the feathered foe swiftly, Aomo now found himself in an unfamiliar place. Observing his surroundings, he noted the lush green mountains and vibrant trees, the scenery breathtakingly beautiful. Just as he prepared to retrace his steps, he suddenly spotted a living being approaching in his direction. Upon closer inspection, he could not help but exclaim, "A fox spirit." Truly enchanting. Before him stood a stunningly delicate girl, her exquisite features captivating. Draped in a flowing white robe, she appeared ethereal from a distance. Any earthly scholar who beheld her would surely declare her a celestial being. Indeed, she was a celestial being, a fox spirit. Suddenly, Aomo recalled that although he had annihilated the Garuda King, the Buddhist domain might still send forth magical means to investigate this place. It would be wise to advise this girl to leave. Thus, Aomo approached the fox spirit. The girl, absorbed in her thoughts, was startled to see a man suddenly appear before her. It must be noted that a fox spirit truly possessed alluring attributes. As she stepped back, her movements created an alluring spectacle. "Who are you?" she exclaimed. Surprised by her reaction, Aomo retreated a few steps to provide her with a sense of security. With a gentle smile, he replied, "Hello, miss. I mean no harm. I merely suggest avoiding the ominous path ahead." The girl paused. "Miss?" She suddenly chuckled lightly, her voice sweet and melodious. "You are quite amusing. Why call me miss?" Aomo, realizing he had momentarily forgotten that he was not in his original world, stammered. It was just a slip of the tongue. However, the fox spirit continued. "You are also of the demon clan, are you not? Do you seek my guidance?" Her tone was playful, yet tinged with caution. "As for the ominous path you mentioned, that leads to my home, I am well aware of its nature." Aomo was taken aback. "Your home lies ahead. This situation has become rather troublesome." Aomo is undoubtedly aware that, despite the Buddhist sect's methods lacking direct evidence to implicate him in the death of Garuda, they can still deduce the location of Garuda's demise. Given the Buddhist sect's modus operandi, if they cannot uncover the true culprit but spot this little vixen, they will surely exclaim, "Bold demon," and the little vixen will meet an untimely end. Wouldn't that unjustly implicate the innocent? Indeed. So, dear younger brother, what is it that you wish to convey? You have yet to inform your sister of your demon lineage. Aomo shook his head and replied, "I am not a demon. I am a dragon. By the way, where are we?" The demon race was united under the leadership of Emperor Jun and Tai during the ancient times, forming a grand lineage known as the demons. However, the dragon clan, once proud and noble, could never be included among them, even after the ancestral dragon's decline. Thus, dragons have always stood apart from the demon race. The little fox spirit was taken aback by Aomo's identity. Though the dragon clan's status has diminished in the eyes of the heavenly court and is not highly regarded by many powerful demons, to numerous lesser demons, dragons remain exalted. She lowered her head, trembling as she spoke. "This humble fox spirit, the jade-faced fox, has met the esteemed dragon lord. This mountain is called Xīyóu Mountain, and my ancestors have resided here since time immemorial." Chapter 0022 Taken as a maid, arrival of the bull demon at this revelation, Aomo was momentarily stunned. He asked, somewhat incredulously, did you just say this is where? What are you? The little fox, Xīyóu, was startled, fearing she had angered the dragon prince. She took a deep breath and reiterated, reporting to the dragon lord, this is indeed Xīyóu mountain, and I am the jade-faced fox, Xīyóu, residing in the Moya cave within the mountain. Xīyóu mountain, Moya cave, jade-faced fox. There was no mistaking it. This enchanting fox spirit was undoubtedly the same one from the journey to the west, slain by Xīyóu Beiji. The little fox's timid demeanor was strikingly beautiful, yet alluring. To confirm his suspicion, Aomo asked, is your husband the bull demon king? The jade-faced fox's eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, oh, dragon lord, please do not jest. The bull demon king's wife is the Rakshasa princess. How could I possibly be connected to him? You must be mistaken. Aomo mused that this little fox spirit was indeed the jade-faced fox from Moya cave, yet she was not the bull demon king's concubine. After all, even Sun Wukong's havoc in heaven had yet to commence, so it was natural that the old bull had not taken a concubine yet. Aomo, you are called Xīyóu, correct? I shall not hesitate to inform you that a certain incident has transpired atop Xīyóu mountain, and it is likely that Buddhist experts will soon arrive. If you wish to be subdued by that group of bald donkeys, feel free to remain here. If not, heed my advice and relocate at once. Aomo acted out of goodwill, with adrenaline surging, but whether the jade-faced fox heeded his warning was of no concern to him. Ultimately, her fate was sealed. Upon hearing Aomo's words, the fox spirit felt a shiver down her spine. She quickly replied, Dragon Lord, I am all alone and without support. Would you be so kind as to take me with you? Though my cultivation is modest, I can warm your bed, fold your blankets, and cook for you. Aomo was taken aback. Are all the little demonesses in the journey to the west so forward? Very well, no need for further discussion. I shall take you with me, and you will become my maid. While there were several beautiful maidens in the dragon palace, the unfortunate fact was that their magical prowess was rather feeble, relying on the transformation pool of the dragon palace to attain their forms. Consequently, they still bore the appearance of clams, which seemed rather strange. The little fox spirit, however, was different, with her alluring curves and dazzling smile. Of course, Aomo's decision to take her was not solely driven by desire. In truth, leaving her behind would pose a potential hazard. Who knew what peculiar methods that lamp igniter might possess? The little fox spirit beamed with joy and bowed deeply in gratitude. Thank you, Dragon Lord. Her smile shone brighter than ever, breathtakingly beautiful. Her eyes sparkled like shimmering emeralds, as if they could emit electricity. This was the so-called gaze that electrifies. It appeared that the little demoness was not one to be underestimated. Aomo could surmise her intentions, which were to seek a powerful ally. Reflecting on it now, had he not arrived, it would have made perfect sense for her to seek the bull demon king as a protector and become someone else's concubine. Since both parties had their motives, Aomo was not one to hold back. He embraced the little demoness and soared into the sky, with fragrant jade in his embrace. Aomo glided through the clouds. Just then, a formidable demonic cloud approached from the horizon. What a powerful presence, what extraordinary magical prowess. Judging by this aura, the opponent was likely a golden immortal, perhaps even one of the most formidable among them. Could it be mere coincidence? In the western Xīyóu prefecture, he could think of no one with such immense power aside from the bull demon king. Farewell, fellow Taoist. A rugged, boisterous voice called out, imbued with vigor. Moments later, a towering figure clad in armor appeared before Aomo. I am the bull demon king of western Xīyóu prefecture. May I inquire where you hail from? As the bull demon spoke, his gaze fell upon the jade-faced fox in Aomo's embrace. He continued, that young lady is the daughter of an old friend of mine. I kindly ask that you do not trouble her. Aomo was taken aback. What do you mean? The daughter of an old friend? So, you have taken your old friend's daughter as a concubine? How very typical of you, you lecherous bull. Yet, Aomo suddenly recalled stories from his own era, where the old bull had a penchant for younger maidens, marrying not just those of his daughter's generation but even those of his granddaughters. Moreover, demons do not adhere to the same moral standards as humans. It was not uncommon for some demon siblings to mate, and even among dragons of impure blood. Such occurrences were noted. But then, Aomo had a sudden thought. Could the bull demon king be the very Xīyóu under the command of Tongtian? Chapter 0023. Testing the waters. Startling the bull demon. Many novels claim that the bull demon king was originally the Mount of Tongtian, yet in the investiture of the gods. The Xīyóu was a great black bull, capable of summoning storms. However, in Journey to the West, the bull demon king is depicted as a grand white bull. Now that Xīyóu finally laid eyes on the bull demon king, he found this impending revelation rather amusing. At that moment, the little fox spirit clung tightly to Xīyóu, instinctively seeking solace in his embrace. She called out to the old bull, "Uncle Xīyóu, I truly appreciate your assistance regarding my father, but I am willingly going with this dragon lord, so please do not pursue me." Xīyóu noted that the unfolding drama was precisely as he had envisioned. The old bull appeared somewhat embarrassed, as it was rather awkward to admit his intentions toward his own niece. Yet, the bull's head was merely internally conflicted. Truth be told, when the time came, the old bull would likely become even more exhilarated. After all, she was merely a niece by circumstance. Unless there are further matters to discuss, I shall take my leave. Wait. The bull demon king widened his enormous eyes and remarked, "My friend, I sensed a formidable magical duel occurring nearby, as if someone were embroiled in battle. One of the parties involved must be you. May I inquire whom you are contending with?" Xīyóu chuckled and replied, "You are mistaken, it is not I. I merely witnessed a monkey pursuing a large bird." Having uttered this, Xīyóu departed without hesitation. Yet, the bull demon king was loath to let this enchanting figure slip away, prompting his colossal beast to unleash a bubble that soared towards Xīyóu. Xīyóu, with a hearty laugh, conjured a water sword in his hand. Then, he swung the blade, unleashing a tremendous wave that took the form of a crescent moon, crashing towards the bull demon king. The bull demon king's expression shifted to one of solemnity. "From where do you hail, O dragon? Your magical prowess is astonishing." "No, it cannot be. You have attained the golden immortal realm. As the saying goes, a master reveals their skill with a single move." The old bull, discerning Xīyóu's current state, recognized that he had indeed reached the golden immortal level. His formidable reputation in the land of Xīyóu Prefecture spoke volumes of his capabilities. However, he remained oblivious to the existence of a golden immortal among the dragon clan, especially one so youthful. Realizing Xīyóu's status, the bull demon king understood the gravity of the situation and wielded his iron staff, which was thick, long, and formidable. And with a mighty swing, he struck. A thunderous roar ensued as the wave Xīyóu had summoned was obliterated. The bull demon king was intrigued. A dragon of the golden immortal level was a rare sight indeed. Just as he was about to pursue further, he noticed a beam of celestial light rushing towards him. He instinctively prepared to act, but halted suddenly, his eyes wide with disbelief. This is the supreme clarity celestial light. It cannot be mistaken. It is indeed the supreme clarity celestial light. What origin does this little dragon have to wield such pure celestial spells? In that moment, the old bull felt a profound loss. Even his thoughts of pursuing his niece vanished entirely. This little dragon must have deliberately invoked the supreme clarity celestial spell. But why? Was it a warning to me? Pain flickered in his eyes, and tears began to flow. "I am a traitor, an utterly inept traitor." Xīyóu, observing that the bull demon king had not continued his pursuit, reached a conclusion. It seemed this old bull was indeed once a mount of the celestial master. The earlier invocation of the supreme clarity celestial spell was a deliberate test of the bull demon king. Despite his lecherous nature, it appeared he still held affection for the Xīyóu sect. As Xīyóu reflected, he felt the alluring presence of the fox spirit pressing against him, a soft warmth against his chest. Truly, a fox spirit is innately beguiling. The fox spirit purred, "O Lord Dragon, you are truly formidable. Even the bull demon king cannot rival you. Even the bull demon king cannot rival me." This was an exaggeration. The two had merely been testing each other's strengths without any definitive victor. Nevertheless, Xīyóu understood that the little fox was attempting to curry favor. Upon returning to the dragon palace, Xīyóu summoned a clam maiden to attend to Xīyóu. The fox spirit, upon learning that Xīyóu was the dragon king of the East Sea, was filled with astonishment and excitement. She even harbored ambitions to win over Xīyóu entirely and become his queen. However, Xīyóu paid her little mind. After arranging a few matters, he returned to the council hall and called for Xīyóu. "Father, where is that monkey now?" Xīyóu approached, refraining from inquiring about the Garuda, as many matters did not require questioning. Observing Xīyóu's relaxed demeanor upon his return, he could infer the outcome. "Your Majesty, the Monkey King is currently a guest in the Dragon Palace, behaving quite respectfully without a hint of arrogance." Upon hearing this, Xīyóu nodded. It seemed that Sun Wukong had settled down. Thus, he decided to pay him a visit. Sun Wukong, once a reckless figure, would have caused quite a stir in the Dragon Palace according to the original tale. However, he now understood the might of the Dragon Palace. The mere presence of the Sea Patrol Yasha had already posed a challenge for him, and the appearance of General Orca instilled a sense of caution. Lastly, the sea monster pursuing schools of fish was undeniably of the golden immortal realm, yet it too had succumbed to the Dragon Palace's authority. Sun Wukong was indeed clever. Having observed all this, he deduced that the Dragon King was someone of considerable strength. Clearly, the kings of the 72 caves had deceived him, or their intelligence was flawed. Recognizing the Dragon King's might, he resolved to act as a humble guest. Thus, he lingered in the Dragon Palace for several days, growing impatient yet refraining from causing a scene. At that moment, Sun Wukong was savoring a sumptuous underwater meal, including steamed seaweed, oil-braised seaweed, and red-braised seaweed. Initially, he found it difficult to adapt, feeling as though he was being subjected to animal cruelty. However, after a few days, he grew accustomed to it and even began to appreciate the unique flavors of the seaweed, finding it delightful compared to fruit. On this particular day, as he enjoyed a lavish lunch consisting of seaweed-cooked fish and steamed seaweed crab, he suddenly heard a loud proclamation. The Dragon King has arrived. Sun Wukong immediately set down his food, his eyes sparkling as he turned towards the source of the voice. Before him emerged a tall, youthful man clad in a purple-gold dragon robe, exuding an extraordinary presence. Upon seeing this figure, Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback. This individual seemed familiar. Before he could utter a word, Amok's calm yet authoritative voice reached him. "Monkey King, I apologize for keeping you waiting. My recent affairs have kept me quite occupied." Sun Wukong stared at Amok, and upon hearing his voice, he exclaimed, "It's you. You are the immortal who guided me to the sea from Flower Fruit Mountain. You are the Dragon King of the East Sea." Sun Wukong's memory proved remarkably sharp, recalling Amok. Now aware that Amok was the Dragon King, his respect for the Dragon Palace deepened. Back when he was merely a stone monkey without magical abilities, he found Amok to be enigmatic. Now, with powerful abilities of his own, he perceived Amok in a new light. He scrutinized Amok closely, noting the repressed golden light within him and the abundant celestial energy. The immense celestial power he exuded surpassed his own. He thought to himself, "I, Sun Wukong, have learned the way from Bodhi Patriarch, who spoke of his power as unparalleled under heaven and earth, with few able to match him. In my earlier days, I could not discern the depths of power, but now it seems this Dragon King, despite his youth, rivals my strength. Heaven, this Dragon King is indeed formidable." In truth, Amok's power was not merely on par. It vastly exceeded his own. However, the monkey was reluctant to admit this, deceiving himself. Amok paid no heed to Sun Wukong's inner thoughts, merely smiling lightly as he said, "Indeed, it is I, Sun Wukong. You have indeed acquired immense power, quite commendable." This remark left Sun Wukong feeling even more awed by Amok's depth. Amok continued, "Do you recall what I said to you back then?" Sun Wukong instantly brightened and replied, I remember. You promised to gift me something upon our next meeting." Amok declared, "Indeed, bring it forth." Subsequently, the great cleaver from the Dragon Palace was presented. "I am aware of your desire for weaponry. Go ahead and give it a try." This great cleaver was indeed one of the treasures from the Dragon Palace's vault. Naturally, Amok understood that this weapon was ill-suited for Sun Wukong. The cleaver was far too light and lacked the requisite quality. However, having infused it with his magical powers, the cleaver was, at that moment, of considerable weight. Amok's intention was to gauge Sun Wukong's true capabilities. Upon seeing the cleaver, Sun Wukong's face instantly reflected disdain. Given his usual temperament, he would have protested loudly. Yet, the circumstances were different now. He recognized Amok's prowess and dared not act recklessly. Instead, he forced a somewhat awkward smile, saying, "I, Sun Wukong, prefer not to wield a sword or knife, but I suppose I can give it a try." As he grasped the cleaver, his expression changed dramatically the next moment. To his surprise, he found it somewhat burdensome. In an attempt to mask his embarrassment, Sun Wukong exerted a modicum of his magical power. The cleaver was then lifted into his hands, and though he executed a haphazard series of movements, it appeared that he was managing it with some flair. Finally, he set the cleaver aside, exclaiming, "It is too light." Amok mused to himself that the typical magical power of an elementary golden immortal was far too effortless for this monkey. "Bring forth the Fontian Huaji," he commanded. Amok had infused this halberd with even greater weight, a standard golden immortal, even one at mid to late stages, would struggle to lift it. Upon grasping the Fangtian Huaji, Sun Wukong found it significantly more challenging, yet his magical prowess proved to be profound, allowing him to wield the halberd. At this moment, Amok gained a clearer understanding of the monkey's true abilities and remarked, "Well, you are indeed the monkey king of Flower and Fruit Mountain. Come, I shall take you to retrieve the last treasure of my dragon palace, a gift for you." Sun Wukong's face brightened at this news. "Thank you, Dragon King." In truth, he felt that the Fangtian Huaji was already quite sufficient and suited him well. Had Amok not spoken, he would have sought to claim the halberd for himself. Little did he realize that once Amok's magical enhancement dissipated, the Fangtian Huaji would revert to its original form. Moreover, Amok was fully aware that the Rui Jingu Bang, the magical staff, had been entrusted to Sun Wukong by the Supreme Heavenly Lord, and he himself had no fondness for wielding a staff, thus facilitating Sun Wukong's acquisition. Amok's actions were also a means of repaying the karmic debt incurred from extracting attributes from Sun Wukong. However, Sun Wukong was oblivious to the underlying motives and felt a pang of anxiety. The Fangtian Huaji had already proven somewhat taxing for him. Surely, the treasure revered by the Dragon King would be even heavier. If he could not lift it, how would he maintain his dignity? Unaware that Amok had deliberately infused the weapons with magical power to test him, Sun Wukong assumed they were naturally burdensome. Amok feigned ignorance of Sun Wukong's thoughts, smiling as he guided him toward the ocean depths. Upon reaching the underwater vault, Amok pointed to a stout, ebony pillar, declaring, "This is the gift I wish to bestow upon you. Behold, the Rui Jingu Bang." Sun Wukong's immediate reaction upon seeing the Rui Jingu Bang was one of astonishment. By the heavens, how robust and thick! His heart sank further. Alas, I am bound to be humiliated. This weapon appears infinitely heavier than the Fangtian Huaji. How on earth can I lift it? At this moment, Sun Wukong felt utterly dispirited. Amok laughed heartily, saying, "Monkey King, are you perhaps fearful? Fear not. If I present this treasure to you, you will surely be able to wield it." Upon hearing Amok's words, Sun Wukong's pride flared. "Though the Dragon King is formidable, I am a disciple of the Bodhi Patriarch. I cannot allow myself to be underestimated." With that, he rolled up his sleeves, which were merely his monkey fur, and swaggered over to the Rui Jingu Bang, exuding an air of false bravado. After spitting twice for good measure, he summoned all his strength and, moments later, managed to yank the Rui Jingu Bang from its resting place. In that instant, a brilliant light emanated from the Rui Jingu Bang. In the original narrative, the extraction of the Rui Jingu Bang caused the Dragon Palace to tremble, akin to a cataclysmic underwater earthquake. Yet, at this moment, aside from a slightly louder noise, there was no significant disturbance, no tumultuous waves. Indeed, the Rui Jingu Bang possessed immense power, forged by the Supreme Heavenly Lord and bestowed upon to you for flood control. Later, it settled in the East Sea, anchoring the seabed's currents. Thus, under normal circumstances, the uprooting of the Rui Jingu Bang would incite chaos throughout the East Sea. However, Amok's presence had drastically altered the course of events. Now, equipped with 13 Rui Jingu pearls, Amok could stabilize the vast ocean at his whim, preventing any such upheaval. Soon after, Sun Wukong discerned the nature of the Rui Jingu Bang, and after several attempts to call upon it, it transformed into a convenient iron rod. Ha ha ha! What a treasure! What a treasure! The monkey brandished the iron rod, exuberant and spirited. From that moment forth, the iron rod was no longer merely the Rui Jingu Bang. It had become the Rui Jingu Bang. Observing Sun Wukong's animated display of prowess, Amok was suddenly reminded of a saying: "The golden monkey rises with the mighty staff, while the jade sky clears for miles." Sun Wukong's gaze shifted, and he turned to Amok, saying, "Come, Dragon King, let us spar." Without waiting for Amok's response, he charged at him. This monkey, characterized by his fierce nature, despite knowing that Amok sought a contest, showed no mercy as he swung directly at Amok's head. Amok remained unperturbed, seemingly anticipating this turn of events. At that moment, General Humpbacked Whale stepped forward, his booming voice resonating. "Ha ha ha! You wish to challenge the Dragon King? You must first pass through me." With that, the general brandished a pair of meteor hammers and advanced towards Sun Wukong. The two sides then engaged in a fierce battle. The Dragon Palace resounded with the echoes of their clash, reverberating like thunder. Suddenly glancing over, Both sides appeared evenly matched, seemingly unable to distinguish a victor at that moment. However, Aomo had discerned some insights. Pondering to himself, although General Tiger Whale possesses innate strength and has mastered the fundamentals of the heaven-shaking technique, he ultimately lacks agility. Even if he shares the same realm as Sun Wukong, he would still fall short against him. Indeed, despite General Tiger Whale's unparalleled might, he fought nearly 100 rounds against Sun Wukong before succumbing. With the general's defeat, Sun Wukong's eyes glinted with fervor. He triumphantly thought, "Humph, your general has fallen. It's time for you, Dragon King, to make your move." But soon, Sun Wukong fell into despair. For at that moment, another figure emerged. This time, it was a young man wielding a long spear, Aomo's second brother, Aoe. Having received guidance from Aomo and learned the rudimentary techniques of the Holy Dragon technique, Aoye's bloodline had been refined, greatly enhancing his strength. Though he had yet to break through to the golden immortal realm, he had reached the pinnacle of the true immortal stage. Aoe laughed heartily and said, "Monkey King, if you wish to test the Dragon King's prowess, you must first pass through me." Thus, another fierce battle commenced. After 700 rounds of intense combat, Sun Wukong finally overcame Aoe. At this point, he was somewhat breathless. Of course, this did not indicate a lack of strength on his part. One must remember that they were in the deep sea, where Sun Wukong constantly expended his magical energy to utilize the water avoidance technique. Under normal circumstances, such exertion would be trivial, but in the heat of battle, the pressure escalated to unimaginable levels. In the narrative of Journey to the West, whenever Sun Wukong encountered river monsters, he would send Sha Monk and Pigsy into the water to lure them out before he engaged, illustrating his lack of proficiency in aquatic combat. Hence, it was no wonder that he found himself struggling. However, at this moment, Sun Wukong had lost the inclination to engage with Aomo. This was truly a cruel predicament for the monkey. Aomo said, "Wukong, if you wish for my assistance, I am more than willing to oblige. I do not wish to take advantage of you. Rest for a while, and we shall battle again on land." After consuming the celestial medicine from the Dragon Palace to restore his vitality, Sun Wukong stood upon his cloud, hovering above the sea, with his iron staff in hand. He was filled with exhilaration. "Dragon King, I, old Sun, have come to exchange blows with you." As he spoke, he charged towards Aomo, who remained composed. With a mere flick of his hand, the azure waves responded to his call, and a column of water surged skyward. Grasping this water column, Aomo transformed it into a long ice staff. Sun Wukong brandished his staff with all his might, crashing down upon Aomo. Yet Aomo merely lifted the frozen staff with one hand, slanting it upward. Sun Wukong's strike was like a force of nature, cleaving mountains and rivers, while Aomo was as light as a child at play. In sheer momentum, the disparity between them was vast, with the Monkey King seemingly victorious. But in the next instant, the golden staff shattered Aomo's ice staff, and before he could even chuckle, the ice shards enveloped Sun Wukong like a creeping curse, instantly encasing him in ice. The once formidable Monkey King was now an immobile frozen figure. More alarmingly, no matter how he channeled his magical energy, he could not break free from this icy prison. Dragon King, I, old Sun, yield. I concede." Realizing he could not win, Sun Wukong begged for mercy. Aomo smiled gently and, with a touch, dispelled the frost encasing Sun Wukong. This act was a manifestation of the purest celestial magic from the supreme clear celestial technique, combined with the innate talents gleaned from the Xīyóu water-controlling banner and his own dragon heritage. Unless Sun Wukong could firmly suppress Aomo by a significant realm, escape was utterly impossible. This monkey, with an extraordinary background, was regrettably overshadowed by Aomo's greater prowess. Thus, Sun Wukong faced a thorough defeat. Known for his pride, the Monkey King, after this loss, fell into a state of despondency, hesitant to linger further. Had events unfolded as originally intended, he would have secured the sea-calming golden pillar and extorted the majestic armor from the Dragon Palace. But now, he slipped away, intimidated by the Dragon King Aomo, who had effortlessly subdued him. Such power was indeed formidable. Observing Sun Wukong's retreat, Aoe furrowed his brow and inquired of Aomo, "Your Majesty, why allow this Sun Wukong to leave with treasures from our Dragon Palace?" Since Aomo ascended as the Dragon King, both Ao Guang and Aoe have referred to him as Your Majesty, whether in private or public, as a gesture of utmost respect for the Dragon King. Xīyóu's inquiry stemmed from his understanding that the sea-calming golden pillar, having resided in the Dragon Palace for millennia, was now being taken away, which was undoubtedly disheartening. Moreover, Sun Wukong's demonstration of skill while wielding that iron staff was indeed impressive and enviable. Xīyóu chuckled softly and replied, "Second brother, you failed to comprehend. The sea-calming golden pillar was originally this monkey's treasure." Chapter 0027. The Burning Lamp's Fury. The bull demon caught in the crossfire upon hearing this. Xīyóu's face was filled with confusion. How could a treasure that had been in their possession for thousands of years belong to Sun Wukong? Xīyóu naturally would not elaborate on this, merely stating, "Very well, let us return to the Dragon Palace. After today's battle, you should recognize your shortcomings." Concerning the events of the day, Xīyóu promptly became obedient. Indeed, Sun Wukong was truly formidable. Had their clash occurred elsewhere rather than in the sea, he would not have been able to last even 100 rounds. Xīyóu cryptically remarked, "Second brother, you must strive harder. This monkey will only grow stronger." Xīyóu's heart ignited with determination, vowing to become even more powerful. Xīyóu, observing his younger brother, smiled and said, "Second brother, hasten to reach the golden immortal realm." Meanwhile, far away in the western heavens, the burning lamp Buddha was also enveloped in despair. No, he was on the verge of self-detonation. King Garuda is dead. Though he remained seated upon his lotus throne, his eyes burned with fury. King Garuda was an ancient and powerful being, a formidable Buddhist figure at the golden immortal level. How could he possibly perish? Could it be that the dragon clan harbors some hidden ancient relic? Perhaps one of the ancestral dragon's 9 offspring? As for the dragon clan now, they lacked any powerful beings above the golden immortal realm. Though this statement was somewhat misleading, as there was indeed a yellow dragon. Not merely a golden immortal, but one who had achieved the Tai golden immortal stage. However, that yellow dragon now served under the primordial heavenly venerable and could not be counted as part of the dragon clan. Nevertheless, the dragon clan was not without its formidable aspects. According to the burning lamp Buddha's knowledge, after the ancient war, several of the ancestral dragon's 9 offspring had survived. But they had gone missing for over 10,000 years. Beside him, the acolyte Huaining cautiously remarked, "Buddha, King Garuda did not perish in the eastern sea. He died atop Mount Xīyóu in the western Xīyóu." The burning lamp Buddha furrowed his brow, astonished as he inquired, "Western Xīyóu?" Upon mentioning Western Xīyóu, he immediately thought of the Bull Demon King. There was no denying that the Bull Demon King was the leader of all the demons in Western Xīyóu, holding a high status. The burning lamp Buddha thought fiercely, "Humph, if it truly was the Bull Demon King's doing, I shall not let him off easily." Meanwhile, far away in Western Xīyóu, the Bull Demon King was perplexed. After all, a delicate beauty had just slipped away from right before his eyes, leaving him feeling rather disappointed. At this moment, although the old bull had married Princess Iron Fan, they had yet to conceive offspring. With Princess Iron Fan returning to her family, it was an opportune time for the old bull to indulge his desires, thus he immediately thought of his little niece. Who could have anticipated that someone had already gotten ahead of him? No, I must pay a visit to my dear niece. After much contemplation, I still felt unsatisfied. Thus, the Bull Demon King resolved to stir up some trouble in the Dragon Palace while his wife was still away. Achoo! Out of nowhere, the old bull suddenly sneezed twice. Shaking his head, he muttered to himself, "How odd! Why would I sneeze for no reason? Oh no! Could it be that my wife has sensed my intentions and is returning to confront me?" Little did he know, this was the work of an old Buddhist trickster who had set his sights on him. The Bull Demon King's eyes twinkled as a brilliant idea crossed his mind. "Ah, when my wife returns, I shall ensure she becomes pregnant. If she is with child, she will have no time to bother me. Truly, I am quite clever, he. The forthcoming red boy will never realize that his birth has an indirect connection to Xīyóu. The burning lamp Buddha furrowed his brow and began to devise a plan. How infuriating. The current situation is chaotic and unclear, and with my powers, I am utterly unable to discern how King Garuda met his demise. However, the owner of Mount Xīyóu and that bull once shared a friendship. Could there indeed be a connection between them? It is no wonder the burning lamp Buddha would speculate thus. After all, he is fully aware of the Bull Demon King's identity as the steed of the Celestial Master, and indeed he is a formidable general of the. As for Xīyóu, he was taken away by the Holy Mother of No Thoughts. Thus, it is quite plausible that the Holy Mother sought the assistance of the Bull Demon King, which led to the slaying of King Garuda. Upon such reflection, it all begins to make sense. The burning lamp Buddha felt rather proud of his astuteness. His insight was truly remarkable. Nevertheless, this remains mere conjecture, and he decided to proceed with caution and personally visit the western Xīyóu province. After all, the Bull Demon King is not an ordinary demon. He possesses both strength and influence. Sending a common Buddha or Arhat could very well result in them being directly crushed by this bull-headed fiend. Huining, accompany me to the western Xīyóu province. Meanwhile, the burning lamp Buddha ventured to Mount Xīyóu to investigate the truth behind the incident, while Sun Wukong, with his golden staff, returned to Flower Fruit Mountain. As he entered the water curtain cave, a multitude of monkeys surrounded him. Congratulations, great king. Congratulations, great king. We rejoice at your return with divine weaponry. In a moment, the mountain was abuzz with monkeys of all ages and sizes, all eager to celebrate. Soon, the demon kings of the 72 caves of Flower Fruit Mountain also arrived to join the festivities. Word had spread that the Monkey King had returned from the Dragon Palace, and everyone was curious about the treasures he had brought back. Surely, they would not be lacking. The Dragon Palace is overflowing with riches. TSK, TSK, TSK. This monkey delights in flattery, so let us shower him with praise. Perhaps we shall benefit from it. These creatures even fantasized about Sun Wukong bestowing weapons upon them. After all, he had explicitly mentioned he would request additional weapons from the Dragon King for the demons of Flower Fruit Mountain. However, they were unaware that the current state of Sun Wukong's mood was far from jovial. If the story unfolded as it did in the original text, Sun Wukong would have returned resplendent in golden armor, wearing the wind-chasing purple gold crown, and stepping forth in cloud-soled shoes from the water curtain cave. But alas, what was he like now? The tattered clothes in which he left were the very same he wore upon his return. No, they were even more tattered. The monkeys could be excused, for they were of the same kin, and Sun Wukong would never blame them. But what of those 72 demon kings? In Sun Wukong's ears, their flattery and sycophancy rang as nothing but mockery. A sudden fury ignited within the Monkey King. Cough! He roared, startling the surrounding monkeys and the fawning demons. Following this, he let out a sinister laugh and declared, "Who dares to call the Dragon King a waste? Step forth, you brainless wretch. Face me." His roar echoed like thunder. The demons trembled in fear, glancing nervously at a particular scoundrel among them. That scoundrel was on the verge of tears, lamenting how his so-called allies had so readily betrayed him. "Great king, is that not so?" Sun Wukong remained silent, merely grinning wickedly and saying, "Did you not wish to see what weapons I have acquired?" He twitched his ears, and instantly a divine needle fell from his grasp. He then proclaimed, "Lengthen." The Rui Jingu Bang expanded and thickened, transforming into a towering pillar in an instant. The demon kings and monkeys gazed in awe, their hearts pounding in fear. Yet Sun Wukong pushed the iron rod down, crushing the scoundrel into a bloody pulp. After vanquishing the scoundrel, Sun Wukong's mood did not improve. He bellowed, "Bring me some wine." The monkey began to indulge in solitary drinking, seeking solace in the bottle. It is said that drinking alone is the quickest way to intoxication, and soon the monkey was utterly inebriated. Nearby, the younger monkeys observed Sun Wukong in his drunken stupor, unsure of how to proceed. However, they knew that with his celestial powers, a mere drunken state posed no threat to him. Thus, they returned to their own affairs, standing guard to ensure that no outside demons disturbed their king's slumber. Yet these monkeys were oblivious that, shortly after they dispersed, two figures emerged. One clad in white mourning garments and the other in somber black, wielding chains for ensnaring souls. The two figures exchanged glances, confirming their target was indeed the monkey. They swiftly bound Sun Wukong with the chains, not of this world, but those meant for capturing souls. In his drunken state, even his spirit was inebriated, leaving him no strength to resist as the black and white specters led him away. As the two grim reapers faded from view, Aomo appeared. After issuing quiet orders to the Dragon Palace to continue their tasks, he stealthily made his way to Flower Fruit Mountain. After all, he was well aware of the overarching narrative and knew that soul-catching specters would soon emerge. So, this is the Reapers of the Underworld? Indeed, they are somewhat unsettling. As the saying goes, the realms of Yin and Yang are separate. In terms of his original world, this is akin to differing life magnetic fields, hence the feeling of discord. However, with these two minor spirits, they could never truly discomfort him. To be blunt, as soon as Aomo approached these two little specters, they would disintegrate into nothingness. Sun Wukong had already cultivated himself to the golden immortal stage. With his cultivation, his spirit had long since melded with his body. rendering these trivial soul-capturing chains incapable of ensnaring his essence. There was indeed a deeper plot at play. In truth, Sun Wukong was rather unfortunate. He believed himself invincible with his celestial powers, able to traverse heaven and earth without limits. Yet in reality, he was continuously ensnared in the machinations of others. What an opportunity! It is time to delve into the underworld. Xīyóu recalled vividly that in the original Journey to the West, the underworld was depicted as utterly pathetic. Before Sun Wukong, even King Yama seemed like a mere child. However, Xīyóu did not believe that the underworld would be so simplistic in this world. After all, this world is intrinsically linked to the primordial chaos, and thus, the revered deity, Huitanyang, undoubtedly exists within the realm of the underworld. In the depths of the netherworld, she truly reigns supreme. Though publicly recognized as one of the 4 sovereigns, her true identity is that of the 12 ancestor witches. With her formidable power, subduing Sun Wukong would be but a trivial feat, achievable with merely a flick of her finger. However, since Sun Wukong is the protagonist of the Journey to the West, Huda might refrain from directly intervening. Nonetheless, Xīyóu was eager to witness the true might of the underworld for himself. Additionally, he wished to explore the Book of Life and Death. 2 spectral soldiers dragged Sun Wukong's soul along, finally arriving at the city of the wrongfully dead. Xīyóu followed at a leisurely pace, taking in the sights of the underworld. The scene before him was far more magnificent than anything depicted in television dramas. However, along this journey, he beheld countless wandering spirits and vengeful souls, some headless, some disfigured, others with their hearts ripped out, some weeping in despair, while others struggled desperately to escape. In essence, the myriad forms of humanity found expression in the underworld. Yet, Xīyóu was acutely aware that these wretched souls could never escape the cycle of reincarnation. He paid them no heed, carefully concealing his presence as he trailed behind the 2 spectral beings. Upon passing through the city of the wrongfully dead, they entered the Hall of Yama. Suddenly, Sun Wukong jolted awake. What is this place? How did I end up here? As the monkey regained consciousness, his fierce demeanor returned. He surveyed his surroundings and began to piece together the situation. Unconcerned with any consequences, he seized one of the spectral soldiers, lifting him as easily as one would a tattered garment. Who are you 2? Where's this place? Speak quickly. The 2 spectral soldiers trembled in fear, taken aback by the sudden volatility of the previously silent monkey. Initially intimidated, one of the ghostly messengers, upon noticing the chains binding Sun Wukong, found his courage and declared, "How audacious! You are shackled by the soul-dragging chains. Dare you act so arrogantly? Do you wish for me to report to Yama and ensure you never attain rebirth? The soul-dragging chains are an extraordinarily unique weapon. Even the most powerful celestial beings, including true immortals and golden immortals, cannot break free once ensnared." Yet, in the next instant, the 2 ghostly soldiers were left dumbfounded. With a resounding clang, the chain shattered. Sun Wukong's face was etched with fury, his anger palpable. "Did you just mention reporting to Yama? So this is indeed the underworld?" The monkey, already feeling humiliated after being defeated by Xīyóu, could hardly bear the indignity. It was this very frustration that had driven him to drink heavily. Little did he know, while he indulged in drink, his immortal form had been captured by the spectral soldiers and brought to the underworld. What is this? You seek my life, and I am to remain polite? Fueled by rage, he crushed the white-clad, ghostly messenger effortlessly. Witnessing this, the black-clad spectral soldier trembled uncontrollably. Rebellion. The spirits are revolting. A cacophony of piercing bell sounds resonated throughout the underworld, echoing far and wide. Within moments, chaos erupted in the entire realm of the dead. Upon hearing the chime, Xīyóu's curiosity piqued. He mused, could this be the soul-dragging bell? It certainly bears some power. As the bell tolled, the surrounding vengeful souls and wandering spirits writhed in agony, seemingly enduring unimaginable suffering. Yet, what effect could the soul-dragging bell have on someone of Sun Wukong's caliber? In that very moment, Sun Wukong unleashed a furious roar, brandishing his Rui Jingu Bang, and commenced his assault. Within a brief span, dozens of spectral soldiers fell beneath his mighty staff. Is this monkey intent on wreaking havoc in the underworld? How intriguing. This diverges greatly from the original tale I am familiar with. In the original narrative, Sun Wukong had indeed stormed the Hall of Yama, yet he had not been so recklessly bloodthirsty. Xīyóu, however, remained oblivious to the reason behind Sun Wukong's fury. His anger stemmed from having been humiliated before the Dragon King of the East Sea. Naturally, he would not take his capture lightly. Yet, Aamok felt no pity or concern. Rather, he viewed the situation as fortuitous. Well then, if Sun Wukong is causing such a ruckus, I find it hard to believe that the true masters of the underworld will not intervene. Just as this thought crossed Aamok's mind, a towering spectral soldier with 2 horns appeared before him. Though adorned with horns, it was clear to Aamok that this was not a bull demon, but a member of the witch clan. According to legend, Xīyóu, who contended with the Yellow Emperor, bore horns and was a fearsome sight. Xīyóu represented the witch clan and was one of the most powerful shamans following the disappearance of the 12 ancestor witches and the fall of the witch era. Aamok was unaware of the connection between the horned figure and Xīyóu, but it was evident that this being was formidable. Encountering such a powerful entity upon entering the underworld was indeed unexpected, and Aamok was eager to witness how this witch would fare against Sun Wukong. To Aamok's surprise, however, the witch did not confront Sun Wukong, but instead turned its gaze toward him. It has spotted me. How interesting. Aamok had not anticipated being discovered so swiftly. He had employed the stealth technique from the sacred dragon art to conceal himself, a method that was fundamentally different from ordinary illusions, allowing him to blend seamlessly with his surroundings. Despite this, the horned giant had detected him immediately, showcasing its impressive prowess. Very well, if I have been discovered, then so be it. I harbor no fear, for I possess strength, Aamok thought, reassured by his own capabilities. Moreover, given his current skills, escaping the underworld would be a trivial matter. He prepared himself for a confrontation with the horned shaman, only to observe that the latter, after glancing at Aamok, chose not to engage. Instead, it approached Sun Wukong directly. Who dares to cause turmoil in the realm of the dead? The horned shaman boomed, releasing an overwhelming pressure. Instantly, the previously arrogant Sun Wukong regained his composure. His monkey eyes sparkled with determination, and he smirked, declaring, "Ha! Who am I? Brace yourself. I am Sun Wukong, the Monkey King of Flower Fruit Mountain. You foolish beings dared to capture me and bring me to the underworld. Thus, I shall shatter your realm." With that, he raised his golden staff, preparing to strike the horned shaman. The horned shaman, wielding a ghostly blade, blocked Sun Wukong's attack. With a grim expression, he stated, "In the underworld, we take souls according to the book of life and death. Those who arrive are destined to die, and there is no possibility of error." Sun Wukong roared in response, "Impossible. I have long since attained immortality, transcending the 3 realms and escaping the 5 elements. How could I be a soul destined for death? It is evident that you, the muddled Yan, have committed a grave error, yet you still wish to deny it in front of me, the esteemed Sun Wukong." After uttering these words, Sun Wukong once again brandished his staff. This time, however, the bullhorn sorcerer deliberately distanced himself from Aomo, saying, "Monkey King, your time on this earth is truly at an end. If you do not believe me, come with me." Sun Wukong's sharp eyes gleamed with golden light. After a moment's thought, he replied, "Very well, I shall see what kind of absurdity you all have perpetrated. If there is even a hint of wrongdoing, I shall shatter your Yama's palace." The bullhorn sorcerer replied, "Monkey King, please follow me." With that, he led the way toward the hall of Yama, not sparing Aomo a single glance, as though he were merely air. Yet Aomo understood that, although his invisibility technique had yet to dissipate, they had undoubtedly detected his presence. Just as Aomo hesitated on whether to enter the underworld, a melodious and sweet voice suddenly rang out, "Your Majesty, the Dragon King. The lady requests your presence." Huh? As soon as the woman uttered her first word, an arrogant magical aura surged forth, and he immediately became alert. His heart was filled with trepidation, for he had not sensed her presence at all before she spoke. This indicated just how formidable she was. Aomo slowly turned around, only to find a woman behind him who was neither unattractive nor beautiful, of average height. Yet she emanated an ethereal quality, as if she were made of water. While he had often heard the phrase in his former world, this woman truly embodied it in every sense. Although he remained cautious, he did not panic. Instead, he clasped his hands and smiled, saying, "May I ask, fair lady, your origins, and which esteemed lady wishes to meet with me?" In truth, Aomo had already deduced the identity of the lady. Within the realm of the underworld, if anyone had the right to be called lady, it would undoubtedly be the Lady of the Earth. As expected, the woman replied coolly, "You need not inquire about my name, Dragon King. As for which lady, do you not already know?" With that, she turned and left. Aomo thought to himself, this woman truly possesses an air of aloofness. However, since it was indeed that lady who wished to see him, he had no reason to decline. Upon entering the hall of Yama, Sun Wukong beheld the king of hell seated on his throne, trembling slightly. This Yama was not much different from the small spirits outside. Upon seeing this, Sun Wukong roared, "Ah, so it is you, Yama, who has sent someone to claim my soul." The monkey, consumed by fury, failed to notice the underlying intricacies of the situation. A formidable ghost general stood ready to block his staff, treating him with indifference. The mighty king of hell quaked in fear upon seeing him. Was this not peculiar? Yet, in his brashness and fury, Sun Wukong paid no heed to this oddity. Witnessing Yama's cowardice, he felt a slight sense of satisfaction. He then bellowed, "Bring me the book of life and death." Subsequently, Sun Wukong indeed saw his name inscribed therein, revealing that his lifespan was a mere 300 years and was already at its end. Enraged, he tore the book to shreds. Furthermore, he struck out the names of all the monkeys. The king of hell trembled at the sight of the monkey's recklessness. Yet the earlier bullhorn sorcerer merely observed with cold indifference, as if none of this concerned him. The woman in black led Aomo to a simple yet elegantly adorned courtyard, clearly the abode of a remarkable individual. Aomo was suddenly reminded of a line from poetry, silently ascending the western tower, the moon like a hook. The desolate phoenix tree in the secluded courtyard locks away the clear autumn. However, the solitude here bore a different essence than that in the poem. The poem's loneliness stemmed merely from the pain of separation between lovers, while the solitude emanating from this courtyard was indescribable, despite Aomo's understanding. In short, it was a realm of high elegance that far surpassed Aomo's shallow perception. "Please enter the courtyard, Dragon King." At this moment, Aomo felt a hint of anxiety. Of course, anxiety was natural before a meeting, so he adjusted his mindset and stepped inside calmly. Before him stood a woman clad in a flowing black gown. She was undeniably beautiful, exceedingly so, though the jade-faced vixen was also quite lovely. This woman radiated an air of superiority that could only be described as regal and sublime. This, of course, was none other than the Lady of the Earth. Aomo respectfully performed the appropriate greetings, saying, "Aomo pays his respects to the Lady of the Earth." The Lady of the Earth smiled gently and replied, "The Dragon King need not be overly formal, for you are indeed a disciple of a sage, and your status is inherently exalted. Please, take a seat." Aomo did not decline and sat down immediately. As for the fact that the Lady of the Earth recognized him as a sage's disciple, he was not surprised. Such significant matters would undoubtedly be known to true powerhouses. Then, with a wave of her hand, a cup of tea appeared before Aomo. She said, "This is the Tao Enlightenment tea from the ancient wilderness. Drinking it can enhance your comprehension of the Tao. Although your majesty possesses exceptional talent and is a peerless prodigy, it can only benefit you to partake in this tea." Aomo's spirits lifted immensely. The Lady of the Earth was undoubtedly one of the most formidable beings in existence, perhaps even someone whom the sages would regard with caution. To receive such praise from a being of her caliber was indeed uplifting. Upon encountering the Lady of the Earth, he found himself unhurried, lifting the teacup and consuming the entire cup of Tao Enlightenment tea. Ding. Consuming Tao Enlightenment tea, extraction triggered. Ding. Lucky critical hit. Comprehension ability increased 100-fold. Upon hearing this notification, Aomo was filled with uncontainable joy. He felt incredibly fortunate. Just one sip of tea had led to a successful extraction of comprehension attributes, and the increase was 100-fold. The Lady of the Earth displayed an expression of surprise. For within the brief moment after Aomo drank the tea, she noticed that the aura of the Tao surrounding him had visibly thickened. No wonder the Celestial Master would take this child as a disciple. His talent was indeed extraordinary. Just a mere cup of Tao Enlightenment tea had enabled him to attain insight. If this child could cultivate beneath the Tao Enlightenment tree, what might he achieve? Aomo gradually exhaled and then asked earnestly, "Did you summon me for a specific purpose, my lady?" He did not believe that the Lady of the Earth would invite him solely to share a cup of tea to foster goodwill because of his status as a sage's disciple. The Lady of the Earth nodded, evidently pleased with Aomo's straightforwardness. She said, "I wish for you to help me take care of someone." At this moment, the Lady of the Earth beckoned, saying, "Xianming, come here." Aomo's heart raced at the mention of this name. What the hell? Xianming? If his memory serves him correctly, among the 12 ancestral witches, there seems to be one known as Xianming, the ancestral witch of rain. Could it be that this is the reincarnation of Xianming? If that were the case, it would be utterly terrifying. Yet, something feels amiss for the witch clan. Especially the first generation is said to lack a primordial spirit. However, that may not be entirely accurate. The ancestral witches are born from the physical form of Pangu. Their flesh is immensely powerful. The body and the primordial spirit are actually two sides of the same coin. But when one side becomes overwhelmingly strong, it can lead to a phenomenon where the primordial spirit is fully integrated into the flesh. Thus, in a certain sense, it can be said that the ancestral witches do not possess a primordial spirit. Could it be that this particular ancestral witch survived the cataclysmic battle of ancient times and has since reincarnated? One cannot help but acknowledge that Xīyóu, as a traveler, possesses a significant advantage. Once his mind begins to wander, it is virtually unstoppable. At this moment, Xīyóu quietly interjected, "Your Majesty, the Dragon King." She is not the reincarnation of the ancestral witch, but rather, she has inherited the legacy of the ancestral witch of rain, thus adopting her name. It is customary for those who inherit the laws to also inherit names in our witch clan. Xīyóu exclaimed, "Ah, I see. I had constructed such reliable deductions. Yet the reality is quite different." However, a new question arose. "Your Highness, as one of the four sovereigns of heaven, with a mere word from you, Lady Xianming could easily find peace in the heavenly court. Why then entrust her to me?" Xīyóu understood that while the heavenly court may appear harmonious on the surface, there exists an undercurrent of rivalry and contention. Wherever there are people, there exists a world of intrigue, and the immortals have their own realm of conflicts. Among the most pronounced tensions are those between the Chan and Jie sects, as well as between the Three Teachings and the Jade Emperor, with countless other disputes scattered throughout. Yet, as long as Xianming carries the emblem of Lady Xīyóu, she will undoubtedly receive preferential treatment from either side. Xīyóu seemed to have anticipated Xīyóu's question, responding with a smile. "Perhaps this child is destined to have a connection with you." Xīyóu thought, "Destined? I truly cannot see any such connection." The young lady had just exhibited a demeanor of aloofness. Stealing a glance at Xianming, he found her wearing a proud, indifferent expression. Xīyóu mused, "Your Highness, it seems this girl and I share no such bond." Suddenly, Xīyóu produced an item and handed it to Xīyóu, saying, "Dragon King. This is a primordial treasure forged by the ancestral dragon long ago, known as the Primordial Dragon Pool. This artifact can awaken and enhance the bloodline of the dragon clan." Xīyóu responded solemnly, "Rest assured, Your Highness, since I share a bond with Lady Xianming, as long as I draw breath, I shall ensure she faces no injustice. Indeed, a promise may be delayed, but it will never be absent." Naturally, Xīyóu's words elicited a scornful glance from Xianming. Xīyóu continued, "Your Majesty, there is no need for excessive contemplation, for this child has inherited the laws of rain and must cultivate the water path. Your dragon palace is the most suitable place for her training." This was indeed true, as the dragon palace not only suppresses the abyss, but also governs cloud and rain. Consider the fate of the king of the Xīyóu River, who perished under the weight of his own duties to summon rain. At this moment, Xīyóu asked, "Your Majesty, do you wish to view the Book of Life and Death?" Xīyóu was taken aback. This lady truly seemed to know everything. Dealing with such an elder was exhausting, as the feeling of being seen through was quite uncomfortable. While he ruminated, Xīyóu had already retrieved the Book of Life and Death. However, this tome was entirely different from the one in Sun Wukong's possession. It was a scroll of jade, imbued with unfathomable mystical power. Xīyóu explained, "What Sun Wukong is currently viewing is a counterfeit Book of Life and Death. Mine is the genuine article. If your Majesty wishes to see it, you need only focus your mind." Upon hearing this, Xīyóu understood. He had wondered how such a prestigious artifact could be so easily altered. The monkey, in his arrogance, had torn the counterfeit book, unaware that it was all a facade. His lifespan, along with that of other monkeys, had been orchestrated by greater powers behind the scenes, revealing the monkey's pitiable plight. Ignoring his previous thoughts, Xīyóu concentrated and sought out his name within the tome. Indeed, it was conspicuously absent. This Book of Life and Death contained an immeasurable number of names, yet his own, Xīyóu, was nowhere to be found. He forcibly suppressed the emotions bubbling within him and returned the tome to Xīyóu. "Thank you, Your Highness," Xīyóu expressed with gratitude. Xīyóu merely smiled, appearing to be unaware of anything amiss. She advised, "If the Dragon King has no further matters, it would be best to return to the mortal realm sooner rather than later, for prolonged residence in the netherworld may harm your celestial body. Aomo bowed once more, respectfully stating, "Thank you for your generous gift, Your Highness. I shall remember this kindness. Farewell." Chapter 0033, The Great Witch Xīyóu. Gazing upon the ancestor witch to Aomo, this was indeed a tremendous gift. Currently, he aspired to revitalize the dragon clan. During this time, he had imparted the techniques from the ancestral dragon's reverse scales, resulting in significant enhancements in the strength of his generals, including the whale general, the Yasha general, and the crab general. Even with just the Yasha army, they could momentarily stall Sun Wukong in the sea. However, this was clearly insufficient. The beneficiaries of Aomo's grace were still exceedingly few. Yet, how many beings inhabit the vasty sea? Even Aomo, as the Dragon King, was uncertain. The numbers of shrimp soldiers and crab generals could easily reach 1,000,000, yet among them, perhaps not even 10,000 were truly noteworthy. Now, with the acquisition of this primordial dragon pool, Aomo could awaken the intelligence of these lower-tier shrimp soldiers and crab generals, or various sea creatures, and grant them a trace of dragon bloodline. This way, Aomo would quickly amass a formidable force. Of course, this was merely one aspect. He could also allow the whale general, the Yasha general, and other skilled warriors to enter the primordial dragon pool for cultivation, thereby enhancing their bloodline density and nurturing the elite combatants of the Dragon Palace. Furthermore, Aomo could even restore the spirits of Guang, O.E., and the other members of the clan. In summary, the primordial dragon pool would provide immense assistance to the dragon clan and to Aomo himself. Hutu's gift was indeed a remarkable treasure. In comparison, caring for Xianming seemed trivial. Nevertheless, Aomo was acutely aware that although Hutu had claimed that this Xianming bore no relation to the ancient ancestral witch, she undoubtedly presented her own set of complications. If not, there would be no need for Hutu to invest such effort. Moreover, after examining the Book of Life and Death, Aomo was increasingly convinced that his life imprint might not exist within this world, suggesting that, to this realm, he was extraordinarily unique. Fortunately, Hutu had indicated that the Book of Life and Death was not for others to see, and with the protection of his sage mentor, he need not worry for the time being. Having resolved his affairs, Aomo joyfully returned to the Dragon Palace. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong, having completed his audacious act of nullifying the Book of Life and Death, returned to Flower Fruit Mountain, filled with pride and exuberance. It was only after the monkey had departed that Yama emerged from beneath the table, casting a fearful glance towards the formidable Xīyóu, and tremblingly inquired, "Great Witch Xīyóu, what shall I do next?" Xīyóu. Upon encountering the great shaman, Aomo speculated that this formidable figure was likely connected to Xīyóu, who had once contended with the Yellow Emperor in ancient times. Little did he expect that this individual was, in fact, the embodiment of Xīyóu himself. According to legend, Xīyóu's corporeal form had been shattered and sealed in various locations. Yet, his true self had manifested here, in this realm of the underworld, which was indeed shrouded in enigma. Xīyóu, with an expression devoid of emotion, stated flatly, "This monkey has wreaked havoc in the underworld, disrupting its operations, and he must be punished by the heavenly court. As the king of hell, it is your duty to report this matter to the Jade Emperor." With that, Xīyóu turned to depart. After the two divine beings had taken their leave, the king of hell let out a sigh of relief. It is said that the 10 halls of hell govern the life and death of all beings, exuding an aura of formidable authority. However, they alone understood that they were merely a facade for the shaman clan, representing its will. Their actions were dictated by the desires of the shaman tribe. After respectfully seeing off the great shaman Xīyóu, the king of hell prepared to ascend to the heavens. Even as Xīyóu receded from view, the king of hell maintained a posture of utmost reverence. Having left the hall of hell, Xīyóu proceeded to the courtyard from earlier. Xīyóu pays homage to Lady Hutu. A voice emanated from within the courtyard. "What brings you here?" Xīyóu knelt on one knee, and after a brief silence, inquired, "Lady, why have you entrusted Xīyóu to that young dragon? You must understand that Xīyóu is the most exceptional prodigy of our shaman clan, perfectly inheriting the laws of rain. It is not just the great shaman. She has the potential to become an ancestral shaman. If she were to follow me, I am confident I could quickly elevate her to the pinnacle of greatness, thereby enhancing our clan's combat capabilities to face the impending calamity." The ethereal voice of Hutu responded, asking simply, "Xīyóu, can you achieve the status of ancestral shaman?" Xīyóu remained silent, yet the answer was painfully evident. He could not. The title of ancestral shaman represents an unparalleled realm, an invincible physical form that sweeps across the world. In terms of physicality, even the contemporary sages might pale in comparison. The so-called supreme body refinement technique, the 9 transformations of the mysterious art, was derived from the study of ancestral shamans' physical forms. Similarly, the Buddhist method of achieving a golden body also originated from them. Though Xīyóu was indeed a prodigious talent and the most distinguished among the new generation of shamans, the prospect of guaranteeing his ascent to ancestral shaman was utterly impossible. If he could not attain the status of ancestral shaman, how could he expect Xīyóu to do so? Hence, following him was not a prudent choice. As for why Xīyóu should accompany this young dragon king, the mere fact that he was the 9th true disciple of the heavenly master sufficed. After a prolonged silence, Xīyóu finally expressed his deep-seated frustration. I understand now. A figure of Xīyóu's stature was acutely aware that excessive words bore no fruit. He could not become an ancestral shaman. All his aspirations would be in vain. Yet, would he relinquish his ambitions? He had been defeated in his battle against the Yellow Emperor, but he would never surrender in the face of failure. Upon returning from the underworld, Aomo promptly summoned the ministers of the Dragon Palace. Once gathered, he addressed them directly. Father, I have visited the underworld. Ao Guang was taken aback and curiously asked, Your Majesty, what brought you to the underworld? For any deity or immortal, the realm of the dead was hardly a favorable place, despite Aomo having attained the golden immortal realm. Lingering in the underworld for an extended period could expose him to its malevolent energies, eroding his cultivation. Aomo explained that Sun Wukong caused a tremendous uproar in the underworld, even going so far as to alter the register of life and death. Hearing this, the old Dragon King was utterly astonished. What? Such audacity! How dare that monkey disrupt the underworld and tamper with the records of life and death? That is an unforgivable crime. Ao Guang then recalled something and exclaimed in panic, This is bad. Your Majesty, that Sun Wukong's weapon originated from our Dragon Palace. Will the Jade Emperor hold us accountable for this? Upon hearing his father's words, Aomo shook his head in disappointment. His father, despite having significantly enhanced his strength, still possessed a timid disposition. This was hardly surprising. After all, Ao Guang had been subservient for far too long, and his mindset had become accustomed to weakness. Why did Ao Guang so decisively pass the title of Dragon King to Aomo? He recognized his own shortcomings, understanding that even with immense power, his overly submissive nature would prevent him from achieving greatness. Father, do not fret. This matter does not concern our Dragon Palace, Aomo reassured him. After this incident, the King of Hell will undoubtedly ascend to report to the Jade Emperor, condemning Sun Wukong's transgressions. This will inevitably lead to a confrontation between the monkey and the heavenly court. Even without knowledge of the journey to the West narrative, the outcome is easily deduced. During this period, whether the heavenly court desires it or not, their attention will be drawn to Sun Wukong, providing us with a prime opportunity to develop our Dragon Palace. Do not be misled by the drama's portrayal of Sun Wukong's rebellion, which spans only a few episodes. In reality, that tumultuous period lasted for decades. For our Dragon Palace, every moment is invaluable. During my visit to the underworld, I acquired a treasure. Father, do you recognize this? Aomo revealed the innate dragon pool. Upon seeing this artifact, Ao Guang's voice trembled with awe. This is the innate dragon pool of our dragon lineage from the Primordial era. Indeed, this is the innate dragon pool. With this treasure, our Dragon Palace can flourish in the shortest time possible. I have devised a plan to have General Xīyóu select a large number of promising shrimp soldiers to be placed within. We aim for at least 100,000, all of whom must possess a cultivation level of Earth Immortal or higher. Upon hearing Aomo's declaration, both Ao Guang and the others present, including Prime Minister Gui and the former second Prince Aoe, were left utterly astounded. 100,000 Earth Immortals. They gasped, overwhelmed by the sheer enormity of this ambition. It is crucial to note that Earth Immortals represent a high level of combat prowess among mortals, often rivaling the most formidable of demons. Do not be deceived by the strength of the heavenly soldiers. 90% of them may not even reach the level of mere Earth Immortals. 100,000 Earth Immortal soldiers would undoubtedly constitute an elite force, striking fear into the hearts of adversaries. Thus, Aomo's proclamation left the Dragon Palace's denizens in a state of shock. Ao Guang stuttered, Your Majesty, what are your intentions? Aomo remained composed, simply inquiring, Father, how many celestial immortals and earth immortals did our dragon clan possess during the Primordial Age? When discussing ancient times, Xīyóu Guang brimmed with pride as he proclaimed, in the Primordial era, our dragon clan dominated the wilderness. We had no fewer than 10 million earth immortals, with at least 5 million of them, and nearly 1 million celestial immortals. Were it not for Xīyóu Guang's own words, few would dare to believe such a claim. The thought of nearly 1 million celestial immortals was enough to send shivers down one's spine. Xīyóu nodded with a smile. Surely. Our dragon clan's strength in the ancient times surpassed even that. Countless warriors of the golden immortal realm and prodigies of the Tai golden immortal level were among us. Father, you inquired about my plans. I shall reveal them. I intend to restore the ancient glory of our dragon lineage. 100,000 earth immortal shrimp soldiers are merely the beginning. In the future, I shall ensure that all beings in the 3 realms tremble at the mention of our shrimp and crab warriors. When the valiant warriors of the Dragon Palace are spoken of, they shall chant our names. Though Xīyóu's words were simple, they ignited a fervor among all present in the Dragon Palace. Such a scene, even in mere contemplation, evokes profound yearning. The Dragon Palace of the 4 Seas has knelt for far too long, throughout the past millennia and even longer. No matter which celestial being or formidable demon emerged from the corners of the world, they dared to point fingers at the Dragon Palace. The shrimp soldiers and crab generals have long been a derogatory term for mockery. Yet, with the formidable emergence of Xīyóu, perhaps this situation will finally witness a transformation. We vow to follow your majesty unto death. The ministers knelt in unison, paying homage to Xīyóu. Even Xīyóu Guang bowed in respect. In this moment, their faith was truly ignited by Xīyóu. Very well, General Shrimp Dragon. Commence the selection process immediately. During this period, second brother, you shall directly enter the primordial dragon pool. I will channel the primordial energy to elevate you to the golden immortal realm. Xīyóu immediately proclaimed, I, Xīyóu, shall not disappoint your majesty's expectations. Golden immortal, Xīyóu must swiftly ascend to that level. Just as Xīyóu finished assigning tasks, a boisterous and uncouth voice resonated from outside the Dragon Palace. Is the Dragon King of the East Sea present? I, Old Bull, have come to visit my niece. Why is no one coming out to greet me? Upon hearing this voice, Xīyóu Guang furrowed his brow. He was well aware of the reputation of the Bull Demon King. Cognizant of his formidable strength, being one of the most powerful entities among the demon race, he feared that Xīyóu, being young and inexperienced, might unwittingly provoke a formidable adversary. Thus, he cautioned, Your Majesty, the Bull Demon King is a tyrant of the West Xīyóu state and possesses considerable prowess. Xīyóu lifted his hand to silence Xīyóu Guang, stating, Father, do not worry. I know how to handle this. Everyone, continue with your duties. I shall meet this Bull Demon King. Outside the East Sea Crystal Dragon Palace, the Bull Demon King, clad in armor and adorned with battle gear, rode his water-repelling golden crystal beast with great majesty. However, he did not immediately invade the palace. Instead, he surveyed the surroundings. Being the mount of the celestial sage, the Bull Demon King possessed a certain discernment. Strange, this East Sea Dragon Palace is now surrounded by a formidable array, quite impressive. Although he had not yet breached the formation, even a mere glimpse revealed its might. While the Bull Demon King was confident in his ability to traverse the array, he understood that doing so would leave him somewhat disheveled. Therefore, he decided to bellow loudly. This bull, with a rough exterior yet sharp intellect, was far more difficult to contend with than the brash and cunning Sun Wukong. Xīyóu, recognizing this, opted not to send the Whale General and the Xīyóu General to confront the Bull Demon King, but instead chose to face him personally. Soon, the waterways within the Crystal Dragon Palace parted, and Xīyóu emerged alone. Upon seeing Xīyóu approach, the Bull Demon King raised an eyebrow. He had intended to seek out Xīyóu, yet he exclaimed with indignation, What is this? Is my status too lowly? Or is the Dragon King too preoccupied to deign to meet me? Xīyóu merely smiled at the Bull Demon King and replied calmly, Am I not standing right before you? Huh. The Bull Demon King was momentarily taken aback. You mean to say you are the Dragon King? This revelation truly astonished him. Xīyóu Guang had abdicated? Xīyóu Guang had reigned as the Dragon King of the East Sea for thousands of years. How could he have stepped down so suddenly? Disregarding the Bull Demon King's surprise, Xīyóu simply inquired with a smile, Old Bull, what brings you, a disciple of the celestial sage, to my dragon palace? Surely it is not to seek a marriage for your niece? The bold demon king's expression changed abruptly, and fury filled his eyes. Trembling, he retorted, "Disciple of the celestial sage? Who do you speak of as a disciple? Do not think that just because you are the Dragon King, I would not dare to kill you. You are courting death." The bold demon king's magical power erupted, transforming into a vortex aimed at Xīyóu. Sensing the overwhelming force behind this magical energy, Xīyóu quickly assessed the situation. The old bull must have already attained the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, which explained his dominance in the West Xīyóu state. Although Xīyóu had made remarkable progress in cultivation during this time, he feared he might not yet be a match for the Bull Demon King. Naturally, this was the common scenario. "You are far too arrogant." As Xīyóu spoke, 13 sea-calming divine pearls suddenly released their power. The surrounding tumultuous waves were instantly stilled, unable to move even an inch. The Bull Demon King's rage was suppressed before it could fully manifest, rendering him immobile. Sea-calming divine pearls? The Bull Demon King's gaze transformed into one of shock. "You mean to say that the burning lamp has actually passed this treasure on to you?" Upon hearing this, Xīyóu surmised that after his departure, the burning lamp indeed went to Mount Xīyóu to investigate matters and sought out the Bull Demon King for trouble. He gently beckoned, and the terrifying might of the sea-calming divine pearls dissipated entirely. "This pearl was seized from the burning lamp," Xīyóu declared. "You wished to test my identity, did you not?" As these words fell, a magnificent radiance of celestial sage light surged forth. Simultaneously, a profoundly mysterious seal manifested. Upon seeing this seal, the Bull Demon King trembled and knelt down. "Xīyóu, I pay my respects to the true teachings of the sage." It turned out that Yama had indeed gone to the heavenly court to lodge a complaint. In the Xīyóu Palace, the Jade Emperor gazed at the memorial presented by Yama. After a moment, he remarked, "What a bold and audacious demon monkey, daring to create such chaos in the underworld. Such transgressions are unforgivable. Which celestial being will descend to apprehend this demon monkey and hold him accountable?" The officers within the Xīyóu Palace exchanged glances, and the tallest among them, Li Jing, began to step forward. However, at that moment, the Morning Star stood up with a smile and said, "Your Majesty." Thus, the first decree of the Morning Star's descent was about to commence. Chapter 0036, A Fortuitous Meeting, the Demonic Clan's Intentions, Old Bull. Your visit to the East Sea is not truly for the sake of seeing you, is it? At this moment, Xīyóu rode upon the water-repelling golden crystal beast, traversing the waters, while the old bull awaited beside him. Upon witnessing Xīyóu's true disciple seal, the Bull Demon King surrendered completely. Hearing Xīyóu's words, the Bull Demon King shivered with righteous indignation. "Ha, little lord, I am not here to see my niece, but rather to see you." He referred to the heavenly lord as Great Lord, thus implying that Xīyóu, as the true disciple of the heavenly lord, was naturally little lord. As for the matter of Xīyóu, well, he was a bull demon. Where could he find a fox spirit niece? Since the last incident, the old bull had been convinced that little lord was undoubtedly the most handsome and powerful figure in the three realms. However, he had left in haste last time, which prompted the old bull to specially come to pay his respects. "Enough with the flattery, speak plainly." Xīyóu interrupted the Bull Demon King's ramblings directly, astonished that this fierce figure could also be so adept at flattery. The Bull Demon King chuckled, "Little lord, you are a dragon. Thus, I am merely flattering a dragon." Xīyóu mused, "A sycophant is already formidable enough, but encountering a sycophantic bull might indeed leave one in awe." Nevertheless, the Bull Demon King only indulged in a few jests before addressing the matter at hand. "Little lord, you may not be aware, but after you left last time, the burning lamp Taoist came to Mount Xīyóu seeking trouble, but I sent him packing. As for my journey to the East Sea, it was merely a stopover. My true destination lies in the flower and fruit mountain within the East Sea." Upon hearing this, Xīyóu thought to himself, indeed, as a time traveler, he knew that the Bull Demon King would inevitably come to this flower and fruit mountain, along with the Peng Demon King, the Jiao Demon King, the Lion Camel King, the Yuran King, and the Monkey King. These great saints were all formidable figures, possessing immense strength and cunning. Not only that, most of them have backgrounds. How could they all appear together on Mount Huagua? It seems there is some hidden agenda at play. Xīyóu remained silent, waiting for the old ox to continue. "Old ox, I have several brothers who have agreed to gather here at Mount Huagua at a specific time to meet the stone monkey born hundreds of years ago. If this monkey possesses a hint of ferocity, we shall recruit him into our ranks to establish our demon clan's supremacy. Upon hearing this, Aomo became intrigued and inquired, Old Ox, what are your intentions? If it were anyone else asking, the Bull Demon King would never divulge such information, perhaps even resorting to violence. However, since Aomo posed the question, he responded, it is important for the young master to know that the current human race is thriving, and the environment for our demon clan has grown increasingly perilous. Among them is the Lord of the Purple Star, Xīyóu, who, in a bid to consolidate his position, relentlessly expands his influence by hunting down powerful demons. Meanwhile, the human sects are proliferating, capturing demons to refine their elixirs and showcase their prowess. My brothers and I believe it is time to unite and demonstrate the might of our demon clan to the world. Aomo understood their intentions, but was surprised to learn that it involved the Purple Emperor. Xīyóu? The old ox nodded earnestly. Indeed, that is the one. During the investiture of the gods, he was conferred by Xīyóu and thus became one of the 4 imperial lords of heaven. Today's 4 imperial lords are Go Chun, Nanji, Xīyóu, and Ho Tuesday. Among them, Lady Ho Tu is the strongest. Yet she is ensnared in the cycle of reincarnation and does not concern herself with earthly affairs. Then there is the Emperor of Longevity from Nanji and the Emperor of Go Chun. Both have their roots in the Chan teaching. However, the Purple Emperor Xīyóu arose from obscurity, and to solidify his power, he must continuously build his reputation. Furthermore, he is the only pure human among the 4 lords, which explains his relentless extermination of demons. Aomo nodded, realizing that beneath the backdrop of the journey to the west lay such a tale. The Bull Demon King continued. After the ancient battle between the witches and demons, our strength diminished significantly. Those top-tier powers, like the Kunpeng Demon Master, have concealed themselves in the depths of the North Continent to avoid the gaze of the heavenly Tao, leaving us to shoulder the burden. That monkey is a naturally born stone monkey, and his emergence caused quite a stir. We have been observing him closely. Recently, we learned that he has acquired considerable powers, so we gathered to meet him. Through the Bull Demon King's words, Aomo finally grasped much of the underlying truth. However, he also recognized the harsh reality. While their intentions were noble, they were tragically misguided. They hoped to recruit Sun Wukong, unaware that he had already caught the attention of the Buddha. Even his mentor, Patriarch Bodhi, was a manifestation of a saint. In such circumstances, how could they possibly win over Sun Wukong? Alas, young master, one of our brothers has already arrived. Chapter 0037. The Arrival of the Peng Demon King, Attribute Extraction. Aomo followed the direction indicated by the Bull Demon King and spotted a massive golden bird soaring toward them. This giant bird emanated an imposing demonic aura and was as formidable as the Bull Demon King himself. Young master, this is my second brother, the Peng Demon King. Aomo nodded calmly and said, yes, I am familiar with this demon. It is said that he is the son of the Kunpeng, having inherited his father's extraordinary flying abilities, which are quite terrifying, am I correct? Upon hearing this, the Bull Demon King regarded Aomo with increased admiration. Young master, I am utterly in awe of your knowledge. You even know this secret. After all, following the ancient witch demon war, the Kunpeng Demon Master has kept a low profile. Since he secluded himself in the depths of the North Continent, few have even known of his existence. Just as the Bull Demon King marveled, the Peng Demon King had approached. His arrogant demeanor, accompanied by a distinctive tone of a spoiled air, rang out, Old brother Xīyóu, I have arrived. However, upon noticing Aomo, he cast a peculiar glance at him, then at the Bull Demon King, and broke into a strange smile. Old brother Xīyóu, this young man is quite handsome. Your taste must not be boom. Before he could finish, the old ox swiftly struck him with his wind-fire rod, sending him crashing into the sea. The impact created towering waves. The Bull Demon King was well aware of the Peng Demon King's reckless nature, and he had intended to cut off the inappropriateness of his words. In casual company, such jests might be tolerated, but this time, the Bull Demon King did not want to give the young master a negative impression. He hoped to regain favor with the saints. Therefore, his strike was particularly forceful. Thankfully, the Peng Demon King was exceptionally powerful and adept in magic, allowing him to withstand the blow. Had it been anyone else, they would have been shattered to pieces. The Peng Demon King, clutching his aching head, realized that many of his feathers had been knocked loose. He leaped from the sea, about to voice his grievances. When he saw the Bull Demon King's serious expression, Brother Peng, This is my young master, Aomo. You would do well to show him some respect. The Pink Demon King was taken aback. He had known the Bull Demon King for a long time and had never seen him with such a grave demeanor. He felt quite wronged, having been struck without provocation, yet now it seemed as if he had committed an offense. However, he keenly picked up on the term young master. Brother Xīyóu, where did this young master come from? As the son of the Kuanping Demon Master, he was aware of the Bull Demon King's background. For him to refer to someone as young master indicated the person's exceptional status. Indeed, this esteemed individual is none other than Aomo, the current Dragon King of the East Sea, and also the newly accepted disciple of our esteemed teacher. Upon hearing the Bull Demon King confirm this, the Pink Demon King was astounded. He truly was a disciple of a saint. He understood well what being a true disciple entailed, as it was connected to the fortunes of the Xīyóu and the saint himself. The Pink Demon King pondered. Could it be that the Tongdian Patriarch is unwilling to remain in the shadows and seeks to regain his prestige during this calamity? In truth, his father had repeatedly advised him to maintain a low profile during this tumultuous time, given the impending upheaval. He had been warned not to wander outside. Yet he could not resist the urge to socialize and had inadvertently encountered the old ox and his brothers. Wait, the Dragon King of the East Sea? Isn't that Ao Guang? At this moment, Aomo smiled and extended his hand, saying warmly, Brother Dapeng, greetings. The Peng Demon King was somewhat bewildered. What did this mean? Aomo explained, a handshake is a way to express goodwill. We had a misunderstanding earlier, so let us shake hands to resolve it. Oh, so a handshake is a way to express friendliness. Having come from the North Continent, I truly did not know that this was a trend in the outside world. Realizing that he had just mistakenly regarded a saint's disciple as old ox's plaything, he recognized it was indeed a grave misstep. Thus, the Peng Demon King enthusiastically grasped Aomo's hand and said, Young master, I was thoughtless just now. Please do not take it to heart. Aomo politely returned a smile, but his thoughts were already racing in his mind. A Xīyóu attribute extraction failed Ilmoxindo. What's going on? Is the probability of extracting attributes so low? Is my luck attribute not enough? On the other hand, the Pink Demon King thought differently. Does expressing friendship really take so long? Shaking hands with a big man is quite uncomfortable. Forget it. After all, he is a disciple of the sage. And I just offended him. Ding. Attribute extraction successful. Gained attributes. Storm speed. Gained attributes. Space jump. Gained attributes. Devouring power. In an instant, 3 attributes were extracted. Impressive, my Peng Demon King. Chapter 38. A bountiful harvest. Attributes abound. Aomoxindo released the Peng Demon King's hand with a satisfied smile. However, the smile seemed strange to the Pink Demon King, causing him to instinctively maintain distance from Aomoxindo. The old bull also looked puzzled. If he hadn't known Aomoxindo beforehand, he would have thought this little friend of his had some peculiar habits similar to the traitor Ding Guangxian. Aomoxindo, with a mysterious smile, said, Brother Dapeng, you are indeed extraordinary. You must have inherited many talents from your esteemed father, the Demon Master. I admire you. Upon hearing this, the Peng Demon King was taken aback. He thought that the Bull King had informed Aomoxindo, but that didn't seem right. A monster's talent attributes are undoubtedly a secret, and despite being brothers, he had never disclosed them to the old bull. Aomoxindo laughed heartily, saying nonchalantly, It's merely some superficial observation techniques, coupled with speculation. There is a saying, the more understated, the more impressive. The Peng Demon King thought to himself, no wonder he is a disciple of the sage. He must possess some extraordinary ability to deduce the heavens. Fortunately, I just forged a friendship with him. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if he had his eyes on me. Little did he know that Aomoxindo had already extracted his attributes. Furthermore, after extracting his innate attributes, Aomoxindo could even enhance them. It wouldn't be long before Aomoxindo completely surpassed him in speed, space, and devouring abilities. As the few exchanged pleasantries, several figures appeared in the distance. These were naturally their other sworn brothers. Aomoxindo felt delighted upon seeing them, thinking, the attributes have arrived, splendid. His ancestral dragon bloodline is indeed formidable. However, these great monsters all have their own backgrounds. If he could extract and merge their attributes, it would undoubtedly grant him immense power. Aomoxindo adhered to a principle. Regardless of whether the attributes are useful or not, having more is never a mistake. Old bull, we've come to eat. Old bull, we've arrived. Ha ha, It turns out Da Peng is here too. 3 more great demons arrived, namely the Yuan King, the Mihu King, and the Xīyóu King. With their arrival, apart from the Northern Sea Xīyóu Demon King, all 6 great sages who had sworn brotherhood with Sun Wukong were present. The Bull Demon King solemnly introduced each one to Xīyóu, showing his respect for them through his words. The old bull, being the steed of a sage, held a high status among the demon race. His own realm was also that of a Tai golden immortal, so his vision was naturally extraordinary. Those he considered brothers were certainly not simple characters. They had not yet sworn brotherhood. Xīyóu's gaze first fell upon the 2 monkeys, the Yuan King and the Mihu King. Though both monkeys had different origins, the Mihu King was a snow-white macaque, while the Yuan King's true form was a golden-haired monkey. Both possessed formidable powers and were likely on par with Sun Wukong, whom Xīyóu had recently parted ways with. However, the aura among the 3 was distinct. Xīyóu recalled that the Yuan King later took on the title of the Divine Exorcist Saint. The significance of a name often outweighs the name itself, and from this title, one could deduce his supernatural abilities. The Mihu King, self-styled as the Wind Listener Saint, had an unknown connection to the wind. In the world of Journey to the West, monkeys were indeed quite peculiar. The last one was the Xīyóu King, a fierce beast from ancient times, whose ancestors were said to rival the ancestral dragon. Xīyóu employed his previous tactics and warmly shook hands with the Mihu King, Yuan King, and Xīyóu King. His intentions were clear, and once again, Xīyóu's luck attribute came into play, resulting in another extraction. Ding. Extraction triggered. Attribute extraction successful. Gained the attributes of invincible soul and spirit control. This attribute was obtained from the Yuan King. Only after the extraction did Xīyóu realize that the Yuan King's specialty was soul manipulation and controlling spirits. No wonder he was called the Divine Exorcist Saint. Such an ability is undoubtedly a nemesis to the underworld. Ding. Extraction triggered. Attribute extraction successful. Gain the attributes of invisible wind and listening to the world. After obtaining this attribute, Xīyóu was even more delighted. It was indeed the ability to listen to the world, quite impressive. At the same time, Xīyóu speculated that the Mihu King was very likely the 6-eared macaque. After all, he clearly understood that the 6-eared macaque's innate attributes were adept at listening, discerning principles, knowing the past and future, and comprehending all things. The Mihu King's invisible wind and listening to the world attributes directly reminded Xīyóu of the 6-eared macaque. However, it was evident that the Wind Listener Saint and the 6-eared macaque were not the same, and there were distinctions between them. Finally, ding. Extraction triggered. Attribute extraction successful. Gained the attributes of Earth and Mountain Mastery, Mind to Command. Xīyóu thought to himself, indeed, he truly deserves the title of Mountain Mover Saint. Having extracted the innate talent, he understood that the so-called Earth and Mountain Mastery meant that he could merge with the mountains at will, immensely powerful. Chapter 39. The Northern Sea Xīyóu Demon, the Might of the Dragon King. The Xīyóu King. Could he possibly have some connection to the Qīlan tribe from ancient times? From antiquity to the present, if anyone excels in the ways of the earth, it must be the Qīlan. In ancient times, the dragon clan controlled the oceans. The Phoenix tribe dominated the skies, and the Qīlan clan was the great land sovereign. If my speculation is correct, it would be quite interesting. At that moment, the sea stirred, and the Bull Demon King's last brother, the Xīyóu Demon King, finally appeared. Contrary to Xīyóu's initial thoughts, this Xīyóu Demon King was a wild and untamed individual. His aura exuded a faintly sinister vibe. To describe this Xīyóu Demon King aptly, the phrase sinister aura fits best. It emanated a dominance that seemed to arise from his very bones. Brother Bull, who is this? As the Xīyóu Demon King spoke, a hint of hostility was evident in his words. Xīyóu's lips curled slightly, realizing the source of this hostility. The Dragon Palace of the Four Seas currently governs the seas, assisting the Heavenly Court in suppressing deep-sea monsters and those with fierce beast bloodlines, or creatures that resist Heavenly Court control. The Xīyóu Demon King, after all, was one such creature who defied the Heavenly Court. It is said that the Xīyóu Demon King was originally the illegitimate son of the Northern Sea Dragon King. So by lineage, Xīyóu should refer to him as cousin. However, for reasons unknown, the Xīyóu Demon King had long since rebelled against the Northern Sea Dragon Palace. Without waiting for the Bull Demon King to introduce him, Xīyóu directly stated, "I am Xīyóu, the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea." A flicker of surprise flashed in the Xīyóu Demon King's eyes, followed by a cold sneer. You are the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea? Ridiculous. Upon learning that Xīyóu was the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea, the Xīyóu Demon King's hostility intensified. Xīyóu calmly replied, ridiculous? Then, Xīyóu unleashed his ancestral dragon bloodline, a tremendous aura suddenly suppressing the surroundings. Alma was determined to assert his dominance by capturing a formidable foe, ensuring that the formidable demons present recognized his prowess. Unlike Na'vi youths, Alma understood that the bonds of brotherhood among great demons did not guarantee unwavering loyalty. He was uncertain of the intentions of the demons before him, even including the Bull Demon King. Thus, he chose to unleash his full power without reservation, as the overwhelming pressure of the ancestral dragons might envelop the area. The Bull Demon King was the first to react, his expression shifting as he felt the sheer terror of Alma's aura, a weight so profound that even his robust form quivered. The next to falter was the Serpent Demon King, who bore the bloodline of the ancestral dragon, rivaling even the prince of the North Sea Dragon Palace. Despite his considerable strength, he felt diminutive in the presence of Alma's unparalleled might, his very lineage instinctively submitting to the overwhelming force. The Monkey King and the other demons appeared primarily astonished, yet the Lion Turtle King's eyes revealed a flicker of apprehension. Alma keenly observed their reactions before smiling and addressing the Serpent Demon King, inquiring about his intentions. The Serpent Demon King's expression was complex upon hearing Alma's words. Alma, however, dismissed any thoughts of extracting useful traits from him, confident in his own strength as a dragon. The Bull Demon King, attempting to lighten the mood, interjected, suggesting they not dwell on the serpent's matters, as they were headed to Flower Fruit Mountain. Alma, however, expressed his disinterest in accompanying them, cautioning the Bull Demon King about the complexities of Sun Wukong's identity, warning him against naively viewing the monkey as a brother. After uttering his warning, Alma returned to the East Sea, leaving the demons behind. The Serpent Demon King's expression darkened as Alma departed without a backward glance. Although he would typically have reacted with anger, the overwhelming presence of Alma's ancestral dragon bloodline silenced him. Let us go. The young lord may have pressing matters. We should proceed to meet this monkey, the Bull Demon King suggested. Once they departed, Alma reemerged. Fortuitously, the Serpent Demon King had appeared, preventing him from committing a grave error. These renowned demons, though not yet formally allied or crowned as great saints, had already established a formidable reputation. If Alma, the Dragon King, were seen in their company, it would signal a rebellion to the heavenly court. Thus, he deemed it prudent to exercise caution. Regardless of how cowardly it seemed, reality dictated such caution was necessary. Understanding the need for stealth would allow him to ultimately overturn the prevailing order. Upon reaching Flower Fruit Mountain, the Bull Demon King encountered his chaotic companion, who promptly lamented his grievances. The Bull Demon King then led his brothers towards Flower Fruit Mountain. As Alma prepared to return, he noticed a streak of light descending from the sky. Chapter 40. The Butterfly Effect. Assault on Tai Bai. It was Tai Bai jinxing. No wonder Alma was taken aback. According to the original tale, the appearances of the Bull Demon King and others coincided with Sun Wukong's first visit to the heavenly court, after he had been appointed as the horse keeper and returned. Yet now, the 7 great saints had arrived prematurely. Reflecting on the situation, Alma surmised it was the onset of a butterfly effect. The bull had previously mentioned his early departure from the West Xīyóu state to evade the Buddha of the lamp. Why had the Buddha returned to the West Xīyóu state's Xīyóu mountain? It was undoubtedly due to Alma. Thus, this marked the beginning of a butterfly effect, and Alma eagerly anticipated the ensuing changes. As Tai Bai jinxing descended, Sun Wukong was just concluding his discussions with the Bull Demon King and his group. After causing a ruckus in the King of Hell's palace, his previously gloomy disposition had lightened. The monkey, inherently fond of revelry, immediately invited the gathered monkeys to a grand feast. At that moment, a small monkey rushed in, breathless with excitement, exclaiming, "Great King, great King! An old man has arrived outside, claiming to be a celestial from the heavenly court, specifically to invite you to ascend and take office." Sun Wukong's interest was piqued. "Me, an official? How delightful!" he exclaimed, disregarding the Bull Demon King and his entourage as he stepped outside. The Bull Demon King, Serpent Demon King, and the Pung Demon King exchanged glances before deciding to follow, curious about which celestial dared to steal their companion. Outside the water curtain cave, Tai-Bai Jinxing furrowed his brow in observation. Strange, why is the demon energy so pronounced in Flower Fruit Mountain? As a disciple of the Supreme Lord, Tai-Bai Jinxing, also known as Li Changing, was a close aide to the Jade Emperor. Despite his status, he was also known as a war star, possessing formidable magical abilities. Because of this, he quickly sensed the anomaly in the area. At that moment, a figure suddenly leaped forth, a monkey, reeking of alcohol, grinning broadly at Tai-Bai Jinxing. "Are you the official from the Heavenly Court?" Sun Wukong inquired with a smile. Tai-Bai Jinxing replied, "To inform the Monkey King, I am a servant of the Heavenly Court. Li Changing, serving the esteemed Jade Emperor. I come bearing the Emperor's decree to invite you to ascend to the Heavenly Court as an official." Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong was elated. "Wonderful. This is splendid." Just then, a gruff voice echoed from the water curtain cave. "Hold on." Tai-Bai Jinxing's expression darkened further as he thought. Strange, this voice sounds eerily familiar. Could it be? At that moment, the voice's owner emerged, revealing himself to be the Bull Demon King. "Li Changing. It's been a while. Do you remember me, the bull?" Tai-Bai Jinxing straightened, smiling. "How could I forget? I wondered why this place was so lively. It turns out you, the bull, are here in the water curtain cave. What counsel do you have?" Sun Wukong, observing the familiarity between the Bull Demon King and Tai-Bai Jinxing, chose to remain silent and stepped aside. The Bull Demon King smirked, addressing Sun Wukong, "Monkey King. This Tai-Bai Jinxing is a cunning figure. He offers you a position in the Heavenly Court, but do not celebrate too soon. Ask him if they have prepared an official post for you." Tai-Bai Jinxing's countenance shifted immediately. The Bull Demon King was indeed shrewd. Just as he was about to respond, another figure emerged from the water curtain cave. "In my view, there is no need to ask, for there is certainly nothing prepared." The newcomer sneered, "I know all too well their tricks. They'll lure you to the Heavenly Court, offer you some trivial position, or perhaps none at all. In doing so, they gain a laborer while you are kept in check. Tai-Bai, do you agree with my assessment?" Tai-Bai looked over, recognizing yet another familiar face, the Pung Demon King. Following him, the Serpent Demon King, Lion Turtle King, Euron King, and the Monkey King all stepped forward, causing Tai-Bai Jinxing's expression to darken considerably. It was truly unexpected that so many formidable demons had congregated at Flower Fruit Mountain. No wonder the demon energy here was so potent. However, Tai-Bai Jinxing, possessing the title of a war star, remained undaunted amidst the presence of 7 great demons, including Sun Wukong. Instead, he spoke plainly, "Bull Demon King, and you great demons. What position the Monkey King shall be bestowed is a matter for His Majesty the Jade Emperor. By obstructing me here, do you intend to rebel openly?" The atmosphere between the two parties suddenly became tense. The Bull Demon King directly replied, "Li Changing, considering our acquaintance, I advise you to leave. I believe the Monkey King would prefer to revel with us rather than endure humiliation in the Heavenly Court. If you are truly sincere, next time bring the golden seal, the official insignia, and the decree of the Jade Emperor." Chapter 41. The Cunning Monkey. Aamok emerges. The Bull Demon King's words, though spoken with an air of indifference, were all the more domineering for it. The Star of White Jupiter is a celestial envoy and a close attendant of the Jade Emperor. In the realms of the 3 worlds and 6 paths, regardless of one's identity or status, everyone would afford him a measure of respect. However, the Bull Demon King was now openly challenging him. Nonetheless, Li Changing was no ordinary figure in the face of the aggressive Bull Demon King. He maintained an air of calm. He turned to Sun Wukong and simply asked, "Monkey King, I am the Star of White Jupiter from the Heavenly Court. Yet you stand beside a great demon who disrespects the heavenly decree. Will you accompany me to the heavens?" This question was directly posed to Sun Wukong. Originally, Sun Wukong had intended to sit back and watch the conflict unfold, but he did not expect the elder to turn the question back to him. At this moment, the Bull Demon King and the other great demons also fixed their gazes upon Sun Wukong. The clever monkey quickly darted to the Bull Demon King's side. With a grin, he spoke without lowering his voice, "Brothers, do not be anxious. I shall first visit the Heavenly Court to ascertain how the Jade Emperor intends to treat our demon kin. If the Jade Emperor is benevolent towards us, I will then request some official positions for you brothers, which would surely carry some weight. However, if that old man shows us no respect, I shall descend to the mortal realm at once and lead you brothers in rebellion against him." This monkey was indeed clever. His words were laced with a certain strategy. He genuinely wished to ascend to the Heavenly Court. Unfortunately, the demons had arrived too early, just moments ago. While indulging in food and drink, They had boasted about their camaraderie and plans for rebellion. If one were to follow the original storyline, everything would fall into place. He would first go to the heavenly court, then suffer indignities, and in his fury, align with the bold demon king and the others. Yet, he did not anticipate that the star of white Jupiter would arrive so soon after their boasts. Moreover, the star of white Jupiter, being quite astute, had thrown the question back to Sun Wukong. Should the monkey mishandle it, he would offend both sides. Nevertheless, Sun Wukong was indeed clever, with a quick turn of thought. He devised a pretext to explore the heavenly court. Furthermore, his choice to speak without lowering his voice was intended to convey to the star of white Jupiter that he sought a significant position. Should he be offered a trivial post, he would rebel alongside these 6 great demons. This was a means of elevating his own standing. The bold demon king, upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, felt a mix of suspicion regarding the monkey's duplicity, yet could not deny that on the surface, the monkey's words held merit. He nodded and solemnly declared, "Very well, then, dear brother, go ahead and explore the heavens. If that old Jade Emperor dares to bully you or trouble our demon kin, then we shall rise against him at once." The star of white Jupiter watched as the great demons clamored to rebel, yet paid them no heed. Sun Wukong followed the star of white Jupiter out of the water curtain cave, cheerfully stating, "Please lead the way, old official." The star of white Jupiter smiled and replied, "Monkey King, please wait here. I must first visit the Dragon Palace of the East Sea to convey His Majesty's decree." Upon hearing that the star of white Jupiter intended to meet the Dragon King, Sun Wukong's expression turned peculiar. Recently, he had been reprimanded by Xīyóu, and his heart was still unsettled. Just then, a tremendous commotion erupted in the distance. Sun Wukong and the star of white Jupiter turned to see colossal waves rising dramatically in the azure sea. The waves parted as if 2 grand doors were being slowly opened. From between the waves emerged an imposing procession. At the forefront were shrimp soldiers, followed by crab generals. In the midst, a clam maiden played music, leading to the throne of the Dragon King, who was none other than the current Dragon King of the East Sea, Xīyóu. Without allowing the star of white Jupiter to speak, Xīyóu called out, "Star of white Jupiter, seeing you in the East Sea, I have come to invite you for a brief visit. My father has been longing to see you." In truth, Xīyóu had already mentioned that news of the East Sea's new Dragon King would not escape the Jade Emperor's notice. Xīyóu, disregarding the star of white Jupiter's purpose, boldly presented himself, openly declaring to the Jade Emperor, "I am now the master of the East Sea Dragon Palace." The star of white Jupiter gazed intently at Xīyóu, his heart filled with astonishment. Upon hearing that Albuan had privately relinquished the title of Dragon King, he had been sent to investigate, and now it appeared to be true. This Dragon King's cultivation was profound, surpassing even that of Sun Wukong, and indeed, even exceeding the Bull Demon King and the Pung Demon King. Such a prodigy had emerged from the dragon tribe. Of course, generals like the Orca and others had also greatly improved. Yet Xīyóu shone so brightly that the star of white Jupiter's attention was completely drawn to him, causing him to overlook them. Although the star of white Jupiter was astonished, he maintained his composure, smiling as he said, "I was just about to head to the East Sea, but I did not expect the Dragon King to arrive first." Chapter 42. The Dragon King ascends. Outside the southern heavenly gate. Upon hearing this, Xīyóu smiled and asked, "Oh, might I inquire if the star has any matters to discuss?" The star of white Jupiter, unreserved, replied, "I come bearing His Majesty's decree, summoning the Dragon King to ascend to the heavens with me to meet the Emperor." Upon hearing this, Xīyóu thought to himself, "Indeed, the heavenly court has noticed me." However, since he had proactively appeared, he was prepared for this, and thus replied, "Since it is the will of the Jade Emperor, how could I dare to decline?" He turned to the generals like the Orca and Shrimp Dragon, saying, "I shall accompany the star to the heavens. You shall not forget to patrol the East Sea, ensuring that no great demons disrupt the order of the ocean." The Shrimp Dragon, Orca, and others simultaneously responded, "Yes, we shall obey." The star of white Jupiter led the way, with Sun Wukong and Xīyóu following behind. At this moment, Sun Wukong suddenly exclaimed, "Dragon King, shall we race to see who can reach the southern heavenly gate first?" Xīyóu smiled at Sun Wukong, fully aware that the monkey was still nursing his pride after their previous encounter, and wished to regain his confidence through speed. Having nothing else to do, he found it amusing to tease the monkey. Thus, Xīyóu readily agreed. Sun Wukong chuckled to himself, thinking, "This old king possesses formidable powers in terms of combat. I am currently no match for him." But when it comes to speed, I must reclaim my honor. My somersault cloud can traverse vast distances in a single leap. My master has said that my flying speed is among the swiftest of celestial beings. With this thought, the monkey felt reassured and declared, I shall be off. With that, he leaped onto his somersault cloud, instantly transforming into a streak of light as he soared away. Xīyóu chuckled to himself, pondering, indeed. The somersault cloud is an unparalleled method of flight, but you likely do not comprehend what it means to soar 9,000 miles with a single wing of the Kunping. Though Xīyóu was not a Kunping, he had indeed inherited the attribute of speed from the Peng Demon King. The illustrious Tai Bai Jinxing observed the wager between Xīyóu and Sun Wukong with keen interest, and with a smile remarked, Your Majesty the Dragon King. If you do not pursue soon, you risk losing. Xīyóu chuckled heartily in response. You speak wisely. It is indeed time to give chase. With that, Xīyóu's form suddenly vanished, leaving Tai Bai Jinxing wide-eyed in astonishment. It took a full 13 seconds before he could utter 2 words, so fast. At that moment, Sun Wukong, riding on his cloud, was basking in his triumph, joyfully exclaiming, Aha, at last, I can breathe easy. But upon realizing, that must be the South Heavenly Gate. I, Sun Wukong, have won. His laughter abruptly ceased, his cheeks trembling in disbelief. How could this happen? I'm utterly bewildered. Initially confident of his victory, he had even envisioned a modest yet cheeky display of superiority before Xīyóu. Yet now, he found himself completely defeated. Having witnessed the Dragon King Xīyóu standing tall above the South Heavenly Gate, smiling down at him, Xīyóu was swifter than he, far swifter, to the point where Wukong had not even perceived how he had surpassed him. This sudden loss deflated Wukong's previously swelling pride, replacing it with a profound sense of disappointment. Enduring such a blow was indeed an unpleasant affair. This incident was merely a trivial interlude. Xīyóu did not take the opportunity to taunt Sun Wukong. Instead, he stood outside the South Heavenly Gate, surveying the astonishing structure before him. The South Heavenly Gate towered over any depiction in films or dramas. The 2 celestial pillars reached into the clouds, their apex beyond the perception of even his golden immortal consciousness. Above the South Heavenly Gate hung a mirror, known as the Haotian Mirror, a divine artifact of the Heavenly Court. This mirror, an innate spiritual treasure, once activated, could gaze upon the 33 heavens above and peer into the 9 hells below. Furthermore, it possessed immense power, making it an exceptionally formidable treasure. Just the act of gazing into the mirror revealed its might, hinting at the extraordinary force it could unleash. According to the original narrative, Sun Wukong's so-called havoc in the Heavenly Palace had not even breached the South Heavenly Gate, ultimately being halted by the deity Wanglingguan. It appeared that the Heavenly Court was indeed prepared to deal with Sun Wukong, ready to unleash the Haotian Mirror's divine light, which could easily extinguish Wukong's spirit. Truly, the strength of the Heavenly Court was formidable. Although Xīyóu had never contemplated opposing the Heavenly Court, the sheer power of the heavens weighed heavily upon him. Ding! Contact with the light of the Haotian Mirror, extraction attempt failed. Xīyóu was momentarily stunned by the notification. I didn't even touch it. Merely coming into contact with the mirror's radiance triggered an extraction? Ding! Lucky trigger, extraction successful. Obtained Eye of the 3 Realms, ability weak, requires enhancement. Xīyóu. This auxiliary ability of mine is truly remarkable. After a brief wait, Tai Bai Jinxing finally arrived. Upon seeing Xīyóu, he inquired, Your Majesty the Dragon King. Where is the Monkey King? Xīyóu pointed ahead, revealing Sun Wukong, who was energetically bouncing atop a tall celestial soldier. Monkey King, cease your antics. Come with me to the Lingxiao Treasure Hall. Chapter 0043. The Jade Emperor. At the Lingxiao Hall. In the Lingxiao Hall, the Jade Emperor sat regally upon his throne, surveying the myriad beings of the 3 realms. Xīyóu felt a sudden shiver of awe. What an impressive Jade Emperor! The countenance of the Jade Emperor was difficult for Xīyóu to articulate, but the very aura emanating from him filled Xīyóu with astonishment. This emperor was far more imposing than any depiction in television dramas, merely sitting there. He seemed capable of perceiving the cycles of heaven and earth in the 6 realms of reincarnation. Indeed, the portrayals in novels of a mundane figure, appearing somewhat mediocre, were wholly deceptive. The Jade Emperor is a sovereign of the 3 realms. If he were ordinary, who among the celestial beings would fear him? How could he command the 3 realms otherwise? At that moment, Tai Bai Jinxing had stepped into the hall, whispering to the Jade Emperor. Ordinarily, within the Xīyóu Hall, no celestial being is permitted to utilize their divine powers. However, Aomo had extracted an attribute from the wind-listening saint. Walk with the wind, hear the earth. Thus, Tai-Bai Jinxing's words were crystal clear to Aomo. This Tai-Bai Jinxing was indeed a loyal sycophant of the Jade Emperor, recounting both his own affairs and those of Sun Wukong in minute detail. Upon hearing this, the Jade Emperor's expression remained unchanged, maintaining his earlier demeanor of calm detachment. He smiled kindly and said, "You have worked hard, my dear minister. You may withdraw now." The Emperor's gaze shifted to Sun Wukong and Aomo before he could speak. A celestial being nearby called out, "Mortal beings, upon seeing the Supreme Emperor, why do you not kneel?" Though the voice was low, it carried an undeniable celestial pressure. Unfortunately, this show of authority fell flat against Sun Wukong's untamed spirit. How could he possibly submit? With a cheeky grin, he thumped his chest and declared, "I, Sun Wukong, have come to serve in the heavenly court, not to kneel." At that moment, Wukong's attire was also quite imposing. He had not acquired armor from Aomo's Sea Dragon Palace, but when the Bull Demon King passed by, he had snatched a piece from one of the accompanying demon soldiers, and it indeed shone brightly. The celestial being was about to lose his temper when the Jade Emperor interjected, "Enough. The Monkey King is a creature from the lower realms, unacquainted with proper decorum. He may be excused." Sun Wukong grinned and clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, thank you, hee." While Wukong seemed unconcerned, all eyes turned to Aomo. The Jade Emperor had only exempted Sun Wukong from the kneeling requirement, but he had made no such declaration regarding Aomo. The celestial beings present had heard the rumors and were aware that Aomo had recently ascended to the position of Sea Dragon King. However, by protocol, the appointment of a Dragon King must receive the approval of the Xīyóu Hall. The fact that the East Sea had privately replaced its Dragon King without consent was bound to leave the Jade Emperor displeased. In truth, the celestial beings of the heavenly court were not so different from mortal subjects. They too speculated on the Emperor's sentiments to make further decisions. However, the dynamics within the heavenly court were far more intricate than those among mortals. After all, the mortal realm merely entailed power struggles between emperors and courtiers. While within the heavenly court, beyond the Jade Emperor, there were the three pure ones. These three formidable figures each had countless disciples, naturally forming their own factions. Furthermore, there were the four emperors, who nominally assisted the Jade Emperor but had their own internal conflicts. Yet, some without backing, or those temporarily free from discord with the Jade Emperor, often sought to curry favor with him. Thus, a presumptuous individual boldly stepped forward. "How audacious, Aomo! This monkey is of unique origin and knows not the rules, but you, as the East Sea Dragon Prince, did Guang not teach you proper etiquette? Before His Majesty, how could you fail to kneel?" Aomo cast a sidelong glance at the speaker, recognizing him as Li Jing, easily identifiable in his armor, draped in a crimson cape, and most ostentatiously carrying his exquisite pagoda even within the Xīyóu Hall, clearly fearful that others might not recognize him as the pagoda-bearing heavenly king. With a cold smirk, Aomo retorted, "Li Jing, how dare you speak to me in such a manner?" As for why Li Jing was the first to step forward and cause trouble, Aomo was well aware of the underlying reasons. Li Jing harbored a deep-seated enmity towards him and his father, Guang, or more accurately, towards the entire dragon clan of the Four Seas. This animosity stemmed from events prior to the War of the Gods, particularly involving Neza and Bing. In ancient times, the tale of Neza's self-mutilation to repay his mother and the shaving of his bones for his father was intrinsically linked to Guang and his son, Bing. In contemporary narratives, Bing is depicted as a malevolent dragon, but such portrayals are merely fabrications. The truth is that Neza was behaving recklessly by the water and even killed a patrolling sea demon, which incited Bing's ire. However, Bing merely sought to reason with Neza, who, in his brutality and lack of reason, ended up killing Bing and flaying him alive. Chapter 44. Ancient Grievances. Li Jing's misfortune. Neza was, at heart, a vicious and unruly character. The investiture of the gods recounts how Neza, to test Li Jing's archery skills, shot and killed the attendant of the Lady of Stone, provoking her wrath. Bing's demise was indeed a consequence of Neza's malevolence. It is essential to recognize that since ancient times, before Mo ascended as the Dragon King, the Dragon Clan of the Four Seas had been in a subservient position. After all, they were acutely aware of the plight and circumstances of their kind. If Ao Bing had not met such an unjust end, why would Ao Guang have been driven to fury, uniting the Dragon Kings of the Four Seas to seek retribution against Li Jing? Of course, Li Jing himself was a peculiar individual, much like his master, the unprincipled Ran Ding. Upon the arrival of the Dragon Kings, he had directly coerced his own son to death. Now, Neza and Li Jing remained at odds, a detail noted in the original journey to the west. Eventually, under the mediation of the celestial master Tai Yi, the matter subsided, with Neza's temporary demise serving as a concession to the Dragon Palace. Yet, Neza ultimately emerged with an even more formidable lotus body, rendering Ao Bing's death a senseless tragedy. Li Jing's animosity towards Neza transformed into misplaced fury directed at Ao Guang of the East Sea Dragon Palace. Thus, Li Jing became the Dragon Palace's foremost adversary. Moreover, not long ago, his shameless master, Ran Ding, suffered a setback in the Dragon Palace, even losing one of his disciples. Li Jing, how dare you speak to me in such a manner? Ao Mo's voice dripped with mockery and disdain, igniting even greater fury in Li Jing. Impudence! He raised his fingers, pointing directly at Ao Mo, and bellowed, before the Lingxiao Palace, you refuse to kneel before His Majesty? Is this an act of rebellion? As soon as these words were uttered, the Lingxiao Palace fell into silence. Even the normally boisterous Sun Wukong ceased his laughter. Witnessing this scene, Li Jing's anger surged, and he continued to berate, I am the heavenly king of the celestial court. Even if your father, the East Sea Dragon King, were to stand before me, he would not dare show me disrespect. Yet you, a mere dragon offspring, have the audacity to roar at me, devoid of any decorum. Li Jing was well aware that Ao Mo had already ascended to the status of Dragon King, as even the star of White Jupiter had addressed him as such during his visit to the mortal realm. However, he continued to belittle Ao Mo, referring to him as a mere dragon offspring, solely to humiliate him. What? Are you silent now? He taunted. You little beast, since you acknowledge your wrongdoing, why do you not kneel and beg for mercy before His Majesty? Ao Mo remained silent, perceiving Li Jing as nothing more than a jester before him. Before long, a deeper and more resonant voice thundered through the Lingxiao Palace. Bold Li Jing, you show no respect for your elders, publicly insulting a disciple of a sage in front of all. Do you dare believe that I shall strike you down here and now before His Majesty? The gravity of these words struck Li Jing dumbfounded. Following the voice, he recognized the speaker as Wenzhong, the heavenly master of thunder, who usually refrained from frequenting Lingxiao Palace. What was happening? Had he lost his mind today? Though Li Jing had always had a contentious relationship with Wenzhong, he was taken aback by this sudden declaration of intent to execute him. However, the thought of Wenzhong's words sparked a troubling realization. At that moment, a mystical mark of the upper clear emerged behind Ao Mo, accentuating his otherworldly presence. In that instant, Ao Mo's aura rivaled that of the Jade Emperor himself. The mark of a true sage's transmission was not to be trifled with. Upon witnessing this mark, Li Jing was utterly bewildered. When had this fellow become a true disciple of a sage? Although during the War of the Gods, the conflict between the Xīyóu and the Changjiao was a life-or-death struggle. The battlefield had been a veritable meat grinder. All were enemies, and no one cared about the legitimacy of one's background. Yet now, in an era of peace, following the War of the Gods, the Tao ancestor Hong Jun had personally intervened to broker peace among the three pure ones. Now, the three pure ones were at least publicly brotherly, which necessitated a re-examination of their intersect hierarchies. Strictly speaking, Li Jing was a third-generation disciple of the Changjiao, while Ao Mo was a true disciple of the sage. Therefore, upon encountering Ao Mo, Li Jing had no choice but to respectfully address him as Master Uncle. Ao Mo replied indifferently, Li Jing, do you now comprehend why I need not pay homage to His Majesty? As a true disciple of a sage, even the Jade Emperor did not warrant such reverence. Do not question why. A disciple of a sage is simply that formidable. Li Jing's face contorted in distress as he conceded, I understand, Master. Ao Mo chuckled, you still refer to yourself as a disciple? Do you not recall what you just said? Your blatant disrespect towards your elder merits an apology on your knees. At this moment, Wenzhong shouted, kneel and confess your wrongs, or I shall make it my mission to end you. Thus, Li Jing found himself in an exceedingly awkward predicament. Chapter 45, Justifiable Claims. The Dragon's Pride in Lingxiao. At this moment, regardless of one's magical prowess or celestial status, the atmosphere in Lingxiao Palace was charged with astonishment. The Tontian Patriarch had surprisingly taken on a true disciple. The significance of a sage's true disciple was monumental. After all, a single sage could obliterate all living beings across the three realms. During the War of the Gods, the Tongdian Patriarch had nearly acted in wrath to recreate the elements and annihilate the three realms. Had it not been for the intervention of the Tao ancestor Hongjun, these celestial beings might have already turned to dust, unable to even stand here. No one had anticipated that a sage would take the Dragon Prince of the East Sea as his disciple, complicating matters considerably. Those who had hoped to take advantage of the situation now fell silent. After all, a significant portion of the righteous deities in the celestial court were disciples of thee. And while their powers had diminished after being inscribed on the investiture of the gods, they were still officials of the celestial court. The deities of thunder, plague, and war, along with the god of wealth, were all crucial celestial officials maintained by the. If they were to provoke the two severely, they could easily face dire consequences. Moreover, one must not forget that the current patriarch was essentially a solitary figure. If he were truly angered, who could predict whether he might leave the Purple Cloud Palace and take drastic action? Aomo regarded the celestial beings of the court with a cold gaze. Indeed, it seems that those who lean against a sturdy tree enjoy the shade. These celestial beings and mortals are not so different after all, save for their possession of certain magical abilities. At this moment, the most distressed individual was undoubtedly Li Jing. He had yet to receive the news that Aomo had become a direct disciple of a saint. Otherwise, he would never have dared to stand out as the scapegoat. At that moment, when Zhong thundered once more, Li Jing hastened to apologize to my master's nephew. Li Jing was left speechless, overwhelmed with a sense of indignation and frustration. As one of the heavenly kings, he held considerable power and influence. However, what irked him the most was that his master, Ran Deng, had defected to the Buddhist sect without bringing him along, leaving him, in name, still a disciple of the Chan sect. Consequently, no one from the Chan sect came forth to assist him. A traitor's disciple, who would heed you? Conversely, one celestial official from the Chan sect spoke up. King Li, I believe you should apologize to the Dragon King, for your earlier behavior was indeed excessive. Li Jing lowered his head in silence. But he had already marked that individual in his mind. Witching Star-Lord, I shall remember you. Do not let me find an opportunity. The Witching Star-Lord served under the Purple Tenuity Emperor, Bo Yikao. Although Bo Yikao was not a disciple of the Chan sect, he had been conferred the title of Great Emperor by Jiangxia. Hence, he was still affiliated with the Chan sect. At this juncture, Li Jing felt utterly helpless, completely isolated. His body trembled, and he ultimately chose to endure the humiliation, declaring, My nephew has been blind and offended my master. I shall kneel. Little did he know that before Li Jing could finish his words, Wen Zhong bellowed in response. For a dignified heavenly king to kneel was indeed too much. Ultimately, it was the Jade Emperor who intervened. Enough, Dragon King. King Li has acted unintentionally. Now that he has apologized, I shall further penalize him by reducing his salary for 500 years. Let this matter conclude here. When the Jade Emperor spoke, it was akin to a decree from heaven. After all, this emperor was indeed a figure of unchallenged authority within the heavenly court. Moreover, of utmost significance was the title he bestowed upon Aomo, Dragon King. In truth, this was a concession from the Jade Emperor towards Aomo. While Li Jing faced animosity from the disciples of the Jie sect and embarrassment from the Chan sect, to the Jade Emperor, he remained a useful pawn. For the helpless Li Jing viewed the Jade Emperor as a pillar of support, loyally serving him. Aomo smiled slightly and stated, Since your majesty has spoken, how could Aomo possibly harbor any objections? This implied that the Jade Emperor's words were binding, and thus the matter was settled. As anticipated, the Jade Emperor rose. Addressing the Tai Bai Jinxing, Tai Bai, draft an edict for me, conferring upon the East Sea Dragon son Aomo the title of East Sea Dragon King, and promptly announce it to the world. Tai Bai Jinxing responded with utmost respect. This humble minister obeys the decree. The Jade Emperor's proclamation was unlike that of mortal kings. A mortal king's announcement typically involved posting edicts in various cities. However, the Jade Emperor's announcement would be disseminated in the name of the heavenly court, echoing across rivers, lakes, and seas, penetrating the dreams of mortal rulers. It was to ensure that all beings across the 3 realms and 6 paths were aware of this event. From this day forth, any offerings made to the Dragon King would solely be directed towards Aomo, and no longer to Ao Guang. With the Jade Emperor's decree, Aomo's position as Dragon King was thus rightfully established. Upon hearing this, the celestial beings congratulated Aomo. All the immortals recognized that the status of the Dragon Palace would be irrevocably transformed, for the current Dragon King was indeed the true disciple of a celestial sage. At the moment the Jade Emperor's decree was issued, a divine golden radiance enveloped Aomo's form. In that instant, he soared high above the heavens. Chapter 0046. The Monkey King's fury and the courtly battle. Sun Wukong stood behind Aomo, gazing at the Dragon King, now adorned in golden divine light, and felt a surge of envy. The Dragon King Aomo truly exuded an impressive aura. He had nearly compelled the Heavenly King, Li Jing, to kneel in apology. He had secured the Jade Emperor's personal decree, announcing his ascension as the East Sea Dragon King. How enviable indeed. In that moment, Sun Wukong mused that having a sage as a master was indeed magnificent. An unbidden thought arose in his mind. If I were to reveal my master's name, would it not instill fear in these celestial beings? In Sun Wukong's understanding, his master, Patriarch Puti, was undoubtedly one of the mightiest beings in existence, perhaps even more formidable than a saint. Alas, his master forbade him from disclosing his name to outsiders. After a while, the golden light surrounding Aomo gradually receded. This signified the transfer of divine authority. From that moment forth, Aomo was the rightful East Sea Dragon King. As Aomo basked in the limelight, Sun Wukong could no longer contain himself and exclaimed, Jade Emperor, what position will you bestow upon me? His words elicited laughter among many immortals. Any celestial being with discernment could see that the Jade Emperor was far from pleased, for he had reluctantly conferred the title of Dragon King upon Aomo. Yet, this foolish monkey remained oblivious to the situation and boldly sought a position from the Jade Emperor. At this moment, the Jade Emperor coldly inquired, what positions remain in the heavenly court? After a brief silence, the Wuching Star Lord stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, there remains the position of horsekeeper. We are still in need of a Baima one. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the celestial beings turned peculiar. How could they not know that Baima one was merely a horsekeeper? This monkey had initially sought a grand title, yet Wuching Star Lord proposed such a position. Li Jing thought to himself, Indeed, a sycophant of Boikao. Aomo mused. As expected, the Wuching Star Lord has stepped forward. In his previous life, while reading Journey to the West, Aomo had pondered why Wuching Star Lord, despite having no grudge against Sun Wukong, would assign him such a menial position. Yet, in this world, he understood. The Purple Tenuity Emperor, Boikao, had continually instigated actions against the demon race for the sake of his imperial power. As a Star Lord under Boikao, Wuching Star Lord naturally complied with his superior strategies and sought to make things difficult for Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong glanced around and then inquired of Aomo, Dragon King, Is the position of Baima one significant? At this, all eyes turned toward Aomo, eager to see how this newly conferred Dragon King would respond. After all, the Jade Emperor clearly intended to assign a minor position to dismiss the Monkey King. Thus, the usual celestial beings would generally align with the Jade Emperor's sentiments, suggesting that the position of Baima one was substantial to placate Sun Wukong. Without a moment's hesitation, Aomo replied, Baima one is merely a horsekeeper. Do you consider such a position significant? Upon hearing this, a profound silence enveloped the celestial beings. Standing nearby, Li Jing inwardly cheered, thinking, Aomo, you foolish wretch, such words are tantamount to defying the Emperor. However, Li Jing, of his ilk, could not fathom Aomo's intentions. Unconcerned with whether he would displease the Jade Emperor, Aomo remained steadfast in his convictions. Upon hearing Aomo's words, Sun Wukong's playful demeanor vanished, replaced instead by a countenance of thunderous rage. A horsekeeping position? Sun Wukong's gaze fell upon Wuching Star Lord, who had suggested the position, and he roared, Ha! A fine Baima one indeed. I reckon you should be struck down by a plague. This monkey was truly uncontrollable. In a fit of fury, he disregarded all restraint and brandished his Rui Jingu Bang, leaping towards Wuching Star Lord with a mighty swing. Take this from me. As Sun Wukong sprang into action, the Lord of the Martial Star felt a sudden jolt of apprehension. He had never expected this monkey to be so fierce, launching an attack directly within the heavenly palace. The rapid approach of the staff sent chills down his spine. Despite his title containing the word martial, he was merely a mortal who had cultivated his strength and had only attained the initial stage of the true immortal realm. How could he possibly withstand the might of Sun Wukong? Nearby stood Li Jing, who feigned ignorance, thinking, Lord of the martial star, your retribution comes swiftly. May you perish beneath this demon monkey. At this critical juncture, a burly figure intervened, astonishingly managing to halt Sun Wukong's golden staff with a single hand. What a formidable individual. Sun Wukong, a golden immortal, had formidable combat prowess under the tutelage of Patriarch Bodhi. Yet, this man could restrain his attack with one hand, indicating tremendous strength. If memory served, this was none other than Wang Lingguan. Chapter 0047, The Turmoil in the Heavenly Palace. Alma's aide Alma had a vivid recollection of Wang Lingguan. In the original text of Journey to the West, Sun Wukong's rampage in the Heavenly Palace did not even reach the southern Heavenly Gate, and it was Wang Lingguan who blocked his path. It appeared that Wang Lingguan was even more formidable than described in the novel. According to Alma's understanding, Wang Lingguan was the foremost among the 500 immortals, known as the Great Celestial Immortal. He was a disciple of the Taiqing lineage, whose power was truly unfathomable. As Sun Wukong prepared to unleash his fury, he was taken aback when his staff was seized, a wave of despondence washing over him. Wang Lingguan, maintaining his composure, declared, Demon Monkey, this is the Heavenly Palace. You shall not wreak havoc here. The moment Sun Wukong found his first strike thwarted, fury ignited within him. He bellowed, Who are you to obstruct me, old son? As his words echoed, his demonic aura surged violently. The overwhelming energy forced Wang Lingguan to retreat, clearly incensed. Alma observed, contemplating, Patriarch Bodhi truly has a profound intention. He imparted the authentic Taoist teachings to Sun Wukong, yet altered them to manifest as overwhelming demonic energy. How intriguing. After forcing Wang Lingguan back, Sun Wukong cast a fierce glare at the Lord of the Martial Star, exclaiming, You reckless fool, I shall remember you. I will surely knock your head in the future. With that, the demon monkey prepared to depart. At that moment, however, Li Jing obstructed the entrance to the Heavenly Palace, shouting, Audacious demon monkey! How dare you leave recklessly from the Heavenly Palace? With that, Li Jing hurled the exquisite pagoda in his hand. This pagoda, a treasure bestowed upon him by the Buddha of Light, could expand and contract, capable of containing and subduing beings, truly a remarkable artifact. Why had Neza complied so obediently by Li Jing's side all these years? It was precisely due to this pagoda. As the pagoda soared, it radiated divine light. Caught off guard, Sun Wukong was directly engulfed by the pagoda. The pagoda landed on the floor of the Heavenly Palace, and a triumphant expression spread across Li Jing's face. This demon monkey has been so audacious, yet I have captured him. How splendidly I shall present myself before the Emperor. Ama, witnessing Li Jing's smug demeanor, surmised his thoughts and cautioned, Li Tianwang, you must be vigilant. Do not allow this captured demon monkey to escape. Li Jing glanced at Alma, sneering dismissively. There is no need for you to concern yourself, little uncle. Yet, as he spoke, the exquisite pagoda suddenly expanded. Moments later, it shrank again, only to swell once more. Clearly, Sun Wukong had employed his ability to enlarge and shrink, attempting to break free from the pagoda's confinement. Li Jing, observing the changes in the pagoda, felt no alarm within his heart. This pagoda was granted to me by the Buddha of Light. Though not of innate origin, it is indeed powerful. Even my rebellious son could not escape its suppression. How could this monkey possibly succeed? At that moment, Alma, who had been watching from the sidelines, suddenly exclaimed, Not good. The demon monkey is about to escape. As his voice fell, Alma swiftly took action, condensing a violent dragon claw with a mere gesture, directing it toward the now enlarged pagoda. Li Jing instantly grasped the situation, but it was too late. With a thunderous crash, the exquisite pagoda shattered into pieces. In that instant, Sun Wukong soared towards freedom. Alma shouted, Demon monkey, do not flee. But Sun Wukong had already transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from sight. Watching Sun Wukong escape from the Heavenly Palace and glancing at the shattered pagoda, Li Jing felt on the verge of tears. He knew all too well that Sun Wukong could never have broken free from the pagoda's confinement from within. It was clear that Alma had intervened to shatter his own pagoda, allowing Sun Wukong to escape. Alma, you are truly despicable. Li Jing pointed an accusatory finger at Alma, his voice trembling with rage. You. Alma merely coldly snorted, denying Li Jing the chance to respond, saying, Li Jing, you are a heavenly king. How can you be so arrogant? The demon monkey was already captured, and I warned you to be cautious, yet you disregarded my advice. Now, look where we are. That demon monkey has leisurely escaped the heavenly court, and I cannot even remedy the situation." Upon hearing these words, Li Jing coughed up a mouthful of blood. How infuriating. This is utterly intolerable. It was evident that Alma had secretly acted, shattering his pagoda and enabling Sun Wukong's escape. Yet now, Alma had the audacity to accuse him falsely. Li Jing glanced around at the assembly of immortals, but no one came to his defense. One was a traitorous disciple who had become the Buddha of light, and the other was a newly accepted disciple of a sage. Which side was he to choose? Chapter 0048. The Invitation from the Senior Sister. The Demon King's Brotherhood. At this moment, when Zhong, standing nearby, sees the opportunity to strike a blow. "Li Jing, what is your intention? Your uncle has already warned you to be cautious, yet you chose to ignore his counsel and have now committed a grave error. Do you wish to shift the blame onto your uncle?" Hearing Wen Zhong's words, Alma could not help but chuckle. "Wen Zhong, you truly embody the wisdom of the Grand Shang Dynasty's Grand Master. Your timing in delivering such a cutting remark is impeccable." However, he inwardly thought, still, that phrase he used was somewhat unbecoming. After all, I am quite young, am I not? Although the term was respectful, being addressed as old man by a several thousand-year-old elder was a tad jarring. It felt more crushing than being called uncle by a child on a bus. Li Jing had already lost his prized artifact and was now subjected to a biting retort from Wen Zhong. In the blink of an eye, he experienced a whirlwind of emotions, nearly leading to a disruption of his Tao heart. Then, with a thud, Li Jing, the dignified immortal, fainted upon the floor of the heavenly palace. Wen Zhong scoffed derisively. "Humph, as a heavenly king, you should focus on enhancing your cultivation instead of fainting over a broken artifact caused by a monkey. I, Wen Zhong, disdain to associate with you." Bah! With those words, Li Jing completely lost consciousness, his final thought being, "When did this heavenly king ever associate with you?" The Jade Emperor observed everything with a glimmer of disappointment in his eyes. Ultimately, Li Jing was but a pile of mud that could not be propped up. He maintained his composure and said, "All right, the court is dismissed." Today was not a day of joy for the Jade Emperor. After the ministers dispersed, the celestial beings of the had long been waiting outside, and there were indeed quite a number of them. The presence of Wen Zhong was notable, along with Yu Hua and the righteous deities of the plague department. One by one, they paid their respects to Aomo, for he was a true disciple. Aomo exchanged a brief glance with them before following Wen Zhong. As they walked, Wen Zhong chuckled and inquired about his performance. "Uncle Master, how did I fare today?" Aomo smiled and replied, "Your words are most appropriate, Master Wen. I am indeed impressed. If our Dragon Palace had talents like you serving us, our days would surely be much more pleasant." Although Wen Zhong was aware that this was mere flattery, he could not suppress his joy. He led Aomo toward the Palace of the Stars, saying, "Uncle Master, my master is awaiting you in the palace, so I shall not intrude further." Upon hearing the mention of the Golden Spirit Saint Mother, Aomo's mind conjured the image of his senior sister, wild and captivating. He pondered, "Why do I feel a stirring within me? Perhaps it is time to put an end to my single life. After all, there is a bewitching fox spirit in the Dragon Palace awaiting my affection." Of course, he had not considered the responsibility entrusted to him by Hutu, the mysterious Xianming. Finally entering the Palace of the Stars, a surge of celestial light rushed toward Aomo. Having absorbed the properties of the stars, he was, in essence, the Dragon of Starlight. Thus, he became a black hole amidst the dazzling radiance, devouring the starlight into his being. How delightful! After consuming such an abundance of starlight, Aomo felt a significant enhancement in his cultivation. At that moment, a familiar, melodious voice echoed, "Junior brother, it has been a long time. You have grown and become the Dragon King. How delightful." It was as if she spoke with the same gentle, teasing tone as before. "Aomo, I pay my respects to my senior sister." Amidst the intense starlight, the unique, semi-transparent, and alluring figure of the Golden Spirit Saint Mother emerged. "No need for excessive courtesy. Come forth and let me have a good look at you," she beckoned. With a teasing smile, Aomo replied, "Senior sister, do not be too harsh on me. I am still but a child." Their playful banter was peculiar, yet it was evident that any serious entanglement between them was not feasible at present. For the Golden Spirit Saint Mother had embarked on an extraordinary path to escape the function list. Her form was now composed of starlight, lacking a tangible essence. Even if she desired to engage in activities that might produce distinctive sounds, she was presently constrained. "Senior sister, you have not merely come to take a look at me, have you?" The Golden Spirit Saint Mother chuckled softly and replied, "You are quite astute, little dragon. I do have an important task for you, one that could significantly impact the legacy of our." Upon hearing the solemnity in her words, Xīyóu ceased his light-hearted demeanor and said, "Senior sister, please instruct me." "Junior brother, you are likely aware of the past Battle of Fengshan, correct?" Xīyóu nodded. As a transmigrator, how could he be unaware of such events? After becoming the Dragon King, he had even inquired about the battle from Guang. The details of the Fengshan in this world aligned closely with what he had known. Aside from the timing, the Golden Spirit Saint Mother appeared contemplative as she recounted, "In the past, our master had 8 true disciples, Sister Wudong, myself, Senior Brother Duobao, and Junior Brother Zhao Gongming, along with the 3 celestial maidens and the Turtle Spirit Saint Mother." At the onset of the Fengshan calamity, the Turtle Spirit Saint Mother was particularly restless, wishing to leave Biyou Palace to aid the Shang dynasty. However, the Tongtian Patriarch had already determined that fate was not in favor of Shang, and thus repeatedly forbade her. Eventually, he became enraged and expelled her from her position as a true disciple. During the Battle of Fengshan, the Turtle Spirit Saint Mother met a tragic end. She was captured by the Zhuan and taken to the Western Spirit Mountain, where a mosquito took advantage of her weakened state, draining her blood and flesh until only a fragment of her spirit managed to escape and reincarnate. The matter concerning the legacy of the now rested upon the remnants of the Turtle Spirit Saint Mother. Even though the Tongtian Saint had expelled her, he had not revoked her true disciple seal, meaning her fate remained intertwined with the. Despite her reincarnation, the fortunes of the still resided within her lingering spirit. Perhaps, amidst the calamity of the mosquito Taoist, the Turtle Spirit Saint Mother might still retain her remnants, which were crucial to this fate. Yet, after the Battle of Fengshan, her remnants had vanished without a trace. The Tongtian Saint had attempted to divine her whereabouts several times, but to no avail. However, not long ago, the Golden Spirit Saint Mother received news of a possible reincarnation of the Turtle Spirit Saint Mother, who had transformed into a female demon. Yet, in the blink of an eye, she had disappeared again. This information was exceedingly vague. The current form of her reincarnation, her race, and her cultivation level remained unknown. In the end, despite her best efforts, the Golden Spirit Saint Mother could not locate her. She even enlisted the help of the Tongtian Patriarch, who once again employed his divination methods, finally uncovering a lead. The reincarnation of the Turtle Spirit Saint Mother would manifest during this journey to the west. At present, the Tongtian Patriarch was in the Xīyóu Palace, orchestrating the operations of the Heavenly Tao in place of Hongjun Daozu. The Golden Spirit Saint Mother, being a person of the Fengshan list, had fortunately begun to reconstruct her Yang spirit. Though she was still far from fully achieving her Yang spirit, she could at least manifest a small portion of it independently. As for the 3 celestial maidens and Zhao Gongming, they too were figures of the Fengshan list, and this matter could not be disclosed to them. Wudong Saint Mother was a free spirit, yet she now represented the, and her immense power drew the attention of the higher-ups. Thus, the responsibility of locating the Turtle Spirit Saint Mother fell upon Mo contemplated. This sister, whom I have never met, is likely to become a female demon encountered along the journey to the west. This is indeed an immense undertaking. Considering the various female demons encountered during the arduous journey, it was daunting to think that if his senior sister were to reincarnate as a mere mortal, it would complicate matters further. Nevertheless, there is always a way to navigate challenges. I shall search for her steadily, for haste will accomplish nothing. After departing from the Palace of the Stars, Mo made his way directly to the southern heavenly gate. Now a legitimate Dragon King, he understood that the Jade Emperor would soon declare his status across the 3 realms, which meant many matters awaited his attention. Upon reaching the southern heavenly gate, he was suddenly approached by 2 individuals. "Young master, please walk slowly." Mo paused, immediately recognizing these 2 figures, the brothers Gao Ming and Gao Ju. While their names might sound unfamiliar to some, their other titles, Thousand Mile Eye and Wind Listening Ear, were undoubtedly well known. Seeing the 2 approach, Mo smiled and said, "Ah, it is the heavenly generals, Thousand Mile Eye and Wind Listening Ear. I wonder what brings you both to seek me." The 2 celestial beings beamed with delight upon hearing Mo's courteous demeanor. To be frank, aside from their remarkable abilities to see and hear, their cultivation levels were rather modest, placing them among the lower ranks of the. In contrast, Mo was a disciple of the Tongtian Patriarch, undeniably a figure of the highest caliber. Nowadays, Aomo treats them with remarkable amiability and courtesy, which naturally astonishes them. The elder brother, Gao Ming, respectfully inquired, "Young master, are you planning to descend to the mortal realm?" Aomo pondered for a moment and replied, "Of course. Why do you ask?" Gaoju continued, "Young master, I advise you to steer clear of Flower Fruit Mountain." Intrigued, Aomo smiled and asked, "Oh, why is that?" Gao Ming explained, "My brother and I previously observed that Sun Wukong, having been cast out from the heavenly palace, is currently forming alliances with several formidable demons." Upon hearing this, a flicker of amusement crossed Aomo's mind, as he thought, just as I suspected. This grand development was something he had long anticipated. Overall, aside from not having assumed the position of the stable master, Sun Wukong's trajectory remained largely unchanged. Of course, in this unfolding narrative, Aomo played a significant role. Yet, he was indifferent to the matter, unconcerned about the fate that awaited Sun Wukong. In this lifetime, there existed neither enmity nor fraternal bonds between them. At the heavenly palace, Aomo had merely refrained from uttering falsehoods. Gaoju added, if it were merely an alliance, it would be inconsequential. After all, demons in the mortal realm often enjoy brotherly camaraderie to showcase their wild nature. However, these particular demons have audaciously declared titles for themselves. Indeed, that monkey has taken on the title of Great Sage equal to heaven. This is a grave affront to the heavenly court. And my brother and I intend to report this to the Jade Emperor. Aomo immediately grasped their intentions. They wished for him to maintain distance from Sun Wukong to avoid being implicated. Thus, he smiled and said, "Very well, I am aware of this matter. Thank you for your counsel." Although Aomo had already been informed, he appreciated the brother's goodwill. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and with a flourish of his hand, he produced several items. "Gentlemen, these are specialties from my dragon palace. Please accept them." In his hand were the hearts of ferocious beasts obtained during a previous hunt in the abyss, now stripped of their ferocity, leaving only the purest essence, essentially alternative elixirs for enhancing cultivation. Though the two were not particularly powerful, having survived the battle of the investiture of the gods, they possessed keen discernment and joyfully accepted the treasures. Another item was a communication conch. Aomo said, "Gentlemen, my brother Ao Qing is currently serving in the Heavenly River. Please keep an eye on him. Any matters can be conveyed to me through this conch." Ao Qing was the eldest son of Ao Guang. As a hostage in the Heavenly Court, he served under the command of Marshal Tianpeng. The Heavenly Court had believed that with the eldest prince in their grasp, the Dragon Palace would have little to worry about. Little did they realize that the eldest prince was merely working for the Heavenly Court while the youngest dragon's son had ascended to the throne. It was no wonder that the Jade Emperor was displeased. Aomo descended from the southern Heavenly Gate, making his way to the mortal realm. At this moment, he intended to return directly to the East Sea, but for reasons unknown, he whimsically altered his course toward Flower Fruit Mountain, eager to witness the scene of the 7 great sages' brotherhood. Human psychology often behaves in such a manner when told not to do something. One may feel compelled to do just that. Of course, Aomo ventured to Flower Fruit Mountain only because he possessed absolute strength. His speed of flight was astonishing. During his last race with Sun Wukong, he had not even exerted his full power. After bidding farewell to Gao Ming and Gao Ju, he soon found himself at Flower Fruit Mountain. The expanse of the mountain was vast, as evidenced by its 72 demon caves, and with Aomo's magical prowess, concealing his presence was a trivial task. Looking up, he saw a banner soaring high, emblazoned with the 4 characters, "Great Sage equal to heaven." Witnessing this spectacle, Aomo chuckled lightly, remarking, "How amusing. They are each strategizing and reveling in their own achievements." He was fully aware that after the 7 great demons had formed their alliances, they each bore titles, and surprisingly, Sun Wukong's title of Great Sage equal to heaven was not the most formidable. Listen to these titles: Bull Demon King, Great Sage of Flattening Heaven; Prung Demon King, Great Sage of Chaos in Heaven; Flood Dragon Demon King, Great Sage of Overturning the Sea; Lion Trojan King, Great Sage of Moving Mountains; Monkey King, Great Sage of Ventilation; Xīyóu King, Great Sage of Driving Away Gods. Only then came Sun Wukong, the Great Sage equal to heaven. Is Great Sage of Flattening Heaven impressive? The title of Great Sage equal to heaven merely implies equality with the heavens. But the Bull Demon King's title suggests a desire to level the heavenly court. Then there is the Great Sage of Chaos in Heaven, which implies a disturbance within the heavenly court. Naturally, Aomo held no objections to these titles. They were free to engage with the heavenly court as they wished. However, the Flood Dragon Demon King's title of Great Sage of overturning the sea irked him. The intentions behind the Flood Dragon Demon King were well known. He sought to overturn the four seas and claim dominion as the Sea Emperor. If Aomo were merely a spectator in his past life, this would be inconsequential. He might even be intrigued to witness the interactions between the Flood Dragon Demon King and the Dragon Kings of the Four Seas. But now, he was the Dragon King of the East Sea. Moreover, he was on the verge of becoming the Emperor of the Four Seas. Knowing that I have become the Dragon King of the East Sea, he still dares to assume the title of Great Sage of overturning the sea? What is this? Disrespect? No, this is something that must be addressed. Of course, Aomo did not immediately reveal himself to confront the seven great sages. Firstly, the old bull was still among them, and that bull had called him young master with great frequency. Instead, he preferred to listen to what the old bull had to say. As for the other great sages, while they may not have direct connections with heaven or sea, their ambition was evident. Take the Lion Trojan King, the great sage of moving mountains. Do you think moving mountains is merely a matter of shifting a few peaks? Wrong, utterly mistaken. Aomo had extracted his attributes and suspected that the Lion Trojan King was linked to the ancient Qīyóu clan, thus implying that moving mountains was no trivial matter. The Lion Trojan King was one to be wary of. Whether he intended to move Mount Wuzhou or Kunlun, if he were indeed a descendant of the ancient Qīyóu, there could potentially be entanglements in the future. Nonetheless, such events had yet to unfold, and Aomo was in no hurry. He was confident in his strength to suppress the cosmos. As for the other two titles, he dismissed them from his thoughts. However, although Sun Wukong possessed a modicum of cleverness, he remained a naive monkey, oblivious to being manipulated. The titles of the seven great sages were indeed imposing. Yet why was only his banner displayed? As the saying goes, the one who stands out gets beaten. No. It should be said that the monkey who stands out is the one to face consequences. Aomo could easily deduce that they had praised Sun Wukong excessively, inflating his confidence and vanity to the point where the younger ones hung the banner. From Gao Ming and Gao Zhu's words, it seemed that heavenly soldiers were about to arrive, providing an excellent opportunity to observe whether the Flood Dragon Demon King would be dealt with. At that moment, however, a strange voice suddenly reached Aomo's ears. Aomo possessed the ability to listen to the world, extracted from the Monkey King, allowing him to easily catch the sounds around him. Fortuitously, he heard the latter part of a sentence. When the heavenly soldiers arrive, you all should fight while retreating. Leaving Flower Fruit Mountain, we shall take advantage of the heavenly court's emptiness and head to the heavenly prison. This statement jolted Aomo into alertness. The heavenly prison. In the mortal realm, the most secure prison within a kingdom is often referred to as the heavenly prison, signifying it as the most fortified location in the entire realm. Of course, it was merely a pleasing name. In the realm of mere mortals, any practitioner possessing cultivation can breach its confines. Yet, for the celestial court, this signifies an authentic celestial prison. Enclosed within this heavenly confinement are countless ancient and formidable demons, even ferocious beasts, each a terrifying entity stained with the blood of countless victims. Should they escape, it would spell immense trouble. Sun Wukong, in his arrogance, remains oblivious to the machinations surrounding him. Indeed, the layers of scheming are intricate, and perhaps the Bull Demon King and his allies are merely pawns in a grander scheme. Thus, the individual who just spoke emerges as a particularly remarkable figure. Chapter 0052. The 100,000 celestial soldiers arrive as expected in earlier readings. I found it peculiar that at such a critical juncture, Sun Wukong's sworn brothers vanished without a trace. It is now evident that these so-called brothers were merely there to ensnare him. However, Aomo suddenly recalled a pivotal point. This celestial prison does not merely refer to the eternal prison. In truth, beneath the Four Seas Dragon Palace lies the seal of ancient oceanic beasts. In a certain light, is not the realm beneath the Four Seas also a celestial prison? The eyes of Aomo sparkled with fierce determination. I hope I am merely overthinking this, for if it proves true, Aomo am not one to show mercy. At this moment, Aomo swiftly employed the secret techniques of the Dragon Palace to instruct Ao Guang to prepare defenses in the Eastern Sea. The sea patrolling Xīyóu initiated the most stringent surveillance to guard against any unforeseen occurrences from the depths of the ocean. Moreover, Aomo directed Ao Guang to notify his three brothers, the Dragon Kings of the Western, northern and southern seas. One must not fear the unlikely, but rather the unexpected. Aomo remained at this location, not merely to observe the spectacle, but to focus on the orchestrator behind the scenes. Shortly after he informed the Eastern Sea, the formerly radiant sky abruptly darkened, cloaked by celestial soldiers, not storm clouds. Boom! The thunderous drums of heaven erupted, shaking the very earth beneath. Instantly, the monkeys of Flower Fruit Mountain were thrown into disarray. The contrast between these monkeys and Aomo's Eastern Sea Dragon Army became starkly evident. Under Aomo's rigorous training, the Dragon Army had significantly bolstered its strength, not merely in individual combat prowess, but also in formation and discipline. Meanwhile, the monkeys, typically jovial, now lost all semblance of composure in the face of impending battle. The mere sound of the thunderous drums scattered them like frightened birds and beasts. Amidst the thunderous cacophony, a figure gradually emerged, followed by a commanding voice booming. "Bold demon monkeys, how dare you raise such a rebellious banner without permission? Come forth and accept your demise." Aomo opened his celestial eye, immediately discerning the formation of the celestial army. Indeed, it resembled the descriptions found in ancient texts. The original text states, "King Li and Neza bowed in thanks and proceeded to the palace, rallying the forces, appointing the giant spirit god as the vanguard, while the fish-belly commander followed closely behind, urging the troops onward. At the forefront led none other than Li Jing, though he now wielded no treasured pagoda. Yet Neza stood resolutely by his side, and the one who had just issued the challenge was the giant spirit god." Aomo chuckled softly, remarking, "This fellow is indeed formidable, living up to his title of the giant spirit god. His voice is quite resounding, yet alas, his cultivation is somewhat lacking." Aomo quickly assessed that the giant spirit god's cultivation was only at the mid-stage of true immortal. In truth, this level is adequate among celestial soldiers. Yet Aomo's own cultivation was so elevated that he found it hard to tolerate. After the giant spirit god issued his challenge, Sun Wukong somersaulted into the clouds and began to taunt him mercilessly. Unsurprisingly, a battle erupted between the giant spirit god and Sun Wukong. The giant spirit god swung his Xianhua axe with reckless abandon, but ultimately, he was bested by Sun Wukong's iron staff and retreated in disarray back to the celestial court. Throughout this spectacle, Aomo observed with a detached gaze, not merely out of interest, but to keep a watchful eye on the formidable demons atop Flower Fruit Mountain. Following the giant spirit goddess retreat, Neza took to the fray. This battle promised to be a fierce clash. Legend has it that Neza is the reincarnation of a demonic essence, harboring a murderous disposition, and indeed, that proved to be the case. At this moment, Aomo felt a surge of murderous intent. Chapter 0053. Amidst the chaos, Aomo strategizes Neza is the foe responsible for the death of his brother. However, in an instant, Aomo quelled the murderous thoughts that surged within him. Now is not the time. In truth, Aomo held no personal vendetta against Neza. He had even admired the character in the past. Yet in this world, Neza represents the enemy that avenged his brother. Aobing was slain by Neza, and the gruesome manner of his death seemed to have seeped into Aomo's very bloodline memories, thus giving rise to such thoughts. Of course, given Aomo's current cultivation and temperament, this was merely a fleeting thought, quickly suppressed and deemed inconsequential. Presently, his focus must remain on the formidable demons. As Sun Wukong and Neza engaged in fierce combat, numerous demons suddenly surged forth from Flower Fruit Mountain, chanting, "Kill! Slay these celestial soldiers! Kill! Slay the heavenly troops, and seize the celestial court." In an instant, the air was filled with the din of battle cries. A smile crept upon Aomo's lips as he remarked, "Ah, they have indeed mobilized." From the very beginning, Aomo had noted the hidden demon soldiers lurking below the mountain. In truth, it would be folly for the native monkeys and demons of Flower Fruit Mountain to confront the celestial soldiers. Such a disparity is akin to a rabble clashing with a disciplined army, an impossibility. The demon soldiers now emerging, however, were brought forth by several great demon saints. Here, there were lion-headed terrestrial demons, various avian demon tribes, and a plethora of other races converging, totaling an astounding number exceeding 100,000. Only by witnessing this grand battle does one truly grasp the scale of conflict, far beyond what mere words can encapsulate. The battlefield was a spectacle to behold. At this moment, Aomo exerted his mental focus, for as the battle erupted, the when communicating great sage, the divine-driving Great Sage, and the chaos-dispersing Great Sage stealthily made their way towards the celestial court. Meanwhile, the Xīyóu Demon King took advantage of the chaos to leap from the waterfall beneath the water curtain cave into the Eastern Sea. Just as I suspected. The Xīyóu Demon King indeed harbors designs against the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. What audacity! Yet Xīyóu felt no urgency. He had already laid the groundwork. The Xīyóu army, Shrimp army, and Crab army had all transformed dramatically, sufficiently prepared to handle the Xīyóu Demon King for a while. This was an opportune moment to test the combat efficacy of the Dragon Palace. Xīyóu had been seeking a worthy opponent to assess the enhancements in the Dragon Army's strength. Now, with the Xīyóu Demon King entering the fray, he had found an ideal subject for experimentation, possessing profound magical prowess and the innate mastery of water due to his serpentine nature. He would not falter as Sun Wukong had, unable to unleash his full strength. Subsequently, Xīyóu retrieved a communication conch. Gao Ming, Gao Ju. I am the Eastern Sea Dragon King. You must immediately inform Wenzhong that someone is attempting to breach the Eternal Prison. To disrupt the Eternal Prison is a grave offense. However, to thwart such an attempt would be a monumental achievement. Today, Wenzhong delivered a timely blow in Lingxiao Hall, lifting my spirits, and since this old rascal is also a disciple of my elder sister, such an excellent opportunity for merit must surely be bestowed upon him. At this moment, Sun Wukong and Neza were locked in an intense battle, each believing themselves to be the protagonists of the world. All the demons of Waguashan and the heavenly warriors focused their gaze upon them, unaware that they were merely serving as bait. Yet, a deeper and more profound conflict was about to commence. Chapter 0054, The Jealousy of the Xīyóu Demon. The Yashas trapped the Xīyóu Demon King was the illegitimate son of the Dragon King Yaoshuan of the North Sea, originally named Xīyóu. He fled the North Sea Dragon Palace in his youth to develop in the northern continent, ultimately becoming a formidable demon of great renown. However, he no longer went by Xīyóu. He was now universally known as the Xīyóu Demon King. He frequently troubled the North Sea, becoming one of its most pressing threats. Upon infiltrating the East Sea, the Xīyóu Demon King headed straight for the abyss beneath it. At that moment, a sneer of disdain graced his malevolent visage. Humph, Xīyóu. How can a mere young dragon like you ascend to the throne of Dragon King? The Xīyóu Demon King harbored great resentment towards Xīyóu, viewing him as an upstart, a mere hatchling. Yet, this hatchling had become the Dragon Prince of the East Sea, while he, a superior dragon, had been scorned by his own father at birth. The adage dragons compete with dragons rang painfully true for him. Why was his fate so fraught with obstacles while Xīyóu seemed blessed with fortune? He was indignant. The moment the Xīyóu Demon King learned of Xīyóu's ascension to the East Sea Dragon King, an overwhelming wave of jealousy surged within him. Subsequently, Xīyóu displayed his formidable prowess, silencing the Xīyóu Demon King with his sheer presence. Yet, instead of quelling the flames of envy, they intensified. I shall break the seal beneath the sea and witness how you endure this calamity. Let us see how you continue to reign as the Dragon King of the East Sea, as the son of the North Sea Dragon. He understood the terrifying nature of the seal suppressed in the depths. He knew that among the four seas, the East Sea seal was the strongest, containing even quasi-saint-level calamities. If unleashed, it would spell utter devastation. At that moment, a peculiar expression flickered across the Xīyóu Demon King's face. The Yasha Patrol. The Xīyóu Demon King immediately showcased his exceptional prowess, for while Sun Wukong had initially failed to detect the Yasha army lurking in the waters, he discerned their presence almost instantaneously. What extraordinary stealth! The general configuration of the Four Seas Dragon Palaces was similar, just as the East Sea had Yashas. The North Sea had its own. The Xīyóu Demon King was well aware of the Yasha army's innate ability to remain unseen. However, in this era, such talents had significantly diminished. Ordinarily, he would have detected them long before. Yet, now that they were within a mere mile of him, he finally sensed something amiss. What are these fellows up to? The Xīyóu Demon King soon noticed that the Yashas were merely wandering outside, not drawing closer. Indeed, they have discovered my presence. And this appears to be some kind of formation? He had initially intended to silently shatter the seal and deliver a shocking surprise to the Dragon Palace, plunging Xīyóu into despair. However, having barely entered the sea, he was already detected. Very well, then let us unleash a massacre. The Xīyóu Demon King instantly suppressed his aura, allowing his formidable demonic energy to radiate outward. The Yasha general, Yahan, recently bestowed with a name by Amok, observed this scene with a cold smile, proclaiming, "It seems the Xīyóu Demon King intends to force his way through our Yasha trapping formation. Very well. Men, inform the others, this is our first deployment, and we must not embarrass His Majesty." One of the subordinates promptly replied, "Rest assured, General, we will ensure that the Xīyóu Demon King understands his place." Following this, he swiftly initiated commands. The 3,000 Yashas quickly formed a complex array known as the Yasha Trapping Formation. This formation was one of the ancient battle arrays passed down from the progenitor dragon to the Yasha clan. Originally consisting of two parts, the Trapping God and the Exterminating God formations. However, the Exterminating God formation was too powerful and difficult to execute. While the Trapping God formation had recently been perfected, Chapter 0055, Successive Strikes, hundreds of warriors deploying a formation? You seek death, the Xīyóu Demon King sneered. Dismissing the 3,000 Yashas as insignificant obstacles, he could easily annihilate them should he wish. Yet, the next moment, terror crept upon his countenance as the scene before him abruptly transformed. What was once the deep sea, with its azure waves and dim light, now morphed into a realm of molten lava and volcanic chaos. The Xīyóu Demon King's eyelids twitched in surprise. An illusionary formation? Illusionary formations manipulate the mind to conjure phantoms, striking unseen. They are indeed formidable, yet the Xīyóu Demon King remained unfazed. He not only remained calm, but even felt a hint of amusement. I, the Xīyóu Demon King, have carved my path through the northern continent, triumphing over countless foes. Do you think a mere illusion can ensnare me? Absurd. Suddenly, a sharp and resounding thud echoed from behind him, and the Xīyóu Demon King realized a small tear had been rent in his armor. Is this an illusion? No, this is real damage. At that moment, he felt a surge of indignation towards the Yashas. How dare you inflict real harm amidst an illusion? As a battle-hardened warrior, the Xīyóu Demon King quickly discerned that this was no ordinary illusion, but a hybrid formation blending reality and deception, seamlessly integrating attacks within the phantasm, catching enemies unawares. Infuriated, the Xīyóu Demon King roared. The Yashas were mere pawns, yet he, the illustrious Xīyóu Demon King, had been wounded by them. It was not that he was truly injured. His armor, a treasure of the material realm, could withstand such harm. However, that slight pain ignited his fury. You seek death. The Xīyóu Demon King's demonic energy surged, erupting like a volcanic explosion. He knew that the best way to deal with concealed foes was to strike decisively. His demonic energy transformed into terrifying flames, surging outward with scorching ferocity, sweeping away the surrounding illusions. Indeed, as the phantoms were incinerated, he shattered the so-called formation with a flick of his hand. The Xīyóu Demon King smirked disdainfully, shaking out his long sleeves. Oof, a bunch of trash. At that moment, the Xīyóu Demon King felt a sense of invincibility, as if he were laughing defiantly at the heavens, proclaiming the inferiority of all around him. Yet, scarcely had he uttered those words when the environment shifted once more. The molten volcanic hell he had just obliterated was replaced by an icy expanse. Is this never-ending? The Xīyóu Demon King quickly realized that as he unleashed his demonic energy, the Yashas had deftly scattered, avoiding any harm. Once his energy had erupted, they reformed a new illusionary array. Yasha General Yahan observed this spectacle, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. The Yasha trapping formation can sense the fluctuations of energy through the water, enabling rapid adaptation of the array. How could your Majesty's formation be so easily broken? At this moment, General Orca approached, saying, Yahan, shall I take action now? I have long heard of the notorious Xīyóu Demon King and his formidable prowess. At last, I have the opportunity to confront him. Yahan glanced at his imposing companion, General Tiger Whale Hu Li, whose physical strength had grown immensely, to the point where his mere presence exuded an oppressive aura. You may engage him, but exercise caution. This Xīyóu Demon King is no trifling adversary, for his cultivation surpasses yours. He has attained the realm of golden immortal, while you, though you have made remarkable strides and even enhanced your lineage, remain merely a true immortal. General Hu Li chuckled, fear not. After all, Marshal Ao is present. What is there to dread? Within the great formation, the Xīyóu Demon King's expression darkened further, as the illusory realm transformed into an icy expanse. Hundreds of robust tiger whales materialized, each sporting a distinct voice and visage, grinning at him. Indeed, it felt as if he were encircled by a multitude of burly men, all wearing that irksome smile. Chapter 0056. A flicker of cold light. Rear assault detonated surrounded by these grinning figures. How would one feel? Yet, the Xīyóu Demon King was seething with rage. Humph, do not flaunt such illusions before me. Enraged, he unleashed a surge of demonic energy, his ferocious power erupting forth. The Xīyóu Demon King's intent was straightforward. While your illusions may be abundant, my demonic power is profound. The chaotic energy incinerated the tiger whale generals one by one. However, at that moment, two meteor hammers came crashing down. The Xīyóu Demon King raised an eyebrow, his anger intensifying. This is real. He had not anticipated that this individual would dare to confront him head-on. Without a moment's hesitation, the Xīyóu Demon King threw a punch. He was, after all, a golden immortal, possessing immense strength. Boom, boom. Following the two thunderous sounds, General Hu Li and the Xīyóu Demon King distanced themselves. Yet simultaneously, the surrounding illusion shattered, revealing the vast azure sea once more. Yi Han's countenance darkened as he spat furiously. Damn it, this brute has actually broken my binding god formation. However, General Hu Li was clearly unconcerned, his spirits lifted. Haha, not bad, not bad. You little Xīyóu dragon possess considerable strength. Let us engage in a contest of might. The Xīyóu Demon King's eyelids twitched, and he retorted angrily, Little Xīyóu dragon? Humph, how dare you disrespect me, you wretched creature? The demonic energy surged, causing the sea to churn violently. At that moment, General Hu Li felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down on him. Truly, the golden immortal Xīyóu dragon was formidable. The last time he faced Sun Wukong, although also a golden immortal, Wukong was unskilled in aquatic combat, rendering his battle prowess negligible. Yet this Xīyóu Demon King, at least in maritime combat, was undoubtedly several times more potent. General Hu Li braced himself and activated the heaven-shaking technique to its utmost. Kill. He wielded the meteor hammer and charged forward, the two adversaries on the brink of battle. Yet, the Xīyóu Demon King, with his superior cultivation, quickly gained the upper hand. Within just a few exchanges, General Hu Li's arms grew numb, his vital energy surging, clearly on the verge of collapse. The Xīyóu Demon King emerged victorious. Yet his expression bore no joy. Instead, it deepened with a more solemn gravity. Humph, a mere tiger whale has reached the true immortal realm. It seems Xīyóu possesses some genuine capabilities. Our Northern Seas tiger whale general has only achieved the celestial immortal stage, making the true immortal realm seem an unattainable dream. Moreover, this General Hu Li's strength surpasses anything I have encountered before. Though the Xīyóu Demon King often regarded others with disdain, he was not devoid of intellect. He recognized that General Hu Li's exceptional abilities were undoubtedly the result of Xīyóu's influence. Yet, this only fueled his ire further, for he perceived Xīyóu's excellence as a reflection of his own inadequacies. How unfortunate that you should appear before me. Your strength, no matter how great, is merely that of a true immortal. Now, prepare to perish. A wicked grin curled upon the Xīyóu Demon King's lips, contemplating the effort it took to nurture such a true immortal expert. Killing him would surely cause Xīyóu great pain. Oh, and I shall eliminate the entire Yasha army as well. Humph. In this world, power is paramount. He had amassed formidable demonic energy, intending to slay General Hu Li directly. However, at that moment, a disdainful voice interjected, Humph, you may lack the capability. A flicker of cold light appeared, followed by the eruption of a dragon spear. Xīyóu, the former second prince of the East Sea, now the commander of the Sea Dragon Army, made his move. This spear, imbued with the essence of golden immortal might, merged the overwhelming aura of the dragon with the spear's force, arriving with breathtaking speed. Even the Xīyóu Demon King, in that instant, failed to detect the threat before being pierced in the rear. Chapter 0057. The monkey's display of power. Yang Jian arrives the Xīyóu Demon King's face when ashen, his body curling in pain, and he swiftly manifested his true form as a dragon. With great difficulty, he managed to utter two words, Golden Immortal. He could hardly believe that beyond Xīyóu, the current dragon clan could still produce a breakthrough into Golden Immortal. Xīyóu shook his spear, his gaze icy as he regarded the Xīyóu Demon King. Humph, how dare you challenge his majesty and cause chaos in the East Sea? Ridiculous. However, since we share a distant kinship, I shall spare your life. Await his majesty's judgment once he concludes his affairs. At this moment, Xīyóu's presence was far more potent than before. During Xīyóu's ascension, Xīyóu had devoted himself to training within the Primordial transformation dragon pool. With the techniques imparted by Xīyóu, coupled with the primordial dragon blood and the pool's assistance, he had finally achieved his breakthrough. Xīyóu had become the first dragon of the East Sea's Dragon Palace in nearly a millennium to ascend to the golden immortal realm. Seizing the fortuitous moment, he struck as the Xīyóu Demon King wreaked havoc in the Dragon Palace. Of course, the reason his spear found its mark in the Xīyóu Demon King's rear was not due to any peculiar inclination of Xīyóu, but rather the inherent weakness of the Xīyóu Demon King's spiritual armor. Retrieving his spear, General Xīyóu approached, a childlike grin spreading across his rugged face as he looked at the Xīyóu Demon King, who was filled with resentment. "Little brat, it's time for you to take a nap," the Xīyóu Demon King roared. "Aomo, I shall not rest until you and I are foes." Boom. General Xīyóu delivered a series of meteor hammer strikes to the Xīyóu Demon King's head. As for the East Sea Dragon Palace, Aomo was utterly unconcerned, well aware that the palace possessed defenses capable of withstanding a golden immortal's might. The disparity lay in the ensuing casualties and costs. What truly captured Aomo's attention were the mysterious demon clans orchestrating the actions of the Bull Demon King and others. Strangely, while the Bull Demon King had ascended to the heavens and the Xīyóu Demon King descended to the sea, this individual remained hidden within the water curtain cave, almost merging with it entirely. Had it not been for Aomo's heavenly dragon vision, which could pierce through illusions, he might have believed the figure had vanished entirely. Since he remained concealed, Aomo chose not to rush. After all, he could still enjoy the spectacle. Meanwhile, the clash between Neza and Sun Wukong had produced a victor. The battle between Neza's 3 heads and 6 arms ultimately ended in his defeat, yet Aomo observed the entire conflict with keen clarity. It seems Neza is indeed quite the cunning one. During the confrontation, it became evident that Sun Wukong did not possess a significant advantage. If Neza were truly to engage in a life-and-death struggle with Sun Wukong, the outcome remained uncertain. However, as the battle progressed, Neza intentionally left a flaw, sustaining a minor injury before promptly retreating to the heavenly court. Sun Wukong erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Ahaha, Li Jing, your son has fallen. Who dares to challenge this great sage equal to heaven now?" His arrogance only deepened Li Jing's displeasure. As commander of this endeavor, he had failed not only to subdue the mischievous monkey, but had allowed him to revel in such triumph, a direct affront to his authority and competence. Observing the skies, Aomo contemplated, with Neza's defeat, Yang Jian should be arriving shortly. He recalled the original narrative of Journey to the West, where Guanyin Bodhisattva advised the Jade Emperor to summon the illustrious Erlang Shun. As anticipated, a moment later, a magnificent golden cloud descended from the heavens, accompanied by a booming voice. "Demon Monkey, cease your insolence. I, Yang Jian, have come to subdue you." Aomo, impressed, thought to himself, indeed, Yang Jian possesses formidable prowess, embodying the essence of a celestial warrior. It was clear that although Yang Jian was also of the golden immortal realm, his combat capabilities were nothing short of terrifying. Aomo was eager to witness the classic clash between Sun Wukong and Yang Jian, but at that moment, an unexpected movement stirred within the water curtain cave. Chapter 58, Shadow's Movement at Guanjinku. What's this? A disturbance at such a pivotal moment? It seems someone is intent on depriving me of this spectacle. Aomo mused, though it was merely a casual remark. In truth, he was far more intrigued by the individual who, in the original Journey to the West, should not have appeared at all. This person, capable of commanding the 6 great demon saints, was undoubtedly someone of considerable significance. He was eager to uncover the identity and motives of the shadowy figure. Furthermore, given that this individual had incited the Xīyóu Demon King to wreak havoc in the East Sea, Aomo was determined not to let him escape unchallenged. Meanwhile, in the skies above Flower Fruit Mountain, the fierce battle between Sun Wukong and Yang Jian commenced. As their weapons, the 3-pointed, double-edged blade and the golden cudgel, clashed with a dazzling brilliance and the resounding echoes of thunder. All eyes were riveted upon their confrontation. Apart from Aomo, no one noticed the shadow that stealthily departed from the water curtain cave. As the shadow vanished into the distance, Aomo followed suit. While soaring through the air, Aomo speculated, how peculiar. This individual's destination is not the heavenly court. Initially, he had surmised that this figure intended to ascend to the heavenly court. But he found it curious that if that were the case, why not accompany the Bull Demon King and others? Now it appeared that this person's trajectory led elsewhere. A sudden realization struck Aomo as he discerned that the direction was indeed towards Yang Jian. Could it be that this demon's true objective is Yang Jian? He pondered, astonished. This was truly unexpected. He had instigated the Bull Demon King and others to raid the eternal prison to liberate the formidable demons contained within, and had also sent the Xīyóu Demon King to disturb the East Sea. Yet his ultimate destination was to confront Yang Jian at Guanjingkou. Although Guanjingkou was a strategically significant military site for the Heavenly Court, it paled in comparison to the Eternal Prison and the East Sea. Undoubtedly, this individual, capable of orchestrating the 6 great demon saints to serve his ambitions, had ulterior motives. But what could he possibly want at Guanjingkou? Unable to unravel the mystery, Aomo decided to follow closely, keen to uncover the truth. In actuality, Guanjingkou had long since become a tranquil haven. After all, with Yang Jian stationed there, what demon would dare to cause unrest? The once desolate Guanjingkou had transformed into a serene and picturesque locale. The Heavenly Court had issued multiple orders urging Yang Jian to relocate to other posts, yet due to the strong bond between Erlangshan and the Jade Emperor, he had refused. At this site stood the residence of Erlangshan, a modest abode not extravagant but akin to that of a prosperous mortal family, remarkably understated for a celestial warrior. The shadow descended from the heavens, and then, with a flicker, transformed into a disheveled and pallid youth. Aomo lingered at a distance, utilizing his heavenly dragon's vision to observe. What trickery is this? He mused. This individual, capable of masterminding the 6 great demon saints, now appeared as a pitiful mortal boy. As Aomo's curiosity grew, the figure took new action, kneeling before the entrance and wailing, "Erlangshan, save me. Please, save me." Aomo watched in astonishment. By the heavens, this individual possesses remarkable acting skills. He could easily win an Oscar. If these demons were to perform in my era, what would the so-called young stars have left to eat? After a prolonged outburst of tears, the door of Erlangshan's residence finally creaked open, revealing a tall, elegant woman exuding an air of grace. Her attire was unremarkable, lacking any extravagant embellishments, yet she radiated an innate nobility that was quite endearing. Upon seeing her, Aomo's immediate reaction was one of alarm. "Oh no, I am smitten." Chapter 59. True Intentions. In the Balian Lantern, the woman's beauty and unique aura captivated Aomo, and he quickly deduced her identity, Yang Chan. He could not help but exclaim, "How unexpected! This San Xingmu is so lively and charming, strikingly graceful." Furthermore, Aomo calculated that at this moment, Yang Chan was still a young maiden, yet to descend the mountain, and had not yet encountered Lu Yinchang. This sparked a thought within Aomo. He had always found the union of San Xingmu and Lu Yinchang peculiar, even suspecting it to be a calculated arrangement. In truth, such matters required little contemplation. Lu Yinchang was merely an ordinary scholar, incapable of even reaching the top of the imperial examinations, while San Xingmu was a celestial being, the sister of Yang Jian. The disparity between them was insurmountable. Aomo had never believed in coincidences. If they existed, they were surely orchestrated by someone else. Observing the figure still kneeling and weeping, Aomo's gaze grew cold. He had contemplated eliminating this individual, but now he had a newfound motive. This woman had captured his interest. Aomo was not easily swayed, but once he truly felt something, he would protect it relentlessly. Yet, he refrained from acting immediately. Aomo understood that whether in heroic rescues or the pursuit of justice, the timing of one's actions was paramount. Yang Chan, witnessing the sorrowful man, felt a surge of compassion. Her beautiful face bore a hint of anxiety as she hurriedly inquired, "What troubles you? What has happened? Please, rise and speak slowly. Do not worry, for here, no one dares to harm you." Yet, that man still knelt upon the ground, weeping and pleading, "Please, Erlangshan, deliver me justice. My home has been overrun by demons, and the villagers have been slaughtered mercilessly. Only a handful of unfortunate women have survived, reduced to mere playthings for these monsters. I beseech you." If one were unaware of the true nature of this man, even Aomo would perceive him as exceedingly pitiable. His cries were not merely tragic. His physical state was equally dire. His legs were crippled, and his abdomen had been pierced by claws, leaving him teetering on the brink of death. Aomo had discerned the man's ulterior motive, to lure Yang Chan out from the sanctuary of Erlangshan's abode. This residence bore a formidable barrier. Even from Aomo's perspective, the strength of this barrier was remarkable. Moreover, should the barrier be breached, Erlangshan would undoubtedly sense the disturbance immediately. This was precisely why the man feigned his incapacitation. Yang Chan, being inherently kind-hearted, initially hesitated but ultimately stepped beyond the barrier. Approaching him directly, she paid no heed to his bloodied state. Instead, her expression was one of concern as she softly reassured him, "Do not cry. When my brother returns, he will surely bring you justice. Allow me to take you into the manor for healing. Rest assured, I have some medicinal elixirs at home that will swiftly mend your wounds." Aomo shook his head, contemplating. Alas, benevolent girls are often easily exploited. Reflecting on it now, perhaps she and Lu Yanchong were similarly ensnared. As he observed this, Aomo realized it was finally time for him to intervene. Indeed, as the man saw Yang Chan step beyond the barrier, his true intentions were revealed. The once sorrowful visage transformed in an instant into that of a ghastly demon. Dark and malevolent. Ah, what a naive little girl. You have finally been deceived. This transformation was so swift that it left Yang Chan pale with fear, her entire body trembling. "Who are you?" she exclaimed as she hastily fled towards the manor, fully aware that safety lay within its confines. However, the shadowy figure, having schemed for so long, would not permit her to escape so easily. At the moment Yang Chan made her move, he struck. "Dark Mandala womb barrier." He cackled. "Ha. Yang Chan, after putting in so much effort, do you think I would let you leave so easily? The treasure of the lotus lamp within your soul now belongs to me." The lotus lamp. So this was the man's true objective. Aomo inwardly cursed himself for failing to realize sooner. He should have anticipated it. The lotus lamp was an exceedingly rare primordial treasure, one of the 3 lamps of heaven, earth, and humanity. What are the 3 lamps? Firstly, the heavenly lamp known as the 8 Scenic Palace lantern from the supreme 8 Scenic Palace. Secondly, there is the earth lamp, a funerary lamp wielded by the monk known as the burnt lamp, which illuminates the underworld. Thirdly, there is the human lamp, the lotus lamp. The one who wields the lotus lamp is none other than the 3 holy mothers, Yang Chan. However, the man was employing the dark mandala womb barrier? According to Aomo's knowledge, the Buddhist sect speaks of both the dark mandala and the light mantra mandala. This represents one of the most profound and powerful techniques of Buddhism. Was this man affiliated with the Buddhist sect? Aomo had formed a preliminary judgment in his mind. The Buddhist sect's planning was indeed extensive. On the surface, arrangements had already been made regarding Sun Wukong. If events were to unfold normally, Sun Wukong would remain oblivious to the fact that his master, Bodhi old ancestor, was one of the saints of the Buddhist sect. In truth, with just this journey to the west, the Buddhist sect had already profited immensely. The transmission of scripture was the fundamental objective, yet along the way, how many demons and monsters had been subdued? Each of them represented a living force. However, it now appeared that the Buddhist sect's ambitions extended far beyond merely transmitting scripture to the Eastern Tang dynasty. There were deeper schemes at play. Of course, the dark mandala womb barrier was extraordinarily formidable. Ordinary experts of the Buddhist sect could not possibly master it. Once the barrier was established, Yang Chan would find herself utterly helpless. Inside the barrier, although Yang Chan appeared flustered, she endeavored to calm herself and demanded, "Who are you? Why do you wish to harm me?" The shadow replied with a sneer, "You need not concern yourself with my identity. Simply hand over the lotus lamp, and I shall spare your life." Upon hearing this, a flicker of anger crossed Yang Chan's face. The man had previously stated that the lotus lamp was concealed within her soul. If she were to extract the lotus lamp and surrender it to him, how could she possibly survive? In truth, the lotus lamp was a companion treasure born with her. It had been within her soul since she emerged from the womb. In her youth, she had attracted many demons and monsters, and her elder brother perished because of it. Fortunately, her second brother later became nearly invincible, sweeping away all foes, allowing her to live in peace and attain a position among the celestial deities. Yet she never imagined that after all these years, such vile individuals would still seek to harm her. In this critical moment, Yang Chan displayed her resolute side, her spirit invigorated as she summoned her magical power. "Humph. My brother is the god of war in the heavenly court. Though my power may be modest, I will not yield without a fight." The shadow chuckled darkly. "Humph. Knowing your power is limited yet daring to resist is sheer folly. Even if your brother were here, he would not be my match. How could you possibly stand a chance?" Enough chatter, dark womb seal. Boundless darkness immediately coalesced into binding chains, scattering the magical power Yang Chan had just gathered. No matter how strong her resolve, she was ultimately only a fledgling celestial maiden. The disparity in power was vast, leaving Yang Chan without even the qualification to perish alongside him. The shadow coldly remarked. If you cooperate and allow me to extract the lotus lamp from your soul, you may yet live. However, should you insist on resisting, your soul shall be extinguished. A wave of sorrow washed over Yang Chan. All her efforts were rendered utterly futile before her enemy. This brought back memories of the past when her elder brother had exerted every effort to protect her, yet ultimately, well, if I die, my second brother would no longer have to toil here, would he? She understood well that her second brother had remained at Guanjinku all these years, not only due to his disdain for their lofty uncle, but also because he was there to safeguard her. Just as despair engulfed her, the dark space was suddenly torn asunder. A beam of light burst through, shattering the darkness. Then, a powerful and commanding voice echoed, "So, you dare to employ the dark mandala womb barrier? You little rat hiding in the shadows possess some skill, but alas, do you think you can harm anyone in my presence?" In truth, as Aomo began to tear through the dark mandala womb barrier, the shadow was already aware of it. However, he had never anticipated that Aomo could so swiftly rupture his barrier, to intrude here with such dominance. Disregarding his power, what level of mastery did this require? Little did he know, Aomo had inherited the spatial talents of the Pung Demon King, combined with his own formidable magical power, making the tearing of space a trivial matter. Before the shadow could react, Aomo had already reached Yang Chan's side, severing the dark bindings that ensnared her. "Fear not, my lady. With me here, you need not be afraid." Upon recognizing Aomo, the shadow's heart jolted in shock. It's him, the Dragon King of the East, Aomo. But why is he here? He was truly taken aback, having orchestrated everything meticulously. On the surface, Sun Wukong captured everyone's attention, while secretly, he orchestrated for the likes of Xīyóu Wang to storm the heavenly prison. He also dispatched Xīyóu Wang to the East Sea. At this moment, shouldn't Xīyóu Wang have already broken the seal, causing a tremendous commotion? Why then did Aomo appear here? Logically, if the seal of the East Sea Dragon Palace had been breached, even a slight leak would have created an uproar, generating monstrous waves. As the Dragon King, Aomo should not be present here. Little did he know, Xīyóu Wang had already been thoroughly dealt with by General Hu Li, who had taken turns to greet him with his hammer several times. Yang Chan silently gazed at the suddenly appearing man, filled with both surprise and joy. Just moments ago, she had felt utterly despaired, unable even to consider a mutual destruction with her adversary. Yet, in this moment of hopelessness, Aomo appeared. The psychological shift from despair to hope naturally filled her with immense delight. Furthermore, it must be said that Aomo, in his transformed state, was undeniably handsome and imposing. He perfectly embodied the image of a male protagonist, and now as the Dragon King of the East Sea, he exuded an innate regal aura, which was undoubtedly captivating to many women. For instance, the jade-faced fox, Xīyóu, wasted no time in clinging to Aomo, not only drawn to his royal identity, but also thoroughly enchanted by his appearance. Yang Chan, astonished by this unexpected turn of events, felt a surge of gratitude towards this tall, valiant figure who had suddenly appeared to rescue her. "Young lady, I am Aomo, the Dragon King of the East Sea. I happened to chase this scoundrel here, so you need not worry. I shall ensure he does no harm." Aomo's words were delivered with finesse, revealing two key messages. First, his identity as the Dragon King of the East Sea, which assured Yang Chan of his legitimacy. Second, his original intent was indeed to confront the shadowy figure, fortuitously rescuing Yang Chan in the process. Upon hearing Aomo's reassurance, Yang Chan felt a wave of calm wash over her. She couldn't help but think, just recently, her brother had mentioned that the East Sea had a new Dragon King. But she never imagined this very king would stand before her, so remarkably youthful. Yang Chan was still a girl with little experience, and after hearing Aomo's words, her heart brimmed with gratitude. However, alongside this gratitude, there blossomed a faint, inexplicable sentiment within her heart. After speaking with Yang Chan, Aomo wasted no time and fixed his gaze upon the man in black. "Humph, you despicable creature, today I shall capture you." As he spoke, Aomo unleashed a powerful punch. This was no ordinary strike. At the moment of impact, the air resonated with the roars of countless dragons. The ferocious energy surged and coalesced into a raging golden dragon. Initially, the dark mandala barrier had been torn only at a small seam, but with this punch, the entire barrier began to shatter. In the mortal realm, martial artists aspired to hone their fists to the might of a dragon, capable of sweeping away all foes with a single blow. Some skilled practitioners even founded a style called Dragon Fist. Yet, the blows of their flesh and blood could barely stir a breeze, let alone merit the title of Dragon Fist. Xīyóu's punch embodied that essence. One strike birthed a dragon. The shadow, witnessing Xīyóu's assault, felt an overwhelming sense of gravity. This seemingly casual punch gave him the sensation of a mountain pressing down upon him. Indeed, it felt as if a mountain were descending from the heavens, while he was but a powerless little demon. Dominant, terrifying. With the emergence of the Dragon Fist, all darkness was obliterated. The barrier exploded, freeing Yang Chan from its confinement. In that instant, he realized that his plans for today had been thwarted. If this were mere coincidence, it was certainly not. Xīyóu had stated from the outset that he had come for him. However, he still could not fathom how Xīyóu had uncovered his scheme. Nonetheless, that was of little importance. Escaping after withstanding this punch was paramount. In the realm of darkness, he conjured a devouring shadow. A veil of darkness materialized before him, blocking his path. A terrifying sound wave erupted, causing the ground to heave and convulse. The shadow retreated, managing to barely evade the attack in a rather disheveled manner. Yang Chan, witnessing this spectacle, was filled with astonishment. Her delicate and lively face displaying an expression of disbelief. Incredible. My brother once said that the 4 Dragon Kings were merely names without substance, utterly feeble and incapable of withstanding a blow. But this Dragon King is formidable. His combat prowess is certainly on par with my brother. Xīyóu had already established a towering image in her heart by appearing in her moment of despair, and now, the invisible display of his strength only deepened her impression of him. At this moment, Xīyóu raised an eyebrow, clearly having discerned something. The recent dark barrier, seemingly powerful enough to withstand his Dragon Fist, was clearly an attempt to conceal its own true power. Although formidable, it was evidently being employed with great difficulty. Humph. Indeed, a shadowy being. Trying to hold back while battling me? You seek death. Xīyóu was never one to dilly-dally. If he desired to conceal his strength, he would meet it head-on. In that instant, Xīyóu clenched his fist, summoning 5 mountains to soar towards the location. Extracted from the talent of the mountain-moving sage. Heaven and earth mountains, under my command. Boom, boom. With 5 resounding thuds, the shadow was directly suppressed beneath the earth. Though they were merely 5 ordinary peaks, their might was not to be underestimated, especially when combined with Xīyóu's magical power, rendering them terrifyingly heavy. How insufferable! Isn't he the Dragon King of the sea? How could he possibly master the art of mountain moving? In this world, there were indeed many who could manipulate mountains, each with varying degrees of power, but he could not fathom why Xīyóu, a sea dragon king, would take the time to practice such an art. Little did he know, Xīyóu had harnessed the innate abilities of the Lion Camel King, allowing him to shift mountains with but a thought. At that moment, Xīyóu's sinister laughter echoed. Humph, do you think this is the end? Above him, countless droplets of water began to coalesce, and in the next second, these droplets transformed into a vast ocean. This was Xīyóu's innate talent as a dragon. Drip water conceals sea. Within a single drop of water lay an entire ocean. And with so many droplets combined, how profound and formidable must it be? If engulfed, even he would suffer severe injury. Realizing this, the shadow was filled with trepidation. He knew that if struck by this attack, his fate would be dire. No, he could not linger. He must flee at once. Xīyóu's strength was entirely beyond his expectations. He had to escape swiftly. In that instant, his dark form morphed, transforming into an insect roughly the size of a young dragon. This insect did not retreat but charged forward, colliding with Xīyóu's spell. Xīyóu's eyes widened in recognition. A cicada. This was unmistakably a demonic cicada. The divine ability of Xīyóu, the water drops hiding the ocean, abruptly fell, and in an instant, the demon cicada was annihilated. However, Xīyóu discerned clearly that it was merely a false form that had perished. The true essence of that shadow had already departed in that fleeting moment. Humph, this is the cicada shedding its shell. Deep within his gaze, a flicker of insight emerged. It was evident he had already suspected the identity of this shadow. Chapter 63, Speculations on Identity, The Return of Yang Jian. Humph, despite your cunning schemes, your identity has ultimately been exposed. Indeed, that fellow's final trick was executed with precision. The demon cicada coalesced swiftly and then exploded in an instant. Were it a common celestial being, they would have scarcely had time to perceive its form. Yet, Aomo was different. He possessed the heavenly dragon Si, capable of discerning reality from illusion. The demon cicada? Able to employ the Buddhist forbidden technique, the dark mandala womb realm, and also the demon cicada. Coupled with Aomo's near-omniscient perspective as a transmigrator, the identity of the shadow had become all too apparent, Jin Chanzi. Of course, even at this juncture, it remained merely Aomo's conjecture. After all, Jin Chanzi was a direct disciple of the Tathagata Buddha, renowned in the current celestial realm. It was said that he was a once-in-a-millennium genius of the Buddhist sect, extraordinary and unparalleled. He was even rumored to possess the potential to shake the future Buddha Maitreya's position. Yet, Aomo's instincts told him that the recently encountered demon cicada was, in fact, Jin Chanzi. Having extracted and enhanced his innate talents, Aomo's intuition was remarkably acute, surpassing even that of a woman unrefined in her 40s. The illustrious Jin Chanzi was covertly engaged in such activities. It remained unclear whether the Buddhist sect was aware of these affairs. The basis for this speculation arose from the capabilities exhibited during their confrontation, which were undeniably sinister. Such prowess was certainly not characteristic of ordinary Buddhist methods, but was absolute demonic arts. As Aomo pondered Jin Chanzi's identity, Yangchan approached. She gazed at Aomo's face, timidly expressing her gratitude. "Respected Dragon King, thank you for saving me. But how did you know my name is Yangchan?" Aomo smiled at once, thinking how endearing Yangchan appeared at that moment. Her fair and exquisite visage glowed with a slight rosy hue, and her eyes shimmered like glazed porcelain. All distracting thoughts vanished from Aomo's mind, and he teased, "In the residence of the second son, the only girl apart from his beautiful, kind, and gentle sister, Yangchan, could it be anyone else? I have not heard that the renowned god of war has already taken a wife." Upon hearing this, Yangchan lowered her head further, shyly replying, "Dragon King, please do not jest. How can I be considered beautiful and adorable?" Aomo promptly interrupted her, saying, "Alas, I speak no falsehood. This is well known throughout the heavenly realm." He continued with a smile, "Sister Yangchan, you need not address me as Dragon King. My name is Aomo." Upon hearing this, Yangchan revealed a sweet smile, akin to a hawthorn blossom, and said, "Then I shall call you Brother Mo." Mo nodded with delight, considering this title quite agreeable. Yangchan then invited Aomo into the residence for tea. Aomo readily accepted, exclaiming, "That sounds splendid. I happen to be rather weary, haha." He showed no pretense of politeness, well aware that sometimes insincere courtesy could lead one to miss opportunities. However, as he entered the residence, Aomo pondered whether Yang Jian had become aware of his intentions towards his sister and would come after him wielding his trident. The entire heavenly realm knew that Yangchan was Yang Jian's cherished treasure. Meanwhile, atop Flower Fruit Mountain, the battle between Yang Jian and Sun Wukong intensified. Initially, their contest was a display of raw martial skills. Sun Wukong, a naturally combative monkey, was born for battle. At the outset, he found himself suppressed by Yang Jian, at a disadvantage. However, as the conflict continued, he not only withstood the pressure but grew more courageous, to the point where even Yang Jian could only barely contain him. At this moment, their duel had escalated from physical combat to celestial manipulation and eventually to transformation techniques. Sun Wukong transformed into a fish, diving into the water. Yang Jian laughed heartily, morphing into a fishing bird, prepared to capture him, only to suddenly change countenance. Alas, someone has intruded upon the residence. Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Jian soared into the sky. Chapter 64. The Supreme One Subdues Demons, A Maiden's Tenderness. Sun Wukong, now a fish, settled into a lake on Flower Fruit Mountain, blending in with the school of fish as he swam leisurely. What is the matter? Why hasn't that three-eyed fellow arrived yet? According to his understanding of Yang Jian, he should have located him by now, though reluctant to admit it. Sun Wukong recognized that the prowess of the three-eyed one was considerable, and during their encounter, he had gained no advantage whatsoever. This was evident from their transformations. Sun Wukong had assumed the form of prey fleeing, while Yang Jian had taken on that of a predator. Why hasn't that three-eyed one shown up yet? Could it be he fears me, old son? Sun Wukong, bored, started blowing bubbles. Angered, he thought, Yang Jian, are you toying with me? If you want to come to find me, then I shall come to find you. Little did he know, Yang Jian had abandoned the battlefield and was heading home. After waiting a while, Sun Wukong became enraged. revealing his true form and charging at Li Jing's celestial soldiers. Thus, a multitude of celestial soldiers faced a barrage from Sun Wukong. After all, with Neza absent from the fray, there were few capable of withstanding the might of Sun Wukong's staff among those who had accompanied Li Jing, such as the 9 luminary Star Lords. At this moment, the 100,000 celestial soldiers were engaged in a fierce battle against the demon clan, but none of the commanders could withstand the onslaught from the monkey, and the celestial soldiers began to retreat. The Jade Emperor, observing the situation through the Haotian mirror, wore a grim expression. In the midst of battle, Commander Yang Jian unexpectedly retreated, resulting in the celestial soldiers being leaderless, facing the wrath of the demon monkey Sun Wukong. Although the Jade Emperor had long been aware that Sun Wukong had ulterior motives, the current scene was indeed displeasing. He cast a glance at the Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva seated below, who appeared unfazed, smiling as if unconcerned with the turmoil. Yet, the emperor felt discontent within. Regarding this journey to the west, he had partnered with the Buddhist sect. However, even in collaboration, the Jade Emperor wished to maintain absolute initiative. Only then could the strength of the heavenly court serve as support to the Buddhist sect. Otherwise, the roles would be reversed. The reason Avalokiteshvara suggested Yang Jian take action was to assess his current combat abilities. Everything had been proceeding smoothly until Yang Jian abruptly withdrew. At that moment, the Supreme Lord Laozi shook his head, clearly perceiving the Jade Emperor's displeasure. He approached and said, "Your Majesty, please allow this old minister to subdue the demon monkey." With the Supreme Lord himself stepping forward, the Jade Emperor could hardly object. A fine figure indeed. The old lord produced a Vajra pestle and casually cast it down to the mortal realm. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong was rampaging, venting his pent-up fury. In his view, Yang Jian's retreat from battle was a blatant insult to him. The monkey, who valued his pride above all, could not bear such humiliation, thus unleashing his wrath upon the heavenly soldiers. Just then, a golden light flickered from the sky. The golden light approached slowly, and Sun Wukong recognized its arrival and the danger it posed. Yet, at that moment, his mind was clouded, and he forgot to evade. Thud! Sun Wukong was knocked unconscious and plummeted from the sky. Inside the residence of Erlang Shun, Yang Chan seated Aomo in the parlor. The courtyard was tranquil, with no one else present except for a few spirit maidens transformed from woodland sprites. Yang Chan personally brewed tea and poured water for Aomo, her actions serene, harmonizing with the comforting ambience around her. "Brother Mo, I truly appreciate your kindness today." Although Yang Chan had expressed her gratitude many times before, her heart was still filled with appreciation. Aomo smiled and shook his head, thinking to himself, "This girl is indeed quite adorable." "Little sister Yang Chan, you've been here for quite a few years, haven't you?" Yang Chan shivered slightly before sighing and replying, "Yes. Ever since my elder brother passed away and my second brother became the divine manifestation lord, I have remained here." This period had indeed been lengthy, but it was fortunate that her temperament was placid, allowing her to endure. "Little sister Yang Chan, do you not feel bored? Would you like me to take you for a walk?" Aomo's words struck a chord within Yang Chan. The outside world was something she had longed for. As an immortal, she possessed magical powers and could traverse the skies and earth. In the realm of true immortals, she was considered to be of moderate standing, capable of dealing with ordinary demons and spirits. However, ever since that unfortunate incident years ago, she had never left the confines of this estate. Aomo could surmise some of the reasons behind this. Firstly, Yang Jian's protective instincts were exceptionally strong. This was not a fault of his, after all. Their eldest brother had died to protect Yang Chan. With his brother gone, it was his duty to inherit that responsibility and care for his sister, whom he loved dearly. Furthermore, Yang Chan's situation was indeed quite unique. She had been born with a treasure lamp within her spirit. Being born with an innate spiritual treasure should have been a stroke of fortune. However, when one's abilities were insufficient to safeguard such a divine object, it became a calamity. The innate spiritual treasure was immensely alluring, a temptation potent enough to provoke ill-intentioned individuals to disregard the existence of the Jade Emperor and target Yang Chan. Nevertheless, Yang Chan was a very sensible woman. She understood her circumstances and did not wish to burden her brother with troubles. Thus, she never ventured out on her own. Little did she expect that after so long, trouble would still find her. However, when Aomo suddenly suggested going outside, she felt an undeniable thrill. "Brother Mo, can I really?" Aomo smiled and replied, "Of course. To be honest, I haven't had such fine tea in ages. So, I shall act as your bodyguard for a day, allowing you to enjoy the outside world. Aomo was astute in his approach. He did not promise forever or thousands of years, merely a day, for he understood that making light promises could lead to disillusionment. A single day felt far more reassuring. Indeed, upon hearing Aomo's words, Yang Chan's face lit up with an innocent and sweet smile. Brother Emo, you are so kind. Aomo merely smiled in return. Even Yang Chan herself was unaware of how relaxed she felt at that moment. Playfully, she said, well then, I entrust my safety to you, Brother Emo. Aomo responded in kind. Fear not. With me, the Dragon King, present, who would dare to harm you, be it above or below? Yang Chan then inquired, Brother Emo, where shall we go? Let me ask you, where might be lively at this moment? Lively. Aomo discerned from her choice of words that Yang Chan was a little fairy yearning for freedom and excitement. He immediately replied, when it comes to liveliness, there is no place like Flower and Fruit Mountain above the East Sea. At this moment, your brother is leading the heavenly soldiers in battle against the monkey demon and countless other fiends. The scene must be quite thrilling. Upon hearing this, Yang Chan's face brimmed with longing. However, Aomo added, but this commotion may have already subsided, for once I entered the estate, your brother would have received news promptly. Yang Chan's mouth fell open in surprise as she exclaimed, oh no, I forgot. The recent turmoil had unsettled her thoughts, causing her to overlook that detail. Brother Mo, what should we do? He will surely return. Perhaps you should leave first, and we can venture out another day? Aomo observed the panic on her face and suddenly suggested, how about we elope? Just for a day, surely your brother wouldn't mind. Yang Chan froze at the mention of elope. Her cheeks flushed. She was not so naive as to be unaware of the implications behind those words. Fortunately, Aomo quickly added that it would just be for a day. Yang Chan mused silently. Brother Emo must not have intended it that way, but thinking about it, such an act could indeed be considered an elopement. Yet, it sounds rather fun. At this moment, Yang Jin was quite displeased, uncertain of who this esteemed individual his sister spoke of might be. However, observing the joyful expression on the drawing of her face, it was evident that she had been happy when she departed. This was ultimately a good sign, yet Yang Jian still snorted, saying, regardless of who you are, if you cause harm to my little sister, I, Yang Jian, will ensure your utter demise. He then gazed at the plowed earth outside and stamped his foot, commanding, Earth deity, come before me at once. The heavenly prison, known as Eternal, had been under the governance of Haotian since the inception of the heavenly court. Those imprisoned within, whether ancient beast clans or formidable demons, had never escaped. Over time, it earned the moniker of Eternal Prison. This prison was embedded within a desolate temporal expanse. Aside from the heavenly court as its sole entrance, all other directions led to an endless void of chaos. For the beings of the three realms, chaos represented an absolute dead zone. Even saints, if they recklessly ventured into chaos, faced severe limitations, and if they could not return promptly, their powers would dissipate. Even the mightiest demons could not hope to escape such a place. Thus, to free the demons from the heavenly prison, there was but one means, the gate of the heavenly court's prison. However, this location was typically heavily guarded, with the prison god possessing the might of a golden immortal, eternally stationed there. For ages, the eternal prison had seen no incidents, nor had any uninvited guests dared to approach. Yet today, the eternal prison indeed welcomed a few unexpected visitors. Brother, are we truly going to break into the prison? The Ping Demon King, referred to as the Slacker Sage by Aomo, whispered to the Bull Demon King. Clearly, the Slacker was hesitating at a critical moment. The Bull Demon King pondered for a moment and then suggested, brothers, should we perhaps retreat? To be honest, even the old bull felt a twinge of fear. However, at that moment, the Lion Camel King interjected, eldest brother, third brother, we have already arrived before the eternal prison. Now is the perfect moment to liberate our forebears of the demon race. How can we retreat? Consider this. How many occasions have the celestial legions of the heavenly court been absent, with the eyes of the immortals fixated on the mortal realm? Today presents a most opportune moment. Once the words of the Lion Trojan King had been spoken, the divine sage of the Monkey King, Yuan Wang, chuckled and remarked, brothers, are you perhaps afraid? To speak candidly, if we rely solely on ourselves to elevate the demon race, it simply isn't sufficient. We must rescue the formidable demons imprisoned in the eternal celestial prison. Among them, the mightiest is merely a tiny golden immortal, not to mention the entire heavenly court. Just dealing with the Emperor of the Purple Tenuity would be exceedingly challenging. The great sage of communication laughed heartily, saying, "Big brother, third brother. The second brother is already fighting fiercely in the East Sea. Perhaps he has achieved success. We cannot allow him to mock us." Upon hearing this, the Bull Demon King and the Pink Demon King immediately reconsidered their stance. The Bull Demon King seemed to have other plans in mind, whereas the Pink Demon King was completely provoked by the two monkeys. He boldly declared, "Afraid? I, the Pink Demon King, fear no one. Stand back and witness how I, the Punk Demon King, lead the charge." Fueled by this provocation, he transformed into his true form, the Great Pung. For him, even breaching the celestial prison required no strategy. It was all about one word: recklessness. Aomo, utilizing his magical prowess, enveloped Yang Chan and swiftly soared towards the heavenly court. At this moment, with the beauty in his embrace, Aomo felt an overwhelming sense of pride, just as he approached the vicinity of the eternal celestial prison. A resounding roar echoed through the air. This sound was infinitely more terrifying than that of tigers or wolves, reverberating and altering the very color of the sky. Yang Chan, hearing this sound, felt a mix of fear and wonder. She was somewhat apprehensive yet excited, asking, "Brother Emo, what is that sound?" Aomo smiled lightly and replied, "That is the roar of the Great Pang. We are fortunate. The grand spectacle is about to commence." Chapter 67. A Bird Leads the Charge. The god of the celestial prison Aomo gazed ahead, a peculiar smile adorning his face. This rascally sage is surprisingly the first to take the lead. It seems he has been manipulated. As the saying goes, those embroiled in a situation are often blind to it, while outsiders see clearly. Among the 7 great sages, the Pung Demon King's strength is undoubtedly exceptional. According to Aomo's assessment, should a conflict arise, even the Bull Demon King would struggle against him. Yet, among the 7 great sages, if one were to identify the most naive, it would certainly not be the Bull Demon King, who addresses everyone as Little Lord. It is, without a doubt, this seemingly domineering rascally sage. He is a quintessential offspring of demons. His father, the King of Kuanpung, is immensely powerful, thus endowing him with a formidable lineage. However, since the ancient war, the Kuanpung Demon Master has kept a low profile, lurking in the shadows, resulting in the Pung Demon King's character diverging from that of his father. The question remains, who has directly traded with that golden cicada? Aomo was aware that 5 great sages had come to the eternal celestial prison: the Bull Demon King, the Pink Demon King, the Lion Trojan King, the Monkey King, and Yuan Wang. Among these 5, the old bull could be dismissed, and the rascally sage required no further consideration. The most suspicious were undoubtedly the Lion Trojan King and Yuan Wang. Evidence: none exists. Trust your instincts. Brother Emo, what are you thinking? At that moment, Yang Chan's gentle voice reached him. Aomo shook his head and replied, "Just some trivial matters." These were thoughts he could ponder alone. A young girl like Yang Chan need not concern herself. It would be different if her brother Yang Jian were present. Chaner, the Great Pung, is breaching the celestial prison. Exciting, isn't it? Unbeknownst to him, Aomo had unconsciously shifted his address for Yang Chan. She, being a perceptive individual, felt a slight tremor in her heart upon hearing this address. However, she did not oppose it, merely responding with a soft suddenly. She asked, "Brother Emo, I have heard the second brother say that those imprisoned in the eternal celestial prison are all heinously malicious and immensely powerful demon beasts. If they are released, it may bring chaos to the mortal realm. Will you intervene?" Aomo smiled, recognizing her inherent kindness. Truly, she lives up to her title of the 3 Holy Mothers. He replied, "Fear not, they will not succeed. Trust me, we need only to observe." At that moment, the Pink Demon King had already surged ahead, directly confronting the entrance of the eternal celestial prison. Haha, this mere prison, I can shatter with a wave of my hand. Such was the audacity of his words and the arrogance of his tone. The guardian celestial soldiers outside the eternal celestial prison reacted upon witnessing the Punk Demon King. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening chimes of celestial bells resounded, and the previously silent eternal celestial prison erupted into chaos, with thousands of celestial soldiers charging forth. The Punk Demon King regarded them with disdain, his massive wings flapping violently, conjuring a fearsome demonic wind. This wind, imbued with his innate destructive power, was beyond the capability of ordinary celestial beings to withstand. In an instant, thousands of celestial soldiers were left in disarray. The Punk Demon King laughed heartily, roaring, "What eternal celestial prison? Utterly laughable. Ha ha ha. Do these guards truly believe they can obstruct my path? However, just as the Ping Demon King reveled in his triumph, a cold scoff echoed through the air. You are the son of Kunping, the Ping Demon King? Your father has been hiding away in the North Julu continent. Yet you dare to cause trouble in the heavenly court? You are truly courting death. As these words fell, a terrifying divine light erupted forth. Boom. A sound reminiscent of an unimaginable explosion reverberated, and the Ping Demon King's demonic wind was completely dispersed. The triumphant laughter of the Ping Demon King abruptly froze, and he manifested his true form, his eyes filled with grave concern. Who are you? From within the prison emerged a tall, imposing figure clad in black armor resembling thorns, wielding a blood-red blade 2 feet long, who slowly declared, I am the god of the celestial prison. In the distance, Aomo was momentarily taken aback upon seeing this figure. A peaked golden immortal. Chapter 68. The great demons mobilize. Divine weapons descend the god of the celestial prison. He is an inconspicuous, yet incredibly formidable celestial being. His divine office corresponds to his name, as the god of prisons, overseeing the divine realm of incarceration. Upon his arrival, even the Ping Demon King sensed the challenge he posed. While he may be reckless and arrogant, it does not mean he lacks wisdom. Brothers, we have encountered a formidable adversary. Let us join forces. At this critical moment, he decisively called for assistance. Almost simultaneously, the Bull Demon King and the other 4 great demons soared forth. The gaze of the god of the celestial prison swept across the gathering, finally landing on the Bull Demon King, and he smirked, saying, I never expected you, old bull, to find yourself in such dire straits. The Bull Demon King maintained a composed expression as he replied, God of the celestial prison, we both hail from the same sect. I do not wish to engage in combat with you. In the distance, Aomo was taken aback by this revelation. This one is also from the same sect? How intriguing. The Bull Demon King continued, Together, we 5 brothers. Even if you have not truly stepped into the Tai Golden Immortal realm, it matters not. Even if you were mid or late stage Tai Golden Immortal, it would be futile. Depart now, and do not resist in vain. As the Bull Demon King spoke, the Demon Kings, including the Ping Demon King, unleashed their overwhelming demonic powers. The Lion Trojan King declared, Brother Bull, why waste words with him? Kill. With those final words, the Lion Trojan King unleashed an astonishing aura, charging directly towards the eternal celestial prison. With the Lion Trojan King leading the charge, Yuan Wang and the Monkey King followed suit, drawing their weapons and advancing towards the god of the celestial prison. As the Cow Demon King proclaimed, each of his brethren possesses extraordinary strength and combat prowess, making them formidable entities. Within the heavenly court, few can surpass them at the same level of cultivation. When united, their might and intellect are even more formidable. Although the underworld god is powerful, he cannot withstand the onslaught of the Phoenix Demon King's divine wind blade, the Cow Demon King's fire and wind staff, the terrifying tearing spells of the Lion Trotting King, and the peculiar attacks of the Monkey King and the Yuan King. The convergence of these 5 attacks possesses the uncanny ability to slay even a Tai Golden Immortal. At that very moment, the underworld god let out a hearty laugh and declared, I call upon the righteous deities of the Thunder Department to assist me in subduing these demons. As his words echoed, terrifying divine lightning erupted around the eternal prison. Boom. The blinding thunderbolt struck, causing the 5 demon kings, who had already taken action, to change their expressions drastically. They recognized this fearsome divine lightning as the signature technique of the Thunder Department, the 9 heavens annihilating divine thunder. Even their golden immortal bodies would struggle to endure such power. Upon witnessing this bolt of lightning, the Cow Demon King immediately understood, Brothers, it's futile. We must retreat. This divine thunder is no trivial matter. More importantly, the presence of the righteous deity from the Thunder Department indicates that their conspiracy has long been known to the heavenly court. The Lion Trotting King, anger etched across his face, bellowed, How could that be? How could the heavenly court possibly know our plans? This scheme was meticulously crafted, and we didn't even inform Sun Wukong to prevent leaks. Little did he know, Aomo's good fortune had led him to extract the attributes of the wind-whispering great sage, the Monkey King, and overhear their designs. At this moment, the Lion-Trotting King was ablaze with fury. Meanwhile, the mischievous great sage, the Phoenix Demon King, shouted, There's a traitor among us. Abort the mission. Brothers, retreat. Just then, the laughter of Wenzhong echoed. Ha ha ha. You demons believe you can come here and leave unscathed? The righteous deity of the Thunder Department had appeared, encircling the great sages. The arrival of the Thunder Department's righteous deity completely disrupted the plans of the demon kings. However, they could not fathom why the deity would abandon the Flower Fruit Mountain to subdue Sun Wukong and instead come here to guard. The Eternal Prison had never been associated with the Thunder Department. Yet, regardless of their confusion, the priority was to escape unscathed. Attempting to rob the prison was a grave sin, and capture by the Heavenly Court would yield dire consequences. As the Cow Demon King and the mischievous Great Sage sought to withdraw, the Lion-Trotting King, the Monkey King, and the Xīyóu King suddenly shouted in unison, "We cannot retreat." The Lion-Trotting King unleashed a savage aura, roaring, "Kill! If we miss this chance, we shall have no other." In that instant, a terrifying mountain appeared behind him, its origin unknown, yet exuding an imposing and dreadful presence. The divine mountain suppressed all, whether it be the Thunder Department or the Heavenly Guardian. None could thwart what I intend to achieve. The emergence of this mountain astonished everyone. Neither the terrifying nine heavens annihilating divine thunder nor the formidable power of the Heavenly Guardian could so much as shake this peak. "Brothers, I will clear the path. Those who block me shall perish." The Lion-Trotting King howled, advancing with determination. At that moment, the Monkey King and the Xīyóu King stood atop the divine mountain, simultaneously unleashing their abilities. The Monkey King conjured a gale as fierce as that of the Phoenix Demon King, sending the heavenly soldiers staggering. Yet, the Xīyóu King was even more formidable, exhaling a puff of black mist from which countless spirits wailed and vengeful souls roared, a sight so chilling it could terrify anyone. After unleashing the spirits, the Xīyóu King called out, "Eldest brother, third brother, we pave the way for you. Quickly break through." "Brother Amo, what kind of divine power is that? How can it be so fearsome?" At this moment, Yang Chan nestled in Ao Mo's embrace, trembling involuntarily. Despite being a true immortal, she was not a warrior. The sight, akin to that found in the depths of the 18 layers of hell, truly startled her. Ao Mo gently reassured her, "Fear not. They are merely phantoms." Yet, even as he spoke, he realized he had underestimated the Demon Kings. The origins of the Lion-Trotting King's divine mountain were anything but simple. If this continued, the Thunder Department would suffer tremendous losses, whether the Thunder Department or the Heavenly Guardian, as disciples of the Xīyóu. Aomo could not stand idly by, for he was still the 9th true disciple of Xīyóu. Meanwhile, the Cow Demon King was taken aback by the sudden display of power from his three brothers as they charged toward the prison, their might greatly exceeding their usual capabilities. Upon hearing their exhortations, a flicker of hesitation crossed their eyes. At this moment, they were conflicted. Should they advance or hold back? To refrain from action would waste this rare opportunity. Just as the Lion-Trotting King noted, this was indeed a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Even with the righteous deity of the Thunder Department lying in ambush, the divine might of those three could still penetrate the eternal prison. However, rushing in felt inherently wrong. At that moment, a familiar voice rang out. "Old Cow, Phoenix Demon King, do you not realize you have been betrayed? If you wish to court death, then charge ahead. If you wish to survive, leave immediately." The Cow Demon King was startled, instantly recognizing the voice's owner. "Little Lord." The mischievous Great Sage looked at the Cow Demon King, awaiting his decision. After a moment of contemplation, the Cow Demon King declared, "Third brother, the Little Lord means us no harm. We shall depart." In truth, the Cow Demon King had sensed something amiss when the Lion-Trotting King suddenly became so eager to enter. Now, upon hearing Aomo's words, he hesitated no further. "Choner, stay close to me. Are you afraid?" Yang Chan was an astute girl. Upon hearing Aomo's words, she immediately understood that he was likely to act. Summoning her courage, she leaned her head against Aomo's chest and gently shook her head. Aomo smiled in response. The Heavenly Lord of Thunder, facing a dire situation, must prevent that divine mountain from advancing. The Heavenly Guardian called out to Wenzhong. Wenzhong's expression grew grave as he replied urgently, "I understand, but those spirits are troublesome. If they enter the eternal prison, the consequences will be unimaginable." Initially, he had received word from the Little Lord and thought it a splendid opportunity to achieve merit. However, he never expected the situation to be so fraught with challenges. That divine mountain was overwhelmingly fearsome. Since Wenzhong's ascension to the position of righteous deity following the Battle of the Gods, he had never encountered such a terrifying mountain. They had already alerted the Heavenly Court, yet reinforcements were uncertain. When Zhong decisively commanded, "All beings of the Thunder Department, heed my order. Strike the thunder drums with all your might and annihilate these spirits without mercy." Understood. In an instant, the deities of the Thunder Department exerted their full power, unleashing their thunderous might to obliterate the spirits. The thunder, embodying the purest and most potent force, proved to be the nemesis of spirits, sweeping away swathes of them. Countless spirits fell to the ground under the relentless and powerful strikes of their magic. Yet, the results of this assault were far from satisfactory. Because of this terrifying divine mountain, it has drawn perilously closer to the celestial prison. The god of the celestial prison immediately invoked celestial techniques to thwart the divine mountain, only to find that the Monkey King had already leaped forward, transforming into a fearsome giant ape to engage him in battle. The Lion Trojan King, commanding the divine mountain, revealed a smirk. "Humph. This divine mountain is but a fragment of the ancient, unmoving mountain. How could you possibly withstand it?" The true unmoving mountain had crumbled during the great battle between the Wu and the Lich. However, the mountain in his possession was a corner salvaged by a predecessor before its collapse, an existence so formidable that even the golden immortals could not shake it. Aomo had previously pondered what mountain the great sage of moving mountains was relocating, and in this moment, he comprehended. It was indeed the unmoving mountain. At this moment, the king of the Euron frowned and said, "The Bull Demon King and the Pung Demon King have actually retreated." Upon hearing this news, the Lion Trojan King's expression darkened immediately. "Humph, those two weaklings are useless in a critical moment. Nevertheless, it matters not. With the three of us, it is sufficient." He had originally intended for the Bull Demon King and the Pung Demon King to take the lead, drawing enemy fire and perhaps even allowing them to take the fall. Yet now, these two had fled midway, which indeed surprised him. However, with events having escalated to this point, it was of little consequence. As long as they could liberate the four ancient fiends from the eternal celestial prison, chaos would undoubtedly ensue in the heavenly court. The king of the Euron chuckled, saying, "Indeed, moreover, it was the Pung Demon King who initiated the attack. In plain sight, he cannot deny it. He is the son of the Kuanping. Perhaps the Jade Emperor will implicate him. Furthermore, the Bull Demon King also had a significant reputation, thus, even though they had retreated now, their danger to them would be greatly diminished. One must admit, they were indeed quite calculating. Why did they ally themselves with the Bull Demon King and the Pung Demon King? Because their fame was resounding, and their background substantial, thus attracting attention. In contrast, the Lion Trojan King, the King of the Euron, and the Monkey King had, until now, not garnered much notoriety. Aomo had remarked on the treachery of demons, and indeed, this held true. This divine mountain rampaged, instilling despair among the soldiers of the heavenly court. Boldly, yet at that moment, a voice erupted with vigor. Subsequently, a remarkably handsome and extraordinary man appeared. He held a beautiful and adorable girl in his arms, and as he stood there, an overwhelming aura of majesty emanated from him. This, naturally, was Aomo. "When Xīyóu, god of the underworld, I shall eradicate the demons. This divine mountain, I will handle." Chapter 71, A Cast of Fate. Shattering the divine mountain, little master. Upon seeing Aomo's arrival, When Xīyóu exclaimed in delight, the god of the celestial prison was taken aback. He was a rather reclusive deity, having long guarded the eternal celestial prison and was unaware of the happenings beyond. When Xīyóu laughed heartily, saying, "God of the underworld, this is my 9th disciple of the Jie sect, the current Dragon King of the East Sea, Aomo." The god of the celestial prison was suddenly startled. 9th disciple? The Jie sect had actually acquired a 9th disciple? However, this divine mountain is no simple matter, I fear. When Xīyóu immediately interjected, "No worries, trust in little master. If he says it's possible, then it undoubtedly is." When Xīyóu had immense confidence in Aomo, to the point of blind admiration. Since Aomo claimed he could halt it, there would be no issues. The divine mountain approached, emanating an overwhelming and fearsome might. In Aomo's embrace, Yang Chan instinctively shrank closer to him, not out of fear, but due to the sheer terror of the power that was too overwhelming for her current realm, causing an involuntary tremor. Yet, nestled in Aomo's arms, she felt no fear, but rather a thrill. This was the experience she had long desired but never encountered. In truth, every being reacts similarly when danger befalls. That emotion is termed fear. The excitement, however, is sought after, unrelated to oneself, yet felt due to personal initiative. thus creating a sense of danger. Yang Chan felt no fear in her heart, for she believed in Aomo. Stepping into the void, Aomo's gaze was imbued with tranquility and confidence. Was this ancient divine mountain powerful? Certainly. It was a fragment of the unmoving mountain. In fact, there had been precedents for refining the unmoving mountain into treasures, such as the heaven-turning seal. Once unleashed, even saints would find it troublesome to resist. As for figures like the Buddha of Light, without formidable innate treasures for defense, they would be courting death. This deep mountain might not compare to the heaven-turning seal. But for golden immortals and Tai golden immortals, it was lethal enough. This also corroborated Aomo's speculation. The Lion Trojan King was undoubtedly linked to the Qilin clan. After all, in ancient times, the Qilin clan resided at the foot of the unmoving mountain. Damn it, it's that accursed Aomo. The Lion Trojan King sneered. No matter. Since he dares to obstruct our path, let him perish. This divine mountain is not so easily hindered. The Lion Trojan King's words were laced with chilling malice. In truth, apart from the Sea Demon King, Aomo's interactions with them had been quite cordial. Aomo had even warmly greeted each of them. On that day, these individuals had cooperated out of respect for the Bull Demon King and to stage a performance for Sun Wukong, hence their compliance. Unfortunately, they had not anticipated the price their charade would exact. Aomo had now acquired their innate attributes. For instance, the Monkey King's ability to listen to the heavens was something he scarcely utilized due to its considerable consumption. Possessing a talent is one aspect. However, being able to wield it skillfully and without restraint is another. Yet, Aomo was different. He could not only extract, but also enhance. Thus, the Lion Trojan King was mistaken. Facing this divine mountain was indeed effortless for Aomo. He merely needed to employ the Lion Trojan King's innate attributes. Of course, Aomo did not intend to do so. He aimed to crush them with the most formidable stance. Now that he was the Dragon King of the East Sea, he could refrain from intervening, but once he did, it would surely be with terrifying strikes. In that fleeting moment, Aomo's palm coalesced a divine light, from which 36 divine pearls emerged. Go. With the utterance of that single word, a terrifying power erupted. The 36 Dinghai divine pearls transformed into 36 beams of light, hurtling towards the divine mountain. There was no earth-shattering roar. It was more akin to bullets striking an egg. The divine mountain shattered. Chapter 72. The Three Demons Enraged. The invincible Dragon King, the Lion Trojan King, the Monkey King, and the Xīyóu King all survived. This was because when Aomo had gathered the 36 Dinghai divine pearls, they sensed something amiss. They made the timely decision to abandon the divine mountain, thus preserving their lives. Otherwise, even with their strength, they would have faced certain death under the might of Aomo's Dinghai divine pearls. Aomo, I shall not rest until you are vanquished, roared the Lion Trojan King. For this divine mountain was his contingency plan, a resource he intended to use to break open the gates of the eternal celestial prison. Now that the divine mountain lay in ruins, what could he possibly achieve? The Lion Trojan King was furious. The Xīyóu King was furious. The Monkey King was furious. To the Lion Trojan King's impotent fury, Aomo paid no heed, saying, Xīyóu, god of the underworld, surround them. These three formidable demons dare to act with such impunity in the eternal prison. They deserve nothing less than death. Aomo's light remark has effectively dismissed both the Bull Demon King and the Rock Demon King. Of course, at such a critical moment, no one pays heed to these details, especially since this place is under the aegis of the. When this young Lord Aomo speaks, there is no room for further discourse. Previously, the Lion and Camel King wreaked havoc upon the divine mountains, with the divine saint of exorcism slaughtering all in their path, which was utterly outrageous. Now, with Aomo taking action, he swept through with formidable force, obliterating the divine mountain itself. The morale of the heavenly soldiers from the Thunder Department and the Guardian of the Underworld soared immediately. They swiftly encircled the three demons. The Guardian of the Underworld directly confronted the divine saint of exorcism, while Xīyóu faced off against the divine saint of ventilation. At this moment, Aomo declared, Xīyóu, Guardian of the Underworld, stand down. Chonner, go to Xīyóu. With his protection, you will be safe. Aomo's keen perception allowed him to discern that the Lion and Camel King, as well as the Monkey King, still possessed hidden capabilities. The Guardian and Xīyóu, bolstered by their divine positions, had attained commendable cultivation levels, reaching the golden immortal realm. However, He was acutely aware that the cultivation bestowed by divine positions was inferior to that earned through personal endeavor. The divine grants were somewhat weak, and in the crucible of life and death, they would surely falter against genuine opponents of the same realm. This was also the reason why the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit sought liberation from the divine list. Not only was she constrained by others, but she also faced an eternity without the possibility of advancement. Seeing Xīyóu take a stand, a glimmer of murderous intent flashed in the eyes of the lion, camel, and monkey kings. The monkey king declared, "On that day, out of respect for the old bull, I granted you face. Yet today, you dare to obstruct us? Then you shall perish." With that, the monkey king unleashed a torrent of killing intent, his visage transforming into a ghastly, fearsome mask. Faced with the encroaching assault of these three, Xīyóu remained unperturbed, finding their aggression laughable. He summoned the sea-stabilizing pearl back to his grasp. "Ha ha! Do you three truly believe you can kill me? How utterly ridiculous!" The 36 sea-stabilizing pearls in his hand erupted forth, forming a rudimentary version of the 36 heavens. "Umph, Xīyóu, while your 36 sea-stabilizing pearls are indeed formidable, transforming them into the 36 heavens to suppress us is your folly." The three demons, fully aware of Xīyóu's extraordinary artifact, were undeterred and prepared to strike. At that moment, they revealed a fragment of a broken iron plate. The rusted piece exuded a terrifying aura, suggesting that if whole, it would be a top-tier treasure. Xīyóu, dismissing their bravado, retorted, "Your arrogance is truly laughable. Unbeknownst to you, you have been manipulated. How foolish." Xīyóu unleashed a strike, manifesting a terrifying divine might. "Against you, there is no need to wield the power of the 36 sea-stabilizing pearls. Take this punch." Just as before when he faced Jin Chanzi, it was a simple, unassuming punch. Yet, at this moment, the three demons were utterly astonished. For Xīyóu's seemingly modest punch shattered their understanding. How could one of the Golden Immortal realm unleash the might of a Tai Golden Immortal? This was the essence of the Dragon Fist's eruption, declaring, "Who else but me?" From this day forth, the term Dragon Fist would be indelibly etched in the annals of the heavens, although it was within the confines of the sea-stabilizing pearl seal. The moment Xīyóu released this punch, the roar of a dragon reverberated throughout. Outside the eternal prison, all present heard the terrifying dragon's roar. The brilliance unleashed by the Dragon Fist was nothing short of horrifying. The aura it exuded was profoundly invincible. This was still due to the barrier of the sea-stabilizing pearl. Without it, the power unleashed would have been even more terrifying. A single punch could obliterate mountains and seas. This was no mere boast. Even in a world rife with celestial beings and demons, few could achieve what Xīyóu had just accomplished. The guardian of the underworld, witnessing this display, was rendered speechless. "Wenzhong, this young lord is truly formidable." His punch could nearly be compared to the ancestral witches of ancient times. As a seasoned disciple of he had witnessed the era when the witch tribe swept across the world, shaking the heavens with their might. He was now certain that Xīyóu's punch commanded such terrifying divine power. The dragon's might resonated, leaving all in awe. When calm was finally restored, the three demons were left gasping, their energies fluctuating wildly. The Lion King appeared the most disheveled, having directly faced Xīyóu's overwhelming punch. His once mighty form was marred with blood, as if clawed by countless talons. The Monkey King's complexion had dimmed, his head drooping. As for the Yuan King, his entire being seemed to have diminished significantly. "Humph. Is that all? You dare to boast before me? One punch. The three great demons are vanquished. Impressive. Brother Mo is truly remarkable." Yang Chan's heart raced with excitement. Although she had witnessed Xīyóu's prowess before, the circumstances were entirely different this time. Previously, she had faced danger herself. Now, she observed as a spectator. Moreover, this time, Xīyóu had decisively defeated his opponents before a multitude. A hero admired by the masses is always more captivating and worthy of reverence. Thud, thud, thud. The Lion King, Monkey King, and Yuan King were unceremoniously tossed to the ground by Xīyóu, who casually remarked, "Wenzhong, take them into custody and seek merit from the Jade Emperor." His intention was to have Wenzhong claim credit, as he himself had no desire for the heavenly court's rewards. Upon hearing this, Wenzhong's face lit up with a hearty smile. "Haha, thank you, Uncle Master." For a deity of his standing, relying on personal cultivation to enhance his power was nearly impossible, unless he could, like the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, audaciously reverse the yin and yang to forge a new divine essence for himself, something far beyond his current capabilities. Thus, the more merits he accrued, the more the Jade Emperor would bestow divine might upon him, amplifying his prowess. Amok nodded, preparing to turn and leave with Yang Chan. Yet, unexpectedly, Yang Chan let out a surprised exclamation. Ah, second brother. Amok followed her gaze and saw a towering figure approaching. Upon recognizing this figure, Amok could not help but smile knowingly. The Erlang god had indeed arrived. The overprotective brother had come to this place. As Yang Jin flew in, his divine eyes sparkled with brilliance, sweeping across the area. Guardian of the underworld, Wenzhong? Why are you here? The guardian of the underworld was understandably present. But Wenzhong's presence was perplexing, as he was the head of the Thunder Department and should not be here. Wenzhong replied coolly, no need for your concern. Erlangshan. The tension from their past conflicts lingered. Amicability was far from possible. He instructed his men to carry the three demons and head straight for the Lingxiao Palace. Yang Jian, unfazed by this, fixed his gaze on Amok and finally spoke. Dragon King? So you are the one who has taken away my sister? His tone was laden with fury. Brother. Before Amok could respond, Yang Chen interjected with displeasure. She clearly heard her brother use the term crooked, which directly reflected her second brother's hostility. Yang Chan was furious. Her brother was unjustly casting aspersions on Aomo. Thus, she expressed her displeasure, saying, Brother, I asked Brother Mo to take me out for a breath of fresh air, so please refrain from making baseless accusations. Yang Jian was taken aback. He had merely posed a question, yet his beloved sister had come to his defense with such fervor. This was unprecedented. His sister had always been obedient. In that moment, the renowned war god felt quite aggrieved. Heartache and frustration washed over him. Just as Yang Jian was about to voice his displeasure, he caught sight of his sister's gaze and sighed helplessly within. He softened his tone, saying, Chaner, come here. Yang Chan retorted, I won't. At this moment, even the heavenly deities, including the Xīyóu god and Wenzhong, fell silent. Even the trio of Yuron Wang, Lion Camel King, and Monkey King, who had been groaning, were subdued by the supervising heavenly general. All eyes were fixated on this pair of siblings. It must be said that when it comes to gossip, mortals and immortals alike share a commonality. Yang Jian felt a pang of sadness. Indeed, it was astonishing that his sister so resolutely rejected him, a behavior never seen before. Behind Yang Chan, Aomo remarked, Chaner, go to your brother. He must be quite worried about you. Upon hearing this, Yang Chan hesitated but eventually nodded obediently. Oh. Yang Jian was taken aback. What did this mean? She disregarded her brother's words, but listened to a stranger's? This was quite infuriating. As Yang Chan approached, Yang Jian's gaze shifted to the new Dragon King of the East Sea. His third eye subtly opened, casting a divine light towards Aomo. As for Aomo, he understood that Yang Jian's third eye was no ordinary celestial eye cultivated through Taoist practices. It was a divine eye, born with the ability to see through illusions and possessing formidable powers of creation and destruction, truly terrifying. Aomo chuckled, saying, Erlangshan. Such indiscreet surveillance is rather inappropriate, don't you think? Yang Jian emanated a powerful aura, even standing there. He exuded a sense of dominance worthy of the title war god. Yet, regardless of his status, Aomo would not acquiesce to such scrutiny. In that instant, divine light flashed in Aomo's eyes. The heavenly dragon eye. As the words hung in the air, the heavenly dragon eye collided violently with the divine light of the innate divine eye. In that moment, an overwhelming force was unleashed. The expressions of the Xīyóu god and Wenzhong changed drastically. The pressure was akin to that of a Tai golden immortal. Both Aomo and Yang Jian were merely at the golden immortal level. Yet at this moment, they unleashed a power that could only be associated with a Tai golden immortal. Yang Jian chuckled lightly and suddenly said, Dragon King, you possess remarkable skills. I, Yang Jian, am in awe. Why not engage in a friendly spar? Aomo, understanding Yang Jian's intentions, had yet to respond when Yang Chan shouted in anger, Brother, what do you intend to do? Brother Mo is my savior. Yang Jian was taken aback, feeling wronged. Indeed, he was aware that Aomo had rescued his sister in the past, a fact he had gleaned from the Earth God. This invitation stemmed partly from a tinge of jealousy towards Aomo, and partly from a genuine desire to engage in a contest with the new Dragon King. However, seeing Yang Chan defend Aomo so fiercely brought joy to his heart. He said, Chaner, I am merely sparring with your brother and having a conversation. Yang Jian, let us proceed. Their duel could not take place here. Chapter 0075. Courtesy before conflict. Yang Jian's speculation, they stood at the edge of the 33 heavens. Ordinary golden immortals, and even great Luo golden immortals, would not dare venture here due to the ferocity of the gale that could obliterate them. However, Aomo and Yang Jian were determined to test each other's strength in this perilous locale. At that moment, the gale raged, buffeting their bodies. Yet they stood as if impervious, unmoved by the onslaught. Both men, though at the golden immortal level, possessed formidable physical resilience. In terms of corporeal strength, even the current Sun Wukong paled in comparison to Yang Jian and Aomo. Though he had emerged from the five-colored divine stone and absorbed the essence of heaven and earth, Yang Jian had practiced the 8-9 mysteries for many long years. While Aomo's dragon blood had enhanced his form to greatness, Yang Jian observed Aomo and solemnly nodded, saying, "Upon hearing of the new dragon king of the East Sea, a disciple of a sage, I must admit I was skeptical. After all, the East Sea Dragon Palace holds little significance in this era, and that has long since declined. However, I must apologize. I underestimated you." Aomo paid no heed to such sentiments. He had no interest in others' opinions, but Yang Jian's candid acknowledgement demonstrated his character as a gentleman. In Aomo's eyes, such individuals were worthy of friendship. Yang Jian continued, "I am grateful for your rescue of my sister, though I am uncertain why you appeared at that moment." Aomo nodded. This indicated Yang Jian's discerning nature. In truth, Aomo would have disregarded anyone else, irrespective of their respect or gratitude. He had always been a proud individual. Yet Yang Jian was different, as he was Yang Chan's elder brother, the one closest to her in this world. Thus, Aomo wished to maintain a cordial relationship. The turmoil caused by Sun Wukong and Flower Fruit Mountain is orchestrated by someone behind the scenes. Their ambitions extend beyond the eternal prison of the heavenly court to the depths of the East Sea's ferocious beast abyss. I inadvertently overheard this plot and decided to follow it, Aomo explained. Yang Jian nodded, believing Aomo's words. Aomo then said earnestly, "The adversary's goal is Chanar's Balyan Lantern. They unleashed the dark mandala womb realm barrier, severing the connection between heaven and earth. When I tore through this barrier, I intended to slay the foe, but he transformed into a demonic cicada and executed a cunning escape." Upon hearing Aomo's account, Yang Jian grew solemn. His third eye furrowed in contemplation, the phrases dark mandala womb realm barrier and demonic cicada escape reverberating in his mind. After a long silence, he finally spoke. "Thank you for the information. I understand now." Although Yang Jian had learned some details from the Earth God, the latter was merely a lesser deity who had long since hidden away during the conflict, providing limited information. In contrast, Aomo, as the principal actor, offered a wealth of insight. As for the concepts of the dark mandala womb realm barrier and the demonic cicada escape, he was well aware of their significance. Being a disciple of the Jade Dingzhenren, a genuine veteran powerhouse, Aomo replied casually, "No need for thanks. Now that you are informed, may we engage in combat?" Yang Jian straightened his expression and subsequently produced his three-pronged, double-edged blade. With utmost solemnity, he declared, "You are indeed a true powerhouse, far surpassing that monkey king of Huahua Mountain. Therefore, when we engage, I shall not hold back." Aomo responded earnestly, "That suits me perfectly." In that fleeting moment, both their spiritual powers surged forth simultaneously. Yang Jian's physical form radiated a brilliant glow, signaling the invocation of the profound 8-9 arcane art. Chapter 0076, The Arcane Dragon Body. Heart shattered by the blade, Aomo became intrigued. So this is the 8-9 arcane art. It is indeed formidable, though they had yet to exchange blows. Aomo could already sense the immense pressure emanating from his opponent. It was evident that Yang Jian had not unleashed his full might during their previous encounters with Sun Wukong. This should not imply that Sun Wukong lacked strength. On the contrary, he was undeniably a top-tier talent. Based on the power he displayed, he could certainly contend with some Tai golden immortals at his current golden immortal realm. After all, his lineage set him apart as exceptionally extraordinary. He could merely be classified as an extraordinarily gifted warrior. However, the issue lay in Sun Wukong's insufficient time. Against a superhuman like Yang Jian, who had mastered the 8-9 arcane art, he would inevitably fall short. Unbeknownst to Yang Jian, Aomo was contemplating this. The manifestation of the 8-9 arcane art marked the commencement of true battle. Its resilience was such that even numerous magical artifacts struggled to shake it. With a tremor of his three-pronged, double-edged blade, an unimaginable and terrifying edge was revealed. A blinding radiance surged forth, swiftly assaulting Aomo. Without reservation, Aomo responded. For as Yang Jian stated, to defeat a respected opponent was the greatest form of homage. At that moment, Aomo launched a ferocious punch. Strangely, he was unarmed. The 36 sea calming pearls were his treasures, comparable to the most formidable innate artifacts. Yet, Aomo had never regarded them as weapons. Nor had he seen them as a crutch. He understood well that his most effective weapon and support was the true dragon body he possessed. A sudden roar of a dragon erupted forth. Instantly, the might of the dragon radiated outward. In that moment, the gale dispersed. An unimaginable force roared and surged forth. The dragon fist erupted, proclaiming, "Who dares oppose me?" Compared to his earlier clash with the three great saints of the demon race, this strike from Aomo was undoubtedly more ferocious and domineering. The three-pronged, double-edged blade cleaved through the air, its shadow shattering with unparalleled ferocity. Yet the dragon fist was even more terrifying. This time, a colossal dragon clad in crimson scales appeared. Boom! The resounding clash between Yang Jian and Aomo reverberated, affecting even the vicinity of the eternal prison. The overwhelming aura exerted pressure upon the hearts of the divine guardian of the prison and Wenzhong. The divine guardian murmured, "These two are truly powerful." Wenzhong merely chuckled and shook his head, saying, "Strength is a given. Yang Jian caused us considerable trouble during the Battle of the Gods. His mastery of the 8-9 arcane art is truly unfathomable. As for the young lord, there is no need for further discussion. Our master has mentioned that he possesses an exceptionally rich lineage of true dragon blood. Moreover, his battle form is beyond the ordinary." The divine guardian then inquired, "So, who do you believe will emerge victorious?" Without hesitation, Wenzhong replied, "It must be the young lord." While these two rugged men conversed, they remained oblivious to the distress of the young girl, Yang Chan, nearby. One was her brother, and the other was the Dragon King, Mo, who had just saved her and had already found a place in her heart. "Brother, brother, please do not get hurt." Yet, soon Yang Chan discovered that she fervently wished for Mo to win. As the thunderous noise finally subsided, Yang Jian and Mo remained poised, seemingly unchanged, even their breaths unruffled. However, in the next instant, Yang Jian's three-pronged, double-edged blade shattered. In a single move, the victor was determined. Yang Jian gazed at the broken blade, which was swept away by the gale and vanished. In an instant, he was filled with emotions. This blade, gifted by his master, had allowed him to achieve great feats during the Battle of the Gods. It was of monumental significance. It was akin to a brother to him. Yet now it lay in ruins. "I concede. Thank you for your mercy." Aomo, capable of shattering his blade, could undoubtedly also dismantle his battle form. With an impassive countenance, Aomo remarked gravely, "Yang Jian, does it pain you to part with it? Yet, question your own heart. Deep down, you know that as long as this blade exists, you will face insurmountable obstacles in your quest for advancement. Your obsession has become your shackles, preventing you from progressing further." Chapter 0077, Yang Jian's Enlightenment. The peach blossom banquet. Yang Jian stood motionless, resembling a statue. Aomo paid him no mind and turned to leave. Aomo understood that Yang Jian was not petrified but rather engaged in a dialogue with his own spirit. Aomo could see this. But Yang Jian was also aware of it. The three-pronged, double-edged blade represented his renown. In the current three realms, upon sighting this blade, one would inevitably think of Yang Jian. This weapon held profound significance for him, more so as a memento. Thus, he carried it with him day and night, treating it as an extension of his own being during every grand battle. However, one must not forget that he practiced the 8-9 arcane art. This art is an immensely domineering physical supernatural ability. Moreover, as Yang Jian's combat prowess grew, so too would the strength of his physical form. In the early stages, the three-pronged, double-edged blade served as an ally, but at this juncture it had become a hindrance. In truth, Yang Jian had long recognized that he no longer needed a weapon. Yet, the uniqueness of the three-pronged, double-edged blade made him reluctant to part with it. As Aomo departed, a faint smile appeared on Yang Jian's lips. "Old friend, you wish for me to grow stronger, do you not? Then, farewell, old companion." With these words, the three-pronged, double-edged blade was carried away by the wind, ultimately disappearing from sight. Brother, are you all right? What about my second brother? Is he unharmed?" As soon as Aomo descended, Yang Chan rushed over, bombarding him with a standard series of questions. Aomo smiled gently, noticing that Yang Chan instinctively positioned herself in front of Yang Jian, indicating that Aomo had gradually ingrained himself in her heart. Rest assured, both your second brother and I are unscathed. He is merely contemplating certain matters and should return shortly. Yang Jian indeed arrived promptly. He strode through the air, not displaying a hint of defeat, but rather exuding vigor and authority. Upon seeing Yang Jian's demeanor, Aomo realized that he had broken through his mental shackles. It was likely that from this day forth, the battle god of the heavenly court, Yang Jian, would become even more formidable. While the divine guardian and Wenzhong were concerned about the outcome of this confrontation, Aomo was uninterested in responding. His intention in coming to the eternal prison was merely to accompany his sister for a spectacle. Yet, he could not bear to see his disciple Wenzhong be slain, which was why he intervened. Yang Jian regarded Aomo without uttering thanks, for at their level, even the most sincere words would ring hollow. Undoubtedly, Yang Jian would remember this kindness in his heart. Just then, a beam of golden light shot forth from the horizon. Recognizing the light, it was evident that the planet Venus had arrived. Dragon King, Little Saint, along with the deities of the Thunder Department and the divine guardian of the prison. His Majesty has summoned you. Upon hearing these words, the celestial guardian of the underworld, Wenzhong, and various deities from the heavenly court all knelt down, while Aomo and Yang Jian remained unmoved. The celestial star of Tai Bai did not take offense, for one was the emperor's own nephew, embroiled in conflict, and the other was a disciple of a sage. Li Jing, who wished to compel Yang Jian to kneel before the hall of Lingxiao, found himself in a precarious situation. Tai Bai cleared his throat and proceeded to recite a grand declaration, summarizing that due to the successful guarding of the eternal celestial prison and the capture of the three formidable demons, the king of the Xīyóu and the kings of the lion and the monkey, the emperor of heaven wished to bestow rewards. Furthermore, the siblings Yang Jian and Yang Chan, along with Aomo, the Dragon King of the East Sea, received special invitations to the Peach Banquet. Traditionally, the Dragon Kings of the Four Seas did not attend the Peach Banquet due to their awkward standing. Even if they did attend, their positions would not be esteemed. Yang Jian, too, held no desire to mingle with the emperor. However, the circumstances had evidently changed. Aomo was not only the Dragon King of the East Sea, but also a disciple of a sage, possessing an illustrious status. His contributions in this battle were significant, prompting a special invitation from the emperor. As for Yang Jian and Yang Chan, they were routinely invited to every Peach Banquet. After reading the imperial edict, Tai Bai approached Aomo and the siblings, displaying a sycophantic smile, and said, "Esteemed ones, His Majesty has the best of intentions." Aomo interjected, "Enough, Lord Tai Bai. No need for further words. The three of us shall attend." Chapter 0078. Tai Bai's surprise. The monk's interruption. Upon hearing Aomo's proclamation, Tai Bai was momentarily taken aback. He was well acquainted with Yang Jian and understood the temperament of this warrior of the heavenly court. Typically, Yang Jian would disregard most of what the emperor said and often countered his intentions. In fact, the emperor had long desired Yang Jian's presence. Yet the latter had shown indifference. It was only through the influence of the Avalokiteshvara of the South Sea that Yang Jian was persuaded to comply. This was due to their past connection when she was still the benevolent Zhihong Taoist. Tai Bai had braced himself for a potential refusal from Yang Jian, preparing many words to ease the relationship between the emperor and the warrior. However, before he could utter a single phrase, Aomo's decisive declaration left him without an opportunity to express himself. It was indeed a missed chance for Tai Bai to showcase his diplomatic skills. He found it hard to fathom how Yang Jian and Yang Chan would heed his words, and thus turned his gaze toward them for confirmation. To his astonishment, Yang Chan joyfully exclaimed, "Hooray! We can finally attend the Peach Banquet." This girl had longed to participate, but she had refrained from speaking out, knowing the irreconcilable differences between her brother and uncle. Now, with Aomo's assurance, she felt confident that her brother would not oppose. Yang Jian, on the other hand, felt a sense of helplessness, as it seemed his sister had completely disregarded his presence. Preparations for the Peach Banquet had long been underway, but this realm diverged from the original journey to the west. In the classic tale, after attaining the title of the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong was summoned to the heavenly court to oversee the Peach Garden. However, in this world, he was captured shortly after his ascent. Thus, in Aomo's domain, Sun Wukong's status as the great sage was deemed illegitimate. At this moment, The peach banquet commenced in earnest. The vast Xīyóu celestial realm welcomed numerous guests, with countless celestial beings arriving. Even if one could not partake of the 9,000-year peaches, the mere consumption of 3,000-year fruits would enhance cultivation and bolster magical powers. Moreover, if great masters were to impart teachings during the banquet, the benefits would be immeasurable. Such occurrences were not uncommon. This time, it was rumored that the Supreme Lord and the past Buddha of the Western sect, the lamplighting Buddha, would engage in profound discussions. In this contemporary realm, Buddhism and Taoism shared significant connections, with some celestial beings gleaning insights from each other's teachings. Additionally, the rare presence of the 4 great emperors and other dignitaries was anticipated. And perhaps, with a stroke of luck, the personal appearance of a sage might also be in store. In summary, the Xīyóu was abuzz with excitement. Tai Bai, smiling, led Aomo and the siblings deeper into the celestial realm, for their distinguished status warranted a place apart from ordinary celestial beings. However, as they traversed, a figure suddenly obstructed Tai Bai's path, a tall monk clad in black with a polished bald head, who approached upon noticing Aomo and his companions. It was said that ill fortune accompanies those who encounter monks, and as the black-faced monk arrived before Tai Bai, he proclaimed, "Amadba, are you the East Sea Dragon King Aomo?" Aomo chuckled, recognizing this as an impending annoyance. Yet, it came as no surprise. He had anticipated trouble upon hearing Tai Bai mention the arrival of the lamplighting Buddha. Without waiting for Tai Bai to respond, Aomo remarked, "It is indeed true that encountering a monk spells misfortune." Chapter 0079. The Monk's Wrath. The court's exorcism. Encountering a monk spells misfortune, Aomo declared with utmost arrogance. Disregarding the black-faced monk entirely, Tai Bai felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, acutely aware that the current relationship between Buddhism and the emperor was one of cooperation, with the heavenly court extending great courtesies to the Buddhist sect. Yet, Aomo's words conveyed a complete lack of respect for his opponent. With a huff and a chuckle, Yang Jian's sister exclaimed, "Brother Aomo, how amusing your words are." Yang Jian, perplexed, thought, "What is so funny about this? Sister, you seem to be quite ill." Despite his inward jealousy, the black-faced monk seethed with rage at Aomo's arrogance. The monk, filled with fury, bellowed, "Aomo, you have slain my disciple, the Huiling monk. Today, I demand an explanation." The mention of Huiling brought back distant memories for Aomo, who had nearly forgotten about him. As the incident occurred long ago, he recalled that upon his arrival in this world, the young monk had boisterously proclaimed in the Dragon Palace. Even attempting to kill Aomo ultimately, Huiling met his demise at the hands of the sea-calming pearl. Aomo had thought the monk merely a passing character. Yet here he was, re-emerging unexpectedly. The monk, witnessing Aomo's dismissive demeanor, felt his anger intensify. "Aomo, know this. I am the demon-subduing King Wukong, a disciple of the lamplighting Buddha. Today, I shall not kill you, but you must kneel before the Buddha in the hall of Lingshao and apologize." The monk radiated a resplendent aura, showcasing his formidable power. Judging by his presence, he likely possessed the realm of the Tai Golden Immortal. Explaining his audacity in confronting Aomo, the position of a demon-subduing king held great significance within Buddhism, ranking above the Arhats. Tai Bai, witnessing the monk's brazen conduct in his presence, gasped, "Master, do not. This is the heavenly court, the Xīyóu celestial realm. If a conflict arises here, what will become of the heavenly court's dignity? Moreover, Aomo is no ordinary dragon king. He is a disciple of a sage. If any trouble were to arise from his presence here, even with the pressure of the divine list, the multitude of righteous deities would certainly not let it rest easily." However, the monk's sudden strike took everyone by surprise. Oh no, how could this dark-faced monk be so reckless? "Aomo, you must not come to harm. This monk undoubtedly possesses the realm of the Tai Golden Immortal, hence the White Jupiter harbored no illusions about Aomo's chances of victory. As long as he emerged unscathed, no. As long as he did not perish, he would consider that a stroke of good fortune." Meanwhile, Yang Jian shielded Yang Qian without intervention, fully aware that Aomo would not face any danger. Had the White Jupiter arrived a tad earlier and witnessed the exchange between Aomo and the others, he would have recognized that, although Aomo was merely a golden immortal, any ordinary Tai Golden Immortal would be utterly insignificant in his presence. In response to the monk's unexpected aggression, Aomo merely smiled, unperturbed, and remarked, "Monks renounce all worldly desires, yet greed, anger, ignorance, and hatred are indeed the four poisons of your Buddhist sect. You, monk, are clearly tainted with impurities, indicating a deep descent into demonic influence. Thus, I, Xīyóu, shall extend my compassion and expunge this malignant tumor from your order. As the words left his lips, Xīyóu raised his fist. The entire jade pool resonated with the sound of a dragon's roar, a formidable force reverberating through the heavens. Boom! The spectral dragon dissipated, and the monk's luminous aura faded, leaving only hollow glimmers in his eyes. With a dull thud, the monk collapsed to the ground, his spirit extinguished, irretrievably dead. The white Jupiter, witnessing this scene, felt his heart nearly leap from his chest. Killed? He was killed outright. This was a revered king. Even with a notable status within the Buddhist realm, how could it be so effortlessly done? While he remained aghast, Xīyóu channeled his power and spoke with a thunderous voice that echoed throughout the jade pool. A monk of the Buddhist order, possessed by demonic impulses, recklessly taking lives. In the spirit of compassion, I, Xīyóu, shall grant him liberation. Buddhist sect, this debt of gratitude you owe me should not be forgotten. Chapter 80. The lamp of enlightenment acts with impunity. This debt of gratitude you owe me should not be forgotten. This statement seemed to possess a peculiar magic. Lingering in the air, the vast jade pool fell silent, as countless individuals paused in disbelief at his audacity. An immortal exclaimed incredulously, "Who is this person? How could he be so fierce? To kill a king and still dare to speak so boldly?" Indeed, it was an act of unparalleled audacity to challenge the Buddhist sect. Was he courting death? Yet, some fairies whispered, "Who is this individual? How imposing! I yearn to elope with him in defiance of celestial rules." As the crowd buzzed with speculation, both the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother were stirred by Xīyóu's proclamation. Within the main hall of the Jade Pool, the Jade Emperor furrowed his brow and inquired, "What has transpired to cause such uproar?" Meanwhile, seated in solemnity, the Buddha of Enlightenment suddenly addressed the Jade Emperor, saying, "Your Majesty, it is my disciple who has encountered trouble. Please permit this humble monk to investigate." Without awaiting the emperor's consent, the Buddha of Enlightenment swiftly departed towards the Jade Pool's ethereal realm. Naturally, as he exited, heavenly attendants rushed to inform the Jade Emperor of Xīyóu's act of slaying the king. This dragon king again. How dare he commit murder in the heavenly court? Such audacity. The Jade Emperor harbored a profound disdain for Xīyóu, both personally and officially. However, Xīyóu's formidable background made it impossible to act against him, for a true disciple of a saint was not to be trifled with. Thus, even amidst his displeasure, he had to endure. Nevertheless, now that Xīyóu had killed a member of the Buddhist sect, they could handle the repercussions themselves. The white Jupiter gazed at the lifeless king, his expression still one of disbelief. Could it be true? Xīyóu had genuinely taken the life of this king? He had the gall to do so? That was a revered figure within the Buddhist realm, a being of considerable stature. Moreover, he had succeeded. A master of the Tai Golden Immortal level had been vanquished by a single punch. Recollecting that overwhelmingly forceful strike earlier, the white Jupiter felt a tremor in his eyelids. It was fortunate that he had previously treated this Dragon King with a degree of courtesy. No, he must be even more deferential from now on. Yet, he was still troubled. "Your Majesty, the Dragon King, you have acted rather impulsively. Such behavior does not reflect well upon your reputation." Currently, it was the Peach Blossom Festival, one of the most grandiose gatherings of the heavenly court, where immortals congregated from all realms, showcasing the majesty of the Jade Emperor. Xīyóu's actions were exceedingly disrespectful. Furthermore, such conduct could incite the ire of the Buddhist sect. Just as the white Jupiter finished his thoughts, a deep voice resounded. "Xīyóu, you demonic dragon! How dare you kill my king of Ling Mountain in open court?" At the utterance of these words, an indescribable, overwhelming pressure enveloped the beautiful jade pool. Though all present could sense this immense force, none bore the weight of it, revealing the masterful control the source had over their own power. Golden Buddhist light radiated forth, and before Xīyóu could respond, it surged towards him with the intent to suppress. The assailant was none other than the Buddha of Enlightenment. He had never been one to shy from confrontation. Even during the time of the Chan teaching, he had exhibited such disregard. Now, within the Buddhist sect, he was even more so. The white Jupiter's face turned pale as he exclaimed, "Buddha, no." But the Buddha of Enlightenment paid him no heed. This monk had not forgotten Xīyóu's past interventions against his plans, Previously, he had not anticipated the arrival of the Mother of Non-Being within the East Sea Dragon Palace. Following several thwarted schemes against the East Sea, he now found an opportune moment to retaliate, as one of his disciples had been slain by Xīyóu. Thus, although he feigned deep sorrow, he secretly reveled in the opportunity. A single disciple lost was a mere inconvenience. Another could easily be nurtured. However, should he eliminate Xīyóu, not only would he rid himself of a persistent threat, but he would also acquire 36 sea calming pearls. What a boon that would be. Therefore, the Buddha of Enlightenment acted without regard for the consequences, determined to eliminate Xīyóu in one fell swoop. As for the wrath of the saints, the two saints of the Buddhist sect would deal with that. Once he possessed the 36 sea calming pearls, he would not care if the heavens themselves trembled. Chapter 81. The manifestation of the true Lord. Noble and righteous, the white Jupiter perceived the murderous intent within the Buddha of Enlightenment, who sought to directly eliminate the newly appointed East Sea Dragon King. The other immortals also discerned the Buddha's intentions. Among them, several high-ranking celestial beings smirked, thinking, The Buddha of Enlightenment, his insatiable greed, remains unchanged even now. Of course, others mocked Xīyóu's arrogance and presumption, believing he was overestimating his own significance. Xīyóu, believing himself to be a true disciple of the saints, thought no one in the heavenly court would dare lay a hand on him. Yet, he seemed to forget that during the investiture of the gods, even true disciples had fallen. Many eagerly anticipated the unfolding events, including Li Jing. Fresh from his return from the Flower Fruit Mountain, they had ostensibly captured the demon monkey, a supposed victory. However, in truth, their success was solely due to the intervention of the Supreme Lord Laozi. Without his assistance, they would have been relentlessly pursued by Sun Wukong, tarnishing the heavenly court's reputation. Thus, the Jade Emperor would naturally not hold him in high regard. Li Jing had redirected all his frustrations towards Xīyóu, harboring a deep-seated hatred for him. In summary, amidst this tumultuous scene, the celestial beings of the heavenly court each harbored their own thoughts. Yet, Xīyóu and the Buddha of Enlightenment undeniably became the focus of everyone's attention. Yang Chan felt a sudden pang of anxiety, fearing that Aomo might encounter trouble. Understanding his sister well, Yang Jian swiftly positioned himself in front of the burning lamp Buddha and declared, Master, this place is the Celestial Palace's Yaoqi fairyland. One must not act recklessly. However, Burning Lamp paid him no heed, responding, Amitabha, Yang Jian, please step aside. This wicked dragon is audaciously committing murder in the Celestial Palace. Today, I shall subdue him before reporting to the Jade Emperor. Yang Jian had some camaraderie with Burning Lamp from the Battle of Fengshan, yet to someone like Burning Lamp, such camaraderie was trivial when weighed against greater interests. His sole desire was to eliminate Aomo and seize the Dinghai Shenzhen Pearl, thus solidifying his victory. Even if the Saint of Heaven could return from the Xīyóu Palace, the two saints of the West would be there to contend with him. Delaying would only allow the Xīyóu faction to arrive, which would spell trouble for him. What infuriated him was that Yang Jian showed no signs of retreat. Instead, he began to channel his powers, evidently prepared to confront the Burning Lamp Buddha. Master, if you take another step forward, you become my enemy. The celestial beings witnessing this spectacle were astonished. Since the Battle of Fengshan, Erlangshan had always been a solitary figure, apart from a few old friends. Yet now, he dared to stand against the Burning Lamp Buddha for the sake of this new Dragon King, Aomo. At this moment, without his Sanjian Dao, Yang Jian's demeanor had transformed entirely. Previously sharp yet somewhat reserved, he now charged forward with unyielding resolve. Once comrades in arms, Yang Jian and Burning Lamp were now poised for confrontation. Aomo thought to himself, indeed, Yang Jian is a remarkable figure, stepping forth to face the Burning Lamp Buddha on my behalf. While it may be influenced by Yang Chan, it also reflects Yang Jian's desire to repay the favor of his earlier warning. Erlangshan, the god of war, was truly exceptional. However, did he truly require Yang Jian to withstand the Burning Lamp Buddha's onslaught? Not at all. Yang Jian, I appreciate your goodwill, but please withdraw. This matter does not concern you. Upon hearing Aomo's words, Yang Jian's brow furrowed. He said nothing more. Since Aomo had spoken, he yielded and stepped aside. Now, Aomo faced the Burning Lamp Buddha directly. Burning Lamp, are you eager to engage? Then strike. Aomo addressed the Burning Lamp Buddha with a calm demeanor. The Buddha, seeing Aomo standing resolutely before him, felt a surge of caution. What trickery was this dragon up to? He knew Aomo was powerful. having even defeated his disciple at the Tai Golden Immortal level. Yet now he faced him directly. Never mind, I will strike him down first. In a fleeting moment, Burning Lamp acted, unleashing the Qian Kuan ruler towards Aomo with lethal intent. The Qian Kuan ruler was a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure, having been used to ambush Zhao Gongming during the Battle of Fengshan, showcasing immense power. How brazen of Burning Lamp to take advantage of the weak with such a treasure. Truly, he is shameless, and now without hair, he seems even more invincible. This Dragon King is surely doomed. The celestial beings began to murmur once more, most criticizing Burning Lamp's lack of decorum in employing the Qian Kuan ruler for such a contest. Yet some relished the impending misfortune. The Jade Emperor observed the scene with a calm exterior, rendering his thoughts inscrutable to those around him. However, the Queen Mother, his confidant, understood his mind. Your Majesty, do you truly wish for this Dragon King to perish? In the Jade Emperor's realm, such events could not unfold without his consent. Even the demise of the previous Ming Wang, the Qian Kuan ruler rapidly approached Aomo, and Burning Lamp wore a triumphant smile. Though you possess 36 Dinghai Shenzhen pearls, with your current golden immortal cultivation, it is impossible for you to fully summon them. You likely cannot even summon 10. Without mastering 24, you cannot withstand my Qian Kuan ruler. Thus, wicked dragon, meet your demise. At that moment, Burning Lamp's smile broadened, envisioning Aomo's dismembered form, reduced to a pool of blood. Yet, Aomo remained unmoved, not summoning the Dinghai Shenzhen pearls. To the celestial beings, it appeared as though this new Dragon King awaited his demise. Their hearts collectively ached for the young Dragon King. Even the Jade Emperor could not suppress a condescending smile, remarking, those who become arrogant upon success often meet an early end. What a pity for the Dragon Clan, having thought they produced a prodigy. However, just as the Jade Emperor uttered his final words, a vibrant azure light emanated from Aomo's body. This ethereal glow enveloped him silently, and the Qian Kuan ruler struck him yet caused not a ripple. It was blocked. The Burning Lamp Buddha's direct assault with a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure had been thwarted. This left the celestial beings dumbfounded. How could this be? At this moment, Taishang Laojun suddenly spoke. I never imagined the lost Xian Yuan water-controlling banner would fall into this young man's hands. He possesses an extraordinary fortune. Upon hearing this, all ears perked up. The Xian Yuan water-controlling banner, one of the 5 colors flags, is renowned for its near-absolute defensive capabilities as an innate spiritual treasure. The celestial beings finally comprehended Aomo's audacity. With this artifact in his possession, it was no wonder he was unafraid of Burning Lamp. As Aomo saw the Burning Lamp's attack neutralized, he refrained from countering, recognizing the vast disparity between him and the Burning Lamp Buddha. Even employing the Dinghai Shenzhen pearls for retaliation would be of no consequence. Nevertheless, while he could not defeat Burning Lamp, he could still speak. Shameless old dog. I come to cleanse your Buddhist sect, yet instead of gratitude, you plot to murder me, a disciple of the saints. It seems you have indeed succumbed to the path of demons. Aomo's words rang with righteous indignation. He understood that sometimes words could serve as sharper weapons than innate spiritual treasures. Upon hearing Aomo's declaration, Burning Lamp realized his plans were unraveling. Having missed his chance to strike Aomo, the forces of Xīyóu within the Celestial Palace would undoubtedly be alerted and would soon arrive. Leaving aside others, even the Wudong Holy Mother would be a formidable opponent. Therefore, he decided to retract his Qian Kuan ruler and withdraw. Yet, just as he turned, Aomo's voice pierced the air once more. You have succumbed to the path of demons. This accusation struck at Burning Lamp's heart, igniting his fury. Historically, the forces of Buddha and demons have never coexisted peacefully. The Western realm was the site of Raha's explosion, and the 2 saints of the Western teachings had murky ties to him. Thus, many methods of the Buddhist sect bore resemblance to demonic practices. For instance, the Buddhist sect possesses the mandala of light and the mandala of darkness. It is said that a certain Buddhist arhat had fallen into darkness, giving rise to the latter's techniques. Moreover, the bodies of Buddhist practitioners and demonic entities share striking similarities. The enmity between the two has long been a subject of speculation among the celestial beings. Should it be proven that Burning Lamp had indeed fallen into darkness, it would be a grave sin. The Buddha of Lantern, in a sudden outburst, exclaimed, "Wicked dragon, it is evident that your murderous intent is profound. You dare to slay my disciple before the court and yet malign me." His voice resonated with the solemn authority of the Buddha. However, at that moment, a cold scoff echoed. Lantern, are you plotting to murder the true legacy of my sect? This voice was soft, yet carried a domineering tone. Simultaneously, an overwhelming pressure of celestial might was unleashed, heralding the arrival of the Holy Mother of No Obstruction. Her swift arrival cast a pall over Lantern's countenance. Upon seeing his senior sister, Aomo grew even more audacious. He disregarded Lantern's words and addressed the assembly of immortals. Esteemed immortals, since you are all gathered here today, I have a matter of great importance to discuss. He continued, all of you are aware of the calamity that befell the eternal celestial prison today, as formidable demons sought to breach its confines, nearly bringing forth disaster. At this juncture, when Xīyóu, who had followed closely behind, interjected, indeed, we can all attest, alongside the celestial god of suppression, that it was the might of the Dragon King that managed to maintain order. This elder was always ready to speak up at crucial moments. Aomo added, I am aware that this was not the intention of these demons. They have been incited by someone else to come forth. This individual not only aims to shatter the eternal celestial prison, but also seeks to unleash the ferocious beasts beneath our eastern sea, which is undoubtedly nefarious. Upon hearing this, the Buddha of Lantern was perplexed by Aomo's insinuations, merely retorting with a cold laugh, Wicked dragon, what does this have to do with me? Do not divert the topic. Aomo remained unperturbed and maintained an air of disdain. He continued, I happen to have had an encounter with that shadowy figure, who wielded the dark mandala womb realm. Tell me, esteemed immortals, could this person be connected to the Buddhist order? The moment Aomo uttered these words, even Lantern felt a stir of unease. The dark mandala womb realm was a forbidden technique of the Buddhist sect, suggesting that the practitioner held a significantly exalted status. Yet, he remained unaware of the intricacies involved. At this moment, Aomo fixed his gaze upon Lantern, reiterating with deliberate emphasis, that individual not only possesses the ability to deploy the dark mandala womb realm, but also wields the technique of the demon cicada shedding its shell. This, I can have Yang Jian, the war god, attest to. Although Yang Jian had not witnessed it firsthand, his silence would serve as tacit corroboration. Aomo turned to Lantern, directly challenging him. Lantern, old dog, do enlighten us as to who this person might be. Lantern's heart sank at these words. The technique of demon cicada shedding its shell? Who else could it be? Just as Yang Jian and I arrived at the Yao pool with Tai Bai jinxing, this demon king attempted to take my life. An unmistakable sign of demonic possession. Would I be at fault for slaying him? Regardless of whether that so-called demon king is truly possessed or not, I could easily cast the blame in that direction. Aomo added, Lantern, old dog, your circumstances bear a striking resemblance to that demon king. Lantern could only respond with a silent fury, rendered speechless. At this moment, Lantern found himself bereft of words. In a different locale, absent the formidable presence of the Holy Mother of No Obstruction, he would have unhesitatingly, without regard for the consequences, slain Aomo. However, now he could not. He had already overstepped by using the Qianquan ruler against someone weaker than himself. Had he truly killed Aomo back then, it would have been manageable, for he would have seized the sea calming pearl, solidifying his victory. The two Western saints would undoubtedly have intervened against the pressure from the Lord of the Heavenly Tao on his behalf. With the acquisition of the 36 sea calming pearls, he would have basked in triumph. Yet now, Aomo possessed the Xian Yuan water control banner, as formidable as the ancient black tortoise. Thus, Lantern's schemes had come to naught. Sometimes, the outcomes of success and failure are entirely disparate. Had he succeeded in obtaining the sea calming pearl, he would have emerged as the victor. But now that he had failed, his reputation would undoubtedly be tarnished. Of course, Lantern did not particularly care about his sullied reputation, for it had never been particularly illustrious to begin with. However, from this point forward, the sect would undoubtedly guard against him, providing heightened protection to Aomo, making any future attempts on Aomo's life exceedingly difficult. Yet, these were matters for the future. The immediate situation required resolution. Aomo's questioning deeply unsettled him. Lantern remained composed, revealing a remarkable psychological fortitude, even in this precarious moment. Amaba, O Dragon King, one cannot speak without evidence, he asserted. Aomo sneered, countering, Lantern, old dog, with the dark mandala womb realm coupled with the demon cicada, you truly do not know who I speak of. In the current three realms, anyone with a modicum of skill would know of the golden cicada, a disciple of the Tathagata Buddha, endowed with exceptional talent and formidable strength. Yet, He had fallen into the demonic path and was meant to be confined beneath Ling Mountain, undergoing Buddhist purification. If Lantern were to claim ignorance of this individual, it would be tantamount to publicly embarrassing himself. Thus, Lantern chose not to directly respond, merely stating, "Ba, I shall report this matter to the Buddha and verify the details." However, before he could finish, the Holy Mother of No Obstruction interjected coldly, "Lantern, there is no need for further ado. The golden cicada is indeed one of your own. And now that he has escaped from Ling Mountain and instigated such turmoil, your sect must provide an explanation to His Majesty. Furthermore, my junior brother acted out of goodwill, seeking to eliminate the possessed demon king. Yet you resorted to intimidation and even employed the Qianquan ruler to ambush my brother. You must first account for this to my sect." As she questioned him, the sword energy from the azure sword in her hand was already poised for action, clearly prepared to strike without hesitation. This sword, entirely azure, radiated supreme sword intent and pride. It was known to all that this was the Qingping sword, wielded by the Lord of the Heavenly Tao. Though the Qingping sword may not possess the fame of the four swords of the Apocalypse, in terms of sheer might, it surpassed them, despite the Lord of the Heavenly Tao being imprisoned within the Xīyóu palace at this moment. The Holy Mother of No Obstruction had ascended to the quasi-saint realm. And with this sword, it was entirely plausible that she could execute Lantern on the spot. Faced with the Holy Mother of No Obstruction, Lantern appeared notably intimidated. At this moment, the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother of the Yao Pool emerged from the inner hall. Given that even the quasi-saint Holy Mother of No Obstruction was present, the two, as rulers of the heavenly court, could not remain indifferent. Lantern promptly addressed the newly emerged Jade Emperor, saying, "Your Majesty, I could not have anticipated such an upheaval. It was indeed my recklessness." He sought to evade the Holy Mother of No Obstruction, fully aware that her sect was not known for their reasonableness. Thus, he hoped that this sovereign would intercede on his behalf. This esteemed ruler, the supreme one of the nine heavens, now held dominion over the list of deification. And even the Holy Mother of No Obstruction would be compelled to show deference to the Jade Emperor. "I beseech your Majesty to show mercy and allow me to return and reflect on this matter." However, at that moment, a melodious voice interrupted his entreaty. All present turned towards the source of the voice and found it was Yang Jian's sister, Yang Chan, who was addressing the Jade Emperor. Although Yang Jian and the Jade Emperor were often at odds, Yang Chan maintained a close affinity with her uncle, and the Jade Emperor had always doted on her. The Jade Emperor was perplexed by Yang Chan's sudden interjection, yet he maintained a gentle smile, saying, "Chaner, come here to me." Yang Chan disregarded her brother's scowl and approached the Jade Emperor, stating, "Uncle, I almost didn't get to see you." Upon hearing these words, the Jade Emperor's expression darkened, and his anger flared. Indeed, as Yang Chan uttered those words, the Jade Emperor had already sensed some clues. After all, this sovereign was astute beyond measure. He was all too aware of the intriguing aspects surrounding Yang Chan. However, the specifics of the matter eluded him. He would need to hear it from Yang Chan herself. With a quivering voice, she recounted the events that had transpired earlier, her words trembling as tears nearly fell. This was no mere act. It was a genuine display of emotion. Such a kind-hearted girl, suddenly beset by such upheaval and threatened with death, there was no way she could be unafraid. Upon hearing her tale, the Jade Emperor's expression darkened. Meanwhile, the countenance of the burning lamp also turned pained. He was inwardly cursing the golden cicada for the calamity he had wrought. What sins had that rascal committed in secrecy? Indeed, the Jade Emperor declared, "Burning Lamp, you must provide me with an explanation regarding this matter." Burning Lamp felt even more distressed. He had hoped to persuade the Jade Emperor to speak kindly on his behalf, to gloss over the incident. Yet now, even the Jade Emperor sought an accounting from him. His gaze inadvertently fell upon Aomo, intensifying his resentment towards him. Although the golden cicada was now considered a traitor to the Buddhist sect, had it not been for Aomo, the matter concerning Yang Chan's lotus lamp might have been resolved. "Burning Lamp, what are you staring at?" At that moment, the Mother of No Doubt coldly snorted. "Do you intend to intimidate my disciple?" She approached with her sword drawn. "You must give my disciple an explanation." Remarkably, the Jade Emperor took an unprecedented stance in support of Aomo, nodding in agreement as he said, "Indeed, Burning Lamp, this matter reflects poorly on your sect." At this juncture, Burning Lamp found himself besieged on all sides, feeling utterly miserable. With a grim visage, he uttered, "Ba, your Majesty," yet his words were once again interrupted. Aomo directly interjected, Burning lamp. Did you not just launch a sneak attack on me with your cosmic measuring ruler? Why not compensate me for it? And I shall let this matter slide personally. Upon hearing this, Burning Lamp nearly leapt up in fury, ready to smash Xīyóu's head. Compensate for the cosmic measuring ruler? How could this little dragon presume to make such a demand? This ruler was a primordial spiritual treasure, one of his most formidable weapons, having achieved remarkable feats in the battle of the gods. Now Xīyóu audaciously demanded it from him. This was simply outrageous. You, the Buddha exclaimed. I too find this request reasonable, especially considering Xīyóu is the newly appointed Dragon King of the East Sea, who was nearly slain by your actions. Upon hearing this, Burning Lamp's heart sank. The Jade Emperor's retaliation was swift. Just moments ago, they had been conversing amicably about matters of the journey to the west. And now he was demanding his cosmic measuring ruler. To be in the presence of a monarch was akin to navigating a tiger's den. If an earthly emperor could be so treacherous, how much more so the ruler of the celestial realm? The Jade Emperor's motivation was twofold: to seek justice for Yangchan and to suppress the Buddhist sect. When two parties cooperate, an excessively powerful ally can be a double-edged sword. Burning Lamp was filled with indignation. How could he be compelled to relinquish the cosmic measuring ruler? Burning Lamp. The voice of the mother of no doubt echoed. I believe you have indeed overstepped your bounds. Since the golden cicada escaped from the spirit mountain and instigated such chaos, it is clear your disciple could easily be led astray by him. Thus, Xīyóu acted with good intentions, and your attempt on his life was utterly excessive. You ought to acknowledge your error and make amends. Upon hearing this voice, despair washed over Burning Lamp. For the speaker was none other than the venerable Lao Jun, a figure even the Jade Emperor would not dare to provoke. He concluded, compensating for the cosmic measuring ruler is both just and reasonable. Burning Lamp's hands trembled, as if afflicted by senility. To hand over his primordial spiritual treasure to Xīyóu? Absolutely not. Yet he understood that he had incurred the wrath of many. Had it not been for the machinations of the golden cicada, he would have merely lost some face and offered an apology to Xīyóu, and the matter would have been resolved. But now, it was entirely different. The golden cicada's schemes had drawn ire from all, although the Buddhist sect bore its own burdens. Given that the golden cicada had originally been suppressed under the spirit mountain, awaiting his reincarnation to atone for his sins, this nuance mattered little. The vital issue was that the celestial prison faced a grave threat, and the Jade Emperor's niece had nearly been killed by that fiend. A scapegoat was necessary. Furthermore, Xīyóu could not simply act as if nothing had happened, leaving Burning Lamp with no choice but to step forward and offer compensation. Now, he was indeed in the midst of widespread outrage. Moreover, the fact that even Lao Jun had intervened left him with no recourse. Would he dare to resist in court? Bring it forth, old dog. Every action bears consequences. You cannot act with impunity. Xīyóu was unequivocal as he addressed Burning Lamp. Burning Lamp was unwilling to relent, for he could not bear to part with his prized possession. At that moment, Lao Jun stepped forth to mediate, stating, Burning Lamp, a practitioner must forsake greed, anger, and ignorance. Otherwise, they are no different from a demon. With Lao Jun's personal intervention, Burning Lamp, no matter how reluctant, could only acquiesce. At that instant, Lao Jun waved his whisk, and the cosmic measuring ruler fell into his hands. With an indifferent expression, he swiftly erased the true spiritual mark from the ruler. In that moment, Burning Lamp turned pale. He had cultivated the cosmic measuring ruler for countless years, but ultimately could not withstand Lao Jun's effortless gesture. Even as merely a manifestation of a saint's essence, his power was formidable. Dragon King, take this cosmic measuring ruler. In the presence of Lao Jun, Xīyóu dared not be the least bit insolent. Despite the earlier discord with his master during the battle of the gods, Xīyóu understood that this was a conflict between their elders, and he had no intention of commenting on his master's affairs. Thank you, Master Uncle. Xīyóu expressed his gratitude as he grasped the cosmic measuring ruler, immediately feeling an immense and mysterious power surging within him. Notification. Extraction activated. Attributes can be extracted. Boundless space. Spatial displacement. This voice resonated within Xīyóu's mind, filling him with delight. A primordial spiritual treasure was exceedingly potent. Yet refining it with his own golden immortal power would take an indeterminate amount of time if approached methodically. However, should he extract its attributes, the process would become significantly simpler. Naturally, he could not extract it in the presence of Lao Jun, as such a being would undoubtedly perceive the slightest change in his form. Observing that burning lamp had shown some sense, the Jade Emperor declared, "Very well. I shall pursue today's events at another time. For now, let us all enjoy the peach banquet." With the Jade Emperor's words, the Yaoqi celestial realm returned to its previous state of revelry, as if nothing had transpired. Within the Doshui Palace, the grand 8 trigrams furnace blazed fiercely, and within it, Sun Wukong writhed in agony. "Ah, it hurts, it hurts. Taishang Laojun, you cannot burn me." Sun Wukong roared and tumbled restlessly. At this moment, he was in immense discomfort. However, he had already endured for a total of 49 days within the 8 trigrams furnace and had not perished. Instead, he found himself growing ever stronger. Even Sun Wukong was astonished by this transformation. His physical body had indeed become more resilient, radiating with golden light. Gradually, he discovered that his cultivation had indeed ascended to a new level. Ha ha ha. Taishang Laojun, you cannot confine me. I, Sun Wukong, am breaking free. Chapter 0087. Meeting the 3 heavens and causing chaos in heaven with a resounding boom. The 8 trigrams furnace toppled over. A blaze erupted from within, descending from the heavens, while the monkey sprang forth from the furnace. Ha ha. I, Sun Wukong, am free. In that instant, 2 beams of divine light burst forth from his eyes, illuminating the surroundings with an endless brilliance, transforming the entire Doshui Palace into a golden hue. In the heavenly court, Xīyóu pool, Aomo and the celestial beings of the were gathered, indulging in the exquisite wine and celestial fruits. Indeed, the heavenly court was unparalleled. The flavors of both the wine and the fruits were beyond description, infused with an overwhelmingly potent energy. If these delicacies were to fall into the mortal realm, they would undoubtedly create a terrestrial immortal instantaneously. For a powerhouse like Aomo, replenishing his magical power was unnecessary, yet the divine fruits and wines were still welcome. Junior brother, soon the 3 heaven sisters and Zhao Gongming will arrive. Be sure to get to know them well, the mother of no disguise advised Aomo. Just as she finished speaking, a melodious voice rang out. "Sister, it's been a long time. You are becoming increasingly formidable." Aomo turned to see a young girl with a charming visage rushing towards them. This was one of the 3 heavens, by Xīyóu. If it weren't for the innate connection between true disciples, Aomo would never have guessed that this girl, resembling a youthful student of 17 or 18, was indeed by Xīyóu. The 3 heavens of the now served as the 3 celestial maidens, overseeing reincarnation in the mortal realm. Naturally, their primary responsibility was to manage the reincarnation of significant figures, such as those with a heavenly mandate or literary stars descending to the mortal world. Other matters were delegated to lesser deities. Soon after, 2 more women approached, distinct from Bai Xiao. One was tall and strikingly beautiful, reminiscent of a top model, while the other was the legendary 36th. To be honest, Aomo had nearly forgotten such descriptors. However, upon seeing Yun Xiao, he was once again reminded of their significance. Even Aomo felt a sense of awe at her presence. "Ah, this must be you, junior brother Aomo, the Dragon King of the East Sea." Aomo straightened his posture and said, "Junior brother Mo pays respects to the 3 sisters." After exchanging a few pleasantries, the group quickly warmed up to one another. The true disciples of the had become scattered. Duobao was now a Buddha in the West, while the turtle spirit mother had gone missing. The golden spirit mother was currently unable to leave the Palace of Stars, confined by the control of the investiture of the gods. Of course, once she attained mastery over her young spirit, she would no longer be bound. The 3 heavens rarely had the opportunity to return to the heavenly court to reunite with their sisters, while Zhao Gongming had not returned. Aomo and the 3 heavens engaged in pleasant conversation. Just as the atmosphere was amicable, a sudden commotion erupted in the heavenly court, followed by a boisterous voice declaring, "He, Taishang Laojun, Old Jade Emperor, I, Sun Wukong, have emerged." Ha ha. Upon hearing this voice, Aomo immediately recognized that Sun Wukong had escaped from the 8 trigrams furnace. He pondered, this monkey is full of vigor now. Indeed, his cultivation has significantly increased. Yet, he did not even steal from the peach garden, and he still possesses such strength. Truly, the 5-colored stone has fostered great accumulation. However, something feels amiss. It seems that a grand event is about to unfold. Aomo had an innate ability to sense impending fortune or disaster, and he felt that something significant was imminent. However, Sun Wukong's rampage in the heavenly court was a scripted event. How could it be considered a major crisis? The more Aomo thought, the more perplexed he became. He found a moment to approach Yang Jian and Yang Chan, advising Yang Jian, no matter what happens, do not act hastily. Take care of Channer. Chapter 0088. Ling Guan emerges. The demon monkey shocks the world logically. The Jade Emperor's arrangement for Sun Wukong to partake of the peaches was a covert means of enhancing his power, in line with an agreement with the Buddhist sect. Similarly, Tai Shang Lao Jun's act of stealing elixirs was also in accordance with this understanding. Yet, in my world, Sun Wukong's first departure from the heavenly court directly sparked a grand conflict, prompting Tai Shang Lao Jun to intervene. The very sound of his voice indicated that Sun Wukong was on the verge of breaking through to the Tai Golden Immortal stage, which felt rather unsettling. In that fleeting moment, Aomos thoughts raced. He trusted his instincts, yet he could not discern the source of the impending crisis. All celestial generals, follow this Ling Guan to capture the demon monkey. A commanding shout reverberated throughout the heavenly court. Aomos' gaze shifted towards the source of the voice, where a burly, bearded celestial official was striding towards the Doshui palace. Yang Jian remarked, "That is Ling Guan, a disciple of the Tai Ching lineage. His combat prowess rivals my own. Do you think that monkey can win?" After contemplating for a moment, Aomo shook his head, replying, "I do not know. We shall see once they engage." In truth, Aomo believed Yang Jian's judgment would not be mistaken. Ordinarily, Ling Guan's strength was formidable. Even in the original tale, Sun Wukong had been thwarted by Ling Guan at the southern heaven gate. However, Aomo trusted that his instincts were infallible. After replicating the innate abilities of the red-bottomed horse monkey, he had invested the majority of his enhancements into that skill. Thus, only through observation would he understand the outcome. As the crowd stirred, Aomo activated his heavenly dragon's eye, allowing him to perceive the unfolding battle. He arrived just in time to witness the clash between Sun Wukong and Ling Guan. The monkey appeared charred, yet he emanated a fierce golden divine light that surpassed the grandeur of any armor. Ling Guan and Sun Wukong collided fiercely. The impact of Sun Wukong's strike sent Ling Guan reeling, his celestial light wavering under the force. Such incredible brute strength. Aomo and Yang Jian exclaimed simultaneously. Both had previously battled Sun Wukong and were well aware of his capabilities. Yet, the current Sun Wukong was truly terrifying. With one possessing the heavenly dragon's eye and the other with innate divine sight, they witnessed the earlier spectacle. Yang Jian had previously claimed that Ling Guan's might was on par with his own. Yet, in that recent exchange, Sun Wukong's power overwhelmingly surpassed Ling Guan, forcing him to unleash his celestial arts in a desperate attempt to stabilize himself. Ling Guan, shaken by the encounter, felt a surge of anger. How could he, a celestial being, be so thoroughly bested by a mere monkey? Impudent demon monkey, he bellowed, unleashing the upper clear celestial arts into a terrifying torrent directed at Sun Wukong. The upper clear arts ensnared Sun Wukong, while simultaneously, the celestial soldiers unleashed their divine powers, sending a barrage of blazing fire and thunder towards him. Impudent demon monkey, you shall perish. A cacophony of roars erupted in the air, accompanied by countless attacks directed towards Sun Wukong. At that moment, Sun Wukong suddenly shook his body, astonishingly enlarging to several dozen times his original size. The magical ability of transforming heaven and earth surged forth. Come on, mere heavenly soldiers, how could I, the great sage equal to heaven, possibly regard you with any seriousness? With a swing of his golden staff, he broke free from the bindings of Wang Lingguan's celestial spell. The monkey, displaying his ferocity, launched into a ruthless assault on the heavenly troops. At this moment, in his transformed state, a mere step from him resulted in the demise of numerous heavenly soldiers. The slaughter commenced, as it always does, with unparalleled brutality. What a fierce demon monkey. Once his ferocity is unleashed, he truly becomes a force of chaos. Chapter 89. The Fierce Demon Monkey. Yang Jian takes action. Sun Wukong, in a frenzy, charged through the heavenly court. Wang Lingguan, sensing the danger, immediately joined the fray. He too unleashed the power of transforming heaven and earth, and the two engaged in a fierce battle. Their figures intertwined as torrents of magical energy erupted from their clash. Aomo observed the unfolding scene and quickly recognized the troubling signs. Wang Lingguan was faltering. Sun Wukong was growing stronger in battle. The Jade Emperor's expression darkened. Although Sun Wukong was still far from the Yaoqi, if he were to reach the Jade Emperor himself, it would be disastrous. What would become of the Jade Emperor's dignity then? Currently, as Wang Lingguan and Sun Wukong fought fiercely, the situation looked dire. The monkey seemed to grow bolder with each confrontation, his combat prowess surging beyond measure. The Jade Emperor cast a glance at Taishang Laojun, only to find him seemingly lost in thought, oblivious to the chaos. Boom! Another loud crash resonated, and Wang Lingguan was defeated. Sun Wukong struck him with his iron staff, delivering a devastating blow to his abdomen, shattering his protective celestial aura. Old Jade Emperor, I am coming, he bellowed. You might as well relinquish your throne to me. Ha ha ha. The audacity of Sun Wukong knew no bounds as he laughed heartily while advancing toward the Jade Emperor. The Jade Emperor, feeling a twinge of indignation, thought, why has the Tathagata arrived at the Lingxiao Palace to subdue this demon? According to the agreement between the Heavenly Court and the Buddhist sect, it was the Tathagata's responsibility to resolve such matters, thus initiating the journey to the west. Yet, Sun Wukong rampaged through the Heavenly Court, having already felled countless heavenly soldiers, even injuring Wang Lingguan. Why had the Buddha still not appeared? The Jade Emperor's gaze shifted to the Buddha of Light in Guanyin. Strangely, the Buddha of Light seemed to be in a trance, meditating in the ethereal realm. The Jade Emperor understood that this old man was deliberately avoiding the situation, harboring resentment since his treasured artifact had recently been mishandled. Thus, he feigned meditation, pretending to be oblivious to the turmoil. As for Guanyin Bodhisattva, upon noticing the Jade Emperor's gaze, she smiled wryly. In truth, the Tathagata should have arrived by now, but the reason for the delay remained a mystery, even to her. Your Majesty, do not worry. I will send the Hawaiian traveler to confront that monkey. He will surely prevent any further chaos in the Heavenly Court. The Hawaiian traveler referred to Li Jing's second son, Mujia. Upon hearing Guanyin's words, he immediately felt apprehensive, fully aware of Sun Wukong's ferocity. If he were to confront him, he might very well be directly defeated. Yet, how could he defy the Bodhisattva's command? Thus, the Hawaiian traveler picked up his Wu Hook sword and prepared to venture outside. Yang Jian watched as the monkey's rampage escalated and finally shook his head, stating, the Hawaiian traveler will not be a match for the Monkey King. Moreover, we cannot allow the dignity of the Heavenly Court to be defended by the Buddhist sect. I cannot permit Sun Wukong to continue his tyranny here, despite his strained relationship with the Jade Emperor. Yang Jian was a man of loyalty and would not stand idly by while the Jade Emperor's reputation was tarnished. Furthermore, the Jade Emperor had shown genuine concern for his sister. Therefore, Yang Jian resolved to act in defense of the Jade Emperor's honor. Aomo, take care of Chana, he instructed. Aomo desired to ask Yang Jian to look after Yang Chan as well, but Yang Jian swiftly rose and made his way toward the southern heavenly gate. The Jade Emperor felt a wave of relief wash over him as Yang Jian took action, thinking, at least this young man has a sense of responsibility. Aomo, he called, trying to stop him, but Yang Jian moved with such decisive speed that it was impossible to catch up. Aomo shook his head, wishing to inform Yang Jian that this was a scheme between the Buddha and the Jade Emperor. After all, why was Taishang Laojun so unfazed at this moment? Yet, the seemingly foolproof scheme left Aomo with an overwhelming sense of unease. But where did this feeling stem from? Was it truly just because of Sun Wukong? Chapter 90. Clash again. The Peng demon approaches indeed. At this point, Aomo's unease intensified. Logically, with Yang Jian personally taking action, there should not be significant issues. Yet Aomo found himself more anxious than ever. He trusted his instincts. They could not be wrong. Brother Mo, do you think my second brother will be all right? Yang Chan inquired softly, noticing Aomo's troubled expression. Aomo glanced at her and shook his head, reassuring her, he will be fine, do not worry. Yang Jian's strength was formidable, and after discarding his trident, he might have gained even greater power than when they last fought. So Aomo did not fear for Yang Jian's safety. Chaner, come with me. Aomo beckoned, leading Yang Chan to the side of the Mother of No Return. Senior sister, I have a request to make. Aomo stated candidly. The Mother of No Return, unfazed, looked at Yang Chan and smiled warmly, saying, this must be Yang Jian's sister. She is quite lovely. If she were to become your dragon queen, it would certainly be a blessing for you. Upon hearing the mother's words, Yang Chan's face flushed with embarrassment, her gaze dropping as she remained silent, yet a smile graced her features. The three celestial maidens nearby erupted into playful teasing, proclaiming Aomo's good fortune. Aomo thought, this feels reminiscent of a mother-in-law assessing a daughter-in-law. Senior sister. And you too, Sister Sanxiao, if you have words to share, please do so. Almost forgetting the matter at hand, he continued, Senior sister. Please keep an eye on Yangchan for me. I fear something may occur here soon. The mother of no return, recognizing Ao Mo's earnestness, readily agreed. Yet, she found it curious that this was the heavenly court, teeming with powerful beings, and considering the hidden truths of the journey to the west. She wondered why such chaos was permitted. Yang Jian, at his level, might be unaware of the intricacies, but she was well aware. Sun Wukong's rampage was indeed fierce, but it should have been manageable. However, since Aomo had raised the alarm, she would not refuse. Rest assured, junior brother, Yangchan will be safe with me. Not a single hair on her head will be harmed. Aomo expressed his gratitude once more. Given that Yangchan's soul harbored the treasured lotus lantern, he could not dismiss the risk of someone daring to target her. However, with the mother of no return present, he felt assured, for she was a formidable being. Even the Buddha of Light would have to concede in her presence. I shall go ahead and investigate. The inexplicable sense of unease gnawed at Aomo, prompting him to head towards Sun Wukong's location. Mu Jia was indeed no match for Sun Wukong, and he had overestimated his own capabilities. As Mu Jia wielded the Wu-Go sword, he thought to himself that he could at least hold his ground for several rounds, engaging in a spar. However, the reality was starkly different. As he approached the battlefield between Sun Wukong and Wang Lingguan, he was swept away by a fierce gust of wind. Fortunately, having cultivated the Buddha's golden body, he managed to withstand the blow. Otherwise, he would have been sent sprawling. Had it not been for Yang Jian's timely arrival, he feared he might have been slain outright. Sun Wukong was truly formidable. If Wang Lingguan were not struggling to hold on, there would likely be even more casualties here. Sun Wukong, I have come to challenge you. Yang Jian bellowed, channeling his formidable powers of the 8-9 profound art, directing a surge of magic towards Sun Wukong. The monkey, brimming with arrogance, felt an inexhaustible well of strength and magic within him. The appearance of Yang Jian was precisely what he sought. He grinned widely, exuding confidence as he exclaimed, "Ha ha ha. Yang Jian, the last time you fled without a fight was quite disappointing. Today is perfect for a rematch. Bring forth your three-pronged two-edged blade." Yang Jian replied earnestly, "I no longer wield a three-pronged two-edged blade. By discarding it, he had become even more powerful." Yet, Sun Wukong failed to grasp this concept. He roared in fury, "Very well, three-eyed one. How dare you look down upon me? I shall end your life." The second confrontation between Yang Jian and Sun Wukong commenced. Just as the clash intensified, a gray silhouette rushed down from the lower realms. Aomo recognized it instantly as the Peng Demon King. However, Aomo could not comprehend why the Peng Demon King, who should have been evading the heavenly court, had come here. Upon spotting Aomo, the Peng Demon King shouted, "Young master, we are in grave trouble." Aomo's heart skipped a beat, thinking, "It has arrived." To him, the Peng Demon King was akin to a harbinger of ill tidings. In truth, the Peng Demon King should not have been present, for they both shared culpability in the plundering of the eternal prison. Should the Jade Emperor seek retribution, neither of the two great demons would escape unscathed. Of course, due to Aomo's intervention, they had managed to extricate themselves in time, thus not being considered direct offenders. Moreover, as the disciples of the sect were the ones achieving merit this time, the Jade Emperor would likely turn a blind eye. However, if the Peng Demon King chose to prance before the Jade Emperor, should he become incensed and take a disliking to him, the consequences could be dire. Aomo understood that the Peng Demon King's return indicated something had gone awry. Yet, he wondered why the Bull Demon King was not with him. With a stern expression, Aomo inquired, "What has transpired?" "Speak slowly." The Peng Demon King, initially in a state of panic, found it hard to believe that such a raucous figure could exhibit such unease. Yet, strangely enough, upon seeing Aomo, he calmed down. "Young master, we are in dire straits. Brother Nyo has been captured by the Emo-chan." "What?" The news of the Bull Demon King's capture took Aomo completely off guard. He could not fathom that such an event had occurred. "Elucidate every detail to me," he demanded. The raucous demon recounted the events following their escape from the eternal prison. After leaving, they presumed that the Lion Troop King and his comrades were beyond salvation and thus decided to return to the lower realms without any qualms about abandoning their brethren. However, as they journeyed back, they began to suspect something was amiss. In truth, the Bull Demon King's primary aim was to leverage his demon kin to instigate some events that would bolster the sect. The Peng Demon King's intent was far simpler, to join in the fray. Yet, prior to their encounter with the eternal prison, the combat prowess exhibited by the Lion Troop King was undeniably perplexing. Until today, Neither the Bull Demon King nor the Pung Demon King had any inkling that the Lion Troop King could summon fragments of the unyielding mountain. Clearly, they had been manipulated. Had Aomo not intervened, they might have ended up as mere cannon fodder and scapegoats. Just as the two were preparing to return home in indignation, a shadow stealthily materialized. This shadow was none other than the Mo-chan, who had previously suffered defeat at Aomo's hands. Upon the Mo-chan's appearance, the Bull Demon King and the Pung Demon King expressed their discontent, chastising the Mo-chan for betraying them. However, they did not anticipate that Mo-chan would suddenly strike. Even formidable demons like the Bull Demon King and the Pung Demon King fell victim to the ambush. In a critical moment, the Bull Demon King's fierce resistance bought the Pung Demon King some time. After understanding the sequence of events, Aomo contemplated and asked, "How did you come to know the Mo-chan?" The Pung Demon King replied, somewhat disgruntled, "Young master, in truth, neither Brother Nyo nor I were well acquainted with the Mo-chan. He was brought to us by the king of the Howling Monkeys. He informed us that the Mo-chan is a descendant of the Luohu lineage, possessing extraordinary abilities." At that moment, Brother Nyo and I were discussing how to revitalize the demon kin to oppose the purple-weaving heavenly emperor, and thus we struck a chord. Aomo interjected with a cold laugh. "First, you struck a chord, and then you became someone else's pawn. This is truly foolish. The Mo-chan? That is the golden cicada of the Buddhist sect. You dared to collaborate without even understanding the other party's true identity, engaging in matters of great significance. How utterly brainless. Do you know where the Mo-chan took the Bull Demon King?" The Pung Demon King responded, "To the prison, the eternal prison." Aomo's eyelids twitched as he exclaimed, "This is bad. The plan to raid the eternal prison and release the great fiends within was originally the Lion Troop King's intention. Yet, it is evident that the Mo-chan is the mastermind behind it all." Mo-chan had not anticipated that the Mo-chan would be so cunning, launching a counterattack. Let us hasten to the prison at once. Chapter 92. The Mo-chan's schemes, the primordial demon ape. The schemes of this golden cicada are indeed a web of intricacy, catching one unawares. Aomo had not foreseen that after being defeated by him, the golden cicada would still possess such audacity, not only refusing to retreat, but also launching a grand counteroffensive. Aomo and the Pung Demon King sped towards the prison. Their pace was swift, and they reached the prison in no time. Throughout the journey, Aomo continuously pondered the motives behind the golden cicada's abduction of the Bull Demon King. He considered two possibilities. 1. To make the Bull Demon King a scapegoat, given his unique status, implicating him would inevitably incur the Jade Emperor's ire towards the sect. 2. Sacrifice. After the previous battle at the prison's entrance, Aomo had consulted the guardian of the prison. He learned that the entrance to the prison was sealed by the Celestial Court's secret arts. Unless decreed by the Jade Emperor, under normal circumstances, it was impossible to open. However, that was merely the norm. In reality, with the sacrifice of a powerful being's blood and soul, it was also possible to unlock the gates of the eternal prison. Of course, such an opening would not be gentle. The mighty demons within, fueled by the sacrificial blood, would burst forth, shattering the barriers of the eternal prison. Yet, there was something amiss. If the golden cicada intended for Sun Wukong to divert the heavenly court's attention while it breached the eternal prison, that was also implausible. Despite Sun Wukong's significant power increase, even the now empowered Yang Jian might struggle to contain him. However, such strength would still be inconsequential before the true powers of the heavenly court. As soon as any incident occurs in the eternal prison, the celestial realm can immediately sense it and dispatch formidable experts to suppress it. Thus, what grounds do they have for concern? In the blink of an eye, the two individuals were nearing the prison. At that moment, the Pung Demon King suddenly exclaimed, "Ah, my young master, something just came to mind." Aomo rolled his eyes in annoyance and retorted, "What is it? Speak up quickly." Back at Flower Fruit Mountain, I inadvertently witnessed the demon cicada seemingly giving Sun Wukong a pill. A pill? What kind of pill? Even the 9 Revolutions golden pill of the Supreme Lord requires the power of the Bagua furnace to elevate Sun Wukong's cultivation. Just then, a terrifying roar erupted from the distant battlefield of the celestial realm. The sound was utterly horrifying. Although the eternal prison was quite far from the celestial realm's jade pool, this furious roar could still be heard. Aomo instinctively used the heavenly dragon's eye to look over, activating his divine ability to listen to the heavens and the earth. He quickly discerned that Sun Wukong, who was engaged in a fierce battle with Yang Jian, had transformed. This transformation was not merely a display of the law of heaven and earth. He had genuinely morphed into a colossal, terrifying ape engulfed in demonic energy. The beast towered thousands of feet high, its fangs vicious and its demonic aura overwhelming. Upon transforming, its might surged 100-fold. Yang Jian, who had been locked in combat with him, was unexpectedly sent flying by a single blow. Terrifying. Such was the thought racing through Xīyóu's mind. The mischief sage exclaimed, "Is my monkey really that powerful?" Judging by this fearsome demonic ape, not even 100,000 celestial troops would suffice to contend with it. At that moment, a chilling laughter echoed. Ha ha ha, the demon transformation pill has finally taken effect. Now, Sun Wukong has become the ancient demon ape. The entire celestial realm will surely be thrown into chaos. Ha ha ha, this is the perfect opportunity to break the eternal prison. Upon hearing this voice, the mischief sage gasped. It's you, demon cicada. Release my Nyogo. Aomo turned to see the shadowy figure of the golden cicada standing at the entrance of the eternal prison. At his feet lay two individuals, one being the bull demon king and the other the god of the underworld. Both had been sealed and rendered immobile. Aomo gazed at him, his mind racing with thoughts of the ancient demon ape. What connection did the golden cicada have with Sun Wukong and the ancient demon ape? In truth, Aomo was somewhat aware of the ancient demon ape's lore, having learned of it prior to his transmigration. After the primordial world was created, it endured countless tribulations, the most renowned being the calamities of ferocious beasts, the Dragonhan calamity, the conflict between witches and demons, and the war of the gods. The ancient demon ape was one of the main characters in the calamity of ferocious beasts. In ancient times, it engaged in a cataclysmic battle with another terrifying beast, nearly causing the collapse of the universe. Ultimately, the ancestral dragon, the primordial Qīyóu, and the original phoenix emerged to fulfill their destinies and brought an end to the calamity of ferocious beasts. However, the ancient demon ape did not perish completely. It evolved into the four great spiritual monkeys. Of course, this was merely a legend, and for a time, Aomo did not even believe it to be true. But observing the current situation, perhaps the legend of the ancient demon ape held some truth. For within the ancestral dragon's legacy, there indeed existed fragments related to the ancient demon ape, albeit scarce. Had the golden cicada not revealed it today, Aomo would not have recalled this memory. Upon hearing Aomo's call, the shadow abruptly paused, for Aomo had addressed the golden cicada. "Oh, it seems you, Dragon King, are quite perceptive to have recognized my identity. Since I have been uncovered, I shall no longer conceal myself." As he spoke, even his voice shifted. The shadow dissipated, and in the next moment, a handsome man enveloped in golden Buddhist light appeared before Aomo and the mischief sage. This man bore a striking resemblance to Aomo in stature, with a fair complexion and an undeniably handsome visage. The most distinctive feature was his bald head, which seemed to reflect any light. Clad in a monk's robe, he stood there with an air of tranquility. If Aomo and the Peng Demon King had not witnessed his transformation, they would scarcely believe him to be the same individual, for the two bore vastly different auras. The former shadow had been ominous and eerie, while the figure before them radiated a majestic and sacred presence. "Wait, young master, are you saying this fellow is the demon cicada Taoist?" He referred to Aomo as young master due to his association with the bull demon king. After Aomo had previously assisted him, Aomo disregarded the remark, his gaze fixed intently upon the golden cicada. The golden cicada, however, did not respond directly. Instead, leisurely stating, "Dragon King, let us first observe the power of the ancient demon ape. Of course, this is not the true power of the ancient demon ape, merely a fraction of it, for this monkey is still rather immature. Nonetheless, it should suffice to stir up quite a commotion in the current celestial realm." Aomo held no doubts about this. Although they were quite far from the battlefield, the terrifying aura emanating from Sun Wukong as the ancient demon ape was still alarming. Even the formidable Yang Jian had been sent flying by a single punch. After transforming into the colossal demonic ape, Sun Wukong strode boldly towards the depths of the jade pool, where all the celestial beings and powerful figures were gathered. Yet, he remained undaunted, advancing with great strides. Wherever he passed, chaos ensued, and celestial troops fell like rain. At this moment, the expression of the Jade Emperor had grown exceedingly grim. His gaze directed sharply at Randang and Guanyin. He spoke directly, "Gentlemen, are we to subdue this demon monkey?" The Jade Emperor's tone was decidedly unfriendly, and he explicitly used the term subdue. After all, according to the original script, the demon monkey Sun Wukong was merely a minor nuisance. But now, if allowed to unleash his full power, the celestial realm would suffer grievously. Since the journey to the west is a tale of the Buddhist realm, let the Buddhists handle it themselves. Guanyin turned to Randeng and said, Buddha Randeng, since our Buddha has yet to arrive, shall we take action first? Randeng Buddha could no longer feign ignorance, for he understood that Sun Wukong's current predicament was largely attributable to the Golden Cicada's schemes. Aomo regarded the Golden Cicada and remarked, Very well, if you are unwilling to answer, I shall not press you further. Let us first resolve our own matters. The connection between Sun Wukong and the ancient demon ape was of no immediate concern to Aomo. The monkey was causing a ruckus in the celestial realm. The one who should be anxious was the Jade Emperor, not him. However, the Bull Demon King was a disciple of the Xīyóu sect, and the god of the underworld was also a disciple of the same sect. As a true disciple of the Xīyóu sect, Aomo could not afford to turn a blind eye to this. Furthermore, the audacity of the Golden Cicada to target Yang Chan could not go unpunished. Upon hearing Aomo's words, a sinister smile crept onto the Golden Cicada's face as he replied, What? Dragon King, do you intend to serve the celestial realm? Your words are quite humorous. Have you forgotten how your dragon clan was subjugated by the celestial realm? How absurd. Aomo merely regarded the Golden Cicada with cold eyes. In truth, he was acutely aware that the Golden Cicada's words held a ring of truth. The Jade Emperor's attitude towards the dragon clan was painfully evident, and it was far from friendly. Why do so many celestial beings hold the dragon clan in such disdain? This undoubtedly stems from the attitude of the heavenly court. It is quite understandable, for in mortal terms, the dragon clan is merely the remnant of a bygone dynasty. The emperor naturally harbors trepidation towards them. Have you finished? Release the Bull Demon King and the God of Hell, and I shall allow you to depart unhindered. Although Jin Chanzi's words contained a semblance of reason, they proved utterly futile. Aomo's resolve was unwavering. Once he committed to a course of action, no external factors could sway him. Even if you spoke until the heavens fell, it would be of no consequence. In the brief span of a few steps, Aomo's aura began to surge. Upon seeing Aomo approach, Jin Chanzi's expression darkened, and he bellowed, Dragon King, do you wish for their demise? As he spoke, his magical power surged towards the Bull Demon King, seemingly poised to strike him down in an instant. The Bull Demon King let out a painful cry, his bellow echoing through the air. Though he was a formidable figure on the level of a Tai Golden Immortal, he found himself utterly powerless against Jin Chanzi's strange techniques, which seemed to disregard his formidable defenses. Yet, Aomo continued his advance with unwavering steadiness, showing no sign of slowing. You need not threaten me. I have never accepted threats as part of my creed. You may kill them, but I will avenge the Bull Demon King by taking your life. Aomo's dragon might intensified. As he spoke, his 36C stabilizing pearls began to manifest, enveloping the surrounding space. Though his current cultivation was insufficient to summon the full might of the 36 heavens, temporarily sealing the space was a trivial matter. Jin Chanzi's expression soured at this revelation. It was evident that Aomo's words were not mere bluster. He was indeed capable of carrying out his threats. What a cold and terrifyingly composed Dragon King he was. However, could Jin Chanzi truly kill the Bull Demon King and the God of Hell? At least not at this moment. He needed to break the seal of the heavenly prison and could only do so by sacrificing these two Tai Golden Immortals. In this instance, they were his only offerings, with no alternatives. Just as Jin Chanzi felt cornered, Aomo approached him closely. Either you release them now, and I shall spare your life, or you may kill the Bull Demon King and the God of Hell, and I will take my revenge. Choose wisely. This was Aomo's final ultimatum. A smirk crept upon Jin Chanzi's charmingly devilish visage as he burst into laughter. Aomo, you are indeed a peculiar dragon. Very well, I shall release them, and you will let me go. As he spoke, Jin Chanzi truly dissipated his magical power. Aomo remained motionless, coldly regarding him. Since I find you somewhat agreeable, allow me to share a piece of information. The journey to the west is about to commence, and the Buddhist sect has set its sights on the third prince of the West Sea, Xīyóu. Aomo's gaze remained unchanged as he retorted with derision. Is this your feeble attempt to divert my attention? Monkey King, Euron King, and Lion Trojan King, reveal yourselves. Chapter 0095, Jin Chanzi Unceasing, Slaying the Monkey King Aomo. A furious roar suddenly erupted, followed by a figure charging straight towards Aomo. It was none other than the Lion Trojan King. Hot on his heels were the Euron King and the Monkey King. Die. The Lion Trojan King unleashed a powerful punch aimed at Aomo's back, intent on delivering a fatal blow. The Pung Demon King, witnessing this, bellowed, attempting a sneak attack? Have you consulted me? He too launched a punch, successfully blocking the Lion Trojan King's strike. In that moment, demonic energy surged, shaking the surroundings. Aomo was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected the rascally great sage to be so proactive in his defense, a rare occurrence indeed. He mused to himself, "It seems I have underestimated the Pung Demon King. Even a rogue has his moments of brilliance." Just then, a flippant voice chimed in, "Third brother. You would defend an outsider?" It was the Euron King, wearing an amused expression. The Ping Demon King snorted disdainfully, retorting, "Wild monkey. Do not refer to me as your brother. When you treated us as cannon fodder, did you consider brotherhood?" Although the Ping Demon King was a rogue, he held loyalty in high regard, a principle he lived by. Yet this time, he had been manipulated. Like a fool. Had Aomo not intervened, he would have surely become a thorn in the side of the heavenly court. The Pung Demon King was astute enough to realize that the enemy was not truly interested in him, but rather in his father. Hence, he harbored deep animosity towards the Euron King and the others, while gratitude towards Aomo flooded his heart. This was precisely why he had joined the Bull Demon King in calling Aomo Little Master. However, the sudden appearance of the Euron King and the others left the Pung Demon King utterly astonished. How could they escape from the Heavenly Court's suppression? When did the Heavenly Court become so feeble? The Pung Demon King had been opposing the Heavenly Court for years, so he understood that it was by no means weak. Just consider the last time when Li Jing suffered a significant defeat at Flower Fruit Mountain. He was quite formidable himself, possessing the exquisite pagoda, a threat to many demon clans. Yet these three great demons, who had been captured, somehow appeared here so brazenly. Now that was intriguing. At this juncture, Aomo spoke up. "There is nothing more to be said. There must be a mole within the Heavenly Court." "Well then, Jean Chanzi, this is your ace in the hole. The very foundation of your calm demeanor, is it not? Do you know how long I have been waiting for you to reveal your true colors?" With these words, Aomo charged directly at Jean Chanzi. "Heh, little dragon, your wind god is still here. How could you harm the Buddha?" The Monkey King, relying on his extraordinary speed, darted in front of Jean Chanzi, clearly intending to stall Aomo. If he could hold Aomo off for even a moment, the Lion Trojan King and the Euron King would soon arrive, and together they could slay the Eastern Sea Dragon King. Aomo recognized the Monkey King's intentions, but instead of being alarmed, he felt a surge of excitement. "Ah, Monkey King, you have delivered yourself right to me at a moment of vulnerability." In fact, Aomo had sought to eliminate the Monkey King before. However, during their last encounter, the three great demons had banded together, making it difficult for Aomo to strike. Moreover, with the Heavenly Court's celestial troops already present, any rash action could lead to undesirable consequences. The rationale behind eliminating this demon monkey was simple. He was a six-eared macaque, possessing the ability to perceive the world around him. Keeping the Monkey King alive was perilous. Though he was currently preoccupied with his own prowess and battles, if he ever recognized his true potential, it would spell trouble. In that instant, Aomo's face lit up with a smile. Jean Chanzi, witnessing this, exclaimed in alarm, "Not good, retreat." But it was too late. The sea stabilizing pearls, 36 combined into one, descended. Then came the thunderous boom. Chapter 0096, Thunderous Techniques, The Fury of the Dragon King Boom. The deafening sound was truly terrifying. In this realm, it seemed that no other sound could compare. The deep, thunderous roar swept across the entire world. At the moment when Jean Chan sensed Aomo's impending attack, he was already aware of the dire situation and had alerted the Monkey King. However, it was too late. The Monkey King possessed the innate ability to become one with the wind, allowing him to traverse and even merge with storms. Under normal circumstances, the Monkey King could retreat or advance at will, making it unfathomable for him to be slain by Aomo. Yet, Aomo's understanding of him surpassed even the Monkey King's self-awareness. Therefore, in the very instant Aomo made his move, he unleashed his divine powers, completely sealing off the Monkey King's escape route. With the power of the sea-calming pearl, he bound the heavens. Although Aomo had not yet attained the full mastery of this ability, it was still exceedingly simple to confine the Monkey King's path of retreat. Thus, The outcome was already determined at the moment Aomo acted. When the tremendous noise finally subsided, the Monkey King was left in a state of utter devastation. Not even a shred of flesh remaining. Having vanquished a Monkey King, Aomo's ferocity surged dramatically. Previously, he had appeared merely aloof, but at that moment, an indescribable intensity radiated from him. However, for Aomo, the thrill did not stem solely from the death of the Monkey King. Ding! Extraction triggered, extraction successful. Obtained a fragment of the ancient demon ape soul. A remnant soul of the ancient demon ape? Aomo's heart stirred with joy. He had anticipated that the ancient demon ape would not leave behind merely a fragment of its soul upon death. Thus, it seemed that Sun Wukong possessed it. And so did other monkeys. The Lion Camel King and Jin Chan's collaboration might have been for the sake of the worthless Qilin clan. But were these two monkeys allied with Jin Chan for the ancient demon ape's divine soul? In an instant, countless thoughts raced through Aomo's mind. Aomo! How dare you! The furious roar of the Yuan King echoed, as if he were about to ignite in flames. Seeing his distressed demeanor only reinforced Aomo's suspicions. This monkey was indeed after the ancient demon ape's divine soul. You foolish monkey. I've already slain one. How dare you question my courage? Isn't that laughable? Aomo's gaze sharpened, locking onto the Yuan King. Having already dispatched one monkey, it was only fitting to eliminate the Yuan King as well. While others sought to gather 7 Dragon Balls to summon a dragon, this Dragon King aimed to gather 4 monkeys to summon a great ape. Ha ha ha. Such was Aomo's audacity. Even in this critical moment, he still entertained such thoughts. Meanwhile, Jin Chan was in a furious state. He regarded these monkeys as crucial allies. And now with one dead, his anger flared. Aomo, return the Monkey King's soul. Veins bulged on Jin Chan's otherwise charming visage, revealing just how enraged he truly was. However, anger could not solve the problem. Rather, it would expose more vulnerabilities. At this moment, Aomo, once again rotating the 36 sea-calming pearls, proclaimed, Jin Chan. Lion Camel King, Yuan King, you are surrounded. The malevolent Buddha and the 2 great demons were instantly ensnared within the barrier of the 36 sea-calming pearls. Nearby, the Peng Demon King observed this scene and whispered in awe, wow, I've truly opened my eyes. One person has surrounded 3 Taiji golden immortals. This Dragon King is indeed formidable. At this moment, he held Aomo in the highest regard. I was thinking of helping to delay, but I didn't expect him to have already slain the Monkey King in the blink of an eye. With Aomo's display of dominance, the Ping Demon King no longer worried about whether Aomo could triumph. Right, old bull. He slapped his forehead, suddenly recalling that the old bull was still unconscious. Chapter 0097. Within the pearl, the Qinquan ruler appears inside the sea-calming pearl. A vast and chaotic expanse lay before them. The Yuan King, Lion Camel King, and the malevolent Buddha Jin Chan stood together, devoid of any sense of security. It was astonishing. They were all Taiji golden immortals. Damn it. How can Aomo be so ferocious? Aomo's tyranny exceeded their wildest imaginations. The Monkey King had merely strayed away and showed a hint of vulnerability before he unleashed his thunderous methods to obliterate him. At this moment, Jin Chan once again summoned the dark mandala womb realm, stating earnestly, Gentlemen, at this point, let us set aside our grievances and unite to slay this Dragon King. He was acutely aware that the alliance between himself, the Yuan King, and the Lion Camel King was merely a matter of mutual exploitation rather than true unity. When the pressure was low, they appeared amicable, resembling brothers. But in times of crisis, a slight misstep could lead to betrayal. Now, facing the formidable foe that was Aomo, harboring such thoughts would be tantamount to seeking death. All right, Jin Chan. You will maintain the defenses of the dark mandala womb realm, while I will support you with the armor of the rocky layers. As for you, Yuan King, summon the spirits and relentlessly assault the sea-calming pearl. Though the Dragon King was a formidable figure, his cultivation was not overwhelmingly powerful, meaning the sea-calming pearl still had vulnerabilities. Had it been fully refined, they wouldn't even need to engage in battle. They could simply await their demise. Fortunately, given Aomo's current magical prowess, he could not truly refine the sea-calming pearl, granting them a chance to fight back. The Yuan King nodded gravely. He opened his mouth, unleashing countless souls that he had painstakingly gathered and refined. Each soul possessed at least the combat prowess of an earth immortal. This monkey was quite remarkable, expelling 999 vengeful spirits in one breath. Instantly, the vast expanse of the sea calming pearl was filled with numerous shadows, ghostly figures, exceedingly terrifying. Aomo, you cannot confine us. To vanquish us is even more impossible. Haha. When one clings to a glimmer of hope amidst despair, they can experience profound delight. Indeed, in this moment, the trio felt such exhilaration. However, suddenly, a light chuckle resonated through the air. Foolish and ignorant, it is no challenge for me to slay you. Do you think the power of the mountains and the dark mandala womb realm can protect you? As Aomo spoke, the dark mandala womb realm rippled, indicating a spatial disturbance. What? How could this dragon king possibly wield such secret techniques? Impossible. The art of spatial manipulation. Even most Xīyóu golden immortals could not execute it. The Peng demon king, known for his spatial talents, could only achieve brief jumps at high speeds during flight. Attaining such mastery was exceedingly difficult. Yet, Aomo had accomplished it. Xīyóu, do you recognize this? As Aomo's voice rang out, a white jade ruler materialized and struck towards the trio. Upon seeing this object, Xīyóu was utterly astounded. This is the Qianquan ruler of the burning lamp Buddha. Although Xīyóu had an insider in the heavenly court, that insider could not possibly inform him of every detail. Thus he was unaware that Aomo had obtained this Qianquan ruler from the burning lamp Buddha through sheer wood atop the Yao pool. You must be wondering why I possess the Qianquan ruler of that old dog, burning lamp, right? Hee, I owe you my gratitude, Xīyóu. He was genuinely perplexed by Aomo's words, wondering what it meant to be grateful to him. He could never have anticipated that if it weren't for his being seen through by Aomo, providing the Supreme Lord and the Jade Emperor with an excuse to suppress the Buddhist sect, the Qianquan ruler would indeed not fall into Aomo's hands. Chapter 0098. Annihilating 3, Continuing Extraction. Aomo, of course, would not display any benevolence by informing Xīyóu of this matter. He would ensure that these three perish without a trace. Thus, as soon as he uttered those words, the Qianquan ruler came crashing down with ferocity. In this moment of peril, the king of the Yuan gathered and devoured all 999 vengeful spirits, placing himself directly in front of his body as a shield. However, it was futile. These spirits were instantly purified and dissipated. Aomo's voice resonated once more. King of the Yuan. The Qianquan ruler has long been cultivated by the Buddha of Burning Lamp. Although his mark has been erased, it still possesses boundless Buddhist light. Are you not delivering yourself willingly? At this moment, Aomo was the true sovereign, determining the fate of these three. He understood well that the king of the Yuan was merely struggling in the throes of death when faced with true mortality. Even the smallest glimmer of hope cannot be relinquished in the effort to save one's life. The king of the Yuan's tactics proved ineffective. With a furious roar, the lion troop king unleashed a ferocious beast spirit from within his body. During the extraction of attributes previously, I did not sense that this fellow harbored such a treasure within him. If such a splendid item exists, with my fortuitous attributes, I might be able to extract some. It seems that the lion troop king indeed had a hidden hand during his time on Flower Fruit Mountain. However, no matter how deeply he concealed it, it was of no consequence. Under the might of the Qianquan ruler, they faced only a dead end. Among the three, the one who could struggle the most was Xīyóu. Within him, golden Buddhist light and black demonic light surged forth, enveloping him completely. Dark mandala womb concealment barrier. Light mandala womb concealment barrier. This monk had already cast a layer of the dark barrier, yet at this moment, he astonishingly managed to cast it again, indicating that although he had urged the Lion Troop King and Feathered Black to reveal their true abilities, he still had a hidden reserve of power. Moreover, the simultaneous manifestation of both demonic and Buddhist techniques showcased his prowess. However, against the primordial treasure of the Qianquan ruler, his resistance was utterly powerless. Had he reached the realm of the great Xīyóu Golden Immortal, he might have been able to withstand this strike, but now, he was far from it. Xīyóu. Regardless of your formidable techniques, when I decree your death, you shall meet your end. Aomo's words were the final pronouncement of his death sentence. Xīyóu was now utterly flustered. His previous composure and elegance vanished. No, you cannot kill me. You absolutely cannot. He pleaded. I am the direct disciple of Tathagata. I am Honglong. Aomo did not afford him the opportunity to utter further nonsense, for he was acutely aware of a simple truth. Villains often perish through excessive chatter. It is likely that the Buddha of Burning Lamp could never have imagined that once the Qianquan ruler fell into Aomo's hands, The very first act would be to eliminate Xīyóu, the Qinquan ruler, without any hindrance, shattered their bodies, leaving only their souls adrift. Aomo smiled lightly and remarked, "Tathagata is your master, yet I am his junior. What is so impressive about that?" Of course, this statement was somewhat self-deceptive. Tathagata was no longer the multi-treasure Buddha. That was undeniable, and he was indeed remarkable. After all, to preside over the vast spirit mountain was a monumental feat. Since I'm already in for a penny, I might as well go all in and refine your souls. He would not forget that after slaying the Monkey King and shattering his spirit, he had extracted the soul of the ancient demon ape. Thus, Aomo's primary target now fell upon the soul of the great divine sage, King of the Yuan. Your talent lies in commanding spirits. You have spent your life manipulating souls, but today, it is your turn. Having uttered this, Aomo wasted no time and initiated the extraction of the King of the Yuan's soul. Ding. Extraction triggered, extraction successful, acquired a wisp of the chaos demon ape's soul. Upon hearing this, Aomo mused, "As I suspected, these two monkeys are indeed linked to the ancient demon ape. Can I truly resurrect this ancient demon ape?" Chapter 0099, The Qīlan Mark, the arrival of Tathagata with the ancient demon ape's mark from the King of the Yuan combined with that of the Monkey King. Aomo reaped considerable rewards. The Buddhist sect chose Sun Wukong to journey to the west, perhaps with the intention of obtaining the ancient demon ape. Xīyóu and these two monkeys likely harbored similar aspirations. At this moment, myriad thoughts raced through Aomo's mind. If Xīyóu was allowed to roam freely, perhaps it was indeed the will of the Buddhist sect. While this notion seemed somewhat implausible, upon closer reflection, it was not without possibility. The Buddhist sect was known for its intricate schemes. Should Xīyóu successfully unite the soul of the ancient demon ape, the Buddhist sect would gain a formidable enforcer capable of dominating the ancient realms. Conversely, if Xīyóu's plot faltered, it would be declared that he had betrayed the Buddhist sect and acted independently. In this scenario, the Buddhist sect would remain unscathed. Was that not delightful? What a cunning Buddhist sect, adept at manipulating these underhanded schemes. Aomo had already extracted the King of the Yuan's innate abilities, so he was indifferent. After the soul of the ancient demon ape was extracted, only a wisp of spirit remained. King of the Yuan, your gift is in commanding spirits. Now, I shall attempt to experiment on you. Currently, Aomo possessed the souls of two formidable monkeys, perfectly positioned for refinement. However, this task could not be undertaken just yet, for they were in the heavenly court. Although Sun Wukong had erupted in chaos under the influence of the summoning demon pill, wreaking havoc, the heavenly court would certainly not be cornered by a mere monkey. The eternal heavenly prison was of utmost importance. With such disturbances, it was likely that someone would come to investigate. Thus, action must be taken swiftly. Aomo cast his gaze upon the Lion Troop King's soul and initiated the extraction once more. Ding. Extraction triggered, extraction successful, acquired the ancient Qīlan mark. The Qīlan mark? Though I am of the dragon clan, a descendant of the ancestral dragon, having obtained this Qīlan mark now merges the two into one. If the prime Qīlan knew that its mark had found its way to the descendant of its nemesis, the ancestral dragon, it might very well rise again to meet its demise. What a treasure! It may allow for the comprehension of the true laws of the earth. Previously, what I replicated from the Lion Troop King was merely superficial control over mountains. However, if I truly grasped the laws of the earth, it would be remarkable. At that point, the entirety of the primordial land and mountains would be the source of my power, coupled with unparalleled defensive strength. In ancient times, among the three progenitors, Yuan Feng, Prime Qīlan, and Ancestral Dragon, the Prime Qīlan undoubtedly ranked first in terms of defense. Years ago, when Yuan Feng and the Prime Qīlan allied to battle the Ancestral Dragon, it was the Prime Qīlan that withstood the Ancestral Dragon's assault, thus maintaining the balance among the three. After extraction, the Lion Troop King's soul was similarly treated. Xīyóu decided to await further extraction upon returning to the Dragon Palace. Lastly, it was time for Xīyóu's soul. Compared to the previous two, Xīyóu's soul was utterly distinct, although his physical body had been shattered by Aomo. Within his soul still flickered golden Buddhist light and black demonic light as a protective barrier. As Aomo attempted to initiate the extraction, he felt a sense of unease regarding the golden and black luminescence. Forget it, this monk is far too peculiar. I shall not extract him, but rather extinguish him directly. When this thought emerged, Aomo found himself hesitating, even startled by his own audacity. After all, Jin Chanzi is the protagonist of the journey to the West. Should he truly take action, his future would undoubtedly be far from tranquil. Consequently, this sudden and perilous notion was swiftly suppressed. Sighing, he resolved to bide his time, believing that preserving the monk's soul might prove useful later. With this decision made, Aomo promptly emerged from the confines of the 36 Divine Pearl Barrier. Almost simultaneously, a profoundly resonant Buddhist chant echoed, Amitabha. This voice was so grand, so magnificent. The Buddha of Enlightenment had arrived. Chapter 100, The Buddha's Determination. Brothers in the path Aomo gazed towards the direction of the heavenly courts Xīyóu. At this moment, Sun Wukong had transformed into a towering demon ape. Standing 900 zhang tall, his body covered in dark, shaggy fur. In terms of ferocity, even the combined might of the Monkey King and the King of the Monkeys could not rival this incarnation of Sun Wukong. The aura of the ancient demon ape emanating from him was indeed formidable, although he possessed two remnants of ancient demon apes. They paled in comparison to the power radiating from Sun Wukong. If Sun Wukong's strength were rated a 10, Aomo's two remnants would merely total 2, a staggering disparity. It was no wonder that the Buddhist sect had chosen him as the main character, with the saint personally sending an incarnation to guide his cultivation. Such intricate planning was truly profound. The 900 zhang tall demon ape rampaged with terrifying ferocity. Yet, at this moment, he found himself unable to move. Amitabha. This utterance seemed to suppress the entire world. All unrest became insignificant in the face of this chant. The Buddha of the Western Paradise had arrived. As the magnificent Buddha beheld Sun Wukong, his form began to swell, growing from 100 zhang to 200 zhang, ultimately reaching a staggering height of several thousand zhang. It is worth noting that the divine power required for such a transformation is immense. Yet, for a being of the Buddha's caliber, this seemed trivial. Sun Wukong. The Buddha called, invoking the name of the monkey. Such simple words caused Sun Wukong's massive form to freeze. Sun Wukong, the Buddha called again, his voice resonating as if it were the eternal sound of this world. Astonishingly, with each invocation, Sun Wukong gradually calmed down. His colossal frame began to shrink, and the dark fur started to shed. Under the gaze of the onlookers, Sun Wukong returned to his original form, plummeting from the sky, only to be caught in the Buddha's open palm. Sun Wukong, have you regained your senses? With this final call, the dazed monkey suddenly became alert. Startled by the immense presence of the Buddha, he seemed momentarily disoriented. Cough, who are you? How dare you ambush me? Without hesitation, he raised his iron staff and swung it towards the Buddha's face. However, before he could even break free from the Buddha's grasp, the latter simply flipped his hand. Aomo observed this scene without surprise. After all, the Buddha was undoubtedly a formidable saint. Though Sun Wukong had gained considerable strength through his trials in the 8 trigrams furnace and the recent demonic essence, he was still light years away from matching the might of a saint. Aomo mused, what a spectacle. The Buddhist sect truly holds the monkey in the palm of their hand. It was the Buddhist sect that guided Sun Wukong, transforming him into a demon ape, only to then subdue him and confine him beneath the 5 elements mountain. Poor monkey, still oblivious to the myriad events transpiring around him. With a thunderous roar, Sun Wukong was subdued and imprisoned in the mortal realm, trapped beneath the 5 elements mountain. The tumult in heaven had finally come to an end. Amitabha, Your Majesty the Jade Emperor, I humbly apologize for my tardiness, the Buddha proclaimed, bowing sincerely to the Jade Emperor. The Jade Emperor, who held the command over the 3 realms, would not be overly harsh, for even a saint must show deference. With the Buddha's gesture of humility, the Jade Emperor chose not to dwell on the matter, recognizing the necessity for cooperation. The heavenly court, with its profound heritage, quickly restored order, despite the upheaval that had not occurred in millennia. Aomo, having returned to the Xīyóu, found Yangchan unharmed under the protection of the Wudong Holy Mother. Just as he was about to approach, he suddenly felt a gaze upon him, one that belonged to the Buddha himself. Chapter 101, Private Negotiations, Aomo's terms at that moment. The Buddha chose not to attend the Jade Emperor's banquet but instead smiled warmly at Aomo. This made Aomo somewhat uncomfortable. Being scrutinized by a large man was already disconcerting, but being observed by a bald monk was even more unsettling. Just then, the Wudong Holy Mother approached, saying, Junior brother, since the Buddha wishes to see you, you should go with him. With a sigh, Aomo replied, Sister, I am rather timid. Perhaps you could accompany me? The Holy Mother internally scoffed. If Aomo was timid, who in the three realms could be considered bold. She chuckled softly. The Buddha is one of the most esteemed figures in the three realms, and having once been a disciple of the Xīyóu, he will not make things difficult for you. In truth, the Holy Mother was reluctant to meet the Buddha, a former brother who had betrayed the Xīyóu to become the Buddha of Buddhism. Nevertheless, Aomo insisted, but the Tathagata is still a saint of Buddhism. Isn't he engaged in unscrupulous dealings? The Holy Mother was at a loss for words. Junior brother, are you not afraid of potential hidden dangers? With that, the Holy Mother relented. Very well, I will accompany you. After exchanging farewells with the three Xiaos, she departed with Aomo. The small courtyard in the Yaoqi was usually serene, but today it was expected to be lively. However, with the Buddha's arrival, who would dare intrude? The Buddha broke the silence first. Amitabha, I have had the pleasure of meeting the Wudong Holy Mother and His Majesty the Dragon King of the East. Upon hearing the Buddha's formal address, the Holy Mother felt a pang of nostalgia. Such unfamiliar titles were difficult to accept. Once, they had addressed each other as brothers and sisters, living in harmony, but now, the distance between them felt insurmountable. It had been ages since they had truly conversed privately since the last battle of the investiture of the gods. Just as the Holy Mother was about to return the greeting, Mo interrupted her. Enough with the pleasantries. Let us get to the point. What does the Buddha seek from me? Aomo's bluntness made both the Buddha and the Holy Mother feel somewhat uncomfortable, yet they recognized the truth in his words. Having already betrayed their former ties, a natural rift existed between them that could never truly be bridged. No amount of courteous dialogue could change that reality. The Buddha sighed. If the Dragon King understands, then I shall speak plainly. I seek the soul of my wayward disciple, Jin Chanzi, which resides with you, Your Majesty. Upon hearing this, Aomo couldn't help but sneer inwardly, realizing that they had indeed tampered with Jin Chanzi. Fortunately, he had refrained from directly meddling with Jin Chanzi's soul. Otherwise, it would have been disastrous. With a tacit understanding among them, Aomo stated plainly, indeed, this fellow seeks to dismantle the eternal heavenly prison and jeopardize the safety of the three realms. I shall report this to the Jade Emperor shortly. Thus, earning a significant merit, his words were unmistakably clear. Jin Chanzi was in his grasp, yet he would not relinquish him without compensation, considering he initially intended to use him to achieve merit. If you desire him, you must offer something in return. The Buddha, already mentally prepared, merely smiled serenely, responding, Amitabha. Fear not, Dragon King. My Buddhist sect possesses some valuable treasures. Even a primordial spiritual treasure I can offer to you. Aomo had no doubt about this. For the Buddhist sect had indeed amassed considerable wealth during the War of the Gods, reaping immense benefits. With a hearty laugh, Aomo inquired, what about your 9-petal golden lotus? Will you part with it? At this, the Buddha's expression subtly shifted. The 9-petal lotus had originally been a 12-petal lotus, but 3 petals had been devoured by the mosquito Taoist after the War of the Gods. Even so, the remaining 9 petals were still a superior primordial spiritual treasure, renowned for its unparalleled defensive capabilities. Moreover, this artifact was bestowed by the sage Amitabha, symbolizing the Buddhist sect's majesty. How could it possibly be surrendered? Chapter 102. Inquiring about the mosquito Taoist, releasing the cloud immortal just moments ago, the Buddha had encouraged Aomo to express his desires freely. Yet now he found himself contradicted. This certainly cast an unfavorable light on him. Unfazed, Aomo chuckled, saying, Buddha, I now harbor doubts regarding your words. The Buddha shook his head, resignedly replying, Your Majesty, as a sage's true disciple, you ought to possess a grand spirit. Let us discuss terms directly. As a Buddha overseeing the spiritual mountain, he was imbued with boundless wisdom. He understood that Aomo's mention of the 9-petal golden lotus was no jest, but rather a clear declaration of his stance. If the Buddhist sect could not provide something satisfactory, Aomo would not relent. A smile spread across Aomo's face as he remarked, Buddha, you are magnanimous. I have 2 modest conditions. If you agree to both, I shall hand over Jin Chanzi's soul to you. Otherwise, we shall both face ruin. Should Jin Chanzi's soul be entrusted to the Jade Emperor, he would undoubtedly seek retribution. After all, for this sovereign, the one tasked with retrieving the scriptures from the West did not necessarily have to be Jin Chanzi, as there were numerous monks in the spiritual mountain. Moreover, Jin Chanzi had initially plotted against Aomo's niece and now sought to undermine the eternal heavenly prison, shaking the very foundations of the heavenly court. Allowing him to succeed would inevitably lead to his demise. For the Buddhist sect, this posed an immense dilemma, which elucidated why the Buddha had discreetly sought Xīyóu's counsel beforehand. Xīyóu continued, "Of course, should the Buddha choose to act forcefully, my senior sister will assuredly protect me." While the Buddha was formidable, capable of subduing Sun Wukong with ease, the mother of no desire was also a quasi-saint, armed with the Qingping sword granted by the master of the celestial teachings. The outcome between the Buddha and no desire was uncertain. Although Xīyóu's dragon palace was modest, he preferred to confront the Buddhist sect with unwavering resolve. The Buddha shook his head, recognizing that the more Xīyóu spoke, the more significant these two conditions became. "Speak." Then, Xīyóu extended a finger, stating, "First, reveal the whereabouts of the mosquito Taoist." In the past, the turtle spirit mother had fallen victim to this mosquito Taoist, tragically devoured of her essence. Fortunately, she had escaped reincarnation due to the true transmission mark of the celestial teachings. However, even now, her whereabouts remained unknown. Upon hearing this condition, the Buddha furrowed his brow slightly but replied, "This condition, I can grant." After the ancient war of the gods, the mosquito Taoist consumed the three-petal lotus and subsequently killed the turtle spirit mother, fleeing from the spiritual mountain. Amitabha once divined with great power and concluded that he has departed the three realms, retreating into the demon domain. What is the demon domain? It is a peculiar space that emerged when Luoho was vanquished by Hong Jun, exploding into existence. This realm is intertwined with the three realms. As long as the three realms endure, the demon domain will not cease. Many strange and powerful demons ultimately made their abode there. Is there anything more specific? Xīyóu knew the Buddha would not deceive him, but this information felt too vague. After all, the demon domain was said to be vast, akin to another world, sometimes referred to as the fourth realm of heaven and earth. The Buddha shook his head. Xīyóu declared, "This won't suffice. The information is too generic and falls short of my expectations. Thus, you must compensate me with some potent elixirs to restore balance to my psyche." This was a blatant ploy. Nonetheless, the Buddha would likely acquiesce, and he said, "Rest assured, Dragon King, upon my return to the spiritual mountains, I shall dispatch the medicine master Lili Buddha to bestow upon you the 10,000-year Buddha elixir in the Eastern Sea. The 10,000-year Buddha elixir. Its value is on par with the 9-turn golden elixir and is indeed a gesture of goodwill. Please state your second condition." Xīyóu, unpretentious, succinctly articulated his second condition: "Release my GSX cloud immortal." As soon as these words fell, both the Buddha and the mother of no desire were taken aback. They had not anticipated that Xīyóu would propose such a condition. The cloud immortal, once a servant of GSX among the 7 immortals, was originally a golden-mustached turtle fish who, through the teachings of the master of the celestial teachings, attained formidable powers. In the war of the gods, he had achieved remarkable feats, even besting the likes of Guangqingzi and Qijingzi. Chapter 103, The Deal is Sealed, confronting the Buddha during the War of the Gods. The Cloud Immortal wielded a Hunyuan hammer, striking the Chan sect's golden immortals until they bled. This was a true hammer blow to the chest. Yet later, he was captured by the water and fire children of the saint and ensnared by the 6 pure bamboo. What is the 6 pure bamboo, you ask? It is a supreme treasure of the Buddhist sect, forged from the innate spiritual root of the bitter bamboo, discovered by the saint of provisional guidance in the primordial chaos. Capable of sealing one's 6 senses. Despite the Cloud Immortal's immense strength and the Hunyuan hammer's capability to inflict harm, when the 6 pure bamboo emerged, lacking any other protective treasures, his 6 senses were sealed, rendering him a mere turtle fish at the mercy of others. Xīyóu gazed at the Buddha, stating, "Buddha, do not tell me you are unaware of the Cloud Immortal's whereabouts, or that he has perished. I am well aware that he resides within the merit pool of the spiritual mountain. Speak up, will you exchange or not?" The Buddha was taken aback by this assertion. After the saint of provisional guidance captured the Cloud Immortal, he aimed to tame him as a guardian of the spiritual mountain. However, the Cloud Immortal's fierce spirit made him resistant to obedience, and thus he had remained in the 8 treasures merit pool for countless years. This matter was classified information, known to few, yet Xīyóu had laid it bare. Not only the Buddha, but even the mother of no desire was astonished. However, she chose to remain silent, standing resolutely behind Xīyóu, while the Qingping sword, bestowed by the master of celestial teachings, manifested in response. Clearly, the mother of no desire had resolved to act. Should the Buddha dare to harm her junior brother, she would not hesitate to retaliate, regardless of past ties. The Buddha sighed, saying, "Your Majesty, you truly possess an all-seeing insight." Aomo retorted, "Enough of your flattery, exalted Buddha. I cannot bear it. So tell me, will you exchange or not?" Aomo continued, "This arrangement is exceedingly fair, with you gaining the advantage. You may think I am unaware, but this monk is not only integral to the journey to the west, but also linked to Luoho. Furthermore, the Cloud Immortal's presence within your ranks is of little consequence. Moreover, should the Jade Emperor become aware of this situation." Finally, the Buddha sighed once more, stating, "I shall take it upon myself to ensure the release of the Cloud Immortal." In truth, the Cloud Fairy was highly regarded by the Sage of Purity, thus he was not inclined to release her. However, Aomo was not wrong. The Buddhist sect had little choice in the matter. This Buddha was genuinely taken aback that the sect could be held hostage by a mere Tai Golden Immortal. Then, Master Aomo, might you surrender the soul of Jin Shanzi to this humble monk? No. Aomo responded flatly. The Buddha's expression faltered, revealing a hint of sorrow as he remarked, "Could it be that your Majesty the Dragon King does not trust this humble monk?" Aomo retorted immediately, "Huh? Buddha, that is mere nonsense. I do not trust you. To be precise, I do not trust anyone from the Buddhist sect." The so-called vow of monks to speak no falsehood, in Aomo's eyes, was nothing but a ruse to deceive the hearts of men. Today, Aomo was clearly intent on confronting the Buddhist sect head-on. After all, due to the presence of the scoundrel Ran Deng, his relationship with the Buddhist sect was already strained. Given this, he would not hold back. "Buddha, let us consider this transaction settled. I shall remain in the heavenly court for a while longer, as the scenery here is splendid, and it provides an excellent opportunity for me to meet and engage with various celestial beings." How could the Buddha not perceive Aomo's intentions? If the Buddhist sect refused to allow the Cloud Fairy to be brought forth, Aomo would simply hand Jin Shanzi's soul over to the Jade Emperor. Within the heavenly court, even the two saints of the Buddhist sect would be of no use, especially considering the post-creation war, where the esteemed Hongjun had set forth a rule: saints must not easily enter the three realms. The Buddha ultimately sighed and stated, "Ba, everything shall proceed according to your Majesty the Dragon King's wishes. This humble monk will dispatch the medicine master Lihua Buddha to bring the eternal Buddha pill along with the Cloud Fairy." Chapter 0104, The Disciple of the Intercepting Teaching. Lihua Buddha arrives with the agreement reached. The Buddha naturally took his leave. Aomo's stance was quite evident. "You may be the Buddha, but I shall not grant you any face." Wu Dang gazed at the Buddha's departing figure and suddenly shook her head with a sigh, saying, "Junior brother, in truth. Senior brother Duobao has his own difficulties." Aomo promptly interrupted the Holy Mother of Wu Dang, stating, "Enough, sister, who in this world does not have their own struggles?" Aomo had never subscribed to such notions. He also had his own difficulties and was of good intentions, but he only focused on the outcomes. This clarity of vision might be attributed to his status as a transmigrator, allowing him to see such matters with exceptional lucidity. The Holy Mother of Wu Dang did not pursue the argument further, for she understood that Aomo's reasoning was more sound. "Junior brother, I must genuinely thank you this time." She had not anticipated that Aomo would present such two requests. As one of the last true disciples of the intercepting teaching, her mind was as clear as a mirror, allowing her to grasp the implications. The two requests made by Aomo were, first, to seek the reincarnation of the turtle spirit Holy Mother. In her past life, the turtle spirit Holy Mother had been slain by the mosquito Taoist. Thus there must be a connection between the two. The concept of causality is not mere empty rhetoric of the Buddhist sect. It exists in reality and is perhaps the most mysterious and powerful force in the current heaven and earth. Although it was the golden spirit Holy Mother who brought up the search for the turtle spirit Holy Mother, Wu Dang was not oblivious to it. As for releasing the Cloud Fairy, that was even more unexpected for the Holy Mother of Wu Dang. After all, Aomo had no prior connection with the Cloud Fairy. Yet, the Cloud Fairy was indeed a formidable force within the intercepting teaching. During the War of Creation, even the Sage of Purity had to personally bestow innate spiritual treasures to contend with him, illustrating his strength. She understood Aomo's intentions. He sought to bolster the strength of the intercepting teaching. Aomo remarked, "Sister, we are all family here. No need for pleasantries." On this point, Aomo was quite clear. Only by strengthening the intercepting teaching could his own circumstances improve. Although the heavenly court boasted numerous righteous deities, they were all bound by its constraints. In minor matters, they might assist him, but when truly critical times arose, they would be of no help. As for the Cloud Fairy, Aomo had considered the formidable golden-whiskered turtle fish during his readings of the Investiture of the Gods, and that primordial hammer was indeed a powerful treasure. If he could regain his freedom, it would undoubtedly be a fortuitous event. Naturally, the first person Aomo thought of was Kong Xian. That Kong Xian was a true powerhouse, one who required the Sage of Purity to personally take action. The efficiency of the Buddha was indeed commendable, just as Aomo had shared drinks with the disciples of the intercepting teaching for less than a day. A young monk approached him. "Master, this humble monk has received the Buddha's command to invite you for a gathering." The little monk trembled upon arrival. After all, he was merely a novice, with a cultivation level of only an earth immortal. The fierce gazes of so many disciples of the intercepting teaching made him feel quite anxious. It was rather intimidating. Aomo had no intention of making things difficult for a young monk, so he followed him to meet the medicine master Xīyóu Buddha. The medicine master Xīyóu Buddha is a uniquely special Buddha within the Buddhist sect. His spiritual teachings excel in alchemy. His own magical prowess is also formidable, allowing him to hold a prominent position among the many Buddhas. Of course, this was of no concern to Aomo, who got straight to the point and inquired, "Where's the Cloud Fairy?" The medicine master Xīyóu Buddha smiled and replied, "Your Majesty the Dragon King need not be anxious. The Cloud Fairy is right here." With a flick of his hand, a small, dark golden-whiskered turtle fish appeared in his palm. Xīyóu Buddha said, "Friend, we had agreed that, aside from your restrictions, you would not harm me." The golden-whiskered turtle fish remained silent, merely blinking its eyes. Thus, Xīyóu Buddha immediately employed his methods to lift the restrictions placed upon it. Suddenly, a powerful demonic aura erupted. Chapter 0105, Transaction completed. The Cloud Fairy's loyalty as the demonic energy burst forth. It transformed into a massive force that hurled itself towards the medicine master Xīyóu Buddha. Clearly, this was the Cloud Fairy launching a direct retaliation. Amitabha. The medicine master Xīyóu Buddha chanted a Buddhist invocation, and instantly, boundless Buddhist light radiated from his body. Evidently, the medicine master Xīyóu Buddha was quite astute. Aware that the Cloud Fairy would not comply quietly, the golden body of the Buddhist sect coalesced, effectively countering the surge of demonic energy. The medicine master Xīyóu Buddha let out a wry smile and spoke again. "Cloud Fairy, did we not agree upon this? You must not act recklessly." At that moment, the demonic energy shifted, transforming into a man. This figure did not resemble the elderly image typical in television dramas. Instead, he appeared to be in his 30s, with a robust physique boasting 8-pack abs. This was none other than the Cloud Fairy, one of the 7 celestial attendants. "Humph, Medicine Buddha. I have spared you by not killing you. Consider it a token of respect." He then turned his gaze towards Aomo, immediately kneeling on the ground and respectfully declaring, "I am the golden-whiskered turtle fish, Cloud Fairy, paying my respects to the true disciple, Your Highness Aomo." The true form of the Cloud Fairy was indeed a golden-whiskered turtle fish, hence his self-reference as Golden Whisker. It was clear that he understood why he had been released and was immensely grateful to Aomo. Aomo responded, "Rise, do not provide others with amusement." He then looked at the medicine master Xīyóu Buddha and inquired, "Where are my elixirs?" Aomo's demeanor was exceedingly arrogant, and had it been anyone else, the medicine master Xīyóu Buddha would have been infuriated. However, the situation was different now. Jin Chanzi was still in Aomo's possession. The Buddha had personally instructed not to offend Aomo. Therefore, despite Aomo's abrasive attitude, the medicine master maintained a friendly smile. He took out a pill and said, "Your Majesty Dragon King, this is a Buddhist elixir that I, a humble monk, have spent countless years refining. It contains an abundance of golden light from the Buddhist teachings, capable of suppressing boundless inner demons." Aomo glanced at the pill, which indeed shimmered with golden light and exuded auspicious energy, brimming with a potent force. Unfazed, Aomo accepted the pill and replied with a smile, "Thank you kindly." At that moment, the medicine master Xīyóu Buddha added, "Your Majesty Dragon King, and you, friend Wuyun. This is your primordial hammer, which the Buddha specifically instructed me to bring." He handed over a dark hammer. Although this hammer was merely a postnatal spiritual treasure, it certainly qualified as a top-tier artifact among such treasures, possessing formidable power. Aomo felt no gratitude for this. After all, it was originally Wuyun's possession, and returning it was only natural. The Buddhist approach was merely a gesture of goodwill. Upon receiving the primordial hammer, Wuyun's spirit lifted remarkably, his eyes gleaming with cold brilliance. The medicine master Liuli Buddha looked at Aomok with pity, and Aomok said, "Very well, I shall entrust you with the soul of the golden cicada." In truth, the soul of the golden cicada was a significant burden, although Aomok had not engaged with it in the past few days. He had been exploring it and discovered that the soul contained not only a Buddhist seal but also a powerful demonic imprint. Why did the Buddhists require the golden cicada to reincarnate 10 times? Aomok speculated that the purpose was to gradually extinguish and suppress this demonic imprint through continuous reincarnation. The medicine master Liuli Buddha departed, yet Wuyun knelt again, respectfully stating, "Your Majesty Dragon King, I, Xīyóu, wish to pledge my loyalty to you. I wonder if you would accept me?" Wuyun's words were well considered. Firstly, having been trapped by the Buddhists for countless years, he found himself homeless now that the Xīyóu had disbanded. Secondly, Aomok had saved him, and he felt deeply indebted. Wuyun had resisted submission to the Buddhists for so long, evidencing his strong sense of loyalty. Thirdly, he recognized Aomok's potential. Though both were true disciples, Aomok possessed qualities that the other 8 true disciples lacked. Chapter 106. Return to the Dragon Palace. The Dragon Kings assemble. Aomok laughed heartily, his joy unrestrained. "We are all brothers. There is no need for such formality, Brother Wuyun. Your arrival in the East Sea is most welcome." Given that Wuyun had nearly shattered the medicine master Liuli Buddha's golden body with a casual strike, his combat prowess was undeniably formidable. After all, he was capable of defeating both Guangchengzi and Shijingzi. Wuyun, a straightforward spirit, declared, "Your Majesty, I, Xīyóu, am a forthright individual. Although I have been trapped in the 8 treasures pool for nearly 10,000 years, I have consumed plenty of golden lotuses. Just give me some time, and I may very well break through to the great Luo golden immortal." Upon hearing this, Aomok's happiness intensified. The East Sea was flourishing and growing stronger. Yet it still lacked true top-tier experts to maintain order. As the Dragon King of the East Sea, he was currently the strongest in the Dragon Palace. Yet his cultivation was merely at the golden immortal level, not yet having entered the Tai golden immortal realm. Of course, there were genuine ancestors within the Dragon Palace, such as the Candle Dragon. However, if it came to the point where the Candle Dragon needed to intervene, the Dragon Palace would be on the brink of collapse. If Wuyun were to attain the great Luo golden immortal status, it would indeed serve as a stabilizing force for the Dragon Palace. Aomok planned to enter a brief seclusion to break through to the Tai golden immortal level himself, as his accumulation was now sufficient, and the time had come to strive for that realm. In the following days, Aomok bid farewell to Wuyun and the disciples of Xīyóu. The disciples were overjoyed to see Wuyun return safely, as his return was a momentous occasion. However, after a brief reunion, they had to part ways. These disciples held divine positions and were set to leave following the Yaoqi Peaches of Immortality Festival. Next, Aomok said his farewells to Yang Chan. This time, Yang Chan would not be returning to the Erlang goddess residence with Yang Jian, but instead would be accompanying the mother of no constraints. Hidden within her soul was the precious lotus lamp. This was why Yang Jian had been so cautious in protecting her. There were 2 methods to extract the lotus lamp. 1, Yang Chan could break away from her mortal form, allowing her soul to absorb mundane essence, thus revealing the lamp naturally. In fact, had there been no arrogance, the lamp would have manifested had Yang Chan encountered Lu Yanchang. Aomok suspected that Lu Yanchang was also someone orchestrating events. Fortunately, due to Aomok's presence in this world, such occurrences did not transpire. The second method was for her to break through to the golden immortal level. Upon achieving this, her enhanced power would trigger changes in her soul, allowing her to truly master the lotus lamp. It was curious, however, that despite Yang Jian's origins with the Chan school, he did not seek assistance from his master, Jade Dingzhenren, but instead entrusted Yang Chan to the mother of no constraints. Nonetheless, this was Yang Jian's choice, and Aomok was more than willing for Yang Chan to be with the mother of no constraints rather than with the Chan school. As they parted, Yang Chan resolutely told Aomok, "Brother Imo, once I reach the golden immortal realm, I will come find you." Aomok affectionately ruffled her hair and replied, "Take your time. There is no rush. I will be waiting for you." After their farewell, Aomok returned to the East Sea Dragon Palace with Wuyun. The East Sea Dragon Palace was bustling with activity. Aomok had received news from Aoguang. The 3 Dragon Kings from the West Sea, North Sea, and South Sea, Uruen, Aoshuan, and Aochin, had gathered at the East Sea Dragon Palace not long ago. Aomok could guess their purpose. They had come to inquire about Aoguang's abdication. However, Xīyóu did not concern himself with such matters. To put it bluntly, these three were merely idlers. Yet, Xīyóu was pleased with their arrival. For his next objective was to unite the four seas and become the Dragon Emperor. Chapter 107, Relatives of a Kind. Dragons inferior to pigs within the East Sea Dragon Palace. The three Sea Dragon Kings had been present for several days. During this time, Xīyóu Guang had been entertaining them. However, the resentment among the three Dragon Kings had been palpable, particularly the North Sea Dragon King. One day, he approached Xīyóu Guang with a stern expression, saying, "Elder brother, you must listen to me and release the Xīyóu." Upon hearing Xīyóu's words, Xīyóu Guang's expression grew troubled. "Fourth brother, you have already asked this many times. Please do not bother me further. I have said it before. Without the consent of the other Dragon Kings, I will not agree." Xīyóu, growing more agitated, retorted, "Elder brother, what are you saying? You are the Dragon King of the East Sea. Even if you have retired out of boredom, Emoer should still heed your father's words. Enough. Enough. Just listen to me and release the Xīyóu Demon King. You know well what our relationship is." The South Sea Dragon King Xīyóu chimed in, "Elder brother, you really should reconsider. Why did you retire in the first place? Is the wine of the East Sea not to your taste? Or are the sea maidens no longer entertaining?" He spoke earnestly. "Emoer is young and impetuous. If we allow him to act recklessly, I fear he will eventually bring calamity upon our dragon clan. I suggest we have him abdicate and that you reclaim your position as Dragon King. If you find it difficult, let us three together petition His Majesty the Jade Emperor. I can hardly believe he would disregard our plea." Upon receiving the imperial edict from the heavenly court, the three Dragon Kings were left utterly astonished. Why? Because the four of them had always stood united, sharing both fortunes and misfortunes. Each possessed a conch shell. Whenever trouble arose, a single blow on the shell would summon the others. Initially, everything seemed to proceed smoothly. Yet this time, Xīyóu Guang made such a significant decision without informing them. Had it not been for the Jade Emperor's public proclamation, they might still be in the dark. Can you imagine their fury? Moreover, the rise of the younger generation has caused them to worry about their own thrones. Upon hearing this, Xīyóu Guang's expression darkened immediately, and he exclaimed, "Second brother, what are you saying?" Previously, it could be considered mere complaint, but this statement is truly problematic. To say it lightly would sow discord between father and son, but to say it seriously could lead to chaos in the entire East Sea. Just then, Xīyóu burst in, wielding a Fong Tian Huaji, a fierce look in his eyes. "Uncles, your words just now may be deemed as treasonous." Behind Xīyóu stood General Huli, the Orca General, and other formidable warriors of the Dragon Palace. The sight startled the three Dragon Kings. It was their first experience of such an imposing presence. "Xīyóu, what are you doing? We are your uncles." Xīyóu slammed the table, pointing at Xīyóu with a fierce shout. Meanwhile, Xīyóu and Xīyóu turned their gazes towards Xīyóu Guang, with Xīyóu expressing his frustration. "Elder brother, have you truly lost your senses? Do you intend to turn against your three brothers?" The atmosphere within the East Sea Dragon Palace became exceedingly tense. At this moment, Xīyóu Guang found himself in a dilemma. After all, these three were his blood brothers. To act against them would weigh heavily on his conscience. Just when Xīyóu Guang was most troubled, the Turtle Prime Minister rushed in, shouting, "Your Majesty, it's time to return to the palace." Upon hearing these words, the atmosphere in the Dragon Palace shifted dramatically. The South Sea Dragon King, Xīyóu, a meticulous dragon, noticed the change immediately. During the standoff, both Xīyóu Guang and Xīyóu had displayed expressions of unease, but upon hearing those words, they seemed to find their anchor and collectively sighed in relief. The young scoundrel, Xīyóu, had already ingratiated himself so deeply in people's hearts. At that moment, a derisive voice interjected, "How laughable! All of you are relatives, fellow dragons. Yet you have sunk to a level below that of pigs." These words stung sharply. The three Dragon Kings, upon hearing this, were consumed by fury. They exchanged glances, silently communicating their intent to reprimand Xīyóu upon his entrance. Shortly thereafter, Xīyóu strode in with an air of authority, clad in his royal dragon robes. Following Xīyóu Guang was a burly figure with a dark face and golden beard, none other than the formidable Wu Yunxian. In that instant, all present in the Dragon Palace knelt down, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to your Majesty the Dragon King." Except for the three Dragon Kings from the south, west, and north seas, everyone, including Xīyóu Guang, bowed deeply in reverence. "Rise," Xīyóu commanded, not even glancing at the three Dragon Kings as he confidently ascended the throne of the East Sea Dragon King. "Father, Was there not someone just now suggesting my abdication? He inquired directly, his tone commanding. Upon hearing Xīyóu's words, the three Dragon Kings' faces turned awkward, their hearts filled with anxiety. They had not anticipated Xīyóu's assertiveness and directness. He wasted no time on pleasantries and went straight to the point. We are your uncles. Our actions are for your own good. Be silent. A thunderous voice resonated, sending shivers down their spines, rendering them unable to stand, completely collapsing to the ground. The voice belonged to Wu Yunxian. As one of the 7 celestial attendants of he regarded no one as significant apart from Xīyóu. Being at the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal realm, he could easily ascend to the Daluo Golden Immortal with time. At that moment, as he channeled his power, his voice boomed like thunder, exuding unparalleled dominance. When the Emperor speaks, how dare you interrupt? The 3 Dragon Kings trembled under Wu Yunxian's formidable presence. Realizing the vast disparity in strength, they were taken aback. How could someone of such prowess be in Xīyóu's company? Although they had heard some tales of Xīyóu, they never took him seriously. After all, dragons were not much different from humans. They often judged others by their own standards, feeling overly self-assured. With the Dragon Palace having existed for so long without a true prodigy, they couldn't fathom that one would suddenly emerge from the East Sea. But now, they found themselves regretting their dismissiveness. Xīyóu continued to ignore their presence, focusing solely on Xīyóu. Xīyóu was well aware of his son's domineering nature. Taking a deep breath, he recounted the previous dialogue almost verbatim. Upon hearing this, Xīyóu smiled, his gaze settling on the North Sea Dragon King. Xīyóu, while the Xīyóu Demon King is your son, his actions stand in opposition to our dragon clan. In the past, I chose to overlook his misdeeds in your North Sea. However, this time, he dares to breach the seals of our East Sea's depths. Surely, you are aware of what lies beneath that seal? Upon hearing Xīyóu's words, Xīyóu felt a chill run down his spine. He was well aware of what resided in the depths, the ancient ferocious beast sealed away by their ancestor. The dragon of creation, who sacrificed his life to protect the dragon clan. Should the seal be broken, it would be the East Sea that first suffers. Xīyóu's smile turned icy as he rose to his feet, declaring, your expression reveals that you understand the consequences. Humph. The Xīyóu Demon King seeks to annihilate the souls of the East Sea, and yet you come to his defense? North Sea Dragon King. Could it be that the Xīyóu Demon King is your instigator? Hearing this, Xīyóu trembled in fear, his dragon visage reflecting sheer panic as he stammered, You must not speak such nonsense. How could I ever do such a thing? Silence. The command reverberated in Xīyóu's mind like an explosion, causing him to cough blood and nearly collapse. Meanwhile, the South Sea Dragon King, Xīyóu, and the West Sea Dragon King, Xīyóu, were equally stunned, realizing that it was Xīyóu himself who had issued the command, not merely the powerful figure behind him. The boy they had dismissed as inexperienced had reached a level of strength they had never anticipated. Xīyóu paid no heed to the 3 languishing Dragon Kings. His focus unwavering, he turned his gaze toward Xīyóu, the Dragon King of the South Sea, and directly inquired, Xīyóu, I have heard that you intend to send your sister, Xīyóu, to Mount Luojia, to become the Dragon Maiden of Guanyin? It is important to clarify that Xīyóu is not Xīyóu's biological sister. She is merely his cousin, being the daughter of Xīyóu. In the previous world, Xīyóu was aware that Guanyin had a pair of young male and female attendants. While such attendants do not currently exist, Xīyóu knows that Guanyin is planning to create a new pair. The young girl in question is particularly valued as the daughter of the Dragon King of the South Sea, while the young boy is none other than the unborn son of the old cow, known as the Red Boy. Recently, Xīyóu has received news that Xīyóu and Guanyin have been growing increasingly close. Upon hearing these words, Xīyóu's expression stiffened. He awkwardly replied, Guanyin Bodhisattva is a great power of the Buddhist realm. It would not be a disgrace for Xīyóu to serve her. Xīyóu chuckled and retorted, a disgrace? It is indeed a disgrace to our dragon lineage. You just mentioned serve, did you not? Yet, the daughter of the illustrious Dragon King of the South Sea is to serve another? What of our Dragon Palace's dignity? Humph, you, as her father, are so inept that you resort to selling your daughter for survival. How can you still have the audacity to act brazenly in my East Sea? Xīyóu was well aware of the situation in the South Sea Dragon Palace. All 4 Dragon Palaces are facing crises, as there are seals beneath the 4 seas. Numerous sea monsters abound, and over time, the Dragon Palaces have grown increasingly weak. emboldening these creatures. Xīyóu, the Dragon King of the South Sea, is but a remiss ruler, preoccupied with indulgence, unable to withstand the threats from the sea monsters. At this moment, Guanyin dispatched a benevolent monk to the Dragon Palace, proclaiming that if he could deliver his daughter Xīyóu to Mount Luojia, Guanyin would intervene to suppress the malevolent creatures of the South Sea, ensuring peace for the Dragon Palace. In essence, this old fool has sold his daughter to secure his own comfort and wealth. A man who sells his daughter for glory. Do you think you are worthy to debate with me? Faced with Xīyóu's accusations, Xīyóu found himself at a loss for words. He wished to unleash his rage and strike Xīyóu to mask his embarrassment, but alas, he was no match for him. Xīyóu disdainfully remarked, "You fool. Have you never heard the phrase to raise bandits is to weigh oneself down? In the realm of mortals, some generals cultivate a faction of bandits to demonstrate their importance, compelling the court to rely on their strength. How could a wise figure like Guanyin be unaware of this? There is ample evidence within the journey to the west, where the Spirit King is, in truth, a great demon. In that tale, he consumed a pair of young boys and girls annually. He harmed countless innocent lives. Yet after Guanyin captured him, was there any punishment? No. Instead, he continued to revel in the lotus pond. You speak of Tang Seng's compassion, but what has he ever done? He hasn't even chanted the rebirth mantra. Therefore, do not speak of Buddhist compassion. It is merely deception. Monks do not engage in productive labor. They only know how to recite scriptures behind closed doors and manipulate followers into donating their wealth. Yet they have never shown mercy to the living. Thus, many of the great demons in the South Sea are nurtured by Guanyin, exemplifying the idea of raising monsters to weigh oneself down. Perhaps Xīyóu is aware of this. Or perhaps he is not. Regardless, he made the decision to sell his daughter for glory. What kind of dragon is deserving of being a dragon king? A dragon king who sells his daughter for glory and a Guanyin who raises monsters. What a contemptible and laughable combination. At this moment, Xīyóu had lost all semblance of anger, no longer retaining the arrogance he had upon arrival. The South Sea and North Sea had fallen silent, or rather, they dared not utter another word. Only the Dragon King of the West Sea, Xīyóu, remained. Without waiting for Xīyóu to speak, Xīyóu instinctively took several steps back. Xīyóu chuckled and said, "What is this? Are you feeling guilty?" Chapter 110. The True Intention. Commanding the four seas, Xīyóu found himself so stifled by Xīyóu's light-hearted remark that he could scarcely utter a word. Terrified, Xīyóu then asked, "My cousin Xīyóu has yet to hatch from his dragon egg, yet you have already sold him, have you not?" During the battle in the heavenly prison, Jin Chanzi had uttered similar words, intending to divert Xīyóu's attention. However, Xīyóu had long anticipated this occurrence, and his resolve remained unshaken. That statement merely confirmed the timing of the event. At this juncture in the heavenly palace, it seems Xīyóu had indeed not yet been born. As noted in various analytical writings, in truth, among the four dragon kings in Journey to the West, the one most closely related to the tale is not the East Sea Dragon King, who was forcibly deprived of the ruler's pen, but rather the West Sea Dragon King, Xīyóu. Why? Because his own son is being ridden like a horse. This old fool is utterly shameless, having personally pushed his son into the fire pit. Nay, under Tang Seng's behind. Xīyóu had no desire to listen to his drivel. Observing his demeanor, it was evident that Xīyóu's predicament stemmed from Xīyóu's failures. One could only wonder what promises he had received. Consider this. What is the background of Xīyóu's fiancée, Princess Wanxing? She is the daughter of the Wanxing Dragon King. The Wanxing Dragon King is merely a lake dragon, a mixed-blood dragon. Under normal circumstances, how would he have the qualifications to elevate his status with Xīyóu? Even if he were sworn brothers with the Bull Demon King, it would not warrant Xīyóu marrying his son to the daughter of a mere lake dragon. Furthermore, why was Xīyóu to be executed for breaking a pearl? It was Xīyóu himself who petitioned the Jade Emperor to have Xīyóu captured and sent to the dragon execution platform. And coincidentally, a bodhisattva interceded on his behalf. If this were a singular event, one might attribute it to coincidence. But when all these coincidences occur in succession, it becomes evident that they are a deliberate arrangement. In this moment, Xīyóu found himself utterly speechless, for this was indeed the truth. Furthermore, he was astounded that his secret dealings with the Buddhist teachings were known only to him, with the other three brothers remaining oblivious. How could Xīyóu be so aware of these matters? The bodhisattva had personally approached him, offering a millennia-old golden Buddha pill in exchange for a pact. Naturally, The Bodhisattva would not disclose their intention to have the little white dragon serve as a steed. They merely claimed that a future high monk would be reincarnated. And they wished for the little white dragon to protect this reincarnated monk. In truth, the 4 dragon kings had all been similarly complacent, each waiting for death. Thus, when they heard of this benefit, Xīyóu immediately signed the contract, offering his son in servitude. Once the contract was signed, the subsequent developments were beyond the West Sea Dragon King's control. To put it bluntly, he lacked the qualifications to demand anything. Xīyóu's words left the 3 dragon kings utterly speechless. He continued, "You 3 fools, others covet the fortunes of the dragon clan. The Buddhist sect seeks to form the 8-fold celestial dragons, coveting the dragon clan's fortunes, yet you do not resist. Instead, you assist them in counting coins. Truly foolish and ignorant. How can you still claim to be worthy of being dragon kings?" Xīyóu's words were harsh, yet they were also exceedingly direct. The 3 dragon kings, upon hearing this, felt both furious and unable to speak. Xīyóu surveyed those around him before declaring, "From this day forth, the 4 seas shall be governed by me, the dragon king of the Eastern Sea." His preceding words, though extensive, were not an attempt to persuade with reason. Rather, they served as an indictment of the transgressions of the 3 great dragon kings. This proclamation was the true essence of Xīyóu's intent. "What did you say?" Ouchin exclaimed in shock upon hearing Xīyóu's statement. Not only he, but even Xīyóu's father, Wukong, was taken aback by the boldness of his words. With a stern countenance and unwavering gaze directed at Ouchin, Xīyóu reiterated, "Are you so aged that my words escape your comprehension? Very well, I shall repeat myself. From today onward, I shall oversee the 4 seas. I, Xīyóu, am the King of Kings." These 8 words encapsulated Xīyóu's determination. He was not engaging in negotiations, but rather announcing that the vast expanse of the 4 seas would henceforth be under his dominion. In reality, although the Eastern Sea was nominally regarded as the most prestigious, each of the 4 dragon kings had acted independently. It was not that they harbored ambitions of their own, but rather that they had grown complacent, content to live off their past glories. The former dragon king of the Eastern Sea, Wukong, was no different. He had been satisfied managing his own territory, indulging in fine wines and beautiful maidens, without concern for the affairs of others. However, Xīyóu's words made it clear to the 3 dragon kings that the Eastern Sea would no longer merely hold a ceremonial leadership role, but would actively intervene in their internal matters. As Xīyóu's declaration resonated, an overwhelming aura filled the dragon palace. His blood surged, and a golden, divine visage of the ancient ancestral dragon materialized beside him. Xīyóu's power was formidable. Although he remained at the golden immortal level, his combat prowess far exceeded his realm, akin to that of Yongjian. His ancestral dragon bloodline was exceptionally potent, a legacy of an era when dragons reigned supreme. Had it not been for the machinations of Hongjun and Luoho, he might have ascended to become the foremost holy dragon of the primordial world. Xīyóu's extraction of the ancestral dragon bloodline set him apart from other dragons, allowing him to continuously strengthen and transform himself. Yet, his strength was not solely derived from his lineage. His ability to extract and enhance attributes served as an additional asset. Above all, it was Xīyóu's resolute spirit that fortified his power. In that moment, Xīyóu manifested his bloodline to convey to the 3 elder dragons that, in comparison to him, they were but mere ineffectual beings. He was acutely aware that these elder dragons had become complacent in their ways, while his words had momentarily subdued them. Their potential return to their territories was a cause for concern. Xīyóu had no desire to engage in a battle of wits with these aged dragons. Hence he chose to reveal his bloodline publicly. The appearance of the golden dragon visage startled not only the 3 dragon kings, but all present in the dragon palace, including Wu Yunxian. Wu Yunxian marveled. This young lord possesses an astonishing and oppressive dragon might. It even surpasses that of the Huang Long of the Chan sect. He recognized that Huang Long, possessing a pure ancestral dragon bloodline, was a paragon of the dragon clan in later times, chosen as a disciple by the Yuan Shi Tianzun. If Huang Long's talent were not exceptional, how could he have been selected given Yuan Shi Tianzun's biases against other races? Yet, Xīyóu's exhibited bloodline now overshadowed that of Huang Long. Xīyóu calmly asserted, "Today, I ascend to the realm of the Tai Golden Immortal." As if by a decree, divine light surged forth, and the 3 flowers representing heaven, earth, and humanity manifested above his head. The 3 flowers glimmered in hues reminiscent of cerulean waves. Within the first flower, a small jade dragon figure coiled, representing Xīyóu's true essence. The second flower held 36 floating sea-calming pearls, while the final flower bore a banner, the Xīyóu water control flag. With the blooming of the three flowers, Xīyóu stepped into the Tai golden immortal stage. As his declaration echoed, the flowers began to blossom further, from the first grade to the second, and finally to the seventh. The pace of their blooming gradually slowed. This spectacle left the elder dragons and Xīyóu utterly astonished. As dragon kings, they were well versed in the intricacies of the cultivation world, including the legends surrounding the blooming of the three flowers. It was said that reaching the third grade would signify a maximum threshold of the Tai golden immortal realm, while surpassing it would lead to the prospect of ascending to the Xīyóu golden immortal status. Achieving the seventh grade, however, would open the pathway to the quasi-saint level. In mere moments, Xīyóu had attained the remarkable achievement of 7 blooms. Did this not imply that this young dragon king possessed the potential to reach the quasi-saint level? Such a notion was indeed terrifying, but was the 7th bloom the ultimate limit? Certainly not. In that instant, Xīyóu focused within, proclaiming, chanting melody, initiate extraction. The target of his extraction was none other than the Millennium Buddha elixir, painstakingly refined by the medicine master Buddha. This elixir, a treasure so rare that even a mere mortal consuming it could potentially ascend to the golden immortal or even the Tai golden immortal realm, attested to its extraordinary value. However, Xīyóu had never felt entirely at ease with this elixir, despite his inability to detect any issues through his divine consciousness. After acquiring it, he had even requested the Mother of No Return to examine it thoroughly, and she too found no fault. Yet, Xīyóu remained skeptical, for he could never believe that the Buddhist sect would so readily bestow upon him such a boon. Armed with the enhanced instinct of the precision-enhanced red-butt monkey, he sensed that this elixir harbored some form of deception. If the Mother of No Return could not discern its true nature, it only indicated that the ruse was exceptionally sophisticated, eluding even a powerful quasi-saint like her. Nevertheless, the Buddhist sect's calculations were destined to fail. They could never fathom that Xīyóu did not need to consume the elixir. He could extract its essence. At this moment, with the 3 flowers blossoming to the 7th grade, Xīyóu had achieved something remarkable. While he possessed substantial magical energy, he feared that if he allowed the flowers to bloom to the 8th grade, he would be left without further strength. The 3 flowers determined his future path, and Xīyóu would never forsake them. To others, the quasi-saint level was an immensely powerful realm, one to be revered. Yet, Xīyóu would not rest content. He did not lack talent. With sufficient magical energy to support him, he could break through in an instant. Thus, he initiated the extraction. Ding! Extraction triggered. Success. Acquired pure power of the millennium. The essence of the millennium power surged into Xīyóu, intensifying the divine light of the 3 flowers above him. In the next moment, the flowers blossomed to the 8th grade. As the 8th bloom opened, the heavens responded, and ethereal melodies resonated from the 9th heaven. In that instant, Xīyóu finally grasped the hidden truths within the Millennium Buddha elixir. It was an exceedingly minuscule lotus seed, its existence almost ethereal, so faint that even the unfettered Holy Mother, on the verge of the sacred realm, could not perceive it. Ding! Sacred Buddha lotus seed detected, containing the essence of a sage's intent. Would you like to extract it? The system's silent chant reverberated once more with a prompt. The essence of a sage. Xīyóu was profoundly shaken by these 4 words. He realized that the Buddhist sect would not be so benevolent, yet he had never anticipated that it would involve a sage. The silent chant, remarkably astute, offered an analysis. The essence of a sage, a lotus seed of the Buddhist path, coalesced from the intention of guiding a sage. Once absorbed, it would subtly influence one's thoughts, drawing them closer to the Buddha. At that moment, a flicker of anger surged within Xīyóu. No wonder the Buddhist sect was so accommodating. They had directly compensated with the 10,000-year Buddha Dan due to the incompleteness of this information. It was clear they intended to use this Buddha Dan to brainwash him, subtly transforming him into a follower of the Buddhist sect. How insidious these bald monks are. Naturally, Xīyóu would refrain from acting upon this sage's essence. Even if the system could resolve it, he had no desire to provoke it. The sage was simply too formidable, too unfathomable. Yet, the emergence of this item heightened Xīyóu's sense of urgency. This object was a manifestation of the guiding sage's intent, which implied that the guiding sage had set his sights on this young dragon king. Let him be for now. With the power of the Buddha Dan, he would achieve a breakthrough. Even though he was aware that the guiding sage had already fixated on him, Xīyóu was never one to succumb to fear. The fact that the sage had not taken immediate action indicated that he harbored reservations, or perhaps was unable to act. Under such circumstances, what was there to worry about? The most pressing matter at hand was the blooming of the 3 flowers into the 9th grade, the 10,000-year Buddha Dan, with its pure magical energy surging forth, suddenly enveloped the entire Eastern Sea in a radiant, colorful, celestial light. At that instant, all eyes from the 3 realms and 6 paths turned towards the Eastern Sea. Chapter 0113, The Roar of 10,000 Dragons. Inviting the Dragon Emperor, the vibrant celestial light was overwhelmingly intense. This dazzling brilliance, at that moment, shrouded the entire Eastern Sea. Waves surged. Enormous tides split into 9 torrents, immediately defying the heavens. Subsequently, at the core of these 9 tidal waves, the surrounding ocean transformed into a vacuum. Such terrifying waves were truly astonishing. At this moment, Xīyóu transcended the mere notion of divinity. The 3 flowers of the 9th grade above his head began to shimmer. 9. The ultimate number of heaven and earth. Should the flowers bloom at the 9th grade, it would signify a true sage's demeanor. If the 8th grade merely stirred the heavenly path, the appearance of the 9th grade would indeed resonate throughout the heavens and earth. Almost all beings in the Eastern Sea were momentarily stunned by this celestial light, followed by an overwhelming fervent reverence. Even the 3 old dragon kings, who seemed like ruffians, were filled with indescribable excitement, their blood boiling. Why had the dragon clan fallen into decline? These 4 great dragon kings had once been young and impassioned. Yet why had they ultimately degenerated into mere idlers? The root cause lay in despair. In truth, Xīyóu was acutely aware of this situation. Thus, although he looked down upon these 3 dragon kings, he did not take any direct action against them. Why did Xīyóu choose to ascend to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm before these 3 dragon kings, and even the entire cosmos, and go so far as to utilize his extraction ability, leveraging the 10,000-year Buddha Dan to enable his flowers to bloom at the 9th grade? Did he not understand that once the flowers bloomed at the 9th grade, extraordinary phenomena would manifest, stirring the 3 realms and 6 paths? Did he not grasp the principle that a towering tree attracts the wind, and a prominent wood in the forest will be uprooted? Hope. What Xīyóu sought to provide was hope for the entire dragon clan. In fact, shortly after his arrival in this world, once he acclimated to his identity, he discerned a crucial insight. The dragon clan, seemingly powerful and revered in the mundane world, was, in reality, lifeless. They were steeped in despair. The 4 sea dragon kings, overwhelmed by despair, ceased to strive for progress, indulging only in pleasure. The descendants of dragons, lacking hope, became increasingly ineffectual, devoid of ambition and fighting spirit. The dragon clan appeared to be under a celestial curse. Since the fall of the ancient ancestral dragon, after such a lengthy passage of time, the dragon clan could scarcely give birth to new prodigies. Only one, the yellow dragon True Man, emerged. However, he ultimately became a disciple under the regarded as the least favored and most solitary among the 12 golden immortals. Xīyóu understood all too well that a group of hopeless individuals would have no future. A dragon clan devoid of hope was even more so. Since Xīyóu was a dragon king, he was naturally compelled to lead the dragon clan towards resurgence. It was not his ambition to vie for the position of heavenly emperor, but rather, the dragon clan must reclaim its dignity and pride. Therefore, he aimed to instill hope within the entire dragon clan. Tai Golden Immortal, flowers blooming at the 9th grade. With the heavenly path above, I, Xīyóu, shall pursue the opportunity to attain sainthood and restore my dragon clan. Xīyóu's voice resonated throughout the heavens and the earth. This proclamation was not mere rhetoric. It was Xīyóu's solemn promise to the heavenly path, akin to a grand vow. In truth, making promises to the heavenly path and setting such grand ambitions was no trivial matter, as it entangled one in the web of cause and effect, fraught with peril. Yet, Xīyóu never wavered. From that moment on, rivers, lakes, and seas, whether of pure bloodline or mixed heritage, were all stirred into a fervor. The Eastern Sea Dragon King, Xīyóu. It seemed, bore the visage of a sage. Was the dragon clan on the verge of resurgence? We, the dragon clan, dominate the 4 seas, suppress the cosmos, can soar beyond the 33 heavens, and plunge into chaos. As long as I, Xīyóu, exist, the dragon clan shall flourish and thrive. This voice echoed within the souls of every being with dragon blood. Roar. Above the Eastern Sea, a colossal dragon suddenly began to roar towards the heavens. This was Xīyóu's second brother, Xīyóu, who felt his blood boiling, his soul on the brink of explosion. Only the dragon's roar could articulate his inner tumult. Roar! Roar! At this moment, the four old dragon kings were also stirred by their bloodlines, revealing their true forms and soaring into the sky. An increasing cacophony of roars erupted from the Eastern Sea, Southern Sea, Western Sea, and Northern Sea. The four great continents, every lake, every river. And even the dragon kings in some wells felt their bloodlines surging. At this moment, the murkiness in the eyes of the four old dragon kings gradually dissipated. They soared through the sky in their unique cardinal directions, exchanging glances before simultaneously exclaiming, "We humbly invite your majesty, the Dragon Emperor." Chapter 0114. The Ascension of the Dragon Emperor. The Jade Emperor's fury. We welcome your majesty, the Dragon Emperor. The voices of the four dragon kings reverberated throughout the Eastern Sea and roared within the hearts of all dragonkin. The Dragon Emperor. Only one who could unite the entire dragon clan could truly be called emperor. Had Xīyóu not manifested such an extraordinary scene at this moment, had he not achieved the bloom of the 9th grade, showcasing the demeanor of a sacred dragon, he might not have garnered the support of the entire dragon clan. Yet, the moment he truly displayed his unparalleled grace, the position of Dragon Emperor was already secured. At this moment, amidst the boundless ethereal light, Xīyóu gradually ascended to the heavens. The divine radiance of the heavenly path descended upon him, capturing the attention of all. At this instant, the four old dragon kings submitted, and the myriad of orthodox aquatic beings of the Eastern Sea bowed in allegiance. The four seas bowed in submission, and the aquatic beings of the world yielded. Such divine light was indeed earth-shattering. Just as when Sun Wukong emerged, it had stirred the heavenly court, and now. It was needless to say that the entire Xīyóu Palace was in a state of frenzy. Upon the throne of Xīyóu Palace, the Jade Emperor's expression was anything but pleasant. The Dragon Emperor? I have not conferred such a title. How can he claim to be the Dragon Emperor? The Jade Emperor, typically poised and composed, erupted in uncharacteristic fury. As the supreme ruler of the three realms, he was the sovereign appointed by the Tao ancestor, revered by all monarchs across the realms. In the mortal world, emperors would burn incense and pray, beseeching the grace of His Majesty, the Heavenly Emperor. Even the 10 Yama kings of the underworld were bound to heed his commands. Yet now, a dragon emperor had unexpectedly emerged from the four seas, a development of which he had been entirely unaware. Aomo, what do you intend? Are you rebelling? With a thunderous crash, the Jade Emperor overturned his table in a fit of rage. He had always harbored biases against Aomo, initially reluctant to acknowledge him as the Dragon King. Yet, due to Aomo's prior ascension as the 9th disciple of the Heavenly Master, the Jade Emperor had reluctantly recognized his title. Moreover, Aomo's clever resolution of the two plots against the heavenly prison by the Golden Cicada had earned him merit. The Jade Emperor had even utilized Aomo to suppress the Buddhist sect, granting him the Qian Kuan ruler during a confrontation with the Buddha of Enlightenment. However, now, having just departed from the heavenly court, Aomo audaciously proclaimed himself as the Dragon Emperor. The fragmented four seas did not concern the Jade Emperor, for he knew the character of the four ancient dragons all too well. Yet, the unification of the dragon clan and the birth of a dragon emperor undoubtedly posed a significant shift in the cosmic order. The celestial beings in the heavenly court dared not utter a word, even avoiding the Jade Emperor's gaze. He had never before lost his composure to such a degree. This time, his wrath was palpable. Even the usually perceptive Tai Bai Jinxing bent low, frozen in place. The roar of the dragons resonated throughout the heavens, their collective voice echoing even within the Lingxiao Hall. At that moment, Aomo's voice reverberated from the East Sea, declaring, "Your Majesty, today I, Aomo, have received the recognition of the 10,000 dragons. Henceforth, I am not merely the Dragon King of the East Sea, but the Emperor of Dragons." He was not petitioning for the Jade Emperor's endorsement. Rather, he was unequivocally informing him of his new status. The Jade Emperor's expression darkened further, and he bellowed, "Li Jing, where are you?" Li Jing, sensing the gravity of the situation, felt his scalp tingle. He understood that the Jade Emperor was preparing to mobilize forces against the Dragon Clan. In that instant, Tai Bai Jinxing hurriedly interjected, "Your Majesty." This ancient being had initially hoped to feign ignorance, allowing the Jade Emperor's outburst to pass without consequence. However, The summoning of Li Jing indicated that military action was imminent. But such a course was fraught with complications. Firstly, Aomo was a disciple of a saint. Secondly, the Dragon Clan had committed no transgressions, rather, they had contributed to the stability of the Four Seas. And Aomo had recently received honors from the Heavenly Court as a meritorious figure. An unprovoked assault on them would lack legitimacy. Furthermore, how had Aomo suddenly ascended to the title of Dragon Emperor? It was due to his attainment of the Tai Jingxian status, blossoming into the 9th tier. The current celestial phenomena were a clear sign of the Heavenly Tao's endorsement. Although the Jade Emperor governed the 3 realms, ultimately, he served the Heavenly Tao, striving to maintain its equilibrium. Tai Bai understood well that if the Jade Emperor issued a command, retracting it would severely damage his dignity. Thus, he interrupted before the order could be finalized. Your Majesty, the Dragon Emperor has blossomed into the 9th tier. The Heavenly Tao has responded. Should you not formally acknowledge him? Silence enveloped the Jade Emperor. In truth, his composure was remarkable. He had never displayed such fury in all his years. If the situation involved another demon clan, he would not have reacted so vehemently. The Dragon Clan was particularly unique, having once dominated the primordial world. The emergence of a Dragon Emperor raised concerns about the Dragon Clan's ambitions for supremacy over the 3 realms once more. This was why he nearly uttered orders to quell the Dragon Palace. Fortunately, Tai Bai intervened. The notion of a formal acknowledgement was indeed a prudent one. If the Jade Emperor were to issue a decree recognizing the Dragon Emperor, it would signify that the Dragon Clan remained under his authority. Despite Aomo's extraordinary talents and the recognition by the Heavenly Tao, he would still require the Jade Emperor's official sanction. Just as the Jade Emperor was about to make a decision, the heavens darkened abruptly. An overwhelming celestial light was forcefully dissipated, replaced by an immense golden radiance. This was the light of the Buddha. Moreover, such a light capable of altering celestial phenomena could not be ordinary. It was the radiant light of a saint. The chant Amitabha echoed, silencing even the roars of the dragons. Boundless clouds coalesced into a majestic golden form, revealing the presence of the Buddha of guidance. Among the celestial beings, the barefoot immortal exclaimed in astonishment. The Buddha of guidance, the supreme figure in the Buddhist realm, had personally appeared. A rarity since the Battle of the Function. At this moment, Aomo stood quietly in the heavens, having truly entered the realm of Tai Jingxian with his blossoming of the 9 flowers. Though he was merely a Tai Jingxian, his combat prowess surpassed that of higher realms, and he felt no fear even towards a Deluo Jingxian. Yet, the arrival of the Buddha of guidance commanded his utmost respect. Countless clouds and mists coalesced into a resplendent golden figure, ultimately transforming into the Buddha of guidance. Congratulations, Dragon Emperor, the Buddha of guidance proclaimed, directly acknowledging Aomo's status. Aomo, maintaining his dignity, inquired, "What brings you here, Saint?" The Buddha of guidance smiled gently and replied, "I wish to invite the Dragon Emperor to visit my Ling Mountain." Aomo frowned at the proposition. A visit to Ling Mountain? Would he be able to return? He still held on to the thoughts of the saints contained within the 10,000 Buddha pill. Aomo had never trusted the purported goodwill of the Buddhist sect. He recalled a saying, "The most terrifying thing in this world is not the overtly malicious but the malevolence disguised as kindness." The machinations of the Buddhist sect were notoriously insidious, often infiltrating the soul unnoticed, a form of brainwashing. The Buddha of guidance continued, "The ascension of the Dragon Emperor is a momentous occasion for heaven and earth. I sensed the Tao's transformative essence and came to offer my congratulations. While my Ling Mountain may not be as prosperous as the East, it harbors many treasures accumulated over the years. Why not accompany me to select a gift to celebrate your ascension? My disciple has mentioned your desire for the 9-tiered lotus platform. I can grant this to you." At this, Aomo was truly taken aback. The 9-tiered lotus platform was a sacred symbol of the Buddhist faith. Akin to the imperial seal of an ancient empire, its intrinsic value might be modest, but it represented unparalleled sovereign authority. The 9-tiered lotus platform was an exceptionally rare innate spiritual treasure, symbolizing the supreme Buddha. How could the Buddha of guidance possibly offer it to him? Had he lost his mind? Chapter 0116, No Face. The green Chi Pao sword falls. What does the Buddha of guidance intend? To have me, the Dragon Emperor, become the Buddha of Ling Mountain? Absolutely impossible. My relationship with the Buddhist sect is exceedingly poor. Not to mention, the Garuda King was slain by my hand. Although I was discreet about it at the time, if this sage wished to investigate, he would surely trace it back to me. Furthermore, the Buddhist sect has past, present, and future Buddhists. What I amount to in comparison? At this very moment, the Jade Emperor and the celestial beings, observing through the Haotian mirror, were equally astonished. Aomo was straightforward. He did not indulge in any evasive pleasantries or seek excuses. Instead, he stated plainly, "I refuse. Refuse." Upon hearing these 4 words from Aomo, the Buddha of Guidance was not the least bit surprised. A sage would never allow himself to be emotionally affected by such trifles. Yet, similarly, since this sage had come, he would not leave empty-handed. "Your Majesty, I implore you to journey to Ling Mountain. It bears immense benefits for both you and the Dragon Clan. So please do not decline." Aomo remained unflinching and replied, "A monarch's word is unalterable." The Buddha of Guidance sighed and said, "Very well, Your Majesty. If you are unwilling to go, I will have no choice but to forcibly bring you to Ling Mountain. However, please believe that I harbor no ill intentions towards you." As he spoke, the monk began to channel his divine power. The Dharma knows no bounds. The sea of suffering swells. "Your Majesty, please accompany me across this turbulent sea." No sooner had he spoken than Aomo sensed a shift in his surroundings, as boundless ocean waters appeared out of thin air, pressing down upon him. Logically, the Dragon Clan is inherently adept at controlling water. Such energies should pose no threat to Aomo, but at that moment, he was gripped by a profound fear of death. This sea was no ordinary sea. It was the sea of suffering as described by the Buddha of Guidance. The sage truly possessed formidable prowess, capable of conjuring the sea of suffering with a mere utterance. Even though Aomo had attained the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, escaping this was exceedingly challenging. Yet on the other hand, the Buddha of Guidance was indeed shameless. He was an ancient sage, while Aomo had only recently emerged, having been in this world for barely a millennium. Yet he dared to directly suppress me, attempting to capture me. Such blatant bullying was second nature to him. Aomo bellowed in fury, "Buddha of Guidance, you bully the weak and lack any sense of shame. Are you not inviting ridicule as a saint of the Buddhist sect?" As he spoke, he summoned the Dinghai Pearl to protect himself. The sea of suffering was too terrifying. Any misstep could lead to his demise. Although the Dinghai Pearl could manifest the heavens, Aomo's own cultivation was too low, and this sea of suffering was a manifestation of the sage's will, rendering it exceedingly troublesome. The Buddha of Guidance smiled, saying, "A practitioner like you clings to mere reputation, indicating a lack of clarity in your heart. It is precisely the time for you to accompany me to Ling Mountain for some quiet reflection." His meaning was abundantly clear. "I am a sage. I can act shamelessly. And what can you do about it?" As the sea of suffering threatened to engulf Aomo, a blue long sword suddenly soared from the horizon. This azure sword, imbued with a formidable aura, possessed the dreadful power to sever the very heavens. "Buddha of Guidance, do you dare to bully my disciple?" A voice erupted from the heavens. Belonging to Aomo's master, the Tontian Xīyóu, the Qingping sword cleaved fiercely, tearing through the sea of suffering, enabling Aomo to flee, attempting to extricate himself from its grasp. At that moment, a spirit suddenly emerged from the depths of the sea, calling out to Aomo, "Dragon Emperor, why not traverse this sea of suffering in pursuit of the boundless and profound Dharma of the Buddhist sect?" Upon hearing that voice, Aomo furrowed his brow, for he recognized it all too well. It was Jin Chanzi. At this moment, Jin Chanzi existed solely as a spirit. He clapped his hands, and the sea of suffering surged violently, waves crashing and clouds swirling, aiming to ensnare Aomo. Meanwhile, the Buddha of Guidance began to unleash profound Buddhist hand seals, repelling even the Qingping sword. The celestial beings of the heavenly court, as well as powerful entities such as the demon masters, were utterly shocked. Was a confrontation between saints about to unfold once more? Chapter 0117. Battles within and outside the sea of suffering. The clash of saints indeed terrified the celestial beings. It is crucial to understand that the means of a saint are overwhelmingly potent, capable of annihilating heaven and earth. In present day, the 3 realms of heaven, earth, and humanity are far from as resilient as they were in the primordial times. In the past, when the Tongdian Xīyóu was enraged, he nearly reopened the earth's elemental forces, prompting the arrival of Hongjun Daozu to quell the disaster. However, before departing, Hongjun had clearly stated that saints must not descend into the 3 realms again, nor engage in conflict within them. Yet now, such commotion had arisen, signaling a perilous warning. Of course, the saints had not truly descended, neither the Buddha of Guidance nor the Tongtian Xīyóu had manifested their true forms. The Buddha of Guidance had condensed his essence into a manifestation, while the Tongtian Xīyóu arrived riding the Qingping sword. This sword had originally been entrusted to the Wudong Saintess for safekeeping. However, sensing Xīyóu Mo's disturbance of the heavenly order, the master had instructed the Saintess to wield the sword. As for the confrontation between the Qingping sword and the Buddha's hand seals, it unfolded silently. Despite the terrifying power that could obliterate a great Luo golden immortal, not a single cloud in the sky was disturbed. The Qingping sword hovered in mid-air, manifesting the ethereal form of the Tongtian Xīyóu. Meanwhile, the Buddha of Guidance's manifestation continued to smile, saying, "It has been a long time since I could spar with my Tao brother Tongtian. This occasion is indeed timely." The Tongtian phantom replied coldly, "Buddha of Guidance, how dare you harm my newly received true disciple? I shall sever your manifestation." The duel between saints was, of course, unimaginable. Meanwhile, within the sea of suffering conjured by the Buddha of Guidance, Xīyóu Mo, upon encountering an old acquaintance, expressed his surprise, "I never anticipated that you had not yet reincarnated. You are still lingering here." Logically, given the magnitude of trouble Jin Shanzi had caused, the Buddhist sect should have cast him into reincarnation to commence his journey of 10 lifetimes as a virtuous being. Yet, that had not occurred. Instead, the Buddha of Guidance had kept him within this sea of suffering. At this moment, Jin Shanzi radiated with a brilliant Buddhist light, replying, "Your Majesty, the world-honored one intended to arrange my reincarnation, but did not foresee your Majesty's earth-shattering breakthrough." Observing Jin Shanzi's words, Xīyóu Mo noticed something amiss. The original Jin Shanzi had been infused with malevolence, a true embodiment of an evil Buddha. However, now his spirit appeared pure and unsullied, brimming with Buddhist dharma. Had Xīyóu Mo not faced the original Jin Shanzi in battle, he might have mistaken this being for a mere impostor. Without further ado, Xīyóu Mo declared, "I intend to leave this sea of suffering. Should you obstruct me, the Buddhist sect may have to seek a new disciple to undertake their journey for scriptures." With that, Xīyóu Mo struck forth with a palm, transforming it into a terrifying dragon claw. Though the sea of suffering was beyond his control, Xīyóu Mo's cultivation granted him the ability to disturb the waters, preventing Jin Shanzi from finding peace. At this moment, battles erupted simultaneously both within and outside the sea of suffering. Outside, it was a contest between the manifestations of the saints, while inside, it was a clash between disciples. In the blink of an eye, Xīyóu Mo had unleashed countless spells, engaging Jin Shanzi in no fewer than 100 fierce exchanges, yet the outcome remained unresolved. The golden cicada, despite having his corporeal form annihilated and reduced to mere spirit, has paradoxically grown ever more potent. In an exceedingly compassionate tone, the spirit of the golden cicada addressed the Dragon Emperor, "Your Majesty, the holy sage invites you to the spiritual mountain for your own good. There is no need for you to resist." A deep scowl marred Xīyóu Mo's visage, and a wave of dreadful malevolence surged forth. "Dragon Emperor's Fong, shatter the void." A flash of divine light erupted, and the golden cicada's spirit was caught utterly unawares, nearly crushed by Xīyóu Mo's onslaught. Yet at that moment, the sea of suffering stirred, thwarting Xīyóu Mo's lethal strike. The confrontation concluded with Xīyóu Mo's triumph. Although he was unable to vanquish the golden cicada, he felt no regret, nor did he pursue further, instead choosing to flee toward the fissure in the sea of suffering that the Qingping sword had rent asunder. Chapter 0118. Repelling the guide, the sage bestows the sword. Xīyóu Mo extricated himself from the sea of suffering, which immediately dissipated into mere illusion. At that instant, the clash of the holy sage's ethereal manifestation also came to an abrupt halt. "Master, I have emerged," Xīyóu Mo proclaimed to the image of the Tongtian patriarch. The guide suddenly withdrew the great Buddha's hand seal, ceasing his contention with the Qingping sword. "Your Majesty the Dragon Emperor is indeed a prodigy of the 9 grades of blooming flowers, embodying the form of the sacred dragon. Although the golden cicada possesses only a soul, within my sea of suffering, he can wield the powers of a great Luo golden immortal. Yet he remains no match for the Dragon Emperor." Xīyóu Mo regarded the guide with indifference, unperturbed by the inexplicable flattery. He retorted, "There is indeed a saying in the mortal realm, encountering a bald donkey brings misfortune." Having liberated himself from the sea of suffering and with his master by his side, he naturally felt no fear of the guide. Xīyóu Mo has never been one to look back. Now that the guide had already attacked him, why should he remain polite? If he could not defeat him, then securing a verbal advantage would suffice. At least it would bring him some satisfaction. The sword aura of the Qingping sword still lingered as the Tongtian image spoke. Why do you not leave at once? The guide, unperturbed by this, merely smiled at Aomo and said, Your Majesty the Dragon Emperor, it is not that I, a humble monk, seek to deceive you. Rather, you are indeed fated to visit my spiritual mountain. Do not doubt it. You may inquire with the Tongtian Taoist, and I believe he will not refute my claim. Tongtian, incensed, interjected, Guide, if you dare to prattle any longer, I shall take my sword to the spiritual mountain. The guide chuckled without rebuttal, saying, Ba, I extend my congratulations to my fellow Taoist Tongtian for escaping. Since the Dragon Emperor is unwilling, I have pressing matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. As soon as he spoke these words, his avatar vanished without a trace. Above in the heavens, the clouds rolled and the winds lay still. In that moment, where once stood the guide, there was now nothing but the absence of the sea of suffering. Had it not been for the presence of the Qingping sword and the lingering image of the Tongtian patriarch, the gathered immortals might have thought themselves bewitched. Tongtian scoffed, saying, Truly cunning as ever, he has managed to probe us. Thank you, Master, for your assistance. Aomo bowed in gratitude to Tongtian. Tongtian replied calmly, You are my disciple. How could I allow you to fall into the hands of that bald donkey? Aomo, you have now entered the realm of the great Luo golden immortal. Blooming with the 9 grades of flowers, stirring the heavenly Tao, you are thus deserving of my Qingping sword's legacy. Upon hearing this, Aomo was taken aback. He understood that the Qingping sword was the sword of enlightenment belonging to the Tongtian patriarch. And it was no exaggeration to say that this sword was far more precious to Tongtian than the 4 swords of Zhanxian. After all, the 4 swords of Zhanxian were bestowed by Hongjun. Moreover, this sword was originally wielded by the unfettered Saint Mother. Aomo even felt that the sword bearer was destined to assume the position of the leader of the. Now, Tongtian was offering this sword to him. Tongtian smiled. You are already the Dragon Emperor. Why do you still dally? Without hesitation, Aomo respectfully accepted the Qingping sword and said, Disciple is deeply grateful to Master. Tongtian instructed. Now that you are the Dragon Emperor, first stabilize your dominion over the 4 seas. The guide and the proposing sage will not trouble you for some time. Should you find leisure, you may accompany your senior sister to the upper clear heavens. With that, the image of Tongtian also vanished. Only the Qingping sword remained. Quietly hovering before Aomo, taking a deep breath, Aomo declared, From this moment forth, you shall be my sword. The Qingping sword responded with a resounding cry. Soaring toward the heavens. Today, Aomo has stepped into the realm of the great Luo golden immortal, the 3 flowers blooming at the 9 grades, evoking the celestial phenomena. The Western Ba, that is to say, the guide's manifestation, descended to lead him to the spiritual mountain, followed by the Tongtian patriarch's avatar, resulting in a tumultuous struggle. After the guide's avatar dissipated, his true form, far beyond the heavens, opened its eyes. Junior brother, the Tongtian has indeed regained his freedom, which confirms our suspicions. Hongjun Daozu, I fear, has truly departed from the 3 realms and the 6 paths. Chapter 0119, The Western Saints, Scheming for the Cosmos. Beside the guide stood a benevolent monk. His visage troubled. He was the other Western saint, the proposing sage. The 2 saints, with the guide being the elder brother and the proposing sage the younger, had seen the latter's reputation surpass that of the former in ancient times, as he was known for his boundless audacity. Legends tell of a doctrinal dispute between the 2 Western saints. The guide advocated for self-cultivation, while the proposing sage promoted the salvation of others. This distinction mirrors the differences between Mahayana Buddhism, salvaging others, and Theravada Buddhism, cultivating oneself. However, both saints originated from the West and received blessings simultaneously, despite their differing doctrines. They had not reached the point of conflict or division. The world's tales, after all, should not be taken at face value. Upon hearing the guide's words, the proposing sage's frown deepened. Brother, since the Tongtian patriarch can manifest his ethereal form and contend with you using the Qingping sword, it is evident that he has attained freedom. The guide smiled and replied, Indeed, given Tongtian's character, he should not remain in the Xīyóu palace now that he has regained his freedom. Thus, we can deduce that the master is likely no longer in the Xīyóu palace, nor within the 3 realms and 6 paths. Otherwise, he would not linger there to suppress and regulate the heavenly Tao. The absence of Hongjun from the 3 realms and 6 paths is fortuitous for us. Hongjun, as the Tao ancestor, was indeed their teacher. Yet it must be remembered that they were merely registered disciples. In truth, they were not particularly favored in Hongjuan's heart. After all, their ascension to sainthood was closely tied to Luo Hu. Following his defeat in battle against Hongjun, Luo Hu self-destructed in the West. Thus, Hongjun bore profound karmic ties with all beings in the West, and to resolve this karma, he bestowed upon these two the opportunity to attain sainthood, aiding them in their grand aspirations. Hongjun wished for these two saints to enlighten the Western lands to settle this karmic debt. Amplify, indeed. It appears that the Buddhist path is on the rise. You and I, brothers, may advance further. Hongjun is the Tao ancestor of the mystical sect. If he were to remain within the three realms, even if the heavenly decrees favored the Buddhist path, the two brothers would not dare to act too recklessly. However, now that it has been confirmed that Hongjun has left the three realms and six paths, they can seize this opportunity to rise above. The eastern lands flourish, with Dongxing Xīyóu and Nanjian Buzhou boasting countless inhabitants of remarkable talent. If even half of the populace in these two great continents were to embrace our Buddhist teachings, their collective will would propel us to unprecedented heights. It is often said that saints are non-interfering, yet this is not entirely true. Even at the level of sainthood, there are aspirations. After all, the path to the Tao is a long and endless journey. According to the conjectures of the two brothers, why might Hongjun Taoist have departed from the three realms and six paths? It is likely to pursue the Tao within the depths of chaos. However, this was not a matter they were concerned with at the moment. Rather, their focus lay on hastily mastering their powers during this period. Senior brother, is the reincarnation of Jin Shanzi already arranged? Asked Jane. Naturally, he replied. This journey to the netherworld was precisely to facilitate Jin Shanzi's rebirth in the eastern lands. It just so happens that the Dragon Emperor has stirred the heavenly Tao, providing us an opportunity to test the waters. I have personally conducted a baptism using the boundless Buddhist teachings, and the demonic seals he bore have been entirely stripped away. After 10 cycles of reincarnation, he shall completely shed his demonic form, and with the success of the journey to the west, our Buddhist sect will gain yet another great Buddha. Quan Ti's face lit up with joy as he exclaimed, "Excellent, excellent." He then added, "It is regrettable, however, that if we could convert the Dragon Emperor, our Buddhist sect's eightfold heavenly dragons would reach their zenith, and our fortune would ascend to unparalleled heights." Jane chuckled and replied, "What worries do you have, junior brother? The Dragon Emperor shares karmic ties with Rahu. The heavenly Tao is currently obscure. Even we find it difficult to predict its course. Who knows, under the workings of fate, the Dragon Emperor might just turn to our Buddhist sect." Aomo, unaware of the plans of the two saints from the west, returned to the Dragon Palace. In the grand hall of the Dragon Palace, all the dragonkin, including the ancient dragon kings of the three seas, knelt reverently on the ground, their piety unmistakable. Chapter 120. The scheme of the journey to the west, the white dragon Ao. The three ancient dragon kings had come with a firm resolution to have Ao Guang dismiss Aomo and reclaim his position. At the very least, they intended to impose some strictures to express their stance. Yet at this moment, they knelt sincerely on the ground. Aomo had ascended to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, blooming into the 9th rank. The stronger his cultivation, the deeper his authority. Not only these dragon emperors, but even the bodyguard, the Cloud Immortal standing behind Aomo, felt a silent awe at the majesty of the Dragon King. Aomo glanced around and said, "Rise. Since you have honored me as your emperor, henceforth, matters of the Dragon Kin shall be decided solely by me." The Dragon Kings replied in unison, "We obey the will of the Dragon Emperor." The contrast between their previous and current demeanor was stark. Aomo's cultivation commanded respect, yet perhaps in their hearts, they might have felt some discontent or indifference. But now, with the bloodline of the ancestral dragon overwhelming them, and with the aura of a saint, the dragons felt their hearts surge with excitement. Aomo's gaze fell upon the West Sea Dragon King Aorun, and he inquired, "Aorun, when will my cousin Aolai emerge?" Although Aorun had already risen, he kept his head bowed. Upon hearing Aomo's question, he replied, "Your Majesty, he is expected to hatch from the dragon egg within the next few days." Aomo then asked, "Has a marriage been arranged for him?" Aorun, though not surprised, felt a deep respect for Aomo, who now embodied the ancestral dragon's bloodline and saintly presence. He answered respectfully, "Not long ago, the King of 10,000 Saints sent an invitation and will visit our West Sea Dragon Palace shortly." Upon hearing this, a cold smile crept across Xīyóu's face. The king of 10,000 saints had already allied with the Buddhist sect, no longer part of our dragon kin. In truth, this was not a secret. Wanxing Lake was situated within the borders of the West Xīyóu prefecture, a stronghold of the Buddhist sect. Usually, various divine positions across rivers and seas required the heavenly court's endorsement. However, in West Xīyóu prefecture, the Buddhist sect enjoyed privileges. As long as they were recognized by the sect, the heavenly court would not object, and in some instances, they would bypass the heavenly court entirely to grant divine positions. Of course, this was not solely the doing of the Buddhist sect. For instance, the entire Eastern Victory divine continent often disregarded the heavenly court's orders, only respecting the Taoist sect. This phenomenon was far more severe compared to West Xīyóu prefecture. The reason the Jade Emperor held such trepidation towards the Taoist sect is partially due to this. In the journey to the west, when Sun Wukong battled the nine-headed bug, it was clear that Erlang Xinyang Jian could have slain the creature, yet Sun Wukong intervened and spared it. Surely, there were ulterior motives at play. In reality, treating the king of 10,000 saints as a pawn was indeed a masterstroke. By befriending the bull demon king, they could subtly draw him in, while the nine-headed bug incident was a self-scripted farce. Xīyóu was acutely aware that behind the nine-headed bug lurked the nine phoenixes, who seemed to have dealings with the Buddhist sect. As these thoughts raced through Xīyóu's mind, he declared, "Very well, I shall personally visit the West Sea." Xīyóu was of dragon lineage, and Xīyóu was certain that his bloodline would not be weak. Otherwise, the Buddhist sect would not have schemed against him. But now, as the Dragon Emperor, Xīyóu could not allow his cousin to become a pawn. Thus, a confrontation with the Buddhist sect was inevitable. Of course, Xīyóu was never overly concerned about this. After all, both Jane and his own master had already stepped into the fray. Therefore, a struggle against the Buddhist sect was unavoidable. Now, with the Qingping sword bestowed upon him by his master, his status was more extraordinary than ever. At that moment, a white star fell from the skies above the East Sea. This white star was none other than the diligent Tai-Bai Jinxing from the heavenly court. It was said that the Jade Emperor had been seething with frustration in the heavenly court, nearly issuing a decree for Li Jing to attack the Dragon Palace. Fortunately, Tai-Bai Jinxing interrupted him just in time. Soon after, Jane's avatar appeared. The Jade Emperor took this matter to heart, and suddenly a brilliant idea struck him: to utilize the Dragon Kin to restrain the Buddhist sect. He intended to leverage the Buddhist sect's power to suppress the Taoist sect. Yet he also harbored concerns about the Buddhist sect growing too powerful and becoming unwieldy. The encounter between Xīyóu and Jane was, in fact, an unexpected delight. "Your Majesty, the Jade Emperor has sent a decree. Please come forth to receive it." Chapter 121. The Jade Emperor's Decree, Handling the Xīyóu Demon. A decree at this time? Xīyóu paused momentarily, having genuinely forgotten about the Jade Emperor. However, after a brief reflection, he quickly discerned the Jade Emperor's intentions, leading to a wry smile as he remarked, "Our esteemed Emperor is quite fond of formalities." The true aim of the Jade Emperor was readily apparent to Xīyóu. First and foremost, he would undoubtedly be furious, as Xīyóu's ascension to the Dragon Emperor occurred without his acknowledgement. He was the Jade Emperor, the ruler of the three realms. Yet Xīyóu had not reported his new status to him. According to protocol, he ought to have informed the celestial realm, as was the proper course of action. Nevertheless, Xīyóu understood well that the Jade Emperor would never truly confront the Dragon Kin if he possessed any semblance of rationality. He would refrain from such an unnecessary conflict. He was acutely aware that even with the Dragon Emperor, the Dragon Kin could not behave as they did in the ancient primordial times, acting with impunity. As the saying goes, the current ethos of the three realms is peace. With Hongjun Daozu and the six saints present, chaos in this world is simply unfeasible. Xīyóu had no intention of replacing the Jade Emperor. At most, he sought to alter the status of the Dragon Kin and establish them as a legitimate race. The Jade Emperor's purpose in sending a decree was merely to enhance his own prestige, conveying to all that even with the Dragon Emperor, the Dragon Kin must still heed the mandates of the heavenly court. "Father, please go and welcome Tai-Bai Jinxing in. The Jade Emperor's face must still be respected." Shortly thereafter, Tai-Bai Jinxing entered alongside Xīyóu. The old official was astute and wasted no time, directly commencing the proclamation of the decree. By rights, when the Jade Emperor's decree was delivered, all present should kneel. However, Xīyóu need not do so, for he was a disciple of a saint. He need not kneel even before the Jade Emperor himself in the Lingxiao Palace, let alone here. Tai Bai Jingxing cleared his throat and then began to recite a lengthy proclamation. Indeed, as Alma had anticipated, he was granted a rightful title as the Dragon Emperor. However, there were aspects that took Alma by surprise. The Jade Emperor unexpectedly bestowed numerous gifts upon him, including precious crystals, various elixirs, and 50 peaches that ripen every 3,000 years. Additionally, there were even celestial weapons and armors included. If this were in his past life, it would be akin to receiving military arms. This left Alma utterly astonished. Had the Jade Emperor lost his senses? After all, who among those in central authority is not wary of powerful vassals? It would suffice to weaken them. Why provide funds and arms? Was his mind truly sound? The bright star of Venus conveyed the edict, smiling with a somewhat shameless demeanor. Dragon Emperor. The Jade Emperor's intention is quite straightforward. He hopes that the Dragon Palace will protect the four seas for the heavenly court, preventing other forces from encroaching. Upon hearing this, Alma immediately understood. The Jade Emperor intended for him to restrain the Buddhist sect. In truth, the borders between the four seas and the Buddhist sect are numerous, such as the presence of Guanyin Bodhisattva in the South Sea and the West Sea directly connecting with the Western Xīyóu. The Buddhist sect often employs various strategies to expand their influence, like the South Sea Dragon King's antics of nurturing monsters. Alma replied, "This emperor understands. Please convey my response to His Majesty. I shall diligently safeguard the four seas and ensure that no disturbances arise." Satisfied with Alma's affirmative response, the bright star of Venus departed contentedly. After bidding farewell to the bright star, Alma prepared to set forth for the West Sea. However, at that moment, Agwang suddenly interjected. "Your Majesty, how should we deal with the Xīyóu Demon King? Are we truly to execute him?" He was inquiring on behalf of the North Sea Dragon King, Aoshuan. Regardless of the circumstances, the Xīyóu Demon King was indeed Aoshuan's progeny, and killing him seemed rather inappropriate. Agwang could discern that. Although Aoshuan now refrained from mentioning the Xīyóu Demon King, he undoubtedly did not wish for his son's demise. Times had changed. Previously, Agwang would not have dared to voice his thoughts. Yet now that Aoshuan had submitted, it seemed necessary to consider sparing his son. Chapter 122. The Dragon Emperor's Grand Scheme. A father and son reunited. "Do not worry, father. I have no intention of killing the Xīyóu Demon King. His plans have failed, and he has not yet committed great sins." Alma, however, was no paragon of mercy. He understood well the principle that compassion does not govern soldiers. Nonetheless, the situation had evolved. His lineage had been further strengthened, and he was now recognized as the Dragon Emperor by all dragonkind. The Xīyóu Demon King, indeed possessing some talent, could prove to be an asset. Should he be willing to serve Alma, it could prove advantageous. Father, arrange for Aoshuan to meet with him. If the Xīyóu Demon King is willing to submit and genuinely work for the dragon race, I can allow him to atone for his past misdeeds and even elevate him to the position of North Sea Dragon King in the future. Let Aoshuan communicate this directly to him. Alma's plan was clear. He intended to replace the Dragon Kings of the South Sea, North Sea, and West Sea. As the saying goes, a new emperor brings new ministers. Although the three Dragon Kings might sincerely submit to Alma, many of their original cohorts were not dragons. Having become the Dragon Emperor, Alma required the absolute loyalty of the Dragon Kings of the other three seas, including their subordinates. He desired a singular voice of authority throughout the four seas. Naturally, this transformation could not occur overnight. Each of the three Dragon Kings needed to select a suitable successor. The Xīyóu Demon King was Alma's chosen candidate for the new North Sea Dragon King. Upon hearing Alma's words, Agwang was visibly taken aback. He had not anticipated that his son harbored such plans. Shocked though he was, Agwang would never question his son's decisions. A principle established the moment Alma became the Dragon Emperor, within the confines of the East Sea Dragon Palace's water prison. The Xīyóu Demon King was bound by countless dark green tendrils, a unique aquatic plant of the East Sea, more resilient than even black iron. Though the Xīyóu Demon King possessed considerable magical power, he was sealed, and brute strength alone would not suffice to break free. This period was nothing short of a nightmare for him. According to his plan, he aimed to infiltrate the East Sea, break the seals of the ocean's abyss, and unleash the ferocious beasts within to wreak havoc. However, before he could even reach the abyss's seal, he was captured. To make matters worse, it was not Alma, the East Sea Dragon King, who apprehended him, but the likes of shrimp soldiers and crab generals, as well as the sea-patrolling night demons. At that moment, he was almost driven to tears, for in the past, he would have never deigned to regard such minor characters. The door to the water prison opened, allowing the Xīyóu Demon King to see the light for the first time in what felt like an eternity. Shortly thereafter, a somewhat familiar figure entered. You. The Xīyóu Demon King immediately recognized the newcomer. It was none other than his father, the North Sea Dragon King, Xīyóu. What brings you here? Humph. Come to finish me off? The Xīyóu Demon King's voice was weak, yet his tone was filled with resentment. Xīyóu gazed at his son, who had once exuded an aura of malevolence, now reduced to a pitiful state, and he could not help but feel a profound sense of sorrow. With a sigh, he said, "My son, I am sorry." In the stillness of the water prison, the conversation between father and son commenced. The plot was not overly complex. The Xīyóu Demon King was the son of the North Sea Dragon King, yet his mother was merely an ordinary water dragon, not a true dragon. Consequently, the Xīyóu Demon King's status was naturally lowly. Subsequently, due to the intrigues within the North Sea Dragon Palace, his mother tragically perished. Thus, the young yet exceptionally gifted Xīyóu Demon King rebelled against the Dragon Palace, vowing vengeance. Alma had no intention of involving himself in the farce of the North Sea Dragon King. To him, the familial grievances between the Xīyóu Demon King and Xīyóu were of little significance. The outcomes were simple. 1. The Xīyóu Demon King refuses to submit and faces death. 2. The Xīyóu Demon King submits to Alma, adhering to the commands of the Dragon Emperor, and becomes his loyal subordinate, potentially rising to the position of North Sea Dragon King in the future. Originally, the matter of the Xīyóu Demon King was to be addressed after Alma's return from the West Sea, but since Xīyóu had already interceded, it was brought to the forefront. Within the Dragon Hall, Alma remained at ease, while the South Sea Dragon King, Xīyóu, the West Sea Dragon King, Xīyóu, and Xīyóu were visibly restless. Chapter 123. The Northern Forces, departing for the West Sea after all, should the Xīyóu Demon King refuse, he would face death. They had no doubt about the resolve of this young Dragon Emperor. The Xīyóu Demon King remained the son of a Dragon King, and deep down, they wished to avoid a situation of fratricide. After some time, the sound of footsteps echoed. Xīyóu entered the Dragon Hall, accompanied by the North Sea Dragon King, Xīyóu, and the weakened Xīyóu Demon King. Upon seeing the Xīyóu Demon King, Xīyóu and the others understood the outcome, and they could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. The Xīyóu Demon King's presence alongside Xīyóu signified his choice to submit. Xīyóu immediately prostrated himself on the ground, stating, "Xīyóu, with my rebellious son, Xīyóu, pays respects to your majesty, the Dragon Emperor. I am grateful for your majesty's grace in sparing his life." The Xīyóu Demon King, however, collapsed onto the floor. On one hand, he harbored resentment and was compelled by the threat of death. On the other, he was too weak to even stand, as his magical power had been drained during his imprisonment. Alma disregarded Xīyóu and turned his attention to the Xīyóu Demon King, asking, "Xīyóu, do you wish to serve me?" The Xīyóu Demon King replied weakly, "Yes." This Xīyóu Demon King possessed a certain character and was notably succinct, although he appeared somewhat defiant. Alma was unperturbed by the Xīyóu Demon King's arrogance. Alma spoke candidly, "Well, if that is the case, from this day forth, you shall be a member of my dragon clan. I shall arrange for you to return to the northern continent and secretly cultivate an auxiliary army for the Dragon Palace. Can you accomplish this?" Upon hearing Alma's words, the Xīyóu Demon King was visibly astonished. He fully understood Alma's intentions. It was a call for a private army. In ancient times, the Dragon Clan had numerous such auxiliary forces. Not only the dragons, but also the Qīlan and Phoenix clans possessed similar subordinate armies. During the Great Wars of Antiquity, these auxiliary forces often served as cannon fodder. However, in the present day, aside from the aquatic creatures in rivers and seas, where else could one find such auxiliary armies? Since Alma had made such a decision, it was possible he harbored ambitions to conquer the entire northern continent. What grand ambitions the Dragon Emperor has! In fact, he was not far from the truth. Alma indeed viewed the northern continent as a unique territory dominated by the Demon Clan. Within the northern continent, the most formidable figure was undoubtedly the Demon Master Kuanping, the father of the infamous Peng Demon King. Yet, this old being had secluded himself for millennia, showing no inclination to take charge. Thus, the northern continent remained in disarray. Of course, to occupy the northern continent was no simple task. It was a strategic long-term goal that could not be realized at present. However, Alma was not in a rush. He had already begun preparations. Seeing the Xīyóu demon king agree, Alma turned to Aoi, saying, General Aoi, go fetch 10 3,000-year-old peaches for him to replenish his essence. And take him to the primordial dragon transformation pool to cultivate, helping him stabilize his Tai golden immortal realm. Aoi promptly responded, I obey your command. Although the Xīyóu demon king was of the Xīyóu dragon lineage, his innate talent was exceptional, with a bloodline more potent than Ao Shun, the dragon king of the North Sea, making him worthy of cultivation. Aoi himself had broken through to the golden immortal realm in the primordial dragon transformation pool. So he felt a twinge of envy at the thought of the Xīyóu demon king entering it. With the arrangements for the Xīyóu demon king settled, it was time to set off for the Western Sea Dragon Palace. Meanwhile, the South Sea Dragon King Ao Qin found himself in a predicament, as he had promised Guanyin Bodhisattva to send the dragon maiden Ao Xin as a tribute. He had even accepted gifts from the Buddhist realm. To this, Alma simply stated, what you have received, enjoy without concern. As for the tribute, there is no need to worry about it for now. Chapter 0124, The Fox's Enthusiasm. The fortune will Guanyin's desire for the tribute was fundamentally a matter of fortune. Frankly speaking, it was merely a matter of wanting a share of the dragon clan's dwindling power. First, they nurtured demons to pressure the South Sea Dragon King. Then they dispatched subordinates to reassure him of their support while bestowing gifts as a form of coercion. Truth be told, the South Sea Dragon King was not foolish. He discerned certain truths. Yet, he chose not to resist, thinking, whether this demon is nurtured by Guanyin is of little importance. What matters is that if my daughter goes to her, I can rest easy. Many are fond of self-deception, and in this regard, dragons are no better. For he knew well that resistance was futile. However, Alma's intentions were now clear. First, consume the gifts sent, and delay Guanyin. If delays proved impossible, then he would confront the matter head-on. Alma would certainly have his strategies at that point, but for now, they would proceed to the West Sea. Ao Lai was on the verge of emerging, and the Buddhist sect's schemes against the West Sea Dragon Palace would undoubtedly unfold at this moment, including the impending visit from the Saint of 10,000 Holy Beasts. All right, everyone, take a rest today. We shall depart at dawn tomorrow. After dismissing the dragons, Alma returned to his palace. Upon entering, he was greeted by a fragrant aroma, as the jade-faced fox Xīyóu awaited him. She had accompanied Alma to the East Sea Dragon Palace, only to find that he had hardly stayed in the palace for a few days, leaving her quite disappointed. Fortunately, Alma had returned today, and now, he had become the emperor of the entire dragon clan. The fox's heart surged with excitement, and she admired her decision to follow Alma back to the dragon palace. If she could bear him a dragon son, she would become the dragon emperor's queen. A position of unparalleled prestige, far superior to being a mere concubine to the bull demon king. With this thought, Xīyóu's enthusiasm only intensified. She adorned herself in meticulously designed attire, subtly alluring. Another woman in the dragon palace, Xianming, could no longer bear to watch and chose to withdraw. Seeing the dark-skinned Xianming leave only delighted the fox further, as she regarded Xianming as her rival. She nestled close to Alma, sweetly saying, Your Majesty, it is getting late. Allow me to attend to your rest. Alma was well aware of the fox's intentions. Truth be told, having brought her back, he had no intention of feigning aloofness. Under ordinary circumstances, he might have indulged with her without reserve. However, the hour was indeed late, so he replied, Xīyóu, you should rest first. I must enter seclusion. After you leave, ensure no one disturbs me. Xīyóu, already prepared to offer herself, she was struck down, filled with disappointment. I have nearly undressed. And you say this? Seclusion? Alma promptly sent the amorous fox away and sealed the entire room with his powers. His intention was not truly to enter seclusion, but rather to draw the lottery. He eagerly thought in his mind, Ode, activate the fortune wheel. When he broke through to the Tai golden immortal realm, the silent fortune wheel opportunity reappeared. This fortune wheel had been activated once before during his ascension to the golden immortal realm, where he had obtained the Xīyóu water control banner. During the battle with Ran Deng in the heavenly court, that scoundrel had aimed to strike hard. But it was the Xīyóu water control banner that thwarted his Qian Kuan ruler. The celestial beings were envious of this treasure, believing it to be a true hidden gem of the Dragon Palace, unaware that it was won through a lottery. Now, the second opportunity to draw awaited him, and Alma's anticipation was immense. Though the journey to the West Sea was an internal affair of the Dragon Palace, Alma understood well that the Buddhist sect would not let things rest. They were sure to make a move. The greater his strength, the more he could control everything with ease. Ding! The fortune wheel is activated, beginning to spin. Chapter 0125, Synthesis Scroll. Divine Pearl Unification. Alma was filled with hope for the fortune wheel. It should be noted that the last time he entered the golden immortal realm, the fortune wheel had rewarded him with one of the 5 elements flags, the Xīyóu water control banner. That was an exceedingly precious top-tier innate spiritual treasure. Compared to that, the desire for intimate encounters with the fox was of no urgency, as she was already securely hidden within the dragon palace. Alma reassured himself, I shall not be greedy. This time, I only wish for another treasure of similar caliber. Should I acquire another innate spiritual treasure, it would undoubtedly enhance my strength tremendously. As Alma watched eagerly, the fortune wheel finally began to spin. After a long while, ding! Congratulations, great master. You have obtained a supreme synthesis scroll. A dark blue scroll emanating a faint glow appeared before him. Alma, this item is strikingly reminiscent of the tools from games in my past life. The long-anticipated innate spiritual treasure was not obtained. Instead, I received a so-called premium synthesis scroll. If this were in the realm of my previous life's game, this item would undoubtedly be of great value. In the online game Supreme Journey to the West, this scroll could combine innate spiritual treasures and even supreme innate treasures to forge even more precious artifacts. At that time, Xīyóu had opened the only premium synthesis scroll in the entire server, and a wealthy heir from a large corporation had offered an exorbitant price to buy it from me. But I had rejected the offer. Now, I find myself not in a game, but in the real world. Could it be that this turn of fate is so utterly disappointing? Such thoughts leave me feeling unsatisfied. After all, the lucky wheel only grants an opportunity to advance to a higher realm once. And the next chance would only come when I reach the level of a great Xīyóu golden immortal. Just as I was lamenting my plight, the melodious prompt sounded again. The master possesses items that can be synthesized. Would you like to use the premium synthesis scroll immediately? For a moment, I was taken aback. Items that can be synthesized? At that moment, a divine light suddenly burst forth from within me, and the 36 sea calming pearls materialized beside me. The sea calming pearls can still be synthesized? My mind was filled with disbelief. I had possessed these sea calming pearls for quite a while, but had never imagined they held such potential for synthesis. Trusting in my luck, I decided to proceed with the synthesis. Thus, I tore open the premium synthesis scroll, and the 36 sea calming pearls were instantly enveloped in divine light. The light surged, and waves of power rolled forth. Strangely, despite the sea calming pearls being innate spiritual treasures capable of transforming into myriad heavens, there was surprisingly little commotion. In that moment, I even forgot to breathe, captivated by the swirling of the sea calming pearls. After a considerable time, the brilliance finally subsided. Ding! Synthesis successful. The 36 sea calming pearls have fused, yielding a fragmented chaos pearl. The chaos pearl. Upon hearing this phrase, I was utterly exhilarated. Even with the word fragmented preceding it, my joy knew no bounds. For the chaos pearl is a true treasure of chaos. It is said that within the chaos, this pearl possesses the terrifying power to easily annihilate chaotic demons, rivaling even the legendary Pangu's acts of creation. Unfortunately, after the chaos shattered, the chaos pearl was also broken. Yet, I had never anticipated that the fusion of the 36 sea calming pearls would yield a chaos pearl. At this moment, the system's melody kindly provided an annotation. The fragmented chaos pearl is a manifestation resulting from the fusion of the 36 sea calming pearls, expressed through the premium synthesis scroll, containing a trace of chaotic energy. It can also unleash the power of the 36 heavens to suppress foes. Having read this, I finally understood why I had been unable to summon the 36 heavens earlier. The burning lamp Buddha had obtained 24 sea calming pearls and attempted to summon the 24 heavens. But unfortunately, he failed due to the incomplete set of pearls. However, I had also never truly succeeded after acquiring the sea calming pearls. I had always believed my cultivation was insufficient, as my realm was indeed too low. Now, I realized that the true reason I could not summon the 36 heavens was the absence of this trace of chaotic energy. Chapter 126, The Birth of the White Dragon. The descent of the Buddha's light. The most formidable aspect of the sea calming pearls lies not merely in their offensive and defensive capabilities, but in their ability to evolve into the heavens. Once the heavens are manifested, they can create a unique cycle within one's being, allowing one's power to flow eternally. Furthermore, one can observe the evolution of the heavens and comprehend the Tao. In summary, The potential is boundless. Now, under the influence of the premium synthesis scroll, the 36 sea calming pearls have finally unified, and the completion of the 36 heavens is imminent. I am filled with immense joy. I now possess the Qingping sword passed down from my master, and with the addition of this fragmented chaos pearl, I am well equipped for both offense and defense. A great Luo golden immortal poses no threat, and even a quasi-saint may find themselves challenged. I suspect that my journey to the Western Sea will not be smooth, especially since the Buddha of Guidance has already intervened personally. Regardless of his intentions, he has made clear the relationship between this dragon emperor and the Buddhist sect. Moreover, my old friend, the Burning Lamp Buddha, is still in the Western Xīyóu prefecture. I do not believe he will remain indifferent once I step into the Western Sea. Conflict seems inevitable. It remains to be seen if this dragon emperor can suppress the cosmos. Traveling from the Eastern Sea to the Western Sea does not require much time. In the original journey to the west, the Eastern Sea Dragon King merely rang a bell, and soon after, the three brothers arrived. This indicates that there are indeed shortcuts between the four seas. In the early morning, I, along with the four great dragon kings, headed straight for the Western Sea. The birth of this little white dragon is indeed a joyful occasion, and as elders, Xīyóu Guang and Xīyóu Shun are naturally obliged to congratulate, so they accompanied me. The Western Sea Dragon Palace is eternally ablaze with light, resplendent beyond compare. In this regard, it even surpasses the former Eastern Sea Dragon Palace, a testament to Xīyóu Run's appreciation for luxury. Within the dragon-rearing palace, numerous dragon matrons were on high alert. Although dragons are born with inheritances and possess magical powers, the status of dragon offspring is inherently noble and merits special treatment. I strode confidently into the Western Sea Dragon Palace. Throughout my journey, I remained silent, my expression solemn. I observed everything within the Western Sea Dragon Palace, and in comparison to the current Eastern Sea Dragon Palace, the Western Sea is significantly lacking in both patrols and military forces. They are simply not on the same level. Of course, this is not what concerns me the most. After all, I am well aware of the previous conduct of the four great dragon kings. Moreover, as I now officially govern the four seas, these military forces will gradually improve. What truly preoccupies my thoughts, however, are the spies. Within the Western Sea Dragon Palace, many aquatic beings emanate a Buddhist aura. I cannot be mistaken in this regard, especially since I recently engaged in a confrontation with my old friend, Jean Chanzi. Upon returning to my palace, Xīyóu Run was preparing to extend a warm welcome to His Majesty the Dragon Emperor when, at that moment, a dragon matron dashed out from the dragon-rearing palace. Your Majesty, rejoice. The third prince has been born. Upon hearing this, Xīyóu Run's face lit up with delight. He glanced at me, and upon seeing my approval, he immediately rushed into the dragon-rearing palace. Xīyóu Qin, Xīyóu Shun, and Xīyóu Guang followed closely behind the dragon emperor. At this moment, I slowly nodded and remarked, indeed, the aura of the ancestral dragon's blood is remarkably potent. Now that I am the dragon emperor, having encountered many dragons, when it comes to the concentration of ancestral dragon blood, aside from myself, this little white dragon is the only one comparable. Humph. It is no wonder the Buddhist monks chose Xīyóu Lai. After all, if I had not appeared, Xīyóu Lai, possessing the most concentrated ancestral dragon blood, would undoubtedly have held the fortune of the dragon clan. Once the Buddhist sect subdued Xīyóu Lai, they would have acquired at least half of the dragon clan's fortune. Truly a clever scheme. At this moment, a golden radiance descended from the heavens, illuminating the azure waters of the Western Sea as if dusted with gold powder. A Buddhist proclamation resonated. Amplify. Chapter 127. Traders of the Intercepting Sect. Joy of the light of determination. The Buddhist sect always makes a grand entrance, exuding an overwhelming presence. Although they profess a life of simplicity, in reality, their extravagance surpasses all others. To speak of the celestial beings in the heavenly court, regardless of their abilities, they all appear rather understated. In the classic tale Journey to the West, the character Xīyóu makes an appearance. He is revered as the progenitor of the terrestrial immortals, a figure of immense power, second only to the six saints. Yet, he is remarkably unpretentious, clad simply in a Taoist robe. In stark contrast, the monks surrounding him radiate golden light, adorned with halos of divine light, seemingly fearful of not being respected by others. The Dragon King of the South Sea, Xīyóu Qin, remarks to Xīyóu Mo, Your Majesty, the followers of Buddhism have indeed arrived at the earliest opportunity. Prior to this, Xīyóu Mo had expressed to them that if Xīyóu Lai were to emerge from his shell, the Buddhist practitioners would certainly be the first to respond. His words have proven true. Though Aomo appears to nod casually, his gaze reveals an unusual expression. He muses, "This voice sounds somewhat unfamiliar." Initially, he had anticipated the arrival of the Buddha of Lanterns, given that this figure is a past Buddha. Within the Buddhist realm, while their influence is not to be underestimated, their power remains considerable. Furthermore, this particular Buddha has been exceptionally active of late, yet unexpectedly, a new Buddha has emerged. As Aomo furrows his brow, the nearby immortal of dark clouds also shows signs of concern. Currently, he serves as Aomo's chief bodyguard, and since Aomo's arrival in the West Sea, he can no longer remain within the Dragon Palace. At that moment, a shrimp soldier hurriedly bursts into the Crystal Dragon Palace, kneeling before Aomo and exclaiming, "Your Majesty, the Western Buddha has arrived. Please, Your Majesty, go forth to welcome him." The audacity of requesting the Dragon Emperor to greet them is truly remarkable. Aomo, who dares to insult even the holy saints? Does he really care about these Buddhists? Thus, he coldly responds, "Order the Dragon Army of the West Sea to seal off the area. Today marks the birthday of the third prince. Anyone who enters the West Sea without my permission shall be treated as a threat to the third prince." The shrimp soldier, upon hearing Aomo's command, is evidently terrified, his body trembling. After all, the visitors are the Buddhas of the Buddhist realm. The Western Buddhism has long been formidable, and even a mere shrimp soldier like him harbors a sense of fear and reverence towards them. However, this is the Dragon Emperor's decree, and naturally, he cannot oppose it. Thus he replies, "Yes," and prepares to relay the order. At that moment, the earlier voice reverberates once more within the West Sea Dragon Palace. "Your Majesty, Dragon King Aorun, this humble monk is the Buddha of joyful light. Today, I come not only to offer congratulations, but also to discuss matters of great significance with you. I implore you to come forth for a meeting." In that instant, a divine light suddenly flickers in Aomo's eyes. Suppressing his murderous intent, he coldly utters the name, Buddha of joyful light. Behind him, the immortal of dark clouds immediately kneels on one knee and implores Aomo, "Young master, please permit me to eliminate this scoundrel." His words are imbued with unwavering determination and a palpable bloodlust. Aomo comprehends his feelings at this moment. For those of the Jie sect, perhaps their greatest hatred is not for the primordial heavenly sovereign of the Chan sect, nor for the two saints Jiayin and Zhuan-Ti, but rather for the traitor, the long-eared Buddha of joyful light. In the past, during the Battle of Fengshan, the array of myriad immortals from the Jie sect had already been dismantled. At that time, the Master of Heaven prepared the ultimate weapon, the six-soul banner, the names of the primordial heavenly sovereign, the two saints of the West, as well as Jiangxia and GFA, were inscribed upon it. The Master of Heaven had entrusted long-eared Buddha to oversee its use, for he was adept at persuasion and held the favor of the Master. Had he followed the Master's instructions, while it is uncertain whether the saints would perish, Jiangxia and the King of Xīyóu would certainly meet their demise. In such an eventuality, while the Jie sect would undoubtedly face defeat, the Chan sect would not necessarily emerge victorious, and perhaps the Master of Heaven would find an opportunity to turn the tide. Yet, at that critical juncture, this traitor turned against them. He presented the six-soul banner to the Tai Ching and then defected to the Buddhist realm. Traitors are eternally the most despised. Aomo squints his eyes and coldly states, "I never anticipated that this rabbit would appear here." Long-eared Buddha was originally a wild rabbit transformed into a spear during the Primordial era, enlightened by the Master of Heaven during his teachings, thus embarking on the path of cultivation. After siding with Buddhism, he was bestowed the title of Buddha of joyful light. Naturally, this Buddha is also referred to as the Rabbit Buddha. The immortal of dark clouds insists, "Young master, let me slay this traitor." Yet Aomo shakes his head, preventing the immortal from acting, and asserts, "No need. I shall deal with this traitor myself." Had the Buddha of joyful light not appeared, I would not have recalled the greatest traitor of the Jie sect, but now that he stands before me, I cannot let this opportunity pass. Death is certain, but I must not act rashly. After all, the Buddhist realm is exceedingly cunning. They would not send him here without reason. In truth, Aomo has begun to surmise the Buddhist realm's intentions. Their primary aim is to incite anger in both the immortal of dark clouds and Aomo. With their cunning and understanding of human emotions, how could they be oblivious to the Jie sect disciples' profound hatred for the Buddha of joyful light? Thus, presenting him before Aomo, and the immortal of dark clouds serves the direct purpose of enraging them. Once angered, individuals are prone to err. And even a minor mistake could be magnified by the Buddhists, potentially escalating into a catastrophe. I shall leave him be for now. I will attend to my newly emerged cousin, Aomo declares before heading toward the dragon-nurturing palace. The immortal of dark clouds does not follow. Instead, he raises his head sharply, seemingly wishing to catch a glimpse of the traitor's face. After the Battle of Fengshan, he had spent an exceedingly long time within the Buddhist realm. However, unlike the long-eared Buddha, he was imprisoned in the 8 treasures pool of merit. And despite the passage of countless years, he never compromised nor submitted. In contrast, the Buddha of joyful light has enjoyed a life of ease within Buddhism. The immortal of dark clouds understands well that the Buddha of joyful light has thrived there, though he may not hold a prominent position among the Buddhas. He has no hope of attaining the titles of past, present, or future Buddhas, yet this rabbit Buddha has carved out a niche for himself by establishing the esoteric school. Were it not for Aomo's prohibition, the immortal of dark clouds would have already dashed out to slay the Buddha of joyful light. Above the surface of the West Sea, a monk with a painted face sits atop a lotus pedestal. Behind him, the aura of Buddhism is palpable, yet it emanates an unsettling gloom. Beside him sit 2 extraordinarily alluring female spirits, who now lounge closely against the Buddha of joyful light. This monk is indeed quite audacious. After a while, the shrimp soldier who had gone to deliver the message finally returns. The Buddha of joyful light smiles faintly and, in a friendly tone, inquires, "Has the Dragon King Ao invited this humble monk inside?" The shrimp soldier, in a daze, shakes his head and replies, "The Dragon Emperor has decreed that anyone who intrudes into the West Sea without his permission shall be regarded as a threat to the third prince." The Buddha of joyful light's eyes narrow, and he coldly retorts, "The Dragon Emperor? Aomo has actually come to the West Sea, known for his foul temper." The Buddha of joyful light immediately declares, "If you do not invite me, then I shall go see that little white dragon myself." After speaking, a radiant light from the golden lotus parts the waters, creating a vast passageway. The shrimp soldier who delivered the message realizes the gravity of the situation, as the Buddha of joyful light shows no mercy in his wrath. With a sly grin, he exclaims, "Humph, Brother Xīyóu, I have come to visit you." This Buddha is audaciously storming into the West Sea. The resonant sound of the dragon bell echoed through the West Sea, heralding the emergence of the troops from the Dragon Palace, who swiftly surrounded the radiant Joy Buddha. Meanwhile, the cloudy immortal trembled visibly, clearly pushed to the brink of restraint. Chapter 0129, The Arrogance of the Thieving Buddha, the White Dragon Prodigy accompanied by a throng of novice monks and 2 enchanting concubines. The radiant Joy Buddha boldly strode into the West Sea, dismissing prior warnings with utter disregard. In an instant, the leaders of the West Sea found themselves at a loss. Unlike the East Sea, which had been reshuffled by Aomo, the warriors of the West Sea were filled with trepidation upon witnessing the audacious entrance of the Joy Buddha. At that moment, a figure appeared before the crowd, abruptly shouting, "What are you standing there for? Did you not hear the Dragon King's command? Those who trespass into the West Sea shall be executed." This individual was a trusted confidant of the West Sea Dragon King, a fish dragon general, endowed with formidable dragon blood. Following his stern directive, the West Sea Dragon army finally advanced toward the radiant Joy Buddha. Shortly thereafter, the ranks of shrimp soldiers and crab generals had encircled the radiant Joy Buddha. Yet, despite being outnumbered, the radiant Joy Buddha appeared as a fierce tiger amidst a flock of sheep. He continued to advance, while the dragon army surprisingly began to retreat, leading to an eerie standoff. The fish dragon general's expression darkened. As one of the few radicals in the West Sea, he disliked witnessing his troops display such cowardice. However, he understood that the dragon army was currently too weak. Soon, the tortoise chancellor of the West Sea personally approached the military formation. The radiant Joy Buddha halted, smiling as he addressed the chancellor. "Ah, tortoise chancellor, it has been long since we last met. Have you come to personally welcome me?" With a wry smile, the tortoise chancellor replied, "Buddha, please do not jest. Did not my shrimp general convey the necessary warnings to you? Might I suggest you withdraw for now and return once the Dragon King has departed?" The radiant Joy Buddha burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming arrogantly, "What, tortoise chancellor? Do you believe that I, a humble monk, cannot compare to your Dragon King? Or have you grown so bold as to disregard my Ling Shan? In the past, had he merely sent a novice monk, the West Sea Dragon Palace would have welcomed him with great ceremony. perhaps even with the Dragon King himself emerging to address him as Buddha. Yet this time, though the grandiosity was palpable, it was not the ceremonial guard of the West Sea Dragon Palace that greeted them, but rather the army of the West Sea Dragon clan. Naturally, such a force was hardly worthy of the radiant Joy Buddha's esteem. His prowess was evident. Having been entrusted with significant responsibilities by the Celestial Master during the critical battle for the canonization of deities. At that time, he ranked above the Cloudy Immortal among the 7 immortals, while the Cloudy Immortal now stood on the verge of the great Luo Golden Immortal realm. The radiant Joy Buddha had already attained it. What vexed him was the attitude of the Dragon Palace. Those who had previously shown him deference now revealed their fangs. Leaving him irked, he mused, "Humph, West Sea Dragon King, what does your dragon clan amount to? Today, I shall make you aware of my might." The radiant Joy Buddha, having taken on the mantle of a monk later in life, brimming with wildness, found the Tortoise Chancellor at a loss for words in response to his provocation. The Buddhist sect had long cultivated a formidable reputation, deeply ingrained in the hearts of many. Although the current Dragon King Xīyóu exhibited extraordinary prowess and was rumored to have the potential to become a sage, that prospect remained distant, did it not? The radiant Joy Buddha immediately commanded, "Advance. Should anyone dare to obstruct us further, I shall liberate these misguided souls." The Tortoise Chancellor, sensing the gravity of the situation, hurriedly warned the Fish Dragon General, "Fish Dragon, remain vigilant and do not act rashly. I must report this to the Dragon King at once." At that moment, Xīyóu was within the dragon nurturing hall, observing a white jade dragon that had just consumed a dragon egg. This dragon, measuring approximately 2 meters, was surrounded by a dense aura of draconic energy. It shimmered with golden brilliance, distinctly divine and exceedingly endearing. Xīyóu could not help but exclaim, "Truly, the most exceptional prodigy of the dragon clan, the blood of the ancestral dragon is remarkably potent." Chapter 0130, The Dragon King's Edict. Advanced despite peril, the most remarkable prodigy of the dragon clan. Upon hearing Xīyóu's lavish praise for his son, the elder dragon Alwyn beamed with delight. After all, Xīyóu was now the Dragon King, the highest-ranking cultivator of the dragon clan. Yet, he felt a twinge of confusion. Was he not the most distinguished prodigy? Little did he know, upon Xīyóu's birth, he possessed minimal ancestral dragon blood, his talents solely derived from extraction and enhancement. However, Alwyn refrained from voicing his thoughts. Recognizing that it was rare for the Dragon King to offer such commendation, speaking out would only lead to embarrassment. The Dragon King's haughty gaze fell upon Alwyn once more, remarking, "Such a prodigious child, and yet you intend to give him away, humph." Alwyn dared not lift his gaze, feeling guilt within. Often, circumstances change and backgrounds differ, leading to a multitude of outcomes. Had it not been for Xīyóu's formidable rise as a Tai Golden Immortal, instilling hope within the Dragon Clan, and allowing the West Sea Dragon King to perceive a glimmer of hope, Alwyn might have remained steadfast in his original choices. At this moment, the Tortoise Chancellor rushed in hastily. "Your Majesty, grave news." He stumbled into the Dragon Palace, kneeling as he exclaimed, "Your Majesty, it is dire. The radiant Joy Buddha has disregarded all warnings and directly intruded into the Dragon Palace." As he spoke, he covertly observed Xīyóu, the Dragon King. "I have managed to stall both parties. The Fish Dragon General is currently confronting the radiant Joy Buddha, but I fear I cannot maintain this for long." Xīyóu, however, was unsurprised by the intrusion of the radiant Joy Buddha, having anticipated this outcome. The radiant Joy Buddha was too arrogant to heed warnings. Yet, despite knowing the inevitable conclusion, Xīyóu had still issued the order for execution, intending to restore order in the West Sea. Before he could speak, Xīyóu suddenly bellowed, "Impudent! Did you not hear the Dragon King's previous command clearly? Do you not understand what kill without mercy means?" Xīyóu's original decree was clear. Any who trespassed into the West Sea without his permission would be deemed as attempting to murder the third prince. How could one allow such intruders to live? Thus, the order was absolute. The Tortoise Chancellor was instantly drenched in sweat, attempting to plead, but he is the Buddha of Lingshan. That is, at this moment, Alwyn interjected, "Silence. The Dragon King's command outweighs all." "Tortoise Chancellor, you have greatly disappointed me." Having resolved to reclaim his authority as a dragon, Alwyn knew he could no longer exhibit the same weakness as before. He had to instigate change, bring forth the Tortoise Chancellor, and imprison him in the water dungeon for 300 years as punishment. With his words, two shrimp soldiers rushed forward, dragging the tortoise chancellor away. Aomo remained silent, observing coldly. He understood that Aoluin's actions served two purposes: to demonstrate his resolve and to save the tortoise chancellor from the likely wrath of the Dragon King, who might execute anyone defying his orders. However, Aoluin was aware that mere actions would not suffice to appease Aomo. The West Sea Dragon King called out once more, "Where is my son Emoang?" Before long, a handsome and tall figure emerged, wielding a spear. This was the first prince of the West Sea, Emoang. Regarding Emoang, Aomo regarded him with a hint of admiration. Although his dragon blood did not match that of the newly born white dragon Aolai, his magical prowess was considerable, and he had attained the pinnacle of the true immortal realm. "Emoang, I pay my respects to His Majesty the Dragon Emperor." This Emoang did not bow to his father, but directly acknowledged Aomo, the Dragon Emperor, which clearly held significance. Upon seeing his son, Aorun remarked, "Emoang, you shall lead the elite of the Dragon Palace to slay the intruder, the Buddhist rogue Ding Guangxian, who dares to trespass in the West Sea." Emoang brandished his spear and proclaimed, "Yes, I accept the command. By the decree of the Dragon Emperor, I shall march forth even unto death." With that, Emoang turned and departed. At that moment, Ding Guanghuanchi Buddha remained blissfully unaware, reclining on the embrace of two exquisite, indulging in pleasure. Yet, the West Sea Dragon army stirred with renewed vigor. The sound of battle drums echoed, heralding the onset of war. Ding Guanghuanchi Buddha's smile abruptly faltered, replaced by astonishment and fury. The West Sea Dragon Palace was truly preparing to confront him. Chapter 0131, Ruthless Slaughter. Blood stains the West Sea by the decree of the Dragon Emperor. Slay the fiends who dare to invade the West Sea. A resounding shout reverberated throughout the West Sea. It was none other than Prince Emoang, clad in battle armor, emerging majestically upon a colossal orca. Xīyóu general, form the ranks and prepare for the charge. Upon hearing Prince Emoang's command, Xīyóu general's spirit surged, and he replied, "I obey the command." In an instant, the West Sea Dragon army mobilized, their formations aligning, with hundreds of the fiercest tiger sharks arrayed at the forefront, ready to charge. Ding Guanghuanchi Buddha, observing the mobilization of the West Sea Dragon army, was engulfed in true rage. How dare these damned dragon folk initiate an assault against him? This was tantamount to courting death. He rose abruptly, exclaiming, "Humph! A pack of beasts dares to strike at me, the Buddha? This is a grave sin. Protectors, slay them. If they are not eliminated, their hearts cannot be redeemed." The protectors behind him immediately roared, "We obey the Buddha's decree." These four towering monks, possessing formidable magical prowess and at the true immortal level, charged into the ranks of the West Sea Dragon army upon receiving Ding Guanghuanchi Buddha's command. Prince Emoang shook his spear and bellowed, "Kill." Thus, hundreds of tiger sharks at the celestial immortal level surged forward, engaging in battle with the monks, followed closely by shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Meanwhile, the Yikshaws covertly launched their assaults from the shadows. Within the Dragon Palace, Ao Guang addressed Aomo, "Emoer. Is it too much to send the West Sea Dragon army against Ding Guanghuanchi Buddha? Though the army appears formidable now, I am keenly aware of their true capabilities. The four true immortal protectors pose a significant challenge. A single misstep could lead to total annihilation." Yet Aomo, undeterred, replied, "If there is no baptism in blood, how can the military spirit arise? A truly powerful army must endure countless battles, gaining strength through the bloodshed. The forging of military spirit is not to be taken lightly." Of course, while Aomo sought to temper the West Sea Dragon army, he did not intend for them to perish entirely. "Rest assured, we are in the deep sea, where the powers of those four true immortals are greatly suppressed. If Emoang is wise, he will not suffer severe losses. With his strength, he can hold off two of the protectors alone, while the remaining two can be contained by the army's formations. Certainly, there will be casualties among the shrimp soldiers, crab generals, or tiger sharks, but is there truly a battlefield without loss of life?" As anticipated, Emoang indeed single-handedly engaged two of the bald protectors. Meanwhile, Xīyóu general commanded the troops to surround and eliminate the remaining two. The battle had scarcely begun when casualties emerged. The first tiger shark to charge was struck dead by a sharp-palmed bald protector. The protector then boasted, "Ha! You aquatic beasts dare to strike at the Buddha. Today, I shall slay your dragon kin." Indeed, do not underestimate the wrath of the Buddha. When he unleashes his fury, he is more ruthless than a demon. Yet, Scarcely had he finished boasting when more aquatic beings surged toward him. Xīyóu General led the charge, confronting him directly, while the Xīyóu army launched their covert attacks from behind. The battle raged with ferocity. At that moment, Aomo, alongside several dragon kings and the cloudy sky immortal, had emerged from the crystal dragon palace. Their gazes fixed upon the battlefield. A single battle reveals much. Suddenly, Aomo spoke again. Ao Shun, heed my command and eliminate those aquatic beings. Ao Shun was taken aback, not yet grasping Aomo's reasoning. However, despite his confusion, he did not inquire further, merely stating, I shall comply immediately. Aomo responded coolly, these are all followers of the Buddha. Harbor no grudges, for I shall not allow indiscriminate slaughter. Chapter 0132. Severing the Protectors. The Buddha's wrath. The four true immortal protectors faced the tens of thousands of West Sea Dragon army. This world is not the one Aomo once knew. Here, numbers do not always determine the outcome of war, realm does. Logically, four true immortal level warriors should easily defeat an army of a mere 10,000 led by a single true immortal. Indeed, it should be a rout. Yet today, as slaughter did not unfold as anticipated. Instead, the West Sea Dragon army gradually gained the upper hand. The four true immortal protectors were being pushed back relentlessly. The reason was simple, as Aomo had previously articulated, the advantage of terrain. This was, after all, the deep sea, the home ground of the Dragon Palace. The four protectors were ill-acquainted with naval warfare. While all immortals possess water evasion techniques, do you think they come without a cost in magical energy? Even Sun Wukong faced restrictions on his powers while battling in the deep sea, let alone these four true immortal protectors. However, this was merely one factor. The true reason lay in the courage and bloodlust ignited within the West Sea Dragon army. To paraphrase Aomo's words from a past life, unless you burn with ferocity and exert every ounce of strength, you will never know how powerful you can truly become. Amidst the chaos of the deep sea, Prince Mo wielded his spear decisively, growing stronger with each engagement. As a peak true immortal, his prowess was enhanced in this underwater battle, allowing him to flourish in combat. As he observed the dragon army becoming increasingly adept, his fighting spirit soared. In contrast, the two monks he faced found themselves increasingly beleaguered. As their fortunes waned, thoughts of retreat began to creep into their minds. They were mere bullies. While the West Sea Dragon army fought valiantly to protect their palace, the difference in spirit was palpable. Prince Mo, blood boiling with dragon might, twirled his spear once more, transforming it into a streak of dazzling silver that aimed for the throat of one protector. Seeing the strike coming, the protector hastily invoked the Buddha's golden body to block the blow. Yet, to his astonishment, Xīyóu General appeared suddenly, thrusting a steel fork into the monk's rear. Though the golden body was formidable, it bore vulnerabilities unless one had genuinely cultivated to the golden immortal realm. The first true immortal protector fell. The death of the first protector was merely the beginning, with one of the two true immortal protectors struggling to contain Prince Mo. How could the remaining one hope to survive? As the dragon army achieved victory on the front lines, Ao Shun had already slain the numerous hidden agents of the Buddhist sect stationed within the West Sea Dragon Palace. He couldn't help but feel a sense of lamentation upon realizing that the Dragon Palace had been infiltrated by so many spies. No fewer than 73 had met their demise at his hands. The Buddha of Radiant Joy had initially sat calmly upon his lotus throne, eager to witness the spectacle of his guardians wreaking havoc and causing the West Sea Dragon Palace to crumble. Unfortunately, the scene he wished to behold never materialized. Instead, he was confronted with the sight of his four principal guardians being suppressed and retreating in disarray. At that moment, he was further shocked to learn of the death of his foremost guardian. How audacious! How dare you slay my guardian? The Buddha of Radiant Joy erupted with a furious force, unleashing an overwhelming surge of divine energy. In his rage, he showed no restraint, tragically causing the two beautiful demonesses beside him to perish in the tempest of his power before they could even comprehend the danger. Of course, he showed no concern for their deaths. With a fierce glare emanating from his Buddhist eyes, he focused on Aomo, who stood defiantly before the Dragon Palace. His voice thundered with the resonance of Buddhist incantations. Aomo, you little wretch, dare you slay my guardian? I shall flay your skin and pull your tendons. As he spoke, he prepared to descend into the fray himself. These four true celestial guardians were nurtured under his careful guidance and had been instrumental in assisting him in acquiring beautiful demonesses. With one fallen, He could not afford to lose the remaining 3. Moreover, he was eager to vent his pent-up fury. In response to the Buddha's furious outburst, Aomo paid him no heed, instead directing his gaze towards the immortal of cloud and rain. Brother Xīyóu, the Buddha of radiant joy has ascended to the realm of the great Luo golden immortal. Do you wish to slay him? Upon hearing Aomo's words, the immortal solemnly replied, Young master, even if I must shatter my body, I shall slay this traitor today. In truth, the moment the long-eared Buddha had appeared, he had longed to soar into the skies and eliminate the traitor. Unfortunately, Aomo had restrained him, preventing any rash actions. For the immortal, each passing second spent in the presence of the long-eared Buddha was an agonizing torment. He yearned to see the traitor dispatched without delay. Aomo shook his head and calmly replied, Brother Xīyóu, I do not wish for you to shatter yourself. I only desire your safe return. If you cannot achieve that, I shall take matters into my own hands. The long-eared Buddha was indeed formidable, a dual practitioner of Buddhist and Taoist arts, and a great Luo golden immortal. However, Aomo's intent to kill him was not mere bravado. He possessed the capability to do so effortlessly. Hearing this, the immortal Xīyóu exclaimed, Young master, there is no need for you to intervene. Killing this scoundrel would only tarnish your hands. Allow me to handle it. Rest assured. Despite his status as a great Luo golden immortal, I can see that he has forcibly fused Buddhism and Taoism and relied on the dark arts of Yin and Yang to elevate his realm. He is not as formidable as he appears. Furthermore, let us not forget my true form. In these deep seas, how could I allow this rabbit to escape? With that, the immortal surged upwards. At that moment, the Buddha of radiant joy unleashed a brilliant aura, intent on obliterating the surrounding tens of thousands of dragon army soldiers with his overwhelming might. In his wrath, he had no concern for the pretenses of compassion. He sought only the thrill of slaughter. He thought vindicatively, Ao run, today I shall annihilate your dragon army, and then vent my frustrations on the dragon maiden and dragon matron of the dragon void. And you, Aomo little wretch, I care not whether you are the dragon emperor. I shall flay your skin too. As the Buddha reveled in his dark fantasies, he suddenly sensed an astonishing aura rushing toward him, one that was all too familiar. The immortal's thunderous voice rang out, Long-eared traitor, I have come to slay you. Upon recognizing the immortal, the Buddha laughed maniacally. Ha! It is Brother Xīyóu. How delightful that you have finally emerged from the pool of merit. Do you wish for me to escort you back? In the past, both had been among the 7 celestial attendants of the Jie sect, with the Buddha ranking above the immortal. Yet now, former brothers would face each other in a life-and-death struggle. The Buddha's taunt was a blatant provocation. The immortal retorted, Silence. You treacherous beast who betrays your sect, do you still have the audacity to call me brother? Prepare to meet your end. He struck without mercy, summoning his primordial hammer to strike at the long-eared Buddha. The emergence of the primordial hammer stirred the seas into a tremendous vortex, a display of power that was truly awe-inspiring. The earlier battle between the dragon army and the 4 golden lines paled in comparison. Meanwhile, Aomo instructed Ao Guang, Father, maintain command here. I shall assist Brother Xīyóu. Aomo could not allow the immortal to perish. Although Xīyóu spoke boldly, who could ascertain how he would perform in battle? Furthermore, he aimed to shield the immortal from the fallout of the clash with the Buddha. Should they continue their unrestrained fighting, the toll on the 100,000 dragon army would be catastrophic. As Aomo approached the battlefield, he uttered 3 words, Calm the tides. In the area where the immortal and the Buddha fought, invisible waves surged forth, creating a space that resembled an arena for life-and-death combat. Calm the tides. With those words, the endless depths of the ocean were cleaved apart, forming an arena 500 zhang in length and width. This was the death match Aomo had constructed for the long-eared Buddha and the immortal. Both the immortal and the long-eared Buddha immediately sensed the change around them. The immortal erupted into laughter, exclaiming, Thank you, young master, for your assistance. Otherwise, I feared this traitor might escape. As he spoke, his primordial hammer struck with increased ferocity. Conversely, the Buddha's expression darkened as he turned to Aomo, declaring, Little wretch, why must you meddle with such tricks from the sidelines? Join the fray yourself. I do not require much effort to deal with both of you. Aomo regarded him with disdain, completely ignoring his words. Engaging in conversation with such a lowly creature would be a degradation of his own dignity. If he truly wished to eliminate the Buddha, Aomo alone could accomplish it. However, he understood the immortal's obsession. The long-eared Buddha was his quarry, and this battle was crucial for him. The immortal was now at the pinnacle of the Tai golden immortal realm. Perhaps today would be the day he achieved a breakthrough. Seeing Aomo disregard his words only fueled the Buddha's fury. It was Aomo's presence that emboldened the once submissive West Sea Dragon Palace to dare confront him. Ha ha, long-eared traitor, you believe yourself worthy to converse with the young master? The primordial hammer descended once more, striking directly at the Buddha's chest. The force of this blow was profound and overwhelming, yet at the critical moment, the Buddha activated the Buddhist sect's signature technique, the six-zhang golden body. It must be said that this golden body was indeed formidable. The primordial hammer had nearly overwhelmed Guan Chengzi, yet when it struck this golden body, it merely stirred a cascade of golden ripples, inflicting no tangible harm. Having withstood the blow, the long-eared Buddha felt triumphant and taunted, immortal of cloud and rain. I could best you even back then, and now I stand a full realm above you. You are no match for me. Upon hearing those words, the cloud sage let out a furious roar. Do not bask in your triumph. In an instant, he transformed into a colossal golden-whiskered turtle, towering over 300 zhang. In a moment of desperation, the cloud sage revealed his true form. Though 300 zhang may seem merely substantial, it translates to over 1,000 meters in height when calculated at 3 zhang equaling 10 meters. The monstrous Godzilla from the films of Aomok's past was only 300 meters tall, yet it was already considered a titanic creature. In comparison, this golden-whiskered turtle dwarfed Godzilla, rendering it merely a lesser being. The appearance of the golden-whiskered turtle unleashed an immense whirlpool beneath the depths of the ocean. The water pressure was already terrifying. Now, as it stirred the whirlpool once more, the pressure became incomprehensibly immense. The golden form of the joyful Buddha, under the crushing weight of the water, experienced slight compression. In that moment, the smile of the rabbit Buddha froze, replaced by a look of concern. It was evident that the cloud sage, being a denizen of the water, possessed enhanced combat prowess in the depths of the sea, putting the Buddha at a significant disadvantage. This concept was common knowledge in the realm of immortals. When two beings of similar cultivation faced off, if one was an aquatic creature battling in the deep sea, the outcome was often predictable. The rabbit Buddha, now composed, realized that while he had acquired 4 rare, celestial guardians, they were nothing compared to the value of his own life. Thus, he unleashed a golden Buddha fist, forcing the towering golden turtle back. Seizing this opportunity, he intended to employ his escape technique. Unfortunately, with a resounding boom, the deep-sea barrier thwarted his escape. The joyful Buddha was taken aback. How could this barrier be so formidable? With his power as a great Luo golden immortal, he was unable to breach Aomok's casually arranged barrier. Did the Holy One, the Tai golden immortal, truly possess such might? If memory served, this little dragon had just recently broken through to the Tai golden immortal level. Could a newly ascended Tai golden immortal truly confine a great Luo golden immortal with such ease? The long-eared Buddha's frustration grew, and he muttered, "The heavens are unjust." Here he was, a Buddha of the great Luo golden immortal realm. His golden form was incredibly robust, and even ordinary spiritual treasures would struggle to inflict harm. The divine light of the Buddhist sect radiated far and wide, exhibiting tremendous strength. How could a mere barrier restrain him? Yet now, he found himself unable to escape Aomok's casually established barrier. Was the Tai golden immortal truly that formidable? Aomok, who had cultivated to the 9th tier of the 3 flowers, was indeed not to be underestimated, even without the external assistance of the silent chant. Moreover, under the influence of the supersynthesis scroll, the sea-stabilizing pearl had fused into a shattered chaotic pearl. The recent maneuver of stabilizing the sea waves was made possible by the power of the sea-stabilizing pearl. Seeing this, the cloud sage erupted in laughter and declared, "Rebellious long-eared rabbit, I am a true disciple of the teachings. My methods are beyond your imagination. Prepare to meet your end." As the immense golden-whiskered turtle laughed heartily, it unleashed a series of ferocious water cannon attacks from its mouth. These water cannons were manifestations of its innate divine abilities, combined with its cultivated prowess. If on land, the explosive power of its magic would surpass that of an ordinary Tai golden immortal. Yet in the depths of the ocean, this pure magical force was sufficient to slay a great Luo golden immortal. The joyful Buddha, realizing escape was impossible, turned back to prepare for a desperate fight. "Cloud Sage, do you truly believe you can kill me? How laughable. Today, I shall demonstrate the might of the Buddhist teachings. I will first slay you, then eradicate this dragon." Suddenly, Golden light erupted, and his entire form began to swell. Eventually, he grew to over 300 zhang in height. Xīyóu was no stranger to such transformations. This was indeed a method of the Dharma that manifested the heavens and earth, yet it had taken on a unique form within Buddhist teachings. Observing the joyful Buddha's desperate struggle, Xīyóu chuckled. This foolish rabbit is finally willing to fight with all its might. The true test of the cloud sage was upon them. Though he possessed the advantage of time and place, his cultivation still fell short of his opponents. However, Xīyóu understood that if the cloud sage emerged victorious, it would pave the way for his enlightenment. If the cloud sage were to fall, no, that outcome was impossible. The cloud sage was his most capable subordinate. Thus, there were only two possible outcomes to this conflict. 1. The cloud sage would rely on his own abilities to vanquish the joyful Buddha, achieving vengeance. 2. With Xīyóu's covert assistance, the cloud sage would eliminate the joyful Buddha and still claim his vengeance. Of course, Xīyóu would not intervene lightly. It was a matter of respecting the cloud sage and trusting in his capabilities. With no avenue for retreat, the long-eared joyful Buddha commenced a genuine battle for survival. The colossal golden whiskered turtle, within the barrier set by Xīyóu, charged recklessly. Externally, Xīyóu's barrier appeared to measure merely 500 zhang in both length and width. But it utilized the sea-stabilizing pearl's powers, allowing for a profound inner dimension sufficient for their fierce combat. Initially, the long-eared joyful Buddha held his ground. His massive Buddha palm strikes inflicted serious damage on the cloud sage. The turtle's shell bore several dents, and blood flowed from the cloud sage's immense jaws. Ultimately, the peak of the Tai Golden Immortal could not withstand the sheer force of a great Luo, even if the latter's strength had its limitations. Brother Golden Whisker, why must you attack with your weaknesses against my strengths? Given that we are in the depths of the ocean, you should engage in constant skirmishes, using the water pressure to deplete his magical energy. As the old saying goes, the observer sees clearly while the participant is blinded. If the cloud sage faced a different opponent, even one stronger than the long-eared joyful Buddha, he might not have struggled so fiercely. His judgment was clouded by hatred. Upon hearing Xīyóu's advice, the cloud sage burst into laughter. Roar. Thank you for your guidance, young master. I shall take my time and play with this rabbit until it meets its demise. After receiving Xīyóu's suggestion, the cloud sage experienced a moment of clarity. The long-eared rabbit was indeed of a higher realm than himself. Although he had taken advantage of the situation, he was still a formidable great Luo Golden Immortal. Both the Buddha's golden form and the demonic body possessed remarkable defenses. Since they were in the depths of the ocean, the cloud sage had transformed into his original form, utilizing the immense water pressure to contend with the rabbit thus far. Had they been on land, he would have surely been defeated long ago. However, since they were in the deep sea and the rabbit's escape route was blocked by Xīyóu, there was no need for him to continue the fight. There was no necessity. He could simply wear the rabbit down, for the pressure of the deep sea would only intensify, further burdening its magical energy. The cloud sage immediately increased the distance between them, summoning waves of water. Each wave transformed into a colossal cannon, relentlessly bombarding the long-eared rabbit. Boom, boom. The terrifying sound of the explosions grew louder, as the water pressure relentlessly battered the joyful Buddha's 100-zhang golden form. Even with the Buddha's water-evading techniques, his movements paled in comparison to the innate aquatic prowess of the cloud sage. Initially, he could endure with his golden form, but as the battle continued. However, as time passed, he began to sense something amiss. The depletion of his magical power was occurring more rapidly than he had anticipated. The Dharmakaya of joyful light was genuinely alarmed. If this continued, he would be utterly consumed. In a fit of rage, he exclaimed, Jin Shuzi, did you not vow to kill me? Why do you now cower in fear? Where is your courage? The Dharmakaya of joyful light understood that Wu Yunxian was notoriously irascible and prone to rage. Thus, he sought to provoke Wu Yunxian into a frenzy. Once this fool came charging in, he would unleash all his power to obliterate him. Unfortunately, this time, Wu Yunxian had gained insight and paid no heed to his insults and taunts. Instead, he intensified his attacks. After a prolonged struggle, the Dharmakaya of joyful light was battered and bruised, his golden form already dulled. He had narrowly evaded a devastating water cannon assault, only to have the primordial hammer descend upon him. Clang! The impact was thunderous. With this strike, the Dharmakaya of joyful light's golden form was shattered. A ghastly blood hole appeared on his previously rosy visage. After a lengthy battle, Wu Yunxian emerged victorious. He laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. Long-eared thief. Today is your day of reckoning. He had recovered from the 300-foot-long golden turtle fish and grasped the primordial hammer in his hand. Long-ear thief. You should have met your end long ago. Ha ha ha. I have awaited this day for far too long. Ever since the last battle at the investiture of the gods, Wu Yunxian had been trapped in the 8 treasures pool, yet his resolve to slay the Dharmakaya of joyful light had never waned. And today, his wish was finally fulfilled. Nothing is more exhilarating than vanquishing a traitor. Without hesitation, Wu Yunxian swung the primordial hammer at the Dharmakaya of joyful light, who was now bereft of his protective golden form. Die. The primordial hammer was indeed a preeminent spiritual treasure, its might unparalleled. Even the likes of Guangxingzi had been unable to withstand its assault. Now, with the Dharmakaya of joyful light stripped of the protection of the Buddhist golden body, how could he endure? Wu Yunxian would not show any mercy, unleashing the full power of the innate spiritual treasure in a devastating blow. Despair flickered in the eyes of the Dharmakaya of joyful light. He bellowed, "Buddha, save me." Upon uttering those words, a radiant beam of Buddhist light emanated from the back of his head, transforming into a golden divine fire that surged toward Wu Yunxian. Simultaneously, a voice rang out, "Amitabha." Wu Yunxian, I believed you had sincerely repented over these millennia, yet you have only intensified your malevolence. If that is the case, I, the humble monk, shall send you to the west today. Wu Yunxian was taken aback, clearly recognizing the flame, the sacred fire of the Buddhist order, the glorious luminous flame. The glorious luminous flame, also known as the Buddhist Sutra fire, is reputed to be the foremost sacred fire of the Buddhist order, capable of eradicating all sins in the world. Of course, Alma would not be swayed by such platitudes. What constitutes a sin? Only that which is extinguished is deemed sinful. This notion bears resemblance to the victors and vanquished in mortal realms. Nevertheless, Alma was acutely aware of the formidable nature of this flame. To discuss the glorious luminous flame, one must also mention the great sun Tathagata, Luya. Originally the last of the golden crows in the universe, Luya shone brightly during the investiture of the gods. After entering the Buddhist order, he transformed into the great sun Tathagata. He acquired profound Buddhist teachings from 2 saints while sacrificing his own solar fire. The connecting saint utilized the solar fire as a foundation, enhancing it with Buddhist teachings, thereby giving rise to the glorious luminous flame, which became one of the signature doctrines of the Buddhist order. The moment the glorious luminous flame emerged, the Dharmakaya of joyful light, who had been ensnared in a deadlock, was suddenly elated. He laughed maniacally, reveling in his miraculous escape. Ha ha, I knew it. I knew the Buddha would not abandon me. The Dharmakaya of joyful light certainly did not arrive at the West Sea without purpose, despite having visited numerous times in the past and extorting several beautiful aquatic beings. He was summoned by the Buddha to retrieve the newly born dragon offspring, Xīyóu. In earlier times, this task would have been exceedingly simple, but the emergence of Alma and Wu Yunxian had transformed it from a leisurely endeavor into a harrowing ordeal. When faced with Wu Yunxian's final hammer strike, the Dharmakaya of joyful light felt genuine fear and despair. However, the appearance of the Buddhist light sparked a flurry of thoughts within him. Since the Buddha had sent him, he would undoubtedly have a contingency plan. He never imagined that this contingency would be so formidable. I understand now. The Buddha is not here for Xīyóu, but for the Dragon Emperor Alma. If it were merely to retrieve a newborn dragon, the Buddha would not have expended such effort or stealthily concealed a backup plan. In simpler terms, he had become bait for the Buddha. To have the Buddha personally orchestrate such a scheme indicated that the objective was anything but trivial. While Wu Yunxian was powerful, he evidently did not possess the qualification for such a task. The true aim was the Dragon Emperor Alma. Thus, my journey to the West Sea today is merely the Buddha's scheme to ensnare the Dragon Emperor. Oomph, Alma, you wicked dragon. Let us see how you meet your demise this time. Long-eared Dharmakaya, fully aware that he was being used as bait, felt no resentment. Rather, he was elated. To be utilized by the Buddha was indeed an honor. This exemplified the typical mindset of one who reveres the strong. Moreover, with the Buddha personally intervening, how could he possibly perish? In stark contrast to the Dharmakaya of joyful light's elation, Wu Yunxian found himself in a state of confusion. The sudden and fierce emergence of the flame caught him completely off guard. At that moment, he had channeled all his magical energy into the primordial hammer, intent solely on slaying the Dharmakaya of joyful light, never anticipating such a turn of events. Escape seemed impossible. Damn you, bald donkey. If you won't let me live, then I shall take you down with me. With that thought, Wu Yunxian recklessly summoned his power. He had always been headstrong, as were most disciples of the Jie sect. Thus, he charged forward, disregarding everything in his assault against the Dharmakaya of joyful light. I may die, but you shall accompany me to the grave. Upon witnessing this scene, the Dharmakaya of joyful light could not help but smile triumphantly. Ha! Wei Xian, you truly are a fool. Knowing full well that I am shielded by the glorious luminous flame, you still seek your own demise. How could you possibly comprehend the Buddha's methods? In his moment of arrogance, an icy voice erupted in his mind. If this emperor desires your death, you shall not live. What of the Buddha? Unless a saint personally intervenes, how can you withstand me? In that instant, Alma unhesitatingly summoned the power of the fractured chaos pearl, the glorious luminous flame. I shall suppress it. Suppressing the glorious luminous flame. The audacity of this claim was laughable, as the glorious luminous flame was derived from the flames of the great Sun Tathagata. Although the great Sun Tathagata, Luya, now known as Master Wuchao, was not an absolute top-tier powerhouse, he was nonetheless vastly superior to the Dharmakaya of joyful light. During the investiture of the gods, Luya had gained renown throughout the world and could even evade the grasp of the saints, demonstrating his strength. How could the flames of such a formidable being be weakened? Yet now, Aomo astonishingly declared his intent to suppress the radiant glazed flame. Surely, this was a jest. Just as the Buddha of constant light was about to mock him, his gaze suddenly fixed, as an indescribable, ferocious power erupted at that moment. An incredible vortex manifested. This force was undeniably terrifying and fierce, seemingly devoid of reason. Devour. Upon uttering the word Aomo, that power surged forth, transforming into a terrifying beast that completely engulfed the flames. Both the Buddha of constant light and the cloudy fairy were left astounded. What manner of force could this black hole-like vortex possess to be so formidable? At that moment, Aomo abruptly shouted, "Brother Jinsu, what are you waiting for? Do you not wish to slay the traitor?" Aomo's thunderous voice resonated with the true dragon's roar of the dragon clan. This technique bore resemblance to the lion's roar of the Buddhist order. However, the true dragon's roar, when unleashed by dragons of the same realm, was far more potent. After all, the Buddhist technique was essentially borrowed from other beings, while the true dragon's roar was an innate skill of the dragon race. As the true dragon's roar erupted, the Buddha of constant light felt his mind jolted, as if a terrifying mountain were pressing upon his spirit, rendering him incapable of response. Kill. It was then that the cloudy fairy, awakened by Aomo, struck directly at the crown of the Buddha of constant light. Stop. Aomo. Do you truly wish to engage in open warfare with my Buddhist order? A hurried call approached from afar, swiftly heading towards the West Sea. The strength of the voice indicated that the speaker was undoubtedly a powerful figure at the level of a great Luo golden immortal. Aomo was not surprised by the arrival of this Buddha. Since the radiant glazed flame had been left behind, it was evident there were further plans in motion. The so-called fishing for dragons indeed required someone to reel them in. The Buddha's speed was remarkable, aiming to rescue the Buddha of constant light from the grasp of the cloudy fairy. If calculated by his current speed, he might indeed have been able to intercept the final blow from the cloudy fairy, but regrettably, Aomo would not grant him such an opportunity. Ha! To stand against your Buddhist order? Nonsense. It is your order that wishes to oppose my dragon clan. The Buddha of constant light forcibly intruded into the West Sea, seeking to slay my dragon clan's prodigy. As the dragon emperor, how could I allow him to live? Aomo's voice thundered, and he proclaimed once more, today. Do not think that even if the Buddha himself were to descend, or if the Buddha of guidance and the Buddha of preparation were to arrive, the Buddha of constant light shall still perish. Boom. As if in concordance with his words, a thunderous sound erupted at that instant, coinciding with the cloudy fairy's hammer striking down heavily. The crown of the Buddha of constant light shattered, and his golden form was gradually disintegrated. Save me, became the final utterance of the Buddha of constant light in this world. The Buddha of constant light was dead. The dragon emperor decreed his demise. And thus it was done. The Buddha gazed upon the shattered remains of the Buddha of constant light, his expression turning exceedingly grim. Aomo, you are far too arrogant. Yet Aomo paid him no heed, regarding the monk before him with a smile as he remarked, I had thought it was my old friend Randang. But it seems I was mistaken for you, the Prince of the Golden Crow. As Aomo spoke, a melodic voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Extraction triggered, extraction successful. Obtain true sunfire. Chapter 139, the Great Sun Tathagata, past Buddha the true sunfire, had been successfully extracted. This left Aomo pondering, I truly did not expect this. The extraction was triggered, and I acquired the true sunfire. How fortuitous. His intention had merely been to suppress the radiant glazed flame using the Chaos Pearl, ensuring that the cloudy fairy could successfully slay the Buddha of constant light. Yet he had not anticipated that after the suppression, the system would directly extract the true sunfire. The true sunfire was exceedingly domineering, one of the mightiest flames in existence. Aside from the indomitable divine fire of the Phoenix clan, few flames could rival it. Now, as the Dragon Emperor, Aomo wielding this fire would undoubtedly enhance his power significantly. However, relative to the slaying of the Buddha of constant light, this was merely an unexpected delight. The true challenge now lay in addressing the great sun Tathagata descending from the heavens. The great sun Tathagata was indeed formidable. He stepped into the deep sea without reservation, golden Buddhist flames continuously burning around him, leaving no trace of seawater in his vicinity. Amitabha. I am now the great sun Tathagata of the Buddhist order. Dragon Emperor, do not mistake my identity, he proclaimed. Observing his performance, Aomo merely chuckled with anger, retorting, enough with the theatrics. Luya, we have no enmity from the past nor grievances in the present. Why do you seek to undermine my dragon clan? Upon hearing this, the great sun Tathagata's countenance trembled slightly. He clasped his hands together, revealing a hint of sorrow as he replied, Your Majesty, do not speak falsely. It is you who acted ruthlessly, slaying my Buddhist order's Buddha of constant light. Such a grievous sin cannot be overlooked. As he spoke, a fierce hatred and profound anguish surfaced on the great sun Tathagata's face. One might think he had a close relationship with the Buddha of constant light. Yet Aomo was indifferent to the changes in his expression. He understood that the Buddhist order excelled at theatrics. After entering the Buddhist order, Li had indeed learned this act. Enough of the pretense. Did you not bring the Buddha of constant light here simply to have me kill him, thereby providing your order with a pretext for action? Just as the Buddha of constant light had surmised, he was merely bait, intended to lure Aomo into the fray. Given his status as the first traitor of even if Aomo disregarded him, the Cloudy Fairy would be unable to resist striking. The Cloudy Fairy's involvement was essentially equivalent to Aomo's own. However, the Buddha of constant light had not anticipated that he would be consumed as bait. For the Buddhist order, the death of the Buddha of constant light was indeed regrettable, yet it sufficed to ensnare Aomo in a web of causality. At this moment, they could ascribe a crime to Aomo. He had slain a Buddha. In truth, the moment Aomo ascended to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm and the Buddha of Guidance appeared, the relationship between Aomo and the Buddhist order had become irreconcilable. On that day, did not the Buddha of Guidance wish to take Aomo, the Dragon Emperor, directly to the Western Paradise? Fortunately, Aomo had a formidable backing. His master, the Tongdian Jiao Lord, had acted in time. Though it was merely the avatars of two saints clashing, it had already clarified the stances of both sides. The Tongdian Jiao Lord's intent was clear. If you dare touch my disciple, I shall ascend the Spirit Mountain. Just as Aomo confronted the great sun Tathagata, a beam of Buddhist light approached from the horizon. Upon witnessing this light, Aomo burst into laughter, exclaiming, Indeed, they have come. I never imagined that to deal with me, the great sun Tathagata and the past Buddha would both arrive. You truly overestimate me. The Buddha of Lanterns sat upon a lotus throne, arriving beside the great sun Tathagata. Regarding Aomo, he shot a cold glare and stated, Aomo, I have no desire to waste words with you. You have slain our Buddha of Spirit Mountain. This is a grave sin. If you lay down your weapon and acknowledge my Buddha, all will be well. Otherwise, do not blame me. Aomo laughed coldly. Lay down my weapon. I would rather take it up and slay both of you Buddhas. This is the West Sea, the inviolable territory of my dragon palace. Your intrusion is tantamount to seeking death. Chapter 0140, the lantern of the coffin emerges, the flying blade of celestial slaughter in the midst of conversation. Aomo's formidable aura was suddenly unleashed. The majesty of the Dragon Emperor was unmistakable at this moment. As Aomo's thoughts shifted, the vast ocean began to roar violently, conjuring unimaginable and terrifying waves that surged towards the two Buddhas. The great sun Tathagata and the Buddha of the past exchanged glances, but instead of alarm, they felt elation. This was precisely the opportunity they desired. Aomo's engagement in combat made it entirely justifiable for them to apprehend him. The Buddha of the lamp, ever theatrical, feigned piety before striking, exclaiming, Amitabha, Dragon Emperor, I wish to reason with you, yet you have resorted to murderous intent, revealing the deep-rooted nature of your malevolence. Aomo chose not to engage in debate, for it was utterly meaningless. Only the victor wields the power of discourse, otherwise, all is mere folly. The great Sun Tathagata seized upon the Buddha's words, stating, Amitabha, this dragon emperor's obstinacy is no boon for the populace. Buddha of the lamp, I implore you to subdue him. Their exchange resembled a comedic duet. Yet it was worth noting that the Taoist Luya and the Buddha of the lamp had shared a favorable relationship during the Fengshan War, both having since entered the Buddhist fold, naturally providing them with a common language. The Buddha of the lamp smiled slightly, declaring, Amitabha, great Sun Tathagata. This scoundrel possesses the defensive treasure, the Xīyóu water-controlling banner. Thus, capturing him relies on your power. Allow me to restrain him. Previously, in the heavenly court, the Buddha of the lamp had attempted a sneak attack with the Qiankuan, only to have it thwarted by Aomo's Xīyóu water-controlling banner, which even led to his own treasure being ensnared. Hence, the Buddha's thoughts were quite astute. As he spoke, a square lantern with a flickering flame appeared in his hand. Upon seeing the lantern, Aomo immediately recognized it, the lantern of the coffin. This lantern was said to possess the ability to illuminate the underworld, akin to Yang Chan's treasured lotus lamp, belonging to the triad of celestial lights. Even now, Aomo remained unaware of the true intentions behind Yang Chan's pursuits. The Buddha of the lamp cast the lantern of the coffin, and its dim flame suddenly erupted in divine radiance, enveloping Aomo. With a proud smile, the Buddha proclaimed, This lantern of the coffin can illuminate the underworld and bind souls. Your Xīyóu water-controlling banner, though a remarkable treasure, cannot shield you from my light. In that moment, Aomo felt his soul waver, akin to being struck by a tranquilizer, an extraordinary sensation. However, it was but an instant before the fractured chaos pearl rotated slightly and dispelled the numbing force. Though he had shaken off the effect, Aomo remained motionless, contemplating. Is this the power of the lantern of the coffin? In silence, it influences my spirit. Had I not possessed the chaos pearl, I would surely have suffered greatly. At that moment, the Buddha of the lamp shouted, Great Sun Tathagata, swiftly unleash the flying blade of celestial slaughter to vanquish this scoundrel. Without further prompting, the great Sun Tathagata produced a seemingly ordinary, albeit slightly worn, red gourd. However, as the gourd appeared, an overwhelming aura of death emerged. The Buddha of the lamp, fully aware, exclaimed as he twisted open the gourd's lid. A beam of white light surged forth, instantly plunging the surroundings into a frigid chill, as if the entire western sea were to be frozen. Upon witnessing this, although Aomo had anticipated such a scenario, he was still taken aback. Luya urged, Turn back, treasure. The moment those words fell, the intensity of the lethal aura intensified. The distant cloud fairy, now thoroughly subdued, was reminded of the terrifying memories from the Fengshan War. How many disciples of the Xīyóu had been slain by Luya's flying blade of celestial slaughter during that battle? The cloud fairy could only manage a cry, Young master, be careful. Yet, the glaring white light had already reached Aomo. It was swift, far too swift. Chapter 0141. The green pledge sword rises, the heavens and earth quake, the flying blade of celestial slaughter, a force that reverberated throughout the world. These 8 characters were no jest. Before Luya allied with the Buddhist sect, he had indeed forged a fearsome reputation. However, after the Fengshan War, he had stealthily become the great Sun Tathagata, a fact known to very few. The Buddha of the lamp, witnessing the invocation of the flying blade, felt a surge of excitement, envisioning the moment Aomo would be beheaded. Ha ha ha. Indeed, great Sun Tathagata, the might of the flying blade is truly beyond imagination, worthy of admiration. His gaze then shifted back to Aomo, sneering, You wretched dragon, having seized my sea-stabilizing pearl and Qiankuan, do you think you can escape unscathed? Today, you shall learn the true extent of my power. The Buddha's eyes blazed with fervor once again. 36 sea-stabilizing pearls, the Qiankuan, and the Xīyóu water-controlling banner. He yearned to possess all 3 innate spiritual treasures. However, there remained a pressing issue, the great Sun Tathagata. He thought to himself, I must devise a plan to prevent this 3-legged crow from contesting my treasures. The Buddha of the lamp's shamelessness was truly unparalleled. Just moments ago, he was addressing the great Sun Tathagata with brotherly affection, yet behind the scenes, he was already scheming to claim Aomo's treasures. But at that instant, a wave of azure light erupted. This divine light startled both the Buddha of the lamp and the great Sun Tathagata, for it was the Xīyóu water-controlling banner. The Buddha blurted out in disbelief, How is this possible? How can you still wield your powers? Logically, the lantern of the coffin should have immobilized Aomo's soul. So why was he still able to act freely? Aomo, of course, did not reveal the answer to the Buddha. His gaze grew increasingly frigid. Oh, a fine lantern of the coffin, a formidable flying blade of celestial slaughter. But do you truly believe you have me at your mercy? Today, let me reveal my own blade. In the next instant, a streak of azure sword light soared into the air. The sword light was piercing, utterly domineering. This murderous, intense scent shivers even through the Buddha of the lamp and the great Sun Tathagata, the green pledge sword. Both Buddhas exclaimed in unison, their voices trembling. Anyone who had faced the Tongtian patriarch would never forget his unparalleled sword intent, nor would they underestimate the terror of his Tao sword, the green pledge sword. Especially the Buddha of the lamp, who held a particular fear of this sword. When he had first arrived in the Eastern Sea to forcibly seize Aomo's sea-stabilizing pearl, it was the arrival of the Wudong Holy Mother with the green pledge sword that had sent him fleeing. Admittedly, the Wudong Holy Mother was powerful, but the unrivaled sharpness of the green pledge sword was undeniable. The Tongtian patriarch actually passed the green pledge sword to you, just as Aomo had surmised. Since the green pledge sword was the Tao sword of the Tongtian patriarch, it was naturally a sword of lineage. Originally, it would not be surprising for the Wudong Holy Mother to wield the green pledge sword, as she had long served as the Tongtian patriarch's most devoted and powerful disciple. Yet now, this sword had appeared in the hands of the Dragon Emperor Aomo. This indicated that the Tongtian patriarch intended to pass on the mantle to him. Shock enveloped them. They were utterly astounded. The triangular patriarchs were all saints, yet the Tongtian patriarch had preemptively determined the succession. However, upon further reflection, it was not so difficult to accept, for Aomo had already showcased sufficient prowess worthy of a saint. This individual undoubtedly deserves execution. Although the notion of becoming a sage in today's world may seem like a mere jest, the situation surrounding Aomo evokes an unsettling feeling. Since ascending as the unprecedented Dragon Emperor of the Primordial Dragon clan, who can predict the monumental upheaval that may ensue once he truly assumes control of the. Nonetheless, despite such implications, would the two dare to engage in combat against Aomo, who wields the Qingping sword? The answer is no. As soon as Randang and the great Sun Tathagata witnessed Aomo summon the Qingping sword, they took to the skies. Who can guarantee that this sword does not harbor the incarnation of the Tongtian patriarch? Observing these two old dogs fleeing into the heavens, Aomo bellowed. Do you wish to depart now? It is too late. Following this, the Qingping sword soared upward, its blade slicing through the sky. The emergence of the sage's sword was accompanied by an earth-shattering presence and an extraordinary intent to kill. A beam of azure light cleaved through the western sea before piercing the heavens. Such commotion inevitably attracted the attention of numerous powerful beings. After all, it was not long ago that the Qingping sword had just torn through the void in a confrontation with the Buddha of guidance. Could it be that the Tongtian patriarch has once again unleashed his fury, brandishing his sword? Among those observing was the Jade Emperor. At this moment, he gazed upon the battlefield through the Haotian mirror and was taken aback to see Aomo pursuing them with his sword. The Jade Emperor turned to the Tai by Jin Xing and inquired, "My dear minister, does the presence of the Qingping sword in Aomo's hands imply that the Tongtian patriarch is preparing to pass on the position of the Dihim?" Tai by Jin Xing offered an awkward smile, responding helplessly, "Your Majesty, even this old minister is unaware." However, in truth, both he and the Jade Emperor had already tacitly accepted this notion. Suddenly, the Jade Emperor chuckled and remarked, "This Dragon Emperor possesses remarkable prowess, able to pursue both the great Sun Tathagata and Randang Buddha. Each of these figures, if placed outside, would be renowned powers in their own right. Yet they are now being chased down by Aomo alone. Such a sight is indeed rare." Of course, they understood that both Buddhas were wary of the Qingping sword. After all, who would have imagined that the Tongtian patriarch would bestow this sword upon Aomo? At this moment, Randang Buddha was feeling quite vexed. He stated, "Great Sun Tathagata, why should we retreat? You and I are more than sufficient to subdue that wretched dragon." His frustration stemmed from the inexplicable defeats he faced each time he clashed with Aomo. Luya, however, responded indifferently, "Buddha, did you not also flee at the first opportunity? Why inquire about the reason? Should the Qingping sword still harbor the divine will of the Tongtian patriarch, we would both find ourselves in dire straits." He continued, It seems I lack the ability to seize the dream-based enlightenment method of the Buddha of guidance. So I shall take my leave. Luya's presence here was undoubtedly due to the potential for gain. Following the War of Sealing the Gods, Luya had made significant contributions, yet found no reward on the list of the sealed gods. It is worth noting that Yang Jian had achieved divine sealing in physical form. Thus, Luya harbored resentment. At that time, the Western sages extended an olive branch to him, leading Luya to embrace the Buddhist faith and transform into Master Wu Chao under the great Sun Tathagata. Upon entering the Buddhist realm, he indeed made some gains and advanced in cultivation, including mastery over the bright glazed flame. However, these were merely trivial acquisitions, not true attainments. What he sought was a method to step into the path of quasi-sainthood. Not long ago, the Buddha of guidance transmitted a divine thought to him, indicating that if he could capture Aomo, the Dragon Emperor, he would impart the dream-based enlightenment method. This unique approach, realized by the Buddha of guidance in recent years, could evolve the great Tao within dreams, offering hope not only to quasi-saints, but even to sages themselves. Thus, Luya was tempted, prompting him to join forces with Randang Buddha to head towards the Western Sea. Yet, upon witnessing the emergence of the Qingping sword, he immediately dispelled such thoughts. As one of the surviving Golden Crows, Luya lived cautiously. Although the dream-based enlightenment method seemed appealing, provoking the Tongtian Patriarch was far from wise. He had discerned that after the last encounter between the Buddha of guidance and the Tongtian Patriarch, the latter had likely escaped the confines of the Xīyóu palace. Regaining his freedom, suddenly Luya's body ignited, engulfed in a searing flame. In the next instant, he transformed into a long rainbow, swiftly fleeing, leaving Randang Buddha utterly unable to pursue him. In the distance, Aomo, wielding the Qingping sword, was astonished by this display of skill. Impressive. Although I have inherited the talents of the Ping Demon King and even possess fleeting means of spatial escape, my speed pales in comparison to this Li Huichang Hong. Luya truly possesses remarkable capabilities. No wonder he was able to depart nonchalantly in the presence of the sages. Yet, while Luya could escape, Aomo had no intention of letting Randang off the hook. With the Qingping sword in hand, he intended to deliver a severe lesson to the Buddha, simultaneously conveying a message to the powerful beings of the current world. Do not provoke the Dragon Clan, and certainly do not dare to disturb Dragon Emperor Omo. As Aomo hastened the Qingping sword, a voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Your Majesty, the Dragon Emperor, I desire the spiritual lantern held by Randang. Aomo was momentarily taken aback, then realized that the voice belonged to none other than the Mother of Earth.